The next thing we'll do is work on our layout. And yeah, we'll make things look a little bit nicer. For now, we'll just add some Bootstrap in just to sort of give it some basic shape and make it look slightly better. But also, we want to have the ability to include scripts and style sheets and assets on every single page. So right now, we would have to duplicate. If I want a nav bar on every template, that's 4 different nav bars. Of course, we know we don't want to do that. We want to make some sort of partial or reusable piece of code. And we've seen that before. But what I'm going to show you now is something we actually have not seen. There is a package called EJS Mate. And EJS Mate allows us to basically add in some fun, useful pieces of functionality to EJS. And the one we care about is something called layout. So layout is going to allow us to define some boilerplates where we can have code that we insert in between some content. So what we've seen so far is I can define a partial, and I can have a partial for this stuff. We could call it head, and then I can have a partial for the bottom stuff called, footer or something. And then I have to include both of them on my template. And that's it's kind of annoying. It's not ideal. What I can do instead, if I use this package, is I can define a basic boilerplate template that basically everything will use, or optionally everything could use. And it's going to just have a little variable in the middle. It's called body. And I can dynamically add content in there where that body is. So I'll show you what this looks like. It will take a moment to explain, but we need to install EJS Mate first. It's a package, EJS-Mate. And then to use it, we have to tell Express we want to use it. I think, do they have a line on how to use it here? They may not, but I'll show you how to do that as well. So I'm going to go over to my terminal, npm i ejs-mate. That should be that. Start the server back up. Then in my app.js, I'm going to require EJS Mate. I'm just going to call it engine equals require EJS-mate. And then I tell my app to use for the EJS engine. There's multiple of them. I'm going to use, maybe I'll actually call it EJS Mate instead, just to make it a little clearer for you. So this is just one of many engines that are used to run or parse and basically make sense of EJS. And we need to tell Express that's the one we want to use instead of the default one it's relying on. So we should just be able to access our content like normal. Nothing has changed. It's still just regular old EJS. But now I can define a layout file. So in my views directory, I'm actually going to define a new folder called layouts. And then in there, I'll add a boilerplate .ejs. And this will be my basic boilerplate for every single page. So to start, I'm just going to put a title in there that says boilerplate. If we see that title, we'll know things are working. So I'm going to put some content up top that just says, before. And then at the bottom, I'm going to delete all of this, but another one at the bottom that says after. And then here's how this works. Right here, I use this tag to say body. And it does need to be body. I have to reference body. And you can see this line here. Whenever I call layout, which is what we'll do on the other side of things, it requests that the output of the current template be passed to the given view as the body local. Okay, so let's try this now. I'm going to go into one of my templates, like the index page for campgrounds, and I'm going to get rid of almost all of this stuff, because the way that I'm going to use this now is I'm going to pass this through to our layout. So that looks like this right here, layout function, and then to get to layout/boilerplate, I need to go back one level, layouts/boilerplate. So if everything goes well, this is going to be passed. All of this content will be passed to our boilerplate template as body, and it will be inserted right there. So let's see is it complaining to me about something? EJS Mate is not defined. Let's see. Is it still complaining about that, or is that an old one? I think that's an old one. Let's see what happens now. No such file or directory. Whoops, we don't need that slash or the // Try again. Okay, before and after. So we now are successfully injecting our content in this layout. So this is great because now I can do things like include my style sheets, include my JavaScript, whatever else I want, and have a common layout. And I only need to include, let's say I want a nav bar, I only need to include that partial in one place, my layout, my boilerplate EJS file. So I'm going to quickly update my other templates to use that. So we've got edit, get rid of all of this, just like that. New, same thing. I just have the plain old content in here, and then I have this layout, which is looking for everything in this template. It's going to pass that through as body to our boilerplate. So that's new, edit, and show. Get rid of all of that. Let's see if it works. So add a campground, before and after. Show page, before and after. Edit, before and after. So of course we don't want before and after. We're going to get rid of that. But now if I want to make changes to any of that stuff that's common to every page, I have one place to do it, right here. So no longer want before and after, but I do want it to go in the body, right, between opening and closing body tags. I'll inject the content in there, and then I can put things like a nav bar up top, which is actually what we're about to do. In the next video, we will add Bootstrap, some JavaScript, and get some basic, very basic styles, just so that we can kind of move forward without being too ashamed of how this looks. And we'll revisit styling at the end. I just don't want to slow us down now. Okay, now that we have our layout file set up, we just need to put some stuff in here. And that's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to introduce some Bootstrap in here just to make things look a little bit better. It doesn't have to be permanent. You know, we're not going for our end goal styles at the moment. We're just putting something in there to make it look a little bit better as we're working. And as it turns out, Bootstrap 5 is now in alpha. So it's very early stages, but it's been officially announced. And we used Bootstrap 4 earlier in the course. So Bootstrap 5 is actually very, very similar, but one of the nice things is that it doesn't depend on jQuery anymore. If you want to know more about the specific differences, there's a migration section. By the way, the v5 docs are still, I think they're not actually showing if you go to getbootstrap.com. You have to go to v5.getbootstrap.com. Anyway, it's a good opportunity to use the v5 alpha just for this one project at least. So the main differences in JavaScript, removed jQuery dependency, added some new, changed the base blue and pink colors, different shades. Let's see, a couple of things around the grid, some reset styles that are just default now. It changed a little bit how forms work or how they behave. But overall, things are pretty similar. Anyway, we're just going to start by using the CDN for now. So I'm just going to go to the getting started, introduction, and then copy this JavaScript. And this, I'll just do the CSS actually for at the moment. And I'm going to put that at the top of my boilerplate file. Well, not at the top, but in the head, just like that. And let's just start with that, see what we're working with. All right, so it definitely is working, right? We have Bootstrap now. And I'm also going to copy these two dependencies here for Popper to make the little pop-ups. Honestly, we don't really need it. And then the Bootstrap JavaScript file, which we do definitely want if we plan on doing anything involving a nav bar, pop-ups, modals. And I'll put that stuff down after our body, or still in the body itself, the element, but after we include whatever template is included here. Okay, so at this point, that shouldn't make a difference. Now, what I'd like to do is add a navbar to every page. And also, before we even do that, let's put all of our content in a container, right? We have this layout file, or our boilerplate file. So on the body, I'll just add the class. Should we do the body? Maybe we'll just add a main element and wrap that around the content, whether that's the show page, the new page, whatever it is, and then give that a class of container, just to start at least. You know, we may not end up using a container on every single view, but there we go. We've got our container in there. Remember, I'm very, very, very zoomed in, so it looks more like that. Let's also work on a navbar, which is what we'll do in the very next video. But we have Bootstrap involved. We've got our container. We've got our layout templates from this boilerplate EJS file. It's coming along slowly, very slowly, but we at least are laying the groundwork. So next step, we'll work on a navbar. We'll make a partial for that, maybe a footer as well, and then we will keep going. So next up, we're going to add a very basic Bootstrap navbar to our main boilerplate, so we'll have access to it on every single page. And I'm just going to go to the docs. Remember, I'm using V5, components, navbar, and then we'll find just an example one that we want to use. So that's far too complex for what we need. At the moment, we really just want something like this, where we have a brand, and then we have a couple of links. And that's kind of it. And then I want it to collapse. So I'll just start by copying this markup, which is pretty much what I always do if I'm making a Bootstrap navbar. And then I could just start by putting it here in my boilerplate file, probably above this main, like that. Let's see what that gives us. So there's our navbar. Okay. And as I resize this, oh, I think I full screened. Well, I can do this at least. It collapses. And does it work? Yes, it does. So our JavaScript's included correctly. Our CSS is here. Okay. So now all we need to do is make this, look, make it look the way that we want it to look. So I'm going to actually make it a dark navbar, and I'm going to make it a sticky top navbar. So I'll just head over here. We have navbar. I'm going to do navbar dark, which gives us the light text. And then I'm going to do BG of dark. So we can start with that. Cool. I'm also going to go ahead and set navbar to have sticky dash top, which is just how we get it to stay up there. I don't think I have enough content at the moment. Maybe if I zoom in. There you go. You can see it staying up top. All right. And we'll change, obviously, the brand. It's now going to say Yelp Cam. We have our collapse to toggle it, the button. What else should we do? We'll just keep home in there for now. We don't need this ARIA current stuff. The href for home will just be slash. I mean, we don't really have a home at the moment, but just slash. Then let's just have all campgrounds. So campgrounds, that will be slash campgrounds. And then let's have a link to the form to make a new campground. So new campground, and that will be slash campgrounds slash new. It's the href, and we'll get rid of this last disabled link. And I'm not going to have any of them be active at the moment. Okay, there we are. So we've got campgrounds, new campground. So I'm definitely going to want to add some margin to the top of my container here, because that's getting a little bit overrun. So on my container, I can just do margin top, maybe 5 for now. There we go. We've got a little bit more space. Here's all campgrounds. Again, nothing very pretty, but it works for now. Okay, so that's our basic navbar. The next thing I'm going to do is just move that into a partial, so I can keep my boilerplate as slim as possible, and then I'll just include it in here. So I'm going to cut that entire navbar out. I'm going to make a new folder. We'll have campgrounds, we'll have layouts, and then I'm going to make a partials folder. And this will hold partials. So we're still going to use partials to do things like make a header and a footer. You'll see when we get to some of the other content. So I'm just going to call this one navbar.ejs. Paste that in there. So there's our navbar. Can close that down. So now we just need to include that partial in our boilerplate. At the moment, it's not there, so we don't see it on any of our pages. And the way that we do that is by using our EJS brackets, where we use that dash, which is just to escape HTML, basically allow us to write HTML and actually embed that. And then we're going to do a include, and then in quotes inside of those parentheses, the // partials / navbar. And I don't need to say .ejs. And now my navbar is included in this boilerplate, as you can see here. So this is not actually a template being rendered for our homepage. It's just a res.send. We should figure that out. Eventually we'll make a homepage or figure out what it should be. But for now, new, all campgrounds, show page, edit page, those are all using this partial for the navbar because they're all using our boilerplate layout. So I can do the same thing for a really basic footer. And I think that's what I'll do in the next video. Next up, let's make a really basic footer partial and just include that at the bottom after our main content. So I'm going to do a partial footer.ejs, and this will be a Bootstrap footer, so it's going to be a footer the class of footer. And I'm also going to give it the class of BG dark, so I can get a dark background. And then I'll put a container inside of it. And then really just a span, I think, that's going to say Yelp Camp, maybe copyright symbol or something. But let's just start with that. Let's include that. So in my boilerplate, basically just going to copy that and put it at the bottom. Include partials/footer. Okay, so we've got a little bit of work to do. First of all, I want this to be a little bit thicker. So I'm going to add some padding on the top and bottom, which with Bootstrap, I can use PY, padding y-axis top and bottom. Instead of padding top, I have PT, and padding bottom, I can do PY, 5, or maybe 3. Yeah, that looks better. I'm also going to make this a muted color, so just a light color. Text-muted. Okay, so there that is. Let's add the copyright symbol in as well, which I think, if I can remember, is ampersand. Is it just copy? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. So that works. And now what I want to do is get this to go to the bottom, which it will do, if we have enough content. It's down and it takes up the entire page. But I want to give my body basically a minimum height and force that down. Force this to go to the end. And the way I'm going to do that actually is through Flexbox and the Bootstrap Flexbox utilities. So I'm going to make the entire body right here have a class of display flex, which is dflex, and I'm going to make it a column. So if I don't do that, if I just do display flex, it's a row. So here's our nav bar, here's the main content, and here's our footer. But I'm going to make it a flex column. This is just Bootstrap, right? I could do that myself with CSS. So we don't see much of a difference at all. But what I'm going to do now is set a height on the body, VH100, which is just, I want you to at least be 100 view height units. And if I actually inspect, we should see the body does take up all of this room. So that part is working. Now all I need to do is tell this footer to move to the bottom. And the way that we do that is by using margin top auto. Now I don't want that on the body, I want that on the footer. And I'm going to do that right there, MT auto. And now it moves down to the bottom, but on other pages, right, it's going to be further down. So it's not like it's always sitting at the bottom of the page or of the screen. It's at the bottom of the page, and at a minimum, it's going to be at the bottom of the screen when you first load it. If you don't have enough stuff, right, it just sits there. Anyway, so there's our basic footer partial. Thanks to some Bootstrap classes. You might be wondering, why do we use margin top and not, justify content or something like that? Well, remember, this is Flexbox, and it's a flex container that's a column, so it's going from top to bottom. So we do have aligned self, which is how we move things along the cross axis, one thing along the cross axis. We have align items, so I could align everything to the left or the right, but justify content is only going to affect everything. So I could say justify content, flex end. And that is, there's a Bootstrap class to do that, but everything would move down there. If I want one thing to move on the main axis, there's not a justify self. Instead, we use margin top auto or margin left auto. Anyway, there's our basic footer. We have a partial, right? We're cleaning things up a bit, moving things into separate files. So it's a little bit easier. I should probably change this title. For now, we'll just say Yelp Camp on every page. And that's a good place to stop this video. So the next change we'll make, I think, is to add in an image to each campground. So to start, this will just be an image that you paste, basically a URL. You copy a URL, like maybe this one, and just paste it into a text field. So nothing fancy, but it will give us something to display here and probably on the index as well. And the way that I'm going to do this, we need to change our model. We need to reseed our database if we want 50 new images. And we need to figure out where the seed images will come from. So I'm going to try using this Unsplash source API. So this is an easy way to get free, high-quality images that we're allowed to use and won't get sued for. But also they just look nice. So there are different collections on this website, Unsplash. And I found this one called In the Woods. And I think this will work for us for our theme. All we need to do is copy this collection ID, and then we just send a request to source.unsplash.com/collection/that collection ID. So that's what I have right here, and you'll see that we get, is it going to load? There we go. A different image, at least that time we did. It doesn't look like I get a different image every time, but a lot of the time I do. So we might have some duplicates, but at least we'll have some images that are different, and they all have to do with camping. But anyway, you could just pick any URL for an image and put it in there. But I'm going to be using that. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is actually update our model. So here's our campground model right here. I'm going to add in just an image for now, which will be a string. And while I'm here, I guess we already have description. So let's update our seeds to also have a description, probably just some lorem ipsum text. And I can't remember what I was thinking. I said price would be a string for now. I don't know why I did that. I think we should have it be a number. Okay, so now let's go ahead and update our seeds file, index.js, and we're going to set title, location, and then we'll set image just to be this URL. Now this does mean that we're just going to get a different image every time potentially for the same campground. So every time we load a page, we'll see a different image for that campground. It's not actually going to store the corresponding image. It just stores this URL, but that's okay for now. If we don't like that, we'll figure it out. But let's see how that works for us. And then let's also do a description. I don't think I have lorem. Yeah, maybe I'll go to an HTML file and just copy some lorem ipsum. Is that enough? So let's put that in there. Whoops, I meant to do quotes. We might want more description text, but that's good enough for now. And then also let's put a price in there. And let's just hard code everything to have a price of, should we have the same price? I guess for now we can. No, actually, you know what? Let's do a random number. Let's do const price equals math dot. Do we want to do a floor? Yeah, I guess we'll just do a whole number. Math dot floor, math dot random, and we'll multiply that by maybe 30, maybe $20, and then we'll shift it up by 10. All right, so that should give us a random price, and then we'll just add price in like that. Just use the shorthand price. We don't need to set it to price. Okay, so let's reseed our database. Remember, this is going to empty everything out that's currently in there, but that should be fine. So I'm going to run that file, which is node seeds index. Okay, let's take a look in our database, find all campgrounds, and now we have a description, and we have an image just set to that source for every single one. Okay, so now let's actually use some of that stuff. So let me start my server back up. And why don't we begin, should we just go on the show page for now? We won't worry about styling things just yet, but let's go on the campground show page and try and display the image. So we've got, what do we have here? An H1 and H2, maybe just right there, an image, and the source should be campground.image. And let's put the description in there. So campground.description. Okay, let's see what we end up with if I go to one of the campgrounds. So we do have all new campgrounds, obviously. And there we go. This is Petrified Cliffs in Henderson, Nevada, right outside of Las Vegas. Not quite the right image, but it's working. Let's try another one. Petrified River in Texas. That one actually kind of looks like parts of Texas. Let's look at Misty Pond. Minnesota, I can see it. Anyway, so we've got those images. What I'd like to do now, I mean, just to be clear though, actually before I do that, if I refresh, we'll get a different image every time, or I don't know how often they actually change this, but frequently a different image. So that's not at all set in stone. It's just a random image we're getting from that collection. So eventually we don't want that behavior, but this gives us something to work with. And then we also display the description there. What else? We displayed I think that was it. We should probably add the price in, but that's good enough for now. In the next video, we'll work on updating our index just with some basic styles, nothing crazy. So no new model stuff, no new functionality, just simply adding some more Bootstrap stuff. I know it's a pain, but we've got to get it out of the way. You might as well just download the code and copy and paste the styles if you don't want to follow along. Okay, so let's update our campgrounds index, which is right here. So that, I don't know, instead of just links, let's use a Bootstrap card. So it's not going to be very pretty, but it will be slightly better. And our card is actually just going to go all the way across a row. So I'll just show you what I mean. So we have our loop for each campground. We're not going to make an li anymore. We don't need a ul either. Instead, we're going to make a div with the class of card, like that. And then I'll also give it some margin bottom, just so that the cards are spaced out. And inside of this, I'm going to add a row. And I'm going to add a column medium 4. And that just, remember, that says after size medium and above. We want this to take up 4 units out of 12, basically a third of the row. And then we'll add in an image and give it the class of image fluid, which is a Bootstrap class we talked about a while ago. And we'll put the source as our campground image, campground.image. Now this is going to be annoying. Our images are all different heights. We'll probably need to eventually add some styles to make that look better, but let's just see what that gives us to start. Ooh, Lord. What happened here? Doesn't look good. Image fluid. Oh, wow. It's supposed to be class image fluid source. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's not looking great. They all have the same image. Okay, we'll have to figure out how we can address that. Maybe we'll use a couple different collections. But that's a start at least. And then after that, after our column medium 4 for the image, I'm going to put some text like the card body after that. So right here, I'll do a div with the column medium 8. So it takes up the other 2/3. And this is where the card body will go. And in here, we'll do an h5 with the card title. And this is all largely just taken from the docs anyway. And we'll add in our campground.title. Don't need that to be on its own line. Don't know why that happened. Okay. And then we'll also take that and just copy that. After our title, let's display the campground description. We can do a paragraph with the class of card text and put campground.description there. This should be MD for medium. Okay, so we're getting closer. Let's also add in the location. Let's add in a button or a link to go actually view the campground. So after this card text that has the campground description, I'm going to make another card text, but this one, inside of it, is going to have text muted, which just gives us, let's do a small maybe with text muted. It gives us that grayed out text. And we'll put the campground.location. Okay, so that's how we get that little location there. And then let's also put in a link. After that, we can start by just maybe using an anchor tag and give it the class of button. And button, do we want primary maybe? And the text will be maybe just view and then the campground title. Or maybe just, let's see how long those titles are. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, what is it? I did an href. Come on. That should be the class. We do need to set the href as well. Okay, so there's a start. And then the href needs to be, if we're going to the show page, it needs to be campground. And then we need the ID. And that should come after campgrounds. Okay, so campground/campground.id. Let's see if that works. It appears to be working. Okay, so this image situation is not great because, yeah, they all have the exact same image every time it loads. And also, we probably want to manage this height. Like if we get a vertical image in the real world, if somebody uploads a vertical image, we're not going to just have this massive card. We're going to chop it, crop it, not permanently, but when we display it, just display a standard square or whatever we want. So we can write some CSS to do that, but it's really not high priority at the moment. But we have our basic index page. Next up, let's tackle the show page and just make it look a little bit better. Next up, I think we should quickly tackle the new form for a new campground. Just bootstrapify it quickly. So that's going to be in our new EJS file instead of campgrounds. Let's keep the form. Let's first just put everything in the grid. So let's do a row, and in this row, let's do maybe just some centered text to start. Maybe an H1 that says, well, I screwed that up, didn't I? Try that again. There we are. That just says new campground. And then below that, we'll do a column 6, but I'm going to offset it by 3. So it's just one way of centering it, right? If we have 12 units and I want the middle 6, but I don't want it all the way on the left, I want it in the middle, I'll offset it by 3. So instead of that, I can then put my form. We can just start with that. Okay, so now it's centered. It's one way for centering it. Now I'm just going to bootstrapify the actual content in that form. So I'm going to do, in each one of these, I've got a div. Why don't we just take a look at our Bootstrap form docs. It's now moved into its own forms section, but here's their example. So you can just add some margin bottom to a div, have your label with the class of form-label, and then add your input with form-control. So let's do that. Label, form, label, and then input, form-control. Let's see what that looks like for our first one. Okay, so there's our label, and there's our form control. Let's do that for location as well. So I'll just copy that label text. Whoops. There we are, and copy form control. Let's add a little bit of margin bottom to each one of those divs like they recommend. So we'll do that in 2 places. Class equals MB-3. Hopefully you can see how much faster this is right now than having to actually write styles to select, these 2 divs and give them margin bottom. This isn't necessarily a permanent solution, but it's just a quick way to get something somewhat decent looking. So title, location. Let's make this button a little bit nicer. So button class equals, should we do BTN success maybe? Yeah, I think that's fine. And then maybe we'll put that in its own little thing as well, a div with some margin on it, or margin bottom. So MB3, we'll put that in there. See how that looks. Okay, looks good enough for now. We do need to add in the other fields though that we've now added to our model. So we have, we've always had price, we just neglected that. What else? Description, and is there anything else? Oh, image. So why don't we just copy this? This one is going to be for image. So we'll just select all of that. Image, let's go with image URL as the label. This will be image here, campground square brackets image. Okay. We have description, which should be a text area, I think. Let me just remind myself. Do they have an example of a text area on here? I think we can just use, just a text area with form control. So we'll do the exact same thing, except this is going to be description. So let's just select every instance of that. I'm hitting Command D to do that. Description, capitalize this one. And then I'm going to make this a text area. So text area like that, which needs to have a closing text area. There we are. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, not too shabby. So there's our description, image URL, location, title. We also need price, which really I would make a much smaller input. I don't need it to go all the way across. And you know what? Let's get slightly fancier. Let's use a form. What do they even call it on here? An input group, where we can have the $sign. So let's copy, should we do this one here? Probably just this first initial one. So let's copy that. Let's put that right here for now. Let's just see what that looks like. Okay, so I definitely want a label. So I'll probably start with that. I don't know if it's going to get mad at me having a label in the input group. Yeah, it doesn't want that. Okay, so I'm going to do this instead. No margin bottom there. I'm going to add a div with a class of margin bottom 3. Wrap that around. put our label in there. Need to copy that label. Just like that, it's going to label price. Campground price will be our label text. And then our input should have the ID of price. And do we need a placeholder in there? Maybe just $0 to start. And this label can be price as well. Okay. Let's just update that. So price label described by price label. This is just associating the span here for the $, which isn't a $, with this text or with the input. So if somebody's using a screen reader, it's clear this span is connected to this input. Otherwise, there's nothing connecting them at all. Okay, so let's change that text to be a $. How's that look? Maybe 0.0 is what I should do there to make it a little bit nicer looking. Yeah, that's good enough. So let's verify that this actually works now if I want to make a whole new campground. So let's come up with a name here. How about Hungry Horse Camp? Sure. Location is going to be, what should it be? How about Whitefish, Montana? And then let's just get a quick image URL. It doesn't really matter. Let's just take that one, copy the image address for now, go back, put that in there. Campground price will be, I don't know, let's say it's $16. Description, I mean, that's good enough. I feel bad, but that's good. Let's see if it works. So here's our new campground. Still need to update the show page, but it looks like it all works. We've got our description, we've got the image, we've got the title, the location. We're not displaying price, but I assume that also worked. We can always verify. Look at the last created one. Oh, you know what? Here's the last created one in our database. And does it have a price? Am I blind here? Description, location, image. Is that it right there? Price 10. Does it have a price? Why can't I see that? Maybe it didn't work. Let me make sure I gave it the... Oh, duh. I never gave it the name. So it needs to have a name on there. So let's find it here. Here's the input. Name should be campground, square brackets, price. So now that data should be sent. Let's just verify. I'll make a very dumb one. No image URL, and the price will be $99. We'll add that campground. Let's just see that it showed up here. So if you get a whole bunch of documents back, the terminal, the Mongo shell doesn't show them all to you, but you can type IT to iterate over the cursor. Okay, and here's the end. Price is $99. Great. So let's just delete that one, and we're good to go. So that was our new form. We should probably copy this over to the edit form, but I'll do that in a separate video. Honestly, like I said, you may just want to jump to the end and copy the code. We're not going to do much Expressy Node stuff, no functionality. We're just putting some basic styles on the page. Next up, let's get our edit page to look a lot like what we have here. Of course, we'll want to actually display the text like we're doing on our current edit template. So I'm just going to copy what we did for new. Do I want the whole thing? Probably just the form for now. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'll just copy the entire thing because I want the grid. I don't want to have to duplicate that. So we'll take that and we'll go to our edit template. And I'm just going to put that for now, probably at the bottom. And we'll go through and edit things like edit campground. We'll take the form from here. I'm just going to copy that tag and replace that so that we're going to the right URL. And then I'm just going to copy over what we did to set the value of each one. So to set the title, right, on the title input, which is right here, we specify value equals campground.title. to do the same thing for our location input, campground.location. Same thing here for the image, just to set the existing value in there. The only one that's slightly different is going to be our text area, which we're about to get to. But let's do price next, campground.price. And then this one here is our text area for description. All that we do for that is add the text between the between the opening and closing tags. So this will just be campground.description. We don't use the value attribute on a text area. Okay, let's see what happens. I'll leave the original form so we can compare. Okay, so we've got Ocean Ghost Town, Holyoke, Massachusetts, the image URL, the campground price, description. Definitely change that text to be save campground or update. And maybe I'll make this an info. All right, so there's update. Let's add the back to campground link instead of the all campgrounds link. Cut that, put it here instead. And then I think we can just get rid of this. Let's make sure that we actually can edit though. So Ocean Ghost Town, how about Ocean Reef Ghost Town? And I'll change the price to be about $35 per night. It's pretty steep for a campground. We'll update, and that changed. And we're not displaying the price, but we can assume for now that it changed as well. Okay, so that is our basic edits form. I'm just going to get rid of the other stuff up top now that we don't need. There we are. That looks good enough. Let's go take a look at a different one. Edits, and yeah, that's decent. It's at least presentable for now. Nothing revolutionary, certainly does not stand out, but it also doesn't stand out as looking horrible, so that's always good. All right, so next up, we're just going to touch up our show page. Ignore these really large images, but let's make this look, kind of in line with what we've been doing. I'm probably just going to do a card for now. Eventually, we'll have more content to show on the show page, reviews, and make a new review and all of that stuff. But for now, honestly, there's not much to display that we're not already showing on the index. But we've got, I guess, the price, and we'll just make it look nice. We'll use a card. So if we go to Bootstrap, the card docs, I'm just going to copy one of the example cards and use that. I think, yeah, something like this here is what we'll use to start. So I'm just going to copy that markup and then go to our show page. And I'll probably do this just at the top for now. I'm going to paste that markup in. So this makes us a card, and this is manually setting a hard-coded width. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use the grid system. So actually, I might just cut that out and make my grid here. So a row, maybe column 6 again, and offset it by 3. And then just put the card in there. Let's just see what that card shape looks like. Yeah, so about that size, that works for us. And then I'll put the campground title here. I'll put the image at the top, the description, maybe location and price, and then buttons to edit or delete. So let's put the image in here first. I'm just going to copy what we have for the image. Just source equals campground.image, and we'll put that right there. Now this image is not going to look great, but there we are. I mean, that's a bit disturbing of an image for a campground. Not a bad photo, but maybe not what I would post for camping. And then card title here is going to be our campground.title. Just put that in there like that. This card text will be campground.description. Description like that. There we are. Hey, that one kind of, that could look like a ghost town. I guess it's a little too maintained, but it looks nice. Maybe not Ocean Reef ghost town. Here's our description. And then, we can decide maybe the location goes here or here. We can figure that out. But for now, I'll probably just do campground.location, and I'll probably give this text muted. What does that look like? Yeah, it's okay. And then let's put the price in there. So campground.price. And let's do after that, maybe per night, like /night, and put a $sign in front of it. That's not a $sign. Neither is that. There we are. $35 a night. Okay. And is that, I think that's pretty much everything we have to display, right? Am I forgetting anything? Price, description, location, image, title. Yep. So let's just also add in the buttons down at the bottom. So we don't need a second list item there. But let's put our 2 buttons in here to edit and to delete. I don't know how I forgot that. So here's our link to go edit something. Let's just copy that link or cut it, and we'll put it here. This class, it should also have a class of card link. So if I'm going to overwrite that, let me just make sure I do class equals card link. So that should be the edit link, but I'm going to make it look like a button instead. So BTN for edit, maybe info or warning. That's fine for now. And then this will be our delete link. The only thing is that it's not actually a link, right? It's a form. So if I cut that or paste that here, I'm going to give it class of button and then danger. Ooh. Oh, duh. I just applied that to the form, not to the button. Not so smart on my end. Now, because it's a form, it is going on its own line. It's pushing our button down. So what we can do is just set the form itself to have display of inline. We can do that with Bootstrap. There's a utility, d-inline, should make it an inline element. And there we are. You know, and the more that I look at this, maybe we want this to be info or primary. Okay, we got to figure out the image size at some point. That's a bit excessive. But there we are. Edit and delete. Let's make sure they work, of course. Do I want to delete? All right, goodbye. And we deleted it. Here's a different one. Edit. Back to campground. That's good for now, right? It's not too shabby. Let's get rid of this stuff that we had from previous videos. Get rid of all that and that. Do we want this? Maybe we could add a card footer. Would that make sense? Do we want something there to have a link to go back to all campgrounds? I don't know, really. We have this right here, campgrounds. But if we did want that, I think there's a card footer class we just add. Where are you? Header and footer. So we can add a footer at the end just by adding in, I assume it's just card-footer, like that. So I could do that if I wanted to. Just inside of my card. Let's just see what the footer looks like on its own without a link. I don't know if I really want that, to be honest. And I think I screwed up my edit button somehow. Let's see. It looks okay, I guess. I definitely want a little bit of margin on the bottom of this card in case we're going up against this footer, so there's some space. It kind of looks nice when it says 2 days ago, but if we put a link in there, I don't think it's going to look great. Like an anchor tag, and it will go to /campgrounds. All campgrounds. I don't know. I don't know if I want that in there. I kind of like having that fake date for now. Just saying 2 days ago. And let's also on the card add some margin bottom. So just use the class margin bottom, maybe 3. And so this way, if we have a really tall card, which we don't at the moment, but if we do, come on. Well, of course, all of them are now reasonably sized images. Typical. There we are. We end up with a little bit of space there between the card and our footer. Okay, so still nothing beautiful, but you know, it works. It's our show page. We can edit, we can go back. Things look decent enough for now. Well, I say that and then we see that page and it looks horrible. All right, so that's our basic styling done for now with what we have completed, just basic CRUD. Of course, things are going to get more complicated when we add in our second model and then our third model, and you know there'll be new features and different libraries and things we're integrating. So this is just our very basic CRUD application. Bootstrap, Express, Mongoose, all working together in harmony. Okie dokie. Next up, another kind of standalone Express topic. We're going to talk about handling errors in Express, which honestly, sometimes it's more work than you might anticipate, but it's obviously very important, right? We need to be able to handle all sorts of errors in an Express app and prevent our application from breaking, and also provide some sort of feedback to a user, like, a 404 page, or just an internal error. All that stuff is important. So we'll start off by talking about the way that Express handles errors the built-in way. I mean, it's pretty simple and straightforward. We've already seen it. And then we're going to dive into defining our own custom error handlers. So this is definitely critical or crucial, a main takeaway. Another thing, unfortunately, you'll see it in red, is how we work with asynchronous errors, or errors that are thrown in async functions. Unfortunately, with the way Express works, this is something we have to handle differently, or we have to consider. So it's not difficult, but conceptually it can be a little bit annoying to wrap your head around why we need to do this. So I've put it in red just to call it out as something that might require a bit more of your time, or at least more of your brain power to understand up front. Handling async errors, we have to handle them differently inside of a route handler than we would non-async stuff. Okay. Working with Mongoose errors, I'll say that's important, but not critical. And we'll also define a custom error class. I'll say that's crucial or critical too. So overall, just a couple of topics that all have to do with error handlers. The one thing to look out for really is when we get to async errors, just don't tear your hair out. It's important. And then really the main takeaway is just how we define custom error handlers, how we work with errors in Express. Here we go. On to errors, everyone's favorite topic. Next up, a topic that is certainly not the sexiest or most exciting of the topics we cover, but it is one of the most essential, which is handling errors in an Express application. I've been putting this off with good reason. As you'll see, we need to understand things like Next and how middleware work in order to handle errors properly in Express. So now that we have that down, we can talk about errors. So I've made a copy of the app I used to demonstrate middleware. This very silly Express app that just has /dogs as a route, our root just /, and then it has /secret, where we have the verify password middleware, and you can't access it unless you have the password in the query string. So I haven't changed anything. It's still, it's pretty much exactly the same. Password equals chicken nuggets, I believe is what it was, or chicken nugget. Okay, there we are. Anyway, this is now just a copy of that app so that I can make some changes here and add on some error handling code without also adding a bunch of extra confusing stuff to the previous section. I want you to have sort of before and after. Now, when I talk about errors and handling errors in Express, there's a couple of groups or different types of errors. There are errors that we could just cause by screwing things up as a developer, like a syntax error. I could just do something that you can't do in JavaScript. I can have a syntax error. I could be missing, a quotation mark or something silly like that. Hopefully we catch those before we get very far and before our code is eventually deployed and, live for the public to interact with. But we want to handle those, or we want to have some way of handling any error that's generated while our server is running. But a lot of the time, I'd say most of the time, the errors are going to come as a result of either incomplete data, problems connecting or interacting with our Mongo database or whatever database you're using, problems connecting or interacting with APIs, external services, libraries. When we create modern web apps, we often are relying on other services, other tools that we're not fully in control of. Plus, you insert a user into that equation, or thousands and thousands or millions of users in a big application, and they all manage to find ways to break things or push your app in directions you didn't think it could go or should go. So long story short, things will happen that you probably aren't anticipating, but we want to try and anticipate as many of those errors as possible. Things like, an API being down, or incomplete data from a form, Mongoose having a validation that says, first name and last name are required. Well, what happens if a user tries to insert with first name and last name being empty? We want to be able to handle errors in a graceful way in Express and have some control over what happens. But first, let's talk about what happens right now. If I don't do anything, if there's an error generated in one of my routes or in one of my middleware functions, let's do it. Maybe I'll just make a new route called /error. Okay? Request, response. and let's just come up with a way, maybe just a JavaScript syntax error or an error that's, how about this? Some variable that doesn't exist, like chicken.fly. All right, so chicken is undefined as far as I know. What's going to happen here? All right, let's see what happens if I hit /error. So I'll send a request. Okay, we've seen something like this before. Maybe not chicken is not defined, but we've seen something similar. We got a response. You have to remember that. This is an HTTP response. If I send that exact same request with Postman, a GET request to localhost 3000 /error, we still get a response. It happens to be an HTML response. And we've got some headers in here. We've got a 500 status code. That status code is just a generic server-side error. Basically, something went wrong on the server side, which is true, but I did not specify, we want to respond with a 500 status code. I didn't specify that we want to respond with HTML and to use this template and to put some error message in here. This was made for me. This was all done automatically by Express. And we've seen this before. We just haven't really talked about the fact that it is an HTML response. It is, there's a status code specified. All of this is done for me. And what we're encountering right now is the default Express error handling. By default, and you can read about this, if you go to the Express docs guide, there's a whole error handling section. And there's a section here that talks about the default error handler. So Express comes with a built-in error handler that takes care of any errors that might be encountered in the app. And it's added at the end of the middleware function stack. And it has some more information about how it works. It says it's going to look for an error object and look for status code on that error object, a status message. These are things we will talk about in a little bit. But for now, there's just this thing set up by Express. When you throw an error or an error is thrown, deliberately or not, Express is going to basically catch that and respond with its own built-in error handling functionality. It uses a status code that's 500 by default, but we can change that. And then in this case, it includes a stack trace that we can see here. Now, this only runs when we're in development mode. When we're in production, we don't show a user this sort of thing, right? Normally, you would just see like something went wrong, or there'd be some default sort of page to hide everything, some wallpaper so users don't see the internals and the nasty stack trace. Anyway, Express does this for us. I can do things like, instead of just having this app.get /error, I can throw errors myself. So here in our verify password middleware, instead of doing a res.send password needed, I can throw an error here. So I could do throw new error and just put a message in there like, password required. Okay, I'm just going to comment out that res.send. So now if I try and go to /secret, what do I see? Well, that error was handled by Express. In this case, instead of just generating an error by accidentally calling chicken.fly where chicken is not defined, here I'm explicitly throwing an error. And this is pretty common in Express, not to throw it just like this, but we'll actually see we can build a custom error class. And there's a lot we've got to talk about, which is why there's a whole section on handling errors. Anyway, whether I throw the error myself or some code generates an error, Express doesn't care and JavaScript doesn't care. They're treated the same way. And in Express's eyes, anytime there's an error encountered in one of our middleware, in one of the route callbacks or route handlers, it's going to catch that and handle it using that default handler, which we don't actually see, but it's there. So it's going to take this message and just respond with that content. Okay. And a stack trace, that's kind of useful, I guess, in development. And the status code, by default, still 500. And that's great, but it's kind of limited. There's a lot more we might want to do, and different types of errors we might want to handle differently. If we get an error coming back from Mongoose, a validation error, we probably want to handle that differently than, a syntax error or a authentication error once we get to authentication. So there's a lot that we've got to cover around errors, but this video is just here to show you that Express does a tiny bit of stuff for us out of the box. It handles all errors encountered inside of any routes and middleware, and it just responds with a default 500 status code. It makes a little HTML page, but in the next video, we'll see we can actually define custom error handlers too. Okay, so that's enough about the built-in error handling. let's define our own error handlers using the special express syntax. If you go to the documentation, that same guide to error handling, scroll down, and it talks about, where are you? Writing error handlers. So we can define our own error handling middleware functions just like any other middleware, except for one important distinction. For something to be considered an error handling function in Express, it actually has 4 arguments that will be passed to it. So error, and then request, then response, and then next. So if we define that signature, it's going to be treated as a error handling middleware. We also want to put this last, so after all of the other app.uses. So that's important to understand as well. Again, you don't have to name any of these parameters exactly as you see them here, but that's the standard. So this is one of the topics I've noticed over time teaching it, that you just need to be exposed to a couple times. You need some practice for it to start to click. But for now, just memorize the fact that if we have 4 parameters, it is an error handling middleware. So I'll show you what I mean. Down at the bottom, I'm going to do an app.use, and then I'm going to define a callback that has error, and then request, then response, and then next. And in here, if I simply do a console.log, let's do something really obvious. So I'm going to do a couple of these so you can just see it in my console. I'll do 3 of them, but in the middle one, I'll just say error like that. And, you know, I probably won't center this, whatever. Good enough. Okay. So I'm just printing out this beautiful string that says error, 3 lines of asterisks in this new error handling middleware I've defined. I put it at the bottom of the file. And now, if I go to a route that does not throw an error, for example, just slash, right? If I go to slash, nothing should be console.logged or nothing new. We see our homepage. Here's my terminal. I'll clear it just so you can see. We're not getting anything new there. If I go to slash dogs, no errors there, right? It's just a good old route, and it's sending woof woof. But now, if I go to, how about slash error? This is going to throw an error, right? It's a problematic code. This is not valid code, or I guess the code itself could be valid, but chicken is undefined, so we can't execute fly because it doesn't exist. Okay? Slash error. What happens? I no longer get that default error handling with a 500 status code that also tells me, it shows me the stack trace and HTML templates. But in my terminal, I do see error, my beautiful error printed out here. Same thing if I try and go to slash secret and I don't include the password, the query string, which again, is not how we really do auth, but for now it works. If I try going here with no password in the query string, we're throwing a new error. So if we throw an error, if an error is thrown by some code or by something else like Mongoose, a library we're working with, if there's ever an error thrown, our error handling middleware will run. So I've defined a custom one, and just like any other middleware, if I don't call next, it's the end of the line. We're done. So we're not responding with any of that, built-in functionality anymore because this is handling those errors and then it just stops. Nothing else happens. So if I go to slash secret, that's going to throw an error because I didn't include the password. And we see that here. We see error, but that default error handler is not kicking in. So I could do something like this, res.status 500, and then send, oh boy, we got an error. Sure. Now if I go to slash secret without the password, we see, oh boy, we got an error, and I get 500 status code. If I go to slash error, which calls that chicken.fly line, same thing. But if I go somewhere where no error is thrown, we see homepage or whatever, woof woof for dogs. But if I still want to rely on the built-in Express error handling, I can. I just need to call next. Now, if I just call next like that, let's see what happens. I go to slash secret. Cannot get slash secret. How about if I go to slash error? Why is that happening? Cannot get slash error. Yes, you can. We have this defined. What's going on here? Well, when I execute next, just as is, nothing passed in, it's going to call the next middleware automatically. But when we're working with errors, and if we want to hit an error handling middleware, we need to actually pass the error into next. The documentation mentions this briefly. If you pass anything to next, Express regards the current request as being an error and will skip any remaining non-error handling routing and middleware functions. Basically, Express is set up so that if we execute next and we pass something in, it expects or it knows that it's an error. So we're just going to pass along the existing error that was sent here, which I actually didn't show you, but if I just console.log error, right, because right now, all that we're console.logging is this, but if I actually print that error out, and we go to /error, what do we see in my terminal? We see first this, and then we see chicken is not defined. Here's the reference error with the stack trace and all of that. If I go to /secret, we see first our console.logs, and then I see error, password required. That is the error that I threw right here, throw new error. So that is making it in as the first argument to this callback, to the error handling middleware. So I can print that out if I want, but if I also want to hit the default error handling middleware, which granted, this is kind of silly, we're just logging error and then passing it off to the built-in error handler, but we can do that. So if there's ever an error in our app, whether it's from here or from this, throwing a new error deliberately, it'll hit this custom error handler that we set up. And inside of this, we're just printing out these 3 lines, and then we're printing the error itself, whatever that error was that caused this entire middleware to run. And then instead of being the end of the line here, we're saying, all right, and then we'll just pass you on to the next error handler. So next, where we pass something in, is going to trigger, it will call the next error handling middleware, versus next, just like that, is what we use to call the next non-error handling middleware, or just middleware. I know it's kind of confusing. It is kind of odd, honestly. Personally, well, I don't know. If I was designing it, I might have gone with a different convention. I don't really like having a middleware defined with 3 parameters, rec, res, and next, and then an error handling middleware having error, rec, res, and next. I would probably just add a method called like app.useError. But, I also am not at all in a position to come up with my own framework. I have none of the knowledge required to really make something useful like Express, so who am I to talk? Anyway, that's how it works. If we don't call next with that error, we won't hit the built-in error handler. And I'm not saying we necessarily want to hit that all the time. In fact, we probably won't. We'll define our own real functionality, but I just want to demonstrate that we can have multiple error handlers. So now if I go to /secret, we actually get that stack trace, we get the HTML response, we get the status code of 500 by default. If I go to /error, we see the same, well, not the same thing, but we see that default error handling response coming from Express, but we've also added in this lovely logging functionality that prints this out first, prints out the error and the stack trace, and then hands it off to the default Express error handler, and then we get this as our response. So in the next video, we're going to talk about some ways, well, in the next couple of videos, we'll talk about ways of improving throwing the actual errors and maybe defining our own custom error class, defining a handler that does more than just log something, and most importantly, how do we handle asynchronous errors from libraries like Mongoose? That's another tricky topic. So that's coming up. So the main sort of difficulty with errors in Express is that it's not even a difficulty, but the main frustration is that there's not one way to handle errors. There's not one way to structure your app. If you recall, when I introduced Express, I said that it's a very lightweight, minimalist, unopinionated framework for the most part. It gives you tons of control over how you structure your app. And often that's a good thing. Many developers want that. But other times it's nice to have some direction given to you, where you don't have to think about how am I going to handle errors? How am I going to structure this? So there are certain patterns that do emerge in general with Express. And one of them around handling errors is to actually define your own error class. And the reason for this is that a lot of the time in an Express app or just a typical web app, you'll get some sort of error generated. And what you want to do is respond with a particular status code and some message. And then we could, add on to that. We could respond with different templates. We could add in more information. But the generic sort of thing that we do with a web application is respond with some status code and some message. Now, remember, there are tons of status codes. And typically for errors, we're going to be working with 400 something or 500 something errors. So there's things like a 500 error, which just means something went wrong on the server side. This is sort of a generic thing. Usually it's the least informative of the 500s. But then we have things like 401, which means unauthorized. You are unauthorized to do this. You're not authenticated. That has a meaning, right? So if somebody is not signed in, they don't have the permission to do some action. Instead of just a generic 400, which is just, bad request, we could send back a 401, meaning you don't have permission for that or unauthorized. 404, if we can't find what you're asking for. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that there are different meanings to these status codes. That's the whole point. And we want to be able to control that easily. Now, right now, we can control that. I can do something like, before I say password required, if I wanted to send back that status code of unauthorized, for example, that's a 401. So I can do res.status right here and set that to be 401. And that should work for us if you try and visit, where are you? Try and visit this webpage /secret, and I don't have the password. I should get a 401 back, and I do. So I could do this for every single error. And that seems like, it's not that big of a deal. Just set the status code and add some text into this error. But it will get annoying when we have lots of errors that we're trying to account for in different situations, especially once we integrate things like Mongoose and a database and authentication. We would be writing res.status over and over and over. So what we like to do, or what a lot of people like to do, is to instead set up a generic error that we can throw, something like app error or express error or custom error. I'm going to go with app error. Now, it doesn't exist at the moment, but here's how it could exist or how it could work. I would pass in a status code, pass in a message, and I wouldn't need to set the status code. And instead, I can rely on an error handler to take that status code and respond with that status. Take this message and respond with that message. So here's how that could work. I'm going to make a new file, and I'm going to call this apperror.js. And I'm going to define my class, apperror, and it's just going to extend the native built-in error. And then I need my constructor, and the first thing I'm going to do is call super. And the first thing we'll pass in is the message, and then the status, or the other way around, and then we'll set this.message equals message, and this.status equals status. So not that exciting at all, but this just is a tool that allows us to now throw an app error where I mix up the order here, but there's a message and then a status code, and then I can use that in here. So I need to make sure that I export. So module.exports equals app error. Now I'm going to require app error over here. So const app error equals require /app error. Great. And then let's try it right here. We're going to do a throw new app error, and then our message, password required, and then the status code 401, just as our example here. Now, just shut that down for a moment. Let's try sending that request to /secret. Okay, so what happened here? Well, we got password required. That's what's showing up right now from the default error handler. And I did get a 401 status code. Why is that happening again? Well, if you go to the Express docs, the default error handler, it tells us somewhere on here, here it is, that it's looking for a particular property on the error object called status or status code. And it's looking for that so that it can actually respond with that status. So just by me making an app error class that has a status on it, it's all set up for me automatically. Most error messages, like the default error class in JavaScript, that default object, it's not going to have a status just built in. That's why we make our own that has status. So the default error handler in Express, it's looking for error.status. So we put it on there, and it's going to use that. Now, if I have other things in there, for example, error.headers, I can add my own custom headers to that error object, and the default Express error handler will use them and respond with those headers. And then also this here, the body of the default response from the error handler, will be the HTML of the status code message when in production environment. Otherwise, it will be error.stack. So where did this error.stack come from? Every error automatically has a stack when you just throw an error in Express, or not even in Express, but in JavaScript. This is just the stack trace to where I threw that error. So you may want this, right? We can use this, especially in development, but in production, we probably don't. Now, if I wanted to do my own thing, I could add in my own error handler like I have here, and keep that one just as a legacy. Get rid of all this here. And instead of calling next error, I could do something like destructure the status from error, and then do a res.status with that status code, and then send something back like, just generic error like that. Just to show you, we can handle this in our own way. So I'm just going to take whatever the status code was in our error, which a normal error does not have a status code, but our error does because we created our own app error. Try this again, and now we just see error as the response, and we still have 401 status code. Now there's a problem. If I go to /error, which is where I'm doing this right here, chicken.fly, we're not throwing an app error. This results in a syntax error, or actually, I think, a reference error? Anyway, there's no status code or anything on that error object. That error that comes in is just a normal JavaScript error. We haven't customized it. So we're not going to find status on there, and we'll be calling res.status with undefined. And so we end up with, as you can see right there, invalid status code, undefined. It's actually giving us an entirely different error message here from what it normally would have given us, because right here, we're looking for status on this error object, and it's not going to be there because it's not an app error that I threw. So I can just give status a default value. When I destructure, I can give anything a default value like that, and that should do it for us now. There we go. Now I'm getting 500, which is what I actually got before, but now it's just the default if there is no status on this error. So if it's an app error that I've thrown, we're taking that and responding with the status code. We could also take this message and use that as the text. So res.status.send, and then in here, I could just put the error text in there, just like this. Let me destructure it as well. Const message, that's what we called it, equals. I'll give it a default value of, something went wrong. And then set that equal to error as well. And I could destructure these on the same line. Honestly, I could just do this like that. Okay, and then we'll send back the message. Now this is still very simplistic, and I'm just kind of showing you the general idea of setting up an error class where we can specify a message and a status, throw that from anywhere in our application with different statuses, different messages, and then have a single handler that will take them, also use default values if we don't provide them, and then send that status code back with that message. But there's a lot more that you would do in a typical app. There are, nice templates you could make to send a 404 page or a forbidden page or all these different things. But this is good for now. So now I'm going to go to /error again. So we see chicken is not defined. If just to give you a reminder, when you throw a new error, it doesn't matter what the error is. If I just throw a new error like, hey, and that's going to be annoying. Let's do a console.dir. And we take a look at its properties. By default, it has a message in there. So this error message, chicken is not defined, I didn't write that, but that was the message that we got when we tried to run chicken.whatever. I would get the same message here, chicken is not defined. I didn't write that. That's just coming from JavaScript. But now, if I go to /secret, we get password required, 401 status code. So let's just do one more example. So let's do a 403 example. There's a difference. 401 is when basically we don't know who this person is, so they don't have permission to do something. 403 is we know who you are, but you don't actually have permission. Like you're not an administrator, for example. So let me just make a fake admin route. Just do that quickly. app.get/admin. And then we're just going to always throw a new app error. Throw new app error, and our message will be, you're not an admin. You are not an admin. Sure. And the status code will be a 403 this time. So now this error is going to hit my error handler. Error itself is going to have message, it's going to have status. We use those to send that status code and to send that message back. If I try going to /admin, let's see. You get you're not an admin and 403 as our forbidden status code. Okay, so that's the basics of this video. We defined this class to help us, and this is not some novel thing that I'm just coming up with out of nowhere. This is something you'll see in lots of apps, tutorials. Error handling in Express is a pretty common blog topic fodder. There's just a lot that you could discuss around it. So there's a lot more we could do. For example, we may want to actually include the stack trace here. Instead of just saying you're not an admin, we could respond with the stack trace in development mode. We're not going to get into that right now, but you can do whatever you want inside of this error handler, right? You could just always respond with a 404, which is not really accurate, but you could, or always a 500. Or you can use this idea of throwing these errors at different points in your code. Now, we will see more examples, and we'll see how this works when we start working with async stuff like Mongoose queries. Unfortunately, we have extra considerations there. So I know this is just not that exciting. I can feel pretty bad about it. And I'm not excited, but it's important. It's really important. This video is all about handling errors in Express when we're working with asynchronous functions. Yeah, asynchronous JavaScript always screwing everything up and making things more complicated. Fortunately, our solution here that I'm going to show you it's not that difficult. It is mildly annoying. But let me start by showing you the problem. And to do that, we need something asynchronous. So I have a copy of this products app we did when I introduced Mongoose with Express, where we had our farm stand. I've made a copy of it. So it's a new folder. I'm calling it async errors. And I've also changed the database URL so that we're working with FarmStand 2 this time, just so that, if we make things or delete things, I didn't want to mess with my original data set. But honestly, it's all silly data anyway. It doesn't really matter. I'm also, I guess I'll go ahead and seed the database. So I'll do FarmStand 2 here and then head over to my terminal, node seeds.js. Okay, so that makes me a bunch of my seeds. Now what I'm going to do is start my server again. Nodemon index.js. So at this point, this is all what we've seen already. Here's my little CRUD app, right? I've got the show route. I can edit a product. I can go back. I can delete a product. I can go back to all products. And throughout this entire section, when I was introducing how we, integrate Mongoose with Express, I know I said at least 10 times, we're going to ignore errors. Right, there could be many, many places things could go wrong here. For example, if you leave your form blank when you're editing something or you're making a new product, a product has to have a name. It's required in our schema. So is price. I can't remember if we required category. But when you submit right now, we're not going to have a great time. Same thing with trying to find a product that doesn't exist. If I have an invalid ID, I'm not really handling that. There's a lot of things that could go wrong and will go wrong in the real world. But remember, all of this is, or almost everything here, is in an async function. Anytime we're interacting with our database through Mongoose, model methods like save and find by ID and update, those all take time. And unfortunately, if I try and throw an error within one of them, so I'm going to start by importing or requiring the app error that I wrote previously. So we're just going to apply what we did in the last video here. So I just copied this file over. It's exactly the same. It's just extending base error, native error in JavaScript. This.message, this.status are both equal to whatever you pass in. And then I will require that const app error equals require ./app error. Okay, so we've got that. And then I'm also going to write my basic error handling middleware at the bottom. So app.use, and then we have, error first, request, response, and then next. And then after that, what are we going to do in here? Let's do a res.send. I guess I'll just copy what I did previously. So we had const, we destructured, status, default of 500, and then message. And the default will just be something went wrong for now. equals error. So we're destructuring that from the error object that was passed to this. And then we're going to send, well, first we'll do a status. So set the status to whatever we got from the error, or default of 500, and then we'll send that message. So this is just what we did previously. Okay, so that should be working just fine. And, we could start with a quick test. For example, if you go to product/new, let's just say I'm going to throw a new app error for whatever reason. And we'll just say, I don't know, not allowed. And our status code, let's do a 401. Let's just make sure we see. If I go to new product, we get not allowed, and our status code here is indeed 401, unauthorized. Okay, so our basic error handling is working. This is nothing new. Now, what is new is if I try and do this inside of one of my asynchronous callbacks, for example, to make a new, let's actually do it here when we are fetching a product by ID. If you are looking for a product that does not exist, for example, let's click one of these. Maybe I have this link bookmarked, and then someone deletes this, or I delete it later. I delete the watermelon. If I try to go to this link, or let's just simulate that by changing the URL by one number, that ID, there's no product with that ID. It would be very, very unlikely. When I hit enter, are you kidding me? There was a product with that ID. Okay, let's try this one here. There we go. Yikes. What's going on here? We're getting this really not very nice error. It's from our EJS template because our template is still being rendered. Mongoose does not throw an error if it can't find a product. We just aren't going to have anything here for product. So there's no name for product because product does not exist. So what we could do is just a simple if, right? If there's not a product, why don't we throw an error? So we'll throw new app error. And then it's up to us to decide on the message and the status code, but let's just do something like, product not found. And then a 404. And again, we probably want real templates eventually, or some more substantial response other than product not found. We'll learn more about what we could do instead, but this is basic. We're just going through the basic flow here. So product not found and a 404 status code, meaning not found. Well, what happens now? I'm going to hit refresh. What? It's not hitting my middleware. Why not? It's just spinning out. In my terminal output, where the server is, it says unhandled promise rejection warning. Product not found. Okay, so my error, it was thrown, but what is going on? Why is this acting differently inside of an asynchronous function? Well, I kind of spoiled the whole thing by alluding to this at the very beginning. If we go to Express, you look at the docs, they give you a very important note. For errors returned from asynchronous functions invoked by route handlers and middleware, you must pass them to the next function where Express will catch and process them. So because this is all asynchronous and the way Express is set up, at least in Express 4 right now, it's not going to catch this error and it will break everything. It actually, breaks an error. It breaks our code, unhandled promise rejection. So what we have to do is actually pass this app error to next. And we haven't done this yet, but in a route handler, we can have a third parameter there, which is next. And when I pass anything into next, we've talked about this briefly, it's going to run an error handler. So if I call next with nothing being passed to it, it's looking for the next middleware. But if I pass something in, it's going to hopefully trigger this error handler down here. So I'm going to do that right here. Instead of throwing that new app error, I'm going to call next and pass that in. Okay, moment of truth. I'm going to try this again. Now I get product not found, and I get my status code of 404. And then if I do go to a valid product, like this one here, I still can't believe, I guess it's not that crazy. They probably are they just incrementing? Yeah, I guess so. All right, well, I thought there was some element of randomness here, but it's just incrementing IDs, I guess. Anyway, as you can see, we are handling that error now. We are making it to the error handler. If I clear my console here, we're actually going to see something that you may not anticipate. If I hit enter, we get our error, or we get the handled error, and everything's good. It's behaving the way we expect. But in my terminal output, I'm now getting cannot read property name of null, and this is an error coming from EJS. So this is kind of obnoxious. It's maybe unexpected. What's happening here is that we're calling next with this error, but we talked about how next doesn't necessarily just stop the execution of your code or of this function. It will, though, call the next middleware, or in this case, if we pass something in, it calls the next error handler. But this code is still going to run. Now, we're not going to get this response because our code runs first down here where we actually send that message back, and that ends the request response cycle. However, res.render is still going to basically pass this data to EJS, and there's no product. And so this is a long way of telling you that it's going to do the work to try and compile our template. And that's why we see name is null. So it's not affecting or impacting our response, but what we should do is just return here. And if we return next, then everything is done. This code won't run. Or we could put an else, or just do something to make sure that this code does not run if we encounter that error. And so now if I clear this, you can actually just tell there, right? If I clear it, we don't have any additional outputs. So we're getting the errors to work the way we expect, hopefully. This is just one situation where I can check to see if that product exists. If it does not, we'll return this error. Let's try another example that could be problematic. If you're trying to find by ID, right? We've got to find it first for this edit form. Well, we can do the exact same thing. If there's not a product, then we'll return next, new app error, and so on. Okay, so I'll do that. Like that. If that product doesn't exist, same exact thing. Oh, I do need to make sure we actually add next in. All right, try that again. So here's an invalid product page I'm trying to edit. And what do we see over here? All good. So this is kind of a pattern where in an asynchronous function, and so many of our route handlers and middleware will be asynchronous because we're working with APIs, we're making requests, that takes time. Or we're working with a database, and that takes time as well. Lots of asynchronous, lots of async functions and promises involved. Anytime we want to throw an error from within one of them, what we're actually going to do is call next, which we do need to add as a parameter, but we have access to, and pass an error in or pass something in. We can pass just anything in there. If there's a value passed in at all, it triggers the next error handler, and we just have this basic one for now. Okay. Yes, I know this is kind of a lot. It's kind of confusing. That's why I'm trying to do this step by step. This is somewhat boilerplate, meaning that you can just take what we're doing and apply it sort of as a formula for future Express apps. But then again, other people have different approaches. All that really matters is what they tell you on the docs. In an async function, in order to have Express catch and process errors, we've got to call next manually. And here they're not returning it, right? Because they just have an if and an else. So that's another option, if and else, or just return to stop the execution. Okay, in the next video, I'll show you another modification we can make, another common pattern to help with this error handling in async functions. So at the moment in our async functions, we're checking for a couple of conditions, really just to see, in this case, if we got a product back from the database. If we did, good. If not, then call next with this error. And that's great for errors that we want to generate on our own. For things like, if there's no product, do this. Or if a user is not authenticated, next new app error. Fine. But what about the errors that come from Mongoose? Or just incidental errors from messing up code, or something goes wrong where I'm not actually calling next. For example, we have validations on our model. We take a look, right? Product is very simple, but name is required, price required. Min is 0 for price. There's a lot of things I could screw up there. So let's go back to all of our products, and let's make a new one. And I'll give this one a price of 2, but no name. I'm going to submit. Uh-oh, never good. What's going on? Head over to our terminal, and it's once again this unhandled promise rejection warning. So there's an error that was thrown by Mongoose this time. Validation error. Product validation failed. Name is required. Okay, so there's that error coming from something that we didn't generate. We didn't throw that error. How do we handle that typically in an async function? With try and catch. So if we take a look at where are we creating, here we are, app.post products, right? This is where we're making that new product. Something went wrong right here. What we can do, just like any other async function, is wrap it in a try catch. So we're going to try all of this, and if anything goes wrong, we can catch that error. And then what do we do? Well, if we want to just use our built-in, or it's not built-in, but if we want to use our error handling, I can just take that error, so E, and I could just call next with it, at least to begin with. Just take that error coming from Mongoose and pass it to next. Oh, and of course, every time we do this, you got to remember to add next in there if we're going to be calling next. So what happens now, if I try and submit this, price of 2, no name, submit, okay. So don't worry about the specific message. We can work on that. We can try and customize the message we get back from Mongoose. But what we just did was we handled the Mongoose error. So I never threw the error myself, but this line did. We caught it, and we passed it on to next, which is how we get to the error handler, and this code runs. So that's good news. We can do that. And that's not the only place I want to use that. For example, let's take a look at updating a product, right? Let's do the same thing. So I'm going to put next in there. We're getting the ID from the params, and then we're going to try and find by ID and update. And something could definitely go wrong here. So we've got to try and catch that. I mean, for example, if I try and update one of these products, we'll get rid of the name here, submit. Oh, this again, right? Mongoose threw an error, and it's another unhandled promise rejection. Express is angry with us. Or actually, it's more Node that's angry with us. So what we need to do is the exact same thing. Try, if there's an error in this async function, we're going to try and catch it. And then we'll pass it on to next. Okay, so let's do that thing again. Empty name, try and submit that. Now we've handled the error, thankfully, through our built-in handler. Validation failed, name, path name is required. Again, we can customize this later. We can worry about what we actually want to do with these messages, but we're at least handling it. It's not breaking our app anymore. So we really need to do that for every single one of these routes. Anytime something can go wrong in there, and there's a million things that could go wrong that we can anticipate, and a million others that we just probably won't anticipate right away, we want to wrap everything in try catch in our async callback. So only if it's an async function. Otherwise, Express can handle it fine, as we've seen. For example, here, if we're just rendering new, we don't need this to be wrapped in try catch. Something could go wrong, but Express is able to actually grab that. It's just when there's an async function that things get screwed up, or if there's promises involved, which is what powers an async function. So here, I would do the same thing. Next, and then if something goes wrong, we'll try all of this. This is our index page. Try all of that, catch any errors, and pass them to next. So, if product.find somehow messed up, if this gave us an error, then we're going to pass that on to next. And then we've got this example right here where we are returning next new app error. We could actually refactor this if we wanted to. So we'll put our try catch in here, because once again, something could go wrong here. We could have a Mongoose issue. So we're catching any error thrown in here. And instead of doing return next, what I'm just going to do now is I'm actually just going to throw this error because I'm catching it and I'm passing it to next. So whether it's an error thrown by Mongoose that I don't see or that I didn't throw myself, it's being caught here. Or if it's an error I threw myself deliberately, it's also being caught here. Okay, so this becomes really annoying to type, but it is something that we do in pretty much every async handler, every route handler callback. So do it again here. I mean, you can see where I'm going with this. I'm going to do the same idea here. Just throw new app error like that, and then catch if there's a problem, catch it, and pass it to next. Make sure I have next here, next there. All right, so let's just verify that that does work. If I try and, it's going to be hard to fake deleting something that's incorrect because these are baked, the URL's baked in there. If I delete this though, okay, that's all good. If I try and edit this, and this time I leave off price maybe. There we go, price is required. There's a million things we're doing here that we probably could improve upon. Obviously the messaging sucks. Also, we want to redirect at some point instead of just sending a message back. right? We don't want to respond with content from an edit or from a patch or from a post or from a delete. We usually redirect. So we're not doing that. But at this point, the focus is all on handling the errors, and that's what we're doing. Whether we're generating the error deliberately or it's coming from some other third-party thing or from a syntax error, just somewhere beyond what we are in control of, wherever it comes from, we're catching it, passing it to next. Again, we only have to do that inside of any async middleware or async route handler callbacks. Whew. In the next video, we'll actually get rid of all of this and instead move it to a little helper function that we can wrap around our middleware and our route handlers. Hang in there with me. Okay, next up, we're getting to some much more juicy, exciting stuff around cookies and sessions and auth. We just got to get through this. Okay, we're in it together. We're in it together. So it does get a little bit annoying to have to add a try catch into all these async route callbacks, these handlers, as well as our middleware, because almost everything or many things we write will be async functions in Express. And having to wrap them in try and then having this catch at the end and then calling next and passing that error through, it's just, it's annoying. And so what we can do is basically define a function, and this is kind of advanced for where we are right now in our understanding of JavaScript. It's a little bit of a fancy pattern. It's nothing crazy, but we're going to define a function that we pass this entire callback to. And what it's going to do, like if you think about it, right, all that we need to do is take this code in the function, make sure if anything, any errors are thrown, we catch them and pass them to next. So we could do that in the function, which is what we're doing. Or what about just a function above it? If an error is thrown in a function and it's not caught, well, we can catch it in the next sort of parent function, if that makes sense. So that's what we're going to do here. Going to get rid of this try, going to get rid of all of this. And the idea is that this entire thing is going to be passed into another function that we'll define. It's kind of confusing at first. I'm struggling to find an easy way to teach this, but think of it this way. We'll come up with some function. I've seen people call it wrap async, catch async, handle express error async, whatever it is. Let's go with wrap async for now. It doesn't exist. And we're going to pass this entire thing in right there. So wrap async is going to return a function, and that function is going to call this function that we passed in, which is an async function, so it returns a promise. So we can call .catch on this function. This is getting confusing, I know. And then pass any error to next. So let me just demonstrate this. I'll type it right here first so you can see. Here's our function. I'll just call it wrap async. It's going to accept a function. We'll just call it fn. That's pretty standard. So fn refers to this thing right there, the whole function we pass in. And what this thing needs to do is it needs to return a function. So that's what I'm going to do here. Return a function. And this function will have request, response, and next. And we need this request, response, and next because we're passing that through to function fn. So whatever this thing is, we're calling it fn. We need to pass through request, response, and next because we're just sort of sitting on top of it. This is an extra layer on top because Express is going to call this thing. And this thing returns a function. So Express will pass request, response, and next in. We're just passing it on to whatever fn is, the inner function, but we're chaining on a .catch. So if anything goes wrong inside of function fn, so in here, if anything goes wrong in there, we're going to catch it, and we're going to take that error. So we can do like, catch E, and then pass that through to next. Just like that. Okay. I know. Take a deep breath with me if you're lost. It's a real pain to explain, and I'm not even convinced I did a great job. Who knows? Probably have to edit this and redo this eventually. But the goal, honestly, the main takeaway is just we want to make a function that we can wrap our async callbacks in so that I don't have to type try, catch, next, error over and over and over because that is just standard. It's what we're going to do for every one of these async functions. At least in Express, in this context, not every async function ever. So, again, if you want to walk through it, I wouldn't pull your hair out trying to understand every line if you're struggling, but it's certainly a good idea to try and understand this. Although you could just, resign yourself and just use it, which is fine too. But we are creating this function that returns another function. It returns a new function. And this new function is simply going to execute whatever we pass in to wrap async and just add on a .catch. And if there's an error, it calls next with that error. So this whole thing just returns a new function that calls this function and it catches errors. So I can use this anywhere, but let's just try it on, what is this? This is our get/product/ID. So let's just try it here. If I go, well, right here, this is a show page. If I screw that up, we're catching that error. We get product not found, even though I'm throwing that error directly inside of an async function, which should cause a problem in Express if we're not catching it and passing it to next. But we, in fact, are catching it and passing it to next. So let's use this everywhere now. So get rid of all this and instead wrap async, and then we just pass that in right there. So this is for creating a new product. Okay, so I'm going to make a new product, just verify this, leave off the product name, and we are catching that error. Everyone's happy in our terminal. It's all good. This just allows us to clean up our route handlers in our middleware. If they're asynchronous, we don't have to do this over and over. I mean, we do right now because we're implementing it. But in general, wrap async, this will save us some time and some just annoying duplication. And eventually, I would move this into a separate file full of utilities or something. But to keep things simpler and just easier to understand, I think it's best for you to be able to see wrap async in the same file as where it's being used. So I don't want to move it into a separate file just to make it easier for you guys. So where else? Wrap async. Here's another example. Get that in there. Wrap, not warp, like that. And one more, I believe. Should do it on the delete too, but it's a little annoying, honestly. The good news is that in Express 5, which has been in alpha for almost, 5 years now, this won't be an issue. It will be able to handle those asynchronous functions that throw errors automatically. We won't have to do this, but this is not Express 5. It's still in alpha and liable to change significantly at this point. And, odds are as soon as I release this course, like the next day, Express 5 will be out. It just always works that way, even though it's been under development for years. So there's delete, and that should be it. We don't have anything else asynchronous. Anyway, when Express 5 comes out, you won't need to worry about this. And let's just verify that I can screw things up as bad as possible. Right? I can make a new one, leave it blank. We get our error messages, but we're handling the errors in our async functions. Same thing with edit, delete the name. We're handling that. I could use Postman, I guess. Let's do this here. If I try and delete something that doesn't exist, or let's try and update something that doesn't exist. So I'm just going to change this to be some other ID that doesn't exist. If I do a get request, what do we get back? Okay, cool. I can't find that. If I do how about a put request? Is this a put or patch route? It's a put route. And I don't include any data to update it with. Let's see what happens now. Okay, cool. We're getting that handled error. We're not breaking our app. Almost done with all this error handling stuff. Okay, almost done. So one more quick thing that I want to mention or address are Mongoose errors specifically. Mongoose has all sorts of different errors that it could throw depending on what's going wrong. And I want to just focus on a couple. So a really common issue is validation errors. So trying to make a product where I'm leaving things blank, right? We are catching that error, it's hitting our error handler, and we're just taking the default message from Mongoose and we're doing something with it. We're just sending it back, nothing crazy. But what if I wanted to have some more custom feedback instead of just taking that message and doing a res.send? Now, there are also other types of errors we can run into. For example, if I go to product/an ID, Mongoose is going to take this ID and it's going to try and turn it into an object ID and find something based upon that object ID. But if I pass in something that cannot be turned into an object ID, like hello, well, that just gave me product not found, huh? Okay, well, let me try another example then. I think it uses the length to figure out. Here we go. So this time, if it's long enough, it tells me cast to object ID failed for value hello sajд at path ID for model product. So this is a different type of a Mongoose error. It's not just one error. There are distinct types or categories of errors for Mongoose. In fact, every Mongoose error has a property called name. So what I'm going to do here is just add in a new error handling middleware that is just going to log the name of an error so you can see what I'm referring to here. We'll just do a console.log error.name. And then I also need to call next with the error, of course, so that we get to this error handler and actually respond with something. So this is just a logger I'm inserting in this chain of error handlers. Okay, so it's going to print error.name, and our errors that we throw won't have a name. This one here, it does not have a name. So we'll see undefined or just nothing printed out, but the Mongoose errors do have a name. Okay, so if I try going, to this page where we don't find anything, that is one of my errors. Oh, it does have a name? I guess the name is just error. Okay, but now if I go to one of the Mongoose errors that I mentioned, like I make a new product or I edit this product and I leave something blank like price, what do we see printed out here? Validation error. So that is coming from Mongoose. The name of this error is a validation error. Now here's another error type that we talked about, that cast error. Let's see, where did I go to see that? What was the product? I guess I'll just type it myself again. This is not going to be able to be cast into a object ID. And what do we see here? Cast error. So there are other types of Mongoose errors that you may encounter, and this video is not supposed to be comprehensive. I'm not even telling you what to do with those errors, but I want you to know that there is a difference and that we can decide to have some logic that runs, let's say, for validation errors. And if that's the case, if I want to do something for validation errors, right now our validation errors look like this. If I make a new one, product validation failed. Name, path name is required. Price, path price is required. Okay, I mean, that's okay. But if I was showing this to a user, first of all, I would probably want to have the form still here so a user sees the form. We could do fancy stuff, highlight the fields in red that they're missing. But just in terms of the feedback itself, this is just not great. So if I wanted to customize that, I could just do something like this. In the error handler, if error.name is equal to validation error. In other words, if this is a Mongoose validation error, that's not what I want, I could call some other function called, handle validation error, like that, and then pass in the error. And then I would just save the return result from that. Let's just call it ERR still. And then I pass that to next. In other words, I can single out validation errors and call some function that doesn't exist yet. So const handle validation error is going to be passed in an error. And then I could do whatever I want in here. But why don't we just start by console.logging the error. And then we'll also return the error just so that this still works. So now I should just console.log that error. And what do we see here? Oh, all sorts of stuff. And we now are able to single out this one type of Mongoose error. So we've got, well, let me do a console.dir. That actually might be a little easier to make sense of. Try this again, make this product. Okay, scroll down. I don't know if that's much better, but we have errors in here. So we can do something with that dot errors, and then we can just take that error name if we want. Name is required. Or we could construct our own thing using the path and kind. What we could also do is in the actual model right here, I can set my own message for, let's say, name being required. I can do something like true, and then, name cannot be blank, just as an example there. And close that array. That's the syntax we use for Mongoose. So now, if I try this again, make a new empty product, what do we see? Name cannot be blank. So I can customize my errors. I can do whatever I want. What I'm showing here is that we can single out, validation errors. I could have something else for cast errors and do something different. Now, what we actually do there is up to you, how we handle those errors, and especially what we do for clients, for users who are, causing these errors, especially validation errors. There's a lot that can go into that, into giving them a solid experience. Definitely not something like this. But what we could do is just take that error object and turn it into a nicer string, then take that string and respond with it. What I would probably just do is start by saying, handle a validation error. We're just going to return a new app error that has a message of, what should we do? Maybe just validation failed for now. And then we'll also include the message from error, like that. And then lastly, we can include a status code of, I would probably use 400, which would be a bad request. Okay, so let's try that. Go back. I'm going to send this, and we get validation failed. So this is my custom. It's not very nice, but it is custom feedback. Validation failed, and then we're just taking the string from, or the error message from Mongoose, and then the 400 status code. So whatever you put in here, hopefully is a lot better than what I've shown you. But the pattern I just wanted to introduce is being able to intercept one particular type of error from Mongoose and then do something different, build a new app error as an example. And then that's just passed on to next, which is right here. This is our next error handling middleware. And we still have a lot to learn about how to make a more useful front end for a user and how to show errors to a user, but then have those errors go away when the page refreshes. We've got to talk about things like session and flash messages and lots more to come. But that's pretty much it for the basics of handling errors. You have to write the logic to do it, but the main takeaways are in Express, write this function or any function that has 4 parameters. The first one will be error, and Express will treat them as error handling middleware. And they'll be called, the first matching one will be called if there's an error in any of your routes that's thrown, or in any of the earlier middleware if an error is thrown. With async functions, right, we had to take a little bit of an extra step to make sure that we're catching those issues, any errors, and then calling next manually, which is what this function does right here. We call next with that error, and that's just how Express works, where we have to do that for Express 4. And that's pretty much it, right? We can intercept particular error types and modify them or build new errors based upon them. And I'm going to go away now. So that's error handling in Express. Okay, so just to give you a quick overview of where we're going next with Yelp Camp, by the end of the next couple of videos, we're going to really be focusing on error handling, some validations, and some client-side validations. So by the end, this is what the app will look like. Nothing new, really, or revolutionary. But if I go and try to edit a camp, for example, and I leave some things off, not allowed. You can see it turns red. The others look good, but this one does not look good. So I have to add in a title. And now it says looks good. So some nice client-side validations. Just to show that one more time, I'm unable to actually submit this. I'm clicking, but it's not working. But if I add that back in, I now can update it. So that's on the client side. Now on the server side, we're going to integrate something new we haven't seen yet, which allows us to validate the request body and what it looks like. So I'll just show you a basic example. If I actually, I can't fake it here because I have my client-side validations. If I use Postman though, and I try and send a request to /campgrounds to make a new campground with a post, if I'm missing something, it's going to tell me right here, campground price is required. I can even do things like say that price has to be positive, which is what we've done. So -2 is going to tell me campground price must be greater than or equal to 0. And I've also defined a little error template. So we're rendering an error. We've got our error handler set up, async error handling, all that fun stuff. But this is really the newer thing that we have not yet seen that I'm introducing in this section, how we can validate incoming request bodies and make sure they match a pattern. So I'm checking to see if title, price, image, location, description, if they're all here before we even try and update or send a new campground to the Mongo database. So this is separate from Mongoose validations. They're easier, they're cleaner, they're faster to validate first. And then if everything's okay, we'll go ahead and update or make a new campground. So that's where we're going in this section. We'll see a new tool we've yet to learn, something called Joy. JOI, and we'll also learn more about error handling. We'll set up an error template, all that fun stuff. So nothing crazy, but still very important stuff. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to do is to add some basic client-side validation to our forms so that this right there cannot happen, right? We want to make sure that you include probably all of these. We could make some optional, but let's just require everything on the form. And there are a few options. One is just to use the native HTML5 required attributes and depend on the browser to do that validation for us. So here I'm requiring title, and if I refresh and I try and submit this, we get this: please fill out the form, or please fill out this field. And that works. There's nothing wrong with that at all, but it's just not that attractive. And it's not very clear to the user. Like, it'd be nice to have, red highlight here if something is required and it's not filled in. But also, it really depends on the browser. The implementation is still kind of spotty across all browsers, or it's at least not standardized, because we're just relying on the browser to do that validation. So instead, Bootstrap comes with its own validation helpers. You can find it on the docs under Forms, Validation. It tells us how it works. Basically, it's applied via two pseudo classes, invalid and valid, that Bootstrap will apply to our inputs for us. And then we can change what those classes look like, but it will decide if things are valid or invalid. So what we do is we add on the required attribute wherever we want it to be required. There are other attributes we can use too, but that's the one we're going to start with, just require everything. So set required. Then the counterintuitive part is we're actually going to tell the browser not to validate the form. And that is so Bootstrap can take over instead of using the native browser validations like we just saw for required. This will allow Bootstrap to take the reins. Unfortunately, we also need to then add some JavaScript in, and we will talk about that in just a moment. But let's just get this set up first. So let's say required. I'm just going to require all of these, I think. Let me just check here. Yeah, we want image to be required. We want price. And we want this text area as well. Do we want description to be required? Yeah, I think so. So I'll put required on all of them. Then I'm going to say on the form itself, no validate. Now this is not going to do anything for us, at least immediately, that we can see here. It still allows us to make this new empty campground, although we can tell it's working because no validate is preventing all that required stuff from actually requiring anything. We don't see that browser message popping up. Now for the somewhat tricky part. In order for this all to work, we need to use some JavaScript. And this JavaScript is going to prevent us from submitting the form when things are invalid. So you can just copy this from the Bootstrap docs. I'll walk through how this works. But basically, we're finding all forms on the entire web page based off of some class. So right now, if we were to use this, we would add the class needs validation, or we can go with that, or maybe we'll do class equals, what should we call it? Validated form. Sure. So that will be what we select upon or based upon. And then for each one of those forms that we found, we're going to add an event listener for submit if you try and submit the form. We're going to call form.checkValidity. And if not, so if that returns false, we're going to prevent the submission and stop propagation. It's just what we need to do in order to get this all to work. So I'm just going to copy this to start. We can step through in more detail, but let's just put it at the bottom of this page in a script. Shortly, we will set up our own JavaScript file and do all of that stuff and serve static files. The only thing we definitely need to change is this should not be needs validation. That needs to be the class that we defined, which was validated form, I believe. Just double check. Okay. So all of these are now required, and it's the only form, but also I would change this to be const. So select all forms with that class. Loop over them. This is basically a fancy way of turning it into an array. This is actually the older way of doing it. Now we can just replace this with array.from. Make an array from this thing of forms, this whatever query selector returns. I can't remember what it's called. Collection, document collection. I don't remember. Anyway, make an array from it, call for each on it, just loop over, add an event listener to each form, check each's validity when the form is submitted. And if it's not valid, prevent default, stop propagation. Okay, let's see if it works. Go back to my code here. I'm going to refresh and just try and submit now. Hey, look at that. So now if I fill things in, oh, lovely. They become valid. When I'm typing, they turn green. It's pretty nice, right? But I still can't submit. Now we can even get fancier and add some like success text. What do they call it? They call it valid feedback. So if we want, I can make a div below each one with the class of valid-feedback. It automatically makes it green and shows and hides it when appropriate. So I could have something like, looks good, which is what they did on the docs. And now if I try and submit, nothing looks good, but I type, now we get looks good. So I can continue to do this. I could come up with, separate text for each one. We don't have to even, if we don't want that valid text, we don't even need that. But if you want that feedback, put that everywhere you want it. So I'll do it there. I guess. I don't know how it will look to have so many of them, but probably a fine, I think. One more. So I'm going to refresh. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Okay. And, we should verify it now lets us submit. So let me put some data in here that still is reasonable. Image URL, we'll just use that and it will break things, but that's fine. And our campground name will be Chicken Run. All right, add campground. And now I can submit. So we have some basic client-side validations, but I can still screw things up on my edit form. So unfortunately, we should go through and do basically the exact same thing on edit. So I think, how long is this video? Yeah, okay, I guess we've got time to do it now just to speed things up. So there's a couple of things. One is, right now this script is being included on my new template, and that's not the edit template, so we won't have access to that. We can move it up into the boilerplate for now. If I find that, just put it in there. Okay, should still work for us on new. And it does. Okay, then we can close that down for now. On edit, we're going to update things so that our form says no validate. We still want that. And then we'll give it the class of validated form. Now remember, this is our class we defined. That can be anything. It's just what we're selecting based upon. No validate is just telling the browser, don't actually do the validations. We're going to do it ourselves, which really Bootstrap is helping us with. Or at least it's helping with the styles. So then we'll just go through on each input. I'll do the same thing. So I'll just do a little multi-cursor here. And one more there. Our text area. And just edit. Required. Like that. And that should be enough to at least edit one and see if it's working. Oh, missing closing tag. I screwed something up, didn't I? Where was that? Ah, here was the problem area, right there. That is not inside the text area bracket. I want it here. There we go. I had it in between the opening and closing text areas. Okay. I guess I had it in here, didn't I? There we are. So if I delete something, it should still... Good, that's working. And, we can put that looks good stuff in there too if we want it. Do we want it? I guess we can put that in there. So what is it again? It is valid feedback. Just put that below each one of these, or inside each one of these divs in the form, below the input. And you can come up with your own text, of course. It does not need to be looks good, but that's an easy place to start. All right, so we're not going to see that if I'm just updating as is. It just happens real quick. But if I, have something that's invalid, and then I go to validate by submitting, we see looks good, and then I type, okay, now it's valid again, looks good, and we submit. Cool. So that's a much nicer, much nicer experience in terms of just validating our forms. It's pretty straightforward. We do have to write some JavaScript, but we just copied it from the docs. We tweaked a couple of things, but it's a pretty easy, smooth thing to implement. And it makes a big difference, right? From a user's perspective, it's kind of nice to get that feedback and to see the actual color highlights and the icon here. So it's not just colors. You never want to just use colors because red-green color blindness is a really common type of color blindness. We also want to include some icons or something to indicate that something's valid versus invalid. Don't just rely on green and red. All right, so that's kind of it for our client-side validations. Next up, we need to figure out what to do with that JavaScript stuff, get that out of our boilerplate template. So that's coming up. Next up, we're going to incorporate some of what we've recently learned around error handling in Express. So not the most fun thing, but just some basic infrastructure we should add in. Right now, I'm trying to think of a way we could generate an error. Here's a definite one. If my price is, if I just fill these in or something, and my price is not able to be casted to a number, that's what Mongoose is going to attempt because I set the type to be number. It's going to try and take that and turn it into a number. And you can see we're just spinning out here. So our server freaked out. We've got a unhandled promise rejection warning. And the actual error itself is all the way up here. Validation error, campground validation failed. So there's a couple of issues. First, there's the error. That's an issue. But this unhandled promise rejection is coming from the fact that it's an asynchronous error. It's happening after the fact. We're not handling it, or Express is not able to catch it itself. So this is, we talked about this previously. We have to set up our try catch in our async functions, and then we can set up our own error handler if we want. Maybe that's where we start with our app.use. Remember our error handling signature, error response, request response next. And let's just do something really simple to start, like res.send. Oh boy, something went wrong. Start with that. Now we're not going to hit this because we're not actually handling the asynchronous error as we talked about. So what I need to do is inside of, let's see, that was new, right? Where I was creating a new one. Same thing with editing and updating. But let's do this, the post request /campgrounds. We can wrap the whole thing in there with a try, and then have a catch with an error, and then remember this whole thing where we pass that on to next if there is an error. So we need to make sure we have next in here. And if you happen to just end up in this section without going through the error handling section, this is probably very confusing. It may be confusing even if you did make it through that section, but go back and watch that if you need a recap as to why we have to do this weird stuff. All right, so catch that error if there is one when we try and save, and then call next with the error. That should hopefully hit our basic error handler at the end that just says, oh boy, something went wrong. So let's try that again. Same thing here, and there we are. Oh boy, something went wrong. So we were able to catch that error. Look, so beautiful, nothing scary over here, and handle it in a very simple, useless way. But in here, we could have a whole bunch of logic to determine, what type of error we're dealing with, how to handle it, and, we'll kind of incorporate some of that as we go. But for now, I'm going to stop this video, and in the next video, we'll make our error class that we talked about previously, like app error, express error, just some standardized error that we can create, that we can throw at will. Alrighty? Okay, so the next thing I'd like to do is set up our error class. Again, this is just something we've already done. It's nothing new. We're just adding it into Yelp Camp. So we're going to have a couple of utilities. We're going to have that class. We'll call it maybe express error. And we're also going to have that handle async wrapper function that we also have seen previously. So I think I'm going to make a folder just to put those in. I'll call it utils or utilities or helpers. And in there, I'll make my express error.js. Okay? And then I'll define my class. So class express error extends regular built-in error. And this is all something we've seen before. Hopefully, if you watched that section, if you survived it. And we'll pass in, I can't remember what order I went with. If I did message and then status code, or if I did the other way around. But I'll do message status code. And then what we're going to do is call super, right? In our or in the constructor that's going to call the error constructor. And then we can set this dot message to equal whatever message was passed in, and this dot status code to equal whatever status code was passed in. And then we could add on any additional information if we wanted to in here. We could even provide a default value for status code, although I would prefer to actually be explicit when we are throwing a new express error rather than relying on a default. So I think I'll just do that for now, and then we'll export this. Module.exports equals express error. Okay, so now we'll find a place to throw this if we need to. But first, let's go ahead and add in our async error catch function, the wrapper function. So I'm going to make a utility for that. I never know what to call this. Catch async or wrap async or yeah, I guess catch async is fine. Catch async.js. And then we're just going to write our function in here. Honestly, we can just do module.exports equals this one function, which is going to accept a function. So we'll call that func. And then we're going to return, this is all recap as well. Not even recap, I shouldn't say that because I'm not really going over how it works. This is more just something we've already talked about, and it is very confusing if you're trying to learn this right now. So I would go back and watch the video where I talked about this. Basically, we return a function that accepts a function, and then it executes that function, but it catches any errors and passes it to next if there is an error. So we can now use this to wrap our asynchronous functions. So again, func is what you pass in. This returns a new function that has func executed and then catches any errors and passes them to next. All right, so now if I go to my app, I should be able to first require that. So we're going to have to break this up into separate files in a bit, but I'll just require it now. Catch async equals require, and then what is it? ./utils/catch async. And now if we go down to one of my routes, like the post route where you make a new campground, I no longer need to do the try catch thing. Instead, it's nice and easy. I can do a catch async around that entire function. So there will be an error thrown in here from Mongoose, if there is, and I'm going to ensure that there is by getting that cast error. So if that happens, we are going to catch it, thanks to catch async, and pass it to next, because that's all that this whole thing exists to do. And next is going to be this down here. So for now, we're not really doing anything distinctive for each error. We're just generically saying, oh boy, something went wrong. But let's start there. So we should just be able to recreate what we had. I think I need to fill all of this in. It'd actually be easier if I just edit one. Oh, no, it's not. I'm an idiot. We only added that to the new route. All right, so we'll get that cast error, hopefully. And we just end up here. Oh boy, something went wrong. So that's good. If our catch async wasn't working, then we wouldn't see this, and our server would crash like it did early on. So we just basically did some work to recreate what we already had, where we were manually using try and catch. But now I can just wrap this around any of my callbacks in my route. So for example, I guess, these are all async, so we should just do it there. Because there's, you could have an ID that doesn't exist, which would break things. But now if I go something like that, we just get to, oh boy, something went wrong. Now we could handle this ourselves and, throw a 404, and that's exactly what we're going to do shortly. But for now, we're just hitting that generic async handler or error handler at the end. So everything right now, if something goes wrong, it's just going to respond with, oh boy, something went wrong. So I'm just going to add our wrapper around everything that could potentially go wrong or have an error that's asynchronous. What else do we need here? One more here. And one more here as well, because we are trying to find a campground to update it. Anytime we're involving Mongoose, same thing with delete, there's room for things to go wrong. So now if I try and edit one of them, just as an example, and make the price invalid, same thing should happen. Oh boy, something went wrong. Okay, And then we could just implement a bunch of logic to actually handle these in a different way. And we're not even involving our new error class that we just wrote, but we will be shortly. So for now, I'm just going to stop this video here. We've got the very, very basic setup. We made our async catch async wrapper function, kind of a lot of just annoying stuff that we get out of the way. And then honestly, we could just write a bunch of if statements in here to decide what to do. This is our catch-all for any error. And then we could just look at the error and decide what to do from there. But for now, I'm going to stop this video. In the next video, we'll add a 404 error, and we'll also make an error template instead of just seeing this generic-y thing right here. Let's make a template at the very least. Even if it just says something went wrong, let's handle that in a nicer way. All right, so let's add in a couple of opportunities to use our express error class. And the first thing we'll do is just add a basic 404 if you try and request some URL we don't recognize. And the easiest way is to do that just at the very end. App dot, and then in here, we could do a get, we could do, post, but I'm going to do an app dot all, which is for every single request. And then I'm going to say star. So for every path, we're going to call this callback here. And we could start by just doing, a res.send 404 like that. Now remember, this will only run, the order is very, very, very important. This will only run if nothing else was matched first, and we didn't respond from any of them. So this is an app.all star, okay? That could be a get, a post, and so on. So let's try it. Let's go to / something that doesn't exist, 404. But let's go to something that does exist, campgrounds. Okay, good news. So that's all working. Now, that's one option, right, just to respond to something here. Or I could make use of my error class, the express class, or express error. So that's what I'm going to do now. Const express error equals require dot / utils / express error. And then I'm just going to pass to next a new express error. And then I'll pass in a message, which for now can just be something like, what should we say, page not found. And then the status code, which will be a 404 status code. And now I can use that inside of my app.use down here, the generic error handler, where I can take that status code and take that message. So I'll do something like res.status, and I'm going to use this error because I'm passing this new error to next. That means that it's going to hit this error handler, and error will be this express error. Or it might be another error if it's coming from somewhere else. Again, go back and watch the section on errors if this is new to you. It is kind of confusing. I'm a broken record on that, but I think it is. So anyway, status will send back a status code. I'm not going to hard code that as 404 because there are other situations. So instead, I'm going to destructure from error, status code, and message. Just verify that's what we called them. Yes. Okay. Equals error. And then we can pass that through status code, but we should really give it a default. And let's do maybe 500 for a default, and message will just be something went wrong. Okay. So we can start by just doing a res.status with that status code .send message. So let's see what happens there. We're still going to want to handle this slightly differently in the long term, but let's see what happens now. So I'll go to some route that doesn't exist, and we get page not found, and what's my status code? 404. Awesome. Now if I go to some other page that causes an error, like some ID that doesn't exist, like that, we're getting this error. This is the message, cast to object ID failed. So, we're not overwriting it. We're not providing a fancier message, but we could. The good news is that we're handling it well, and the status code here, the default is 500. So we can specify others, right, at any point if we throw, or if we create a new express error and we call that, or we pass that to next, whatever that status code is will be used. So there are other situations. Just as a quick example, let's throw an error how about you try and submit a campground and it's missing required data. Right now we have our client-side validation so that if you try that from a form, it physically won't submit the form. I don't know why I said physically, but it won't submit the HTML form. But that doesn't stop someone from sending a request over to, through Postman or through Ajax or something. So I could do campground. I'm going to use Postman here as a post request. I'll include name, or I guess it's title, but I'm going to leave off everything else. And if I submit this, what do we get? Well, it just went ahead and made an empty new campground for us. I don't know if we can, is it even showing up here? Yeah, here it is. So here's the HTML. So it's got, does a preview work here? Yeah, that's what it looks like. So we didn't stop anything from happening, right? And there's a lot that we could do. We could use Mongoose and just add required in Mongoose, and we probably will. But for now, I just want to show you, we could do something simple like if you don't include request.body.campground, if that's not there, so if not request.body.campground, if it doesn't exist, we'll just throw a new express error. Now remember, we throw the express error here because we're inside of this async function, and you throw it, then our catch async is going to catch that error and hand it off to next, which then makes its way down to this function here. All right, so we can specify, where are you? Right here, in that express error, a message like invalid campground data, and then a status code, which I think I would do 400, which is just a client error, like incomplete data, invalid stuff on your end. And now we have the infrastructure set up where I can just throw one of these anywhere, specify a message, specify a status code, and it will make its way down here where we use that message, we use that status code, or we provide a default or a backup if nothing was provided. And then we set that status code in the response and we send that message. So let's see if that works now. If I don't include the data I'm supposed to include, send that again, invalid campground data. So I didn't include everything I was supposed to. Now, we're still only halfway doing it because we're just checking to see if there's a key called campground in the body. So this would still help me out. I'd get it to work. I made it through that first hurdle, but now we actually get a different error here because what happened now is that campground was just a string, if you can see that, hello world, and that was passed through to make a new campground, and then that's a string, not an object, so Mongoose yells at us, and it throws its own error, parameter object to document must be an object, got hello world. So, we're still catching that error, we're still handling it down here, it's slightly clumsy for a user to see that, but 500 status code is what we ended up responding with, as you can see right there. So everything is working the way it's supposed to. If something goes wrong at this point, if it's an asynchronous function, hopefully we've wrapped it in catch async, and if it's an error we didn't throw, it still just makes its way down to this function here, our error handler. If it is an error we throw anywhere, like the one we just did here, that makes its way down there too, and this just allows us to customize the message and the status code, and then we automatically use that status code to respond with, to set the response status, and then we just send a message. In the next video, we'll make a little error template so it looks a bit nicer, but this is our basic setup. So next up, I'd like to just make a simple error template that we can respond with, and I'm thinking of where I'd want to put this. We've got campgrounds, layouts, partials. So I think I'm going to just put it in the top level of my views, error.ejs, and then we can decide what we want this to look like. I think at a bare minimum, for now, I might just use a Bootstrap. Do I want to use an alert? Maybe I'll just use a simple alert to start with. Just copy this. It's nothing crazy. We could type it on our own, but I'll do an alert danger. And, we'll put something like error to begin with. And then inside of our, where are you? Go away. In our app.js, I'm going to render, instead of send, I'm going to render error. Now let's see if that works. So if something goes wrong over here, whether it's a 404 at this point, cool, we are getting that error, although of course, our styles aren't working because we didn't include the layout that we're supposed to include, our boilerplate. So let's just copy that line from one of our other files. We need to make sure, Bootstrap is included in our JavaScript and all the other stuff we've included in our boilerplate file. So now, okay, we get this error. It looks okay. Maybe we should shrink that down a bit. It's a bit too wide. So let's do class. Let's put this in a grid dot row dot column. What do we want? 6 maybe. Offset 3 again, just to center it. Put the alert in there. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so we do get this error for our 404. We also get this error anytime there's an error, whatever it is. So if I try and, I do the same thing in Postman again. Now I'm getting that error. You can see it here, right there. I'm getting that same response. So we're hitting that error handler, and we're always just rendering this generic, it just says error, and then this stupid paragraph in there. So we should update it so that it actually uses the message that we have on the error, and then maybe just display the error stack as well. So what I'm going to do, actually, instead of destructuring, I think what I want to do is pass the entire error. So ERR, I want to pass that through to my template. And so I'm not actually setting a default message in a default status code right now. So this right here where I'm extracting the status code, that's fine. But where I'm setting the message, that's not actually going to work to update the error object. I'm extracting a variable from error and giving that variable a default. So I'll do something like this: if not error.message, error.message equals, oh no, something went wrong. Okay, so now we should pass through that entire error, ERR, to our template, and then I should be able to access things like error.message. Cool, so now we get page not found here, but if I did something else to generate an error, like what we did here, what do we see? Our lovely parameter not found thing. Let's go back to just leaving campground off. Send that error. Let me just preview it. Invalid campground data. Okay, and then for us in development, for our development purposes, we may want to include this stack trace. So we can just, I guess just put a paragraph in there. And in that paragraph, we can access error.stack. And that should do it for us. So if we want that in there, we can leave that for now for development purposes, but in production, we definitely don't want a user to see that. We would have a fancy looking 404 message or an error page that has some quirky looking animation or a cute, dinosaur, whatever, something, an illustration. And then here, if I try and do this, we get this stack trace instead. So, it's up to you if you want to include that or not, but I think that's good enough for now. So we have our basic error template. Forgot that wasn't the browser, that was just Postman. We should make sure, we're not really protecting things like the update route. You could do the same thing if you left off campground. So we can't delete things here. Like if I try and delete the title and update, we have our validation. But of course I could send a request with Postman, and we want to prevent someone from doing that, whether it's somebody who's well-intentioned or somebody who is not well-intentioned. We want to prevent that. So that's coming up. So the last thing we're going to do right now is validate our campground data when you post a new campground or create one, or when you update a campground. Now, the way that we're doing this right now is, we're hardly doing it on the server side at least. We have the client-side validations done, right? I can't submit this if location is empty. Great. But as we've seen, I could just go around and use, I could use Postman like we've seen. Send a request to campgrounds. And our only real validation right now is to see if you're missing campground in the body. Like if that's not there at all, then we give you an error. Invalid campground data. But I could have a title in there, but no price and no everything else, and it still works. So we're not going to write logic ourselves to check for every single bit. We could do something like if not request.body.campground.price, then do something, and then if not request.body.campground.image, do something else. That would be really annoying, first of all. But second of all, to give specific feedback for each one, it would take some time. And then what if I want to add a lot more fields for a more complicated model? It doesn't grow well. It doesn't scale with the model. So we're not going to write our own validations. We're going to use a tool that's been made to do just that. It's something called Joi, J-O-I. It's not Express specific. It's just a JavaScript validator tool. It's pretty popular, and it is very, very comprehensive. The documentation is, rather. So the most powerful schema description language and data validator for JavaScript. If we open it up, the docs, you click that link, joi.dev. Oh, this took me to a different page, actually. Here are the docs. Okay, that was just our intermediate page. There's a nice little demo on how this works. Basically, you define a schema for some data in JavaScript. So for us, our schema will basically be for the request.body. And we can make sure that campground is there as an object, or title is a string, and it's an alphanumeric string, so it can't have a bunch of weird characters in there. A minimum, maximum length, it's required. We can use regular expression patterns. We can set up numbers where there's a minimum and a maximum. It has to be an integer. So I can set this schema very simply. I can just create it, and then I can validate data by running it through my schema. And that will give us some error messages, potentially, if there are any errors. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to install Joi. So npm I Joi, J-O-I. Start the server back up. Great. Then I'm going to require Joi equals require Joi. Now, I'm going to define my schema, and to start, I'm just going to do this all in our post route where we make a new campground. And I'm actually just going to comment this part out for a moment. So this is just our basic sort of rudimentary logic to see if request.body contains campground at all. But I'm going to go a whole lot further here, so we probably won't need that. So I'm going to define my basic schema. I'm going to call this campground schema. Now, this is not a Mongoose schema, okay? This is going to validate our data before we even attempt to save it with Mongoose, before we involve Mongoose at all. Because we've seen those errors are kind of annoying, they're hard to work with. This makes it a lot easier. So all we need to do is make our schema joi.object, that's what we want. So joi.object. And then we just pass in the different things that we're looking for. And we're expecting campground to be a key, right? Everything is supposed to be sent under campground. If you remember what our form looks like, everything is campground, square brackets, what do we have? Price, campground description. So the body must include campground. That's what we were checking for here. So I'm going to say it needs to be a joi.object. We expect it to be an object, and I expect it to be there. It has to be required. So just saying something should be an object is not the same as saying it also is required. This is type, and this is required. So then I can pass in different keys that are nested under campground, because I expect my body to look like this, where we have title, a string, we have price, which I want to be a number. So I want that to be nested under campground, and inside of there, I'm going to say title is a joi.string, and it's required. I'm going to say price is a joi.number, and it's required. And I can even do things like give it a minimum. Like the minimum is allowed to be a 0. We can't have a negative price. We can just start with that. Let's just see if that's going to work for us. And then once we have our schema defined, all we do is pass our data through to the schema. So that looks like this. Schema, so campground schema, dot validate request.body. And let's just save that result. We'll call this const result, and just print that out so you can see what happens. So there's no errors at this point. We're just going to print it out. Let's see what we get. So I'll send something missing everything. Our body has nothing. And I'm going to hit that route. And what do we see? It says campground is required. All right. So that's in something called error. That's the field. So we could narrow this down a bit. Console.log well, let's just do error to start. Now, if I include campground, but I leave off, it's just campground, I don't have anything nested, this is what we see. Campground must be of type object. So now if I'll set it to, this is not an object here, but Express is going to parse it and turn it into an object. We'll include title, but it's going to complain now that price is required. So I can include my price, but if I make it a non-numeric value, we see campground price must be a number. And I can make it a number, but what if it's negative? What do we get? Campground price must be greater than or equal to 0. So super easy to define that schema. Now we just need to flesh that out and then also figure out, if there's an error. If we validate and there's an error, then we definitely want to do something. We don't want to just allow you to make a new campground, which right now we are. We're just looking to see if there's an error. We're printing it out, but that's it. So let's fix that. We've got our result variable here, and let's just check if result.error. If that's the case, well, why don't we just take information from the error? So we've got error details, I think is what we want, error.details. So we can just throw a new express error right here if we wanted to. We are inside of our async function, so we throw that error. It should be caught and passed down to this app.use, this error handler. So if there is a result.error, we're going to throw that error, express error, and we'll pass on in result.error. And then it's details. And the status code will be maybe 400 to start. So let's see if that does it for us. Let's see what happens. Hopefully this never even prints out. We don't actually make a campground. We should see our error page, our template we made. So if I include a negative price, close. Object. So the details, it worked. We actually didn't create a new campground, and we threw an error. But result.error.details is an array. So what we need to do is map over that and turn it into a single string and join it together. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to destructure from result. I don't really need result. I just want the error portion. So if there is an error, we're going to map over error. Here, I'll do this on a separate line. Const message equals error.details.map. And then for each element, I'm just going to return the message. This is basically something I did earlier, so I remember how this works. And then we'll join them together on a comma if there's more than one message in there. So this is just basically to take, if we go back here, I think you can see, details is an array of objects. And we only have one thing in there, but we could have more than one. So we can map over them, return a single new string that we join, or return a new array that we join on a comma into a new string. Okay, so that is what we're going to pass through here. Throw new express error with that message, status code 400. So now let's try. Hey, campground price must be greater than or equal to 0. If we leave off price, it's required. If we leave off title, required. So we only see this if we make it past the client-side validation anyway, but this is pretty cool that we have this, it's easy and it scales. If I change my model, all I have to do is, add in, for example, image, joy.string.required, location, joy.string.required, and there's a lot more that we can do with Joy, but this is just a simple introduction. And I think, what else do we have? Description. Joy.string.required, and I forgot my parens here. So now those are all going to be required as well. So we'll refactor this into a middleware in the next video, but now I can't get through, even if I try and cheat using Postman or Ajax or something, I still am validating the data, at least on creation, not so much when you're updating. So we've got two layers now. We've got validation on the client side so that you can't be missing location, title, and so on. And we have our validation here on the server side in case you make it past. We've got this second layer that says, no, those things are required. These fields have to be in the body. So you better conform to those standards. And now we're handling those errors. We're throwing this new express error, and it's being handled down here, and we're rendering our error template. Cool. Okay, so at this point, we have our client-side validations for edit and for creating a new campground just on the form itself. Then we have our server-side validations with Joy, or J-O-I. I've always said Joy. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. And right now we're only covering our post route to make a new campground. We should definitely add this logic in for updating a campground, right? When we put this put request slash campground slash ID. And that's probably the only two places right now where it makes sense. Eventually we'll have other models and we'd likely like to do the same thing. Instead of campground, maybe it's review or user, or, in a larger application, there's a million things that we might be wanting to validate a sort of schema for. Anyway, the way we're doing this right now is okay to put this logic in the route handler itself, but generally, especially if we're going to use this in more than one place, we should move this out into something that's more reusable. And as we just recently learned about middleware, that is what we're going to do here. We're going to build a middleware, and I'll call it something like validate campground. And we'll just be able to use it on this route, and we'll be able to use it on this route, and anywhere else where we would need to validate the request.body.campground and make sure all the important pieces are there. So we'll make a reusable function to do that. And I'll start by just cutting all of this stuff out. So everything up until we're finding the new campground. Okay? Then I'm going to go ahead and define my middleware. So I'm going to start by just writing my middleware function in this file. Eventually, it would be crazy to put everything in this one file. It's already quite long. But we haven't talked about Express Router, different ways of breaking up our routes. We're going to do that shortly. So just keep that in mind. For now, we're just keeping it all in one file. So I'm going to define a function. Now, I'm not going to do an app.use, right? I don't want this to run on every single route. I want this to be selectively applied, and we've seen how to do that. So I'm going to define a function here. I'll just call this validate campground. It's a middleware function, so the signature is request response next. And then I'm just going to paste the code I already had. So we have our campground schema. I am redefining it every time. Which we'll probably move that into a separate file in a bit. But here we are, validate campground, request response next. We're going to define our schema. Then we validate with request.body. We make sure that request.body.campground and all of these other pieces are in there. They're required, that price is greater than 0, or I guess it can be 0 as well. And then if there's an error, we're going to map over the error.details to make a single string message. Take that and pass it through to a new express error that we're throwing in here. Okay, so that should work for us here. Let's see what happens. So we don't need to console.log result anymore, but I can just selectively apply this. And remember how we add a middleware in to one of our route handlers? We just add it as an argument. So app.post to /campgrounds, we're going to call validate campground first. And if we make it through there, which at the moment, I'm missing a very critical part, which is we absolutely have to call next if we ever want to make it onto this actual route handler, if we ever want to make it into here. So let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens here. Is my server running? Yes. So this is an invalid campground. And we get campground.price must be greater than or equal to 0. Cool. And our route itself, the handler for our route, has no validation logic in here at all. We're just calling validate campground. Same thing over here. If I submit this title, location, image, but my price is negative, price must be greater than or equal to 0. Now, eventually it would be nice to just keep the user on the same page or refresh the page and show the error up here for form errors instead of just taking them to a weird error page like that. But this is fine at the moment. Let's also apply it to our app.put right here. So that's going to be a validate campground middleware that runs first, and then we'll have this run, assuming it calls next. So let's see what happens now. Let's try and update one. You know what? Let's start by doing it here in the browser. I think the only thing I really can do, because I can't just delete something right now because I can't actually submit it. but I can do a negative number here. Or I think it will also work if I have text in there. Yeah, price must be a number. So if we take a look at our console, no errors, everything's being handled just fine, and we are now validating campgrounds. So the last thing I think would be worth doing is just moving this campground schema into its own file, so that we could have schemas, later on somewhere else. The only thing I'm not sure about is what I want to name that file, because calling it, campground schema is going to confuse some people, because we also have our model schema, and this is not the same as a model. This is just some validations like we're employing it before we ever insert something or update something. So yeah, I'm just going to copy this right here. I'm actually going to cut it out where we're making our campground schema, and I'm going to move it into a file. I'll just call it schemas. So I'll just put that right here in the top level of my app, schemas.js, and then I'll paste it in. I will need to require joy, const joi equals require joy. And then I need to make sure I'm exporting this schema. And I may have multiple, eventually I will have multiple schemas. So that's why I'm just calling it schemas.js, because they're pretty short. I'll just, I'm not going to put other logic in this file. It's purely here for our joy usage in our main app file. So I'm just going to do a module.exports what should we call this one? Should we just go with campground schema for now? Equals, and I might just add them on like this. Okay. And then we can add on our others if we have one for review or for user or for whatever else. And remember, there's a lot more we can do with joy. If we just take a look quickly at the types of validations we have, we have things like string, which we're using right now. Something is supposed to be a string. But we can also say, it needs to be a email, match an email pattern. And there's a lot of options for there. Multiple or max and min domain segments. So how long the domain segments are at the end of an email. What else do we have? A credit card validation. There's a million things. You can write your own custom ones. You can say this needs to be an array that's in a particular order. So there's a lot more than what we've covered at this point. But this is good enough for now. So let's make sure we got this set up correctly. So in my app.js, I'm now going to require const campground schema. And I'm going to destructure it here because I plan on eventually having multiple schemas that we're exporting. So campground schema equals require, and then /schemas.js. Okay, and then down here in our validate campground, we can still just call campground schema.validate. So let's see if that still works for us, or if we've broken everything. Okay, price must be greater than or equal to 0. So let's set that equal to, $15. Image is required. So we'll just add those in. Let's just do it through Postman first to make sure it still works. Image is just some random thing. Location is required as well. And it appears everything is working great for us. So here's our location. Oh boy, and finally, description. Description, like that. And here's our description. And we successfully made a new campground. Right, so we're not validating that image is a real image or anything like that. We're just making sure it's there. So we did create that. I'm probably going to go ahead and delete that very soon. But that's good news. I mean, it's all working pretty well at this point. It's a much better experience. Wow, that's a lot of haze, and let's go ahead and delete that. And that's pretty much it for now. So I know it's been a lot of error-y stuff. Oh, we can get rid of joy in this file. We don't need it anymore because we're exporting our schema from our schemas file. And that depends on joy. So everything should still work great, hopefully. Let's just cause one of those validations to fail. Okay, location is required. Cool. You can provide custom error messages if you want with Joy, but I'm just trying to keep this simple, and I thought this was a good opportunity to introduce a new tool that's helpful, but definitely not mandatory. You could write those validations yourself. It's just a lot of work. So using Joy, we moved our schema, which is not the Mongoose schema. That's confusing. It's just a pattern for a JavaScript object that we've defined in our schema file using Joy methods. Then we use that to validate by calling campground schema.validate on the request.body on select incoming requests. In our case, post when you're creating a new campground, and the put request when you're updating a campground. Both of them use validate campground. Okay, so we validate. If it all goes well, we just call next. It's a middleware, so the next thing runs. If it does not go well, we throw a new express error, which is what we did in the first part of this section. We made our express error class. We wrote catch async. We wrote the 404 handler, or the 404 error app.all call. And then we set up our default error handler with an error template that we render. It's not beautiful, but it works. Okay, moving on to some more exciting stuff, hopefully, with Yelp Camp in just a bit. Hey everyone, it's me, Colt, and it's a new section. Hopefully none of that is surprising. We are talking about relationships. How do we structure or store related data using Mongo? So most of the data in the real world is interconnected in some way, right? We have, just as an example, maybe comments are associated with a blog post, right? You comment on a blog post. But then on top of that, a user owns that blog post. And also, a user creates or owns a particular comment. So things don't exist in isolation. They're not in silos. There's often a lot of interconnected relationships between different entities. So in this section, we're going to talk about how we structure, or some strategies at least, for structuring our database to represent or to capture those relationships. Anyway, it's kind of a lot. It's obviously important. Hopefully you can see why it's important to have multiple models and multiple entities and having them connect in some way. But there's a lot of overhead, because to explain or to show any examples, I have to have at least two models to then connect. Anyway, I'm making excuses for myself, but it is a long section, okay? Take some breaks, please, for your own sanity. It's important stuff, and the last thing I want is for you just to give up or skip through some videos or ignore some of this or just glaze over. Take your time. Maybe come back if it's needed. Okay, I always just really do a great job of selling these sections, don't I? Well, let's see what's important here. First up, SQL relationships. As you know, we are not currently learning SQL, but I do like to start off teaching this topic by giving you some insight into SQL and how we structure and store relationships between different entities. This is absolutely just a nice to have, but it does give you some nice context, and there's a reason I like to lead with this, but I wouldn't stress about it at all. Then, I talk about some different types of relationships that we can model in different strategies, 3 different approaches, and those are all going to be crucial. Now, it's not crucial that you're an expert, that you memorize them, that you can just regurgitate the code without looking. Nobody ever expects that from you, not now, but also not 5 years from now when you're working as a developer. But they are, 2 of them at least, are read, one to many and one to bajillions, because it involves multiple models, and it's just a chunkier lecture. There's more time that goes into it. A nice piece of green here is populate. This is a method that we will cover in Mongoose that is really useful, and it's pretty straightforward. That's all that I'll say about it now. It has to do with relationships. And then there's a lecture in this section called Mongo Schema Design. I'm going to put it somewhere between nice to have and important. It's really just some pieces of advice or some ground rules, some rules of thumb for things you should and shouldn't do with Mongo schemas, how you should design a database. Now, that's a much larger topic, and it's actually one that I am by no means an expert on. There are people who spend their entire lives, not their entire lives, their entire developer lives, day to day, immersed in Mongo, in designing very complicated schemas where we have hundreds of interconnected entities. I just give you some basic advice that works a lot of the time, but they're not set in stone. So I'm going to say it's important, but we're also very early on in our journey with Mongo and databases in general, and really mastering schema design is something that comes with time and practice. And please remember, important section, but a bit dense. So blame me, okay? It's all my fault. Take some breaks if needed, and Godspeed. Good luck. So next up, we're returning to Mongoland, MongoDB, to talk about relationships, and specifically how we connect on a much deeper sort of soul level with our relationships rather than that surface level, easy, lazy. You come home from work and you maybe talk to each other for a little bit. How was your day? Let's make some food, and then we'll watch a movie next to each other and then just go to bed and wake up and do the whole thing again the next day. How do we have deeper, really meaningful relationships? Well, that is actually not something that I can tell you anything about, and that I have no expertise in, honestly. But what I can tell you a little bit about is how we can work with relationships between data in Mongo. Oh boy, you know what? I regret everything that I just opened this video with. So, when I say relationships between data, what I'm referring to is the fact that in the real world, in a complicated application, we have lots of different entities, different things that we are storing in a database. As an example, this is from over 13, 14 years ago, from the very early days of Facebook. These are some of the different entities in Facebook's database. So things like, Facebook profile. And a Facebook profile has a whole bunch of stuff: first name, last name, email, user ID, what else? Birthday, favorite books, blah, 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 blah. But then there's a whole bunch of other entities. For example, Facebook events, Facebook groups, something called an affiliation, which I believe is sort of like is that how they modeled friendships back then? Oh no, that's friend relation. Memberships, status to RSVP to an event, photo albums versus photo tags, workplaces, schools. I mean, there's so many different entities here that were stored in a database, and this is like a tiny fraction of what Facebook does today. So the point I'm trying to make is that we often have lots and lots of different things that we store, and rarely are those things in isolation. Usually they're connected in a whole bunch of ways. On Reddit, we've got, on a single subreddit, we've got to store the posts that belong to this subreddit. Individual posts, we need to store information about the commenters, right? Who's commented on them, and what the comments are. But also, comments can be on other comments, so that gets a little trickier. And then something as simple or seemingly simple as upvotes. It's not that simple because somebody can only upvote a single post or an individual post one time, or a comment one time. I'm not logged in. So you can't just spam upvote every time. So what that means is that somewhere Reddit has to keep track of who has upvoted this, who has upvoted this, who's upvoted this. And it has to check, have you already upvoted? If so, then you can't do it again. So there has to be some sort of information stored, like I mentioned, around who has upvoted every single post or every comment. Other things, ads, obviously, subreddits. You can send messages from one. Oh my goodness, sorry about that. If you saw that lovely image, you can send messages from one user to another user. There's a lot of stuff going on, and almost none of it exists in isolation. Comments are associated with a user. Posts are associated with a user. Upvotes are associated with a user. Subreddits are even associated with users who are administrators or who own or created the subreddits. So this whole section, the next couple of videos, is all about how in Mongo specifically can we model different relationships, some common relationships, and what are the different patterns that we can take. Do we store everything just in one massive model? Do we break things up into different collections? That's all coming up. So hang in there. This stuff is very important, and it's not too bad. Honestly, it's not that bad. Here we go. All right, so we're talking about relationships here. And to start, I'd actually like to recap relational databases. So very early on, I talked about how there's this whole group of SQL databases like MySQL, Postgres, SQLite, Microsoft SQL Server. They're all relational databases where we store information in these tables. And these tables, it kind of exist in isolation. They are rigid structures where we have to set out a very strict schema. But we can model relationships by either referencing information from one table in a second table or by creating new relationship tables. So just as an example here, if we have an account or a user table, again, we don't actually know any SQL syntax, but I'm just diagramming it here in a spreadsheet. We've got an ID, a first, and a last for every account or every user. Now, if I wanted to model Reddit posts as an example, every Reddit post has a user associated with it. but this one user can have, 100 or 1,000 different posts. Same thing with this user here. So it's not like one user only has one post ever. Instead, a user might have 0 posts, or they might be a power user with thousands and thousands of posts. So there might be a bot with millions of posts. Who knows? So to model that in the world of SQL, we would have another table for posts. So posts here, and we would have an ID for a post, and then whatever we need, a title, a link. I'm not going to fill this all out, but there's a lot more in there, right? Date, and then at some point we would associate a post with a particular account. So we would have something like user ID or account ID. Let's just call this user. Okay, so then a new post comes in. Let's say it's titled, I don't know, I'm just making this up, my first chicken egg. And we'll ignore link for now and date. And then user ID would be a reference to an ID from one of these users. So let's say that Janice Joplin posted my first chicken egg. Well, she has an ID of 3, so we cross-reference that over here in this table. This table here for posts references a particular user ID. So then for any particular post that we have, let me just quickly add those borders in. For any post that we have, we could figure out the first name and the last name or the email or whatever information for a given user who created that post. If we look at the user ID, then we look up a user with user ID of 3, and then we find their first name, last name, email, whatever other information is in here. So this is the relational database approach, where we don't really have a choice. I mean, you could put first name, last name, email, and everything for every single post, but we would be duplicating lots of information. I don't know if that makes sense, but I could do this. Instead of a user ID, I could have, username. So first name, and then last name, and then email. But then I would have to duplicate if Janice Joplin posted 2 different posts. We would have Janice here, and then we'd have Joplin. And then let's say she has another post, and this is her second post, and that's also by Janice Joplin. That's a pain, especially if she changes her username or she changes her email. There's a lot of things that we would have in addition to first name and last name. It makes no sense to store that with every single post. So instead, what we do in SQL land is set up these independent tables where we can reference some aspect, usually just an ID, from one table in a completely separate table, which is what I'm doing here with user ID. So here's another example, something slightly more complicated. What I showed you first was an example of a one-to-many relationship where one user can have many posts. Or another example would be one user can have many comments. Or one post can have many comments. Those are an example of one-to-many, where a particular post only has one user that created it. Now I'm going to show you a different example. This is a many-to-many. So I'm just going to add those borders in here. Whoops. And this is using movies and actors. So back in SQL land again, if we had a table of movies, like The Favourite, The Lobster, In Bruges, that's a great movie if you haven't seen that one, and then actors, Olivia Colman, Nicholas Hoult, Colin Farrell. Okay, suppose I wanted to store who was in each movie. I'm creating a clone of IMDb or something like that. So I need to keep track of, some movie alongside some actor. Now to do that, I actually need a third table because this is an example of a many-to-many relationship where in one movie, we could have many actors, right? And an individual actor can be in many movies. Hopefully they have a successful career. They're not just in one movie, unless that's what they want. Okay, so contrast that with posts, right? One user can have many posts, but a single post only belongs to one user. So to make this work, we need a third table in SQL land. So no Mongo whatsoever yet. And what I'm going to do is just shift this over very quickly so that we can also add an ID in because we will need an ID. And I'm just going to use numbers 1, 2, and 3 to start. Okay. So what we would do is make a third table in SQL. We could call this one role, or you could even just call it movie actor. But in this case, it represents a role in a movie. And at its core, it's just joining together some movie with some actor. So we would just have movie ID with an actor ID. Okay? So as an example, Olivia Colman was in The Favorite. So movie ID of 1, actress or actor ID of 1. Now, also Nicholas Hoult was in The Favorite. So movie ID of 1, actor ID of 2. Olivia Colman was also in The Lobster. So movie ID of 2, actor ID of 1 for Olivia Colman. Colin Farrell was in The Lobster. So movie ID of 2, actor ID of 3. And then I think, who else? Colin Farrell was in Bruges. So that's 3 and 3. So we end up with this table, right? This is kind of obnoxious to look at here. If this is all that you saw, it's meaningless. You need to have those other tables that you can reference. So that's what we do in SQL all the time. We take information from one table, we join it together with another. Think of it as basically copying and pasting information and sort of into a new response that you're generating by cutting and pasting different pieces of information together from different tables. Okay, so this is how it's been done for a long time with SQL-based databases, and there's nothing wrong with this approach at all. I want to be clear here. I'm not trying to make a case that no SQL databases like Mongo are the definitive best answer for every situation. I kind of explained, I'm showing you Mongo because it plays well with Node and it's really commonly taught and used with Express already. So it would be odd for me to pick something else, honestly. Also, there's a big community, but I'm not showing you Mongo because it is the only database you should ever know, or it's, the future of databases and nobody needs to know SQL. That is not true. SQL is definitely worth your time, and you should take some time to learn it. Not right now, but 6 months or a year from now. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that this is an approach that we don't have to follow, although we can draw from some of this in Mongo. But we have a lot more flexibility and freedom in how we structure our data in Mongo. And sometimes that actually can be a bit of a challenge to figure out how we structure things because we don't have as rigid of a structure. We don't have to define tables like we do in a SQL database. So in the next video, we'll take a look at our first option for how we can model a one-to-many relationship in Mongo. All right, so we are now leaving the world of SQL and tables and all of this to enter the world of Mongo. And we're going to primarily focus on one-to-many relationships. They're very common, especially when we get to things like users. Often we're associating a user with something they've made. They've uploaded a photo, they've made a comment or a post or a review, a blog. All these things generally have one owner or one creator. A comment has one user who made it. A review is made by one user. So one-to-manys are really common in the web world where we have users. That's not to say that that's the only type of relationship, not at all, but it's what we're going to focus on for now. So in Mongo, we have a lot of options for how we structure information. And I mentioned this at the end of the last video. This can be, it's overall a very good thing, but it can be a bit paralyzing. With what I've showed you, there's no way that you could be an expert in Mongo. There's a ton that goes into mastering it, truly at a very high scale or an enterprise level where we're talking about tons and tons of information, lots and lots of different collections, and optimizing things is a whole dark art in Mongo. So that's not really what we're going to focus on, but I do want to call your attention to a couple of basic considerations when you are structuring your data. So I've broken this down into three main categories of one-to-many relationships, and it really has to do with how many we're talking about when we say many. So we're going to start with the one-to-few relationship, and this is the easiest one of all of them. An example here is with a user or an account or a profile. We might have a couple of addresses associated with that account. There might be just one address, right? Think of like Amazon or a grocery delivery website or a DoorDash, Uber Eats, any of those food delivery websites. Really any website where you're paying for something and having it delivered to you. Often you can choose from different addresses that you've stored. It's highly unlikely someone is going to have, hundreds or thousands, certainly not millions of addresses. So what we can do is just store them directly in the same document as the user or as the account or whatever it is. We don't need to move out addresses into their own collection, into a separate model. Also, another thing to consider is how are you using the information? Are you ever accessing addresses without users? Is there ever a situation where we need all addresses in our entire application, all addresses from every user? Probably not. So it makes a lot of sense if our primary way of interacting with an address is just through a user, and we have the capability in Mongo just to directly embed that information in the user document, then let's do that. But as we'll see, that's not always what you should do if it's not one to few, but it's one to millions. That's something we'll talk about in the next couple of videos. But to model something like this, it's pretty straightforward. It's what we've been doing already. I'll make a new file here. So I've already npm initted, and I've installed Mongoose. I'm now just going to make a file here. We'll call this one, user dot. Maybe I'll put this in a models directory. Sure. And then I'll touch models. Oh, touch models. Get in trouble doing that these days. Well, wow, that sounded horrible. You should get in trouble for doing that ever, not just these days. I want to be very clear, okay? Touch model slash, let's do a user model. So I've got it open over here in VS Code. I'm just going to paste in some code to speed this up. I'm going to call this, what should I call our database here? I'm just going to put it somewhere. Relationship DB demo. I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is all going to be silly, trivial stuff we get rid of anyway. So I'm just connecting to the database. Nothing new there. And then I'm going to define my schema for a user. Const user schema equals new mongoose.schema. And we'll probably have, first name will be a string, last will be a string. I mean, there's so many other things we could put in here, but if we're focusing on addresses and I want a user to have one or more, I would use an array and directly embed that in here. So I could have an address property. I set that equal to an array. And it's not as simple, it could be as simple as just an array of strings, which I could just do like this, as we've seen before. But I probably want to do something more like this, where every address has to have a city, which is a string. Oh my goodness. And a state, maybe. Addresses can actually be tricky because not every nation sort of stores them the same way, right? I mean, even things like zip codes in the US versus the UK, radically different, or postcodes or whatever they're called in the UK. Anyway, we're just going to mimic this for, a very basic address. Let's just say it's for the US. I don't mean to be America-centric, but it really doesn't matter for this example. City, state, country will be a string, and we could also just say address itself or street address is a string. Okay, and then, we could go into a lot more detail and say, actually, each one of these, this should be country. Each one of these is required, so we could do type string and then required true. It doesn't, really matter. We could spend a lot of time making this a useful schema, but what I want you to see is that we can directly embed that, as we've already done, as an array inside of a user schema. In the world of SQL, I would actually need to make two tables. I would need to have user and then address, and each address could belong to one user. So I would need, at minimum, two different tables. With Mongo, I can just put that data right here under address. I'll probably call it addresses. So let's just go back to keeping this nice and simple. Street, city, state, and country string. We'll make a user. So, or make a model rather, const user equals, and then mongoose.model. Our string is user, like that, and then our user schema. Okay, now if I want to make a new user, it's, nothing crazy, just let's do this in an async function maybe. Const make user equals async, and then I can do const u equals new user, and we'll pass in information. Let's say no address to begin with. So we'll have first is Harry, sure. Harry, last is Potter. That's all we had there. And we could just start with that. Or I could add a single address in. I could also just push an address in. So u.addresses.push. And then each address has street. Let's do 123 Sesame Street. City, which is New York. State will be New York, and country will be USA. Okay, so then I can save this, right? u.save, and then we can await that. So we'll do const, res equals await u.save, and then we'll just console.log res at the end. Nothing crazy. We're going to call this make user, execute that, async. Let's just see if everything works. Always moment of truth. Let's just cd in there. So cd into models. Okay, and then node user.js. And there we are. So one thing you may notice right away, first of all, it worked, but you may notice that our address, the first address in this array, has an ID. I didn't specify that it should have an ID, and from what we know at this point, Mongo is just going to add a new ID for each document. But this whole thing is just one document that we inserted. Mongoose, on the other hand, actually is going to treat this behind the scenes as its own embedded schema, which is a thing that we can do. We could actually just have a schema called address schema and embed that in here. It's a way of reusing or sort of breaking up our document schemas into smaller pieces, but we don't really care about that. And if we don't need an ID here, we can turn it off. Now you may want that ID depending on what you're doing. It can be useful, but it is its own unique ID for this one address here. But I can turn it off by doing this. If I can remember it, I think it's underscore ID and then ID false. And then we can verify that. I'll just try inserting another user, just exactly the same. That's fine. And there we are. This is what Mongoose shows us. And then in Mongo, I connect it to the database. If I do a db.users.find, here is the first one that also had an address with an ID. And here's the second one. Our address does not have an ID. All right, so that's how we can insert into the addresses, right? We can just push as many addresses as we want. I could have a different function called add address, and it would expect, I don't know, maybe we pass in a user ID or something, and then we could do const user equals user.find by ID, not delete, but find by ID, and we can await that. Okay, and then we'll pass in that ID. And then we could just set user.addresses.push, and we can push on a new address. And I'll just copy this and tweak it slightly so that we have, 99 3rd Street in New York, USA. So this is a second address that we're pushing onto some user. And we're awaiting that, and then we should save it again. So user.save, and we'll do const res equals await, and we'll console.log that response. So this is just, another example. Honestly, you could stop watching this video, but I just wanted to make sure that you are comfortable working with this nested array. Now, there are other options for pushing on. You could actually do it all in one line if you use some of the fancy Mongo operators to push into an array, but this is honestly most straightforward. Find the thing by the ID, then push on to the addresses, and then save. So if I call add address, I will need to pass in an ID. I'll just copy this one here. Let's take that and see what happens. So this should add a new address to one of them. Let's try it. Okay, and this is what we get back. Harry Potter has these two addresses now. And that's honestly it. This is the best way to store this relationship where a user just has a couple of a thing. Or even if it's more than a couple, it doesn't have to be 2 or 3 or anything. But just for being cute, I call it one-to-few. And also people online refer to it as a one-to-few relationship. Now, next up, we'll see that there are some limitations to this, and that sometimes it might be better to actually separate out our relationship or separate out the information into separate documents and connect them in a different way, rather than directly embedding addresses or something like addresses into a user, maybe we split it up. So that's coming up next. Okay, so what we just saw was an example of a one-to-many relationship, but I'm calling it one-to-few or one-to-not too many, because this sort of structure where we are directly embedding a sub-document or just embedding the information inside of some parent document, that structure works best when we have a pretty small set of information that we're embedding. Technically, we could have thousands of addresses in there. It's just generally not the best approach. So that brings us to our next approach for modeling a one-to-many. I'm calling this one just one-to-many, and the next one I'm calling one-to-bajillions. So we have one-to-few, one-to-many, and one-to-bajillions. All three of them are technically implementations of a generic one-to-many relationship. But this middle one here, if we have small, medium, and large, this is our medium amount of data approach. So this option is pretty different. We don't directly embed the information in some parent document. Instead, we're just going to embed or store a reference to some document that's defined somewhere else. And usually we do this using an object ID. It could be something else. It could be the name of something or some other property in a document. But what's most common is to use an ID. So this is it's similar to a SQL-ish approach where we have different entities and we embed a user ID in this case to associate, comments here, to associate a comment or a post with a user. Same idea, but in Mongo, the way that we do this is slightly different. So the example I'm showing you here is of farms or dairies or like I go to the farm stand where I live, and I've mentioned this in a couple videos, where each little piece of produce has a card or something in front of it that tells you what farm made it or grew it. So Full Belly Farms grows like 10 or 15 different types of melons around me. So they might have multiple products, and we could nest them directly inside. Or with this approach I'm showing you, we create a separate vegetable or product or produce or whatever the model is, and each one of those has an ID, and then we can store an array of those IDs inside of each farm. So let's go ahead and type this up. Let's try it out. So I'm going to make a new file here. We are going to have two models, but I think I'll just do them in the same file to make it simple for you to cross-reference things. So I'm just going to call this model farm.js. Okay, so I'm going to copy over the basic just structure of connecting to Mongoose first. Okay, same database is fine. And we're going to start by defining the child model, which is the product, the vegetable, the fruit, whatever the thing is. So we'll call our model product. So product schema equals new mongoose.schema. And we're going to keep this very, very simple. So we'll have an ID automatically assigned, made for us if we don't specify that, as we already know. But I'll give each product a name and a price, and we'll just start there. So name will be a string, price will be a number. So I'm keeping this deliberately simple, but there'd be a lot more probably that we'd put in here. Maybe the quantity of each product, the season. Maybe we could add that in, I guess, if it's slightly more interesting. Season will be just a string. Let's do this. Type string, and then it needs to be one of these options, if you remember this. Enum, what are the choices? Let's do just spring, summer, fall, winter. Okay? And that should be it for us making a simple product. Let's just make that model now. So const product, capital P, equals mongoose dot model product, singular capitalized, and then product schema. All right, and then let's just make a couple of products. Let's just do an insert many. So product dot insert many. And what should we do here? Name will be goddess melon. Price is going to be, what price here? I don't know, $4.99. And season, I think, is summer for melons. Honestly, I'm actually really bad at that. And let's do one more example here. I guess we'll do 3 of them. I'll just call this sugar baby watermelon. Price will be $5.99. It's also summer. And then something entirely different. How about asparagus? price will be $3.99. And when is asparagus this season? I don't really know. I'm going to go with spring. All right, so that should insert them for us, hopefully. I'm not even going to bother awaiting it. We'll just look in the Mongo shell to see if that worked. So node farm.js. All right, let's close that down. Let's take a look over here in Mongo, the shell. Show collections, db.products.find, and we have 3 of them in there. Great. And they each have an object ID. That's good news. All right, so the next thing that we can do is create our second model, which is going to be the farm model. So I'll just comment this out here. And again, I'm going to do this in the same file. So const farm schema equals new mongoose.schema. And each farm is just going to have a name, which will be a string, maybe a city, which will be a string. And then this is the most important part for what I'm showing you in this section. We'll have a produce or products. Maybe we'll call it products just to keep it simple. So it matches, products, pluralized. Just that doesn't actually mean anything to Mongoose, but just for us. And it's going to be an array. If we go back to this example here, but it's not going to be an array of full products. What is it? Well, if we go to the Mongoose docs, it's kind of hidden if you don't know what you're looking for, but they have a guide called Populate. And this goes through basically the steps that you need to understand, that you need to go through in order to implement these references to documents. So the first thing that we want to do is actually set the type for each product in here to be an object ID. So it's not going to be a string, it's not going to be a number, but it's an object ID. And there is no just generic object ID in JavaScript. We actually need to use the type of object ID which comes from Mongoose. And they show this right here. Schema.types.objectID. So we can do it this way. I can say on my farm model, type is mongoose.schema.types.objectID, although that's pretty cumbersome. So most of the time, we pull out mongoose.schema into its own variable. So const schema equals mongoose.schema. You could also just destructure that actually. And then doesn't really matter. It's not that many fewer characters. Then I can just reference schema here anytime I'm doing mongoose.schema. So there. And then here I can reference schema.types.objectID. So that is just the way that we tell the schema, that we tell Mongoose this type for each one of these entities, each document in products. It is an object ID type. And again, that's not a native JavaScript type like a string or a number. So we do have to use schema.types.objectID. It comes from Mongoose. And now for the most important piece, this thing, ref. According to the docs, the ref option is what tells Mongoose which model to use during population. So we haven't talked about population, but we're getting there. Basically, we need to set ref to be the name of the model that we've set up already, that we're referencing here. So this is going to be an array of product IDs. And by saying ref is product, the name of our model, it makes it much, much easier for us in just a moment to query our database and to populate the different products for a given farm. Instead of just looking at the IDs, we can very quickly ask Mongoose to go and get the rest of the information. So we set that ref, in this case, to product. So now let's make a farm, as I've done here. Let's put this in an async function. Also, I got to remember to compile my farm schema into a model. So I'm going to put the two schemas up top, and then I'll just do the two compilations here. So this is farm equals mongoose.model farm schema. All right, and then here I'm going to make a new farm, Full Belly Farms, city is Guinda, California, and I'll do this in an async function, so const make farm. We'll make our new farm. This is just a little one-time use function to get our data in there, and then at the same time I'm going to find one of my products. So const product equals, let's call it melon actually, product.find1, and we're trying to find, let's do name goddess melon. So I'm going to try and find that. I'll await it. Oh, wait. Okay, now normally, when we're dealing with these relationships, it's a little bit easier than what I'm showing you here because we're making a farm at the same time we made a product, and then we're connecting them. If we had a web app, you would make a farm, and then later on a different page, you would add products, or you would make a user account, and then later you would write comments. So things are usually spread out more instead of just right at the same time making a farm and a product. So we're going to find that product, and then that's going to give us, hopefully, a product back. And then we have our farm. And the really cool thing that I can do is just do farm.products.push melon. Now, that seems like that would be problematic, right? That seems like what we would be doing is pushing on an entire product onto the products array of the farm. But why don't we just do a little console.log of farm here? We haven't saved it yet, so I should just be able to call this multiple times. We're just finding something and we're making a new farm, but never actually saving it. So now if we run node farm.js, take a look at what we get back. So it looks like we push the entire product into that array. It looks like, it's not just the ID, but it's name, price, season. And this is confusing when you're starting out, but this is just a behavior from Mongoose. Because when I save this, which is what I'm going to do right now, let's do just a farm.save, whoops, like that. And then we can await that, await farm.save, and we'll still print out farm. Same thing, but we weren't saving last time. But now I'm saving it. If I go over to my Mongo shell and I look at my collections, I should now have a farm, or farms collection, db.farms.find. And take a look at what's actually in here. You can see that right there. Products is an array, but it's just an array of object IDs, even though Mongoose is showing me in JavaScript that it has the entire product in there. That's actually not the case. So let's do one more example here. Let's do another function called add product, and we're just going to hard code in our full belly farm. So farm.findOne, where name is full, capital belly farms, and we'll await that. Const farm equals await finding that first and only farm. Let's also find a product. So const, should we do watermelon? Watermelon equals await and then product.findOne, and then product name is sugar baby watermelon. Okay, so we have that, and then we can push that into the farm.products.push watermelon. And then we'll do a farm.save. There we are. Okay, so now I'm going to call add product, execute it over here. Now if I do a db.farms.find, you'll see that products is holding and a second object ID. So in Mongo, there is no information about the product itself aside from the object ID. That's all we're storing in the products array. Now, because this video is getting quite long, I'm going to put a break here, and we will continue on this topic in the next video. We need to talk about how we can basically retrieve data from both product and farm at the same time using something called populate, and that's where our ref comes in. So that's coming up next. Okay, so back to this example where we are storing an array of object IDs. Let's just write a simple function that, not even a function, let's just do a farm.findOne. So let's find the only farm we have in there, which has a name of full belly farms. We'll add in our .then. For that farm, let's just start by console.logging whatever we get back from farm.findOne. All right, so we'll run this over here. That's node farm.js. This is what we get back. Products is an array of object IDs. Now, often what I actually want is to have that data filled in for me. I want Mongoose to then go take these object IDs and find the products with each object ID and put their data in the products array. Now, I may not want that all the time, because sometimes in my applications, I might just need the name, the city, whatever other information there is about a particular farm. That's what I might need on one page. But then on a different page for that farm, I might want all the products. So I can have Mongoose do that for me. And this is where the ref comes in that we set up. This ref product. This is our way of telling Mongoose This is an array of object IDs, and each one represents or is connected to an actual product model. And this allows me to call a method called populate. So when we call populate, which is what they're doing right here, so story.findOne.populateAuthor, Mongoose is going to take the ID that has been stored in that array, for in our case the product IDs, and replace them with the corresponding products. But we have to make sure we tell it to populate, author, or populates products is what we're looking for. So what we would do is add on a dot populate. If we're finding a farm, we want to populate the products field, just like this. And when that finishes, console.log the farm. All right, so here's what we have before, unpopulated. Here's what we get after. Now it's been populated. So now we have products, which is an array containing the individual products with all the information about each product. So we can access the data without all of the product stuff in here, which, as I mentioned, sometimes you might want, especially if we have a lot more information in here, like name and city. If we were making a page where somebody could edit details about their farm and maybe a profile and change, a whole bunch of other information, but not products, then we probably don't need to populate on that query. But then on the products pages, of course, we want to populate the information. Now, this is just one example of calling populate. We only have one field, which is products to populate. You have to have that ref in there to tell Mongoose that we're populating it with products, the actual product model. So this has been kind of a long journey, I recognize, and relationships are tricky in the real world, but also in Mongoose. They're not hard necessarily, but where it's hard or where it gets tricky is figuring out how to structure things. So this is one possible solution, but I am not proposing this as the only option. I'm going to have a separate video towards the end of this section to lay out some basic rules that I would try and follow and some guidelines. But next, I'm going to show you a third approach for how we can structure a one-to-many relationship. The next and final example of a one-to-many relationship I'll show you is a one-to-bajillion relationship. This is just one potential option for when you have lots of child documents or things, lots of things that you're associating with one thing. That's a horrible explanation. For example, tweets. That's the example I'm using here, where a user, we could just embed all of the tweets for a single user if we were recreating Twitter into a single user document. But there's a couple things wrong with that. First of all, some users are just power tweeters. They've been around for, a decade or longer now? Some people have tens of thousands, if not more, tweets. And the reality is we almost never need more than, 100 at a time, maybe fewer. Things are paginated, right? You don't just see all tweets for a single user all at once on their timeline. They might show up eventually if you scroll far enough. But anyway, my point here is that it often is more efficient when we have a large volume of data to actually store a reference to the parent on the child. Rather than storing a reference to the child on a parent, like a list of IDs, we can store a reference to the user on an individual tweet. And the way that we do this is pretty much exactly the same as what we've already seen, using a ref, using object ID, but instead we don't use an array, we just set it on the child. So I'm going to make a new file, I'm going to call it tweet.js. I'll open that up, I'm just going to copy over what I have from farm. Just to keep this shorter, I'm concerned about how long that last video was. I'm going to get rid of all this stuff here. And we're going to have two different models to start with. We're going to have a user and a tweet model. Let's start nice and simple with our user schema. So let's just delete this here. Remember, I have destructured schema out of there. So const, let's do user schema equals new schema. And we're just going to have username in there, which will just be a string. We should make it required, but just to make this easier, I won't. What else could we have for a user? Username, and then something stupid, like how about age? And that will be a number. All right, this is not supposed to be realistic, but we just have some data in there. So username and age. Then I'm going to make my tweet schema. So this is an individual tweet, new schema, we'll have the tweet, we could just call it text, which will be a string. What else will we have in there? What does a tweet actually have? It has like a number of likes, I guess, so we'll go with likes is a number. And it's going to have a reference to its parent. And the terminology, when I'm saying parent child, it's the one to the many. So one user has many tweets. One tweet has or belongs to one user. So I'm going to set up something on here, probably just call it user. Or we could call it user ID. It's really up to us, but I like to go with just user because then when we populate it, all that information will be there for us. So I'm going to set user to a reference. So we've got to do type schema.types.objectID. And the reference is going to be the model user that does not exist yet. So now I need to make my two models. So const user equals mongoose.model user, and then pass in our user schema. And then const tweet equals mongoose.model tweets and tweet schema. Okay, so now I have my two models. And to make this faster, I'm just going to have a single user and a couple of tweets, and I'm going to make them all in one go. So I'll just make a function called make tweets. It'll be an async function. Forgot to put async in there. So I'm just going to make a user. I'll just call them u equals new user, and the username. What should we have for the username? Make sure it's, username will be chickenfan99, and the age will be, how about 61? So that just makes us an empty, well, it's not empty, but that makes us a user. The next thing I'm going to do is create a tweet or two. So const, let's just call this tweet1 equals new tweet. And the text is going to be, OMG, I love my chicken family. And the likes is going to be set to 0. It's very sad. No likes. All right, so neither has been saved. Now, what I can do, just how in the previous video, or 2 videos ago, I could push an entire product into a farm on the products array. Even if we're only storing the ID as a reference, I could push a product on just to make it easier, right? I pushed watermelon or I pushed melon. Same idea here. I can set the user to just be the entire user object, the entire document, but Mongoose is just going to store the ID for me. So let's do that here. I'm going to do tweet1.user equals, maybe instead of u, I'll go with user, like that. So that just associates the two, and then I need to save them. So I'll do a user.save, and I'm not going to even bother awaiting them at this point. Tweet1.save. I just want to show you what it looks like in our database. So again, make one user, make one tweet. Then I'm setting that tweet to have the user property of this entire user object, but all that we've said is it needs to have an object ID. That's what we're referring to. We save both. Let's call this make tweets, and let's see what happens. Alrighty. So touch that. No, don't touch it. We need node tweet.js. All right, we'll stop this. Head over here. Hopefully we have some new collections. Cool. And let's look at our tweets. So db.tweets.find all of them. And what do we have? Take a look at user. It's just an object ID. So it's nice, I can take the entire object representing a user and set it as the user property and treat it as if the entire thing is being stored there. In reality, all that's happening is that I'm setting the object ID when I save. But, well, actually, let me make one more. So instead of making a new user this time, let's do const user equals await user.find1. So I'm just going to pull up that same user. Okay, so username is chickenfan99. All right, so we find that user, hopefully. Then I'm going to make a second tweet. This one will be, I don't know, bok, my chickens make noises. And this one will have lots of likes. I don't know, lots of likes. Okay. Then I'm going to just associate them again. Tweet2.user is user, and then I'm going to save them once again, although I don't really need to save that user because I'm simply finding it. I'm not changing it. All right, so I'm just going to call that one more time. And now I head over here, I look at my tweets, and I have 2 tweets, and they each have a reference to a user object ID. Okay, cool enough. Now what I can do is when I am querying my database using Mongoose to find tweets, so I'm going to make a new function here called find tweets. I can populate that user. Just like I could going the other direction, I could populate the products field in a farm. I can do the same thing to populate the user field in a tweet. So I'm going to go with const find tweet, async function, and in here we'll do tweet. We'll start with just find one. And, or should we just find all of them? No, let's just do find one to begin with. We're just going to find the first matching one. Not even going to pass anything in. And on its own, if I await that, just do const t equals await that, and I console.log t. Let's see what that looks like. So find tweet. I execute that. Over here, what do we see? User, it's just the object ID. But as we've learned before, I can chain on populate, and this field I want to populate is user. That's what I named the field. So it's not the name of the model, it's the name of the field. Just like here, I populated products, which is a list of products, or the product model. So they don't have to be the same, right? It does not have to be products. I could have called this produce, but then I would populate the produce field. So here, I called it user. I could have called it owner or creator. I would just populate with that. So populate user, we await that. Try it again. And this time, my user has a username in there. It has an age. It has the ID. Now, I can even get fancier if I wanted to, and only populate certain fields. On the docs, I show an example where you can specifically call out one or more properties. So populate the author field, but only give me the name. That's pretty much what we want to do. Populate user, but only give me username, potentially. So if I don't care about the ID and the age, that's for a user's profile page. But for a single tweet, I just want the username. Okay, if that's what I want, that's what I get, username. Now I'm going to get that ID. There's probably a way actually to not get that. I don't know, though. I can't think of a situation where you wouldn't want that, because you could use this to look up the full user at some point. But anyway, that's pretty much all there is here. I will show, instead of doing a find one, if we just did a find, and let's just populate all users, or sorry, not all users. Let's populate all fields for each user. Let's see what happens now. It works, and we get the full user populated for both results. In this case, there are 2 tweets, but if we had more, they would all have the appropriate user filled in. So populate is really nice. It basically is going to build a more complicated query behind the scenes that it then sends to Mongo, and it's going to go and fetch all the associated information from a user and fill it in here instead of just an ID. There are pretty advanced topics that we could get into around making this efficient, and indexes, and how some of these queries, could be very inefficient if you are querying or populating all users on thousands of tweets at the same time. There's a lot that, again, you could master about Mongo, and we're not going to at this point. We're just focusing on, we're still very new to web development. We're just trying to get relationships down. We're trying to be able to interact with the database and have multiple entities and models that are connected. So I want to say, we're doing well, but I also want to be clear that this is not the answer to creating Twitter from scratch. Optimizing Twitter's databases is like multiple people's, probably full teams, full-time jobs. So we are not experts on it, and we're not pretending to be, but we're just doing a simple demo of a different structure for a one-to-many relationship. So now the question really becomes, when is it better to embed versus store a reference on the parent versus store a reference on the child? And to complicate it even further, you could actually do both. You could store a reference on the parent and a reference on the child so that you could go both directions. Is that worth doing? Another option is to, instead of referencing the entire user with an ID here, I could just store the username on a tweet. I could actually duplicate some information. I store a username here, and I could store the username on each tweet. And that way I wouldn't have to look it up. I wouldn't have to populate. There are so many different options. So that is something I will touch on as a bit of a sort of wrap up, end cap to this section. So those are all very important questions that are very difficult to answer and to really teach or give you a concrete answer to, because it all depends on what you're doing. And that's one of the hard parts about getting good at Mongo, is that you have so much freedom and flexibility, but with that freedom and flexibility comes the potential risk of making something unoptimized or slow, or just sort of going about it in the least efficient way. Versus when you're working in SQL, you have a lot less flexibility. You kind of have one way of doing most things. Anyway, I'm going to stop now, in this video at least. I will have an end cap to talk about some other considerations and when you should use which approach. But at this point, the main takeaways are we can embed documents or we can reference documents, and often we use an object ID to do that. And then we use the populate method to get Mongo to go and fetch the appropriate information, or rather Mongoose to go and fetch the appropriate information and fill it in for us, which is really, really useful. So the next thing I'd like to do is show how we can incorporate what we just learned in isolation. So setting up, two models that are connected in some way. How do we take that and integrate that into an Express app? Or what are the implications of having these different relationships in an Express app where so far we've implemented full CRUD for a single model? Well, it's pretty much all the same stuff, but there are some additional considerations and some nice little tricks that you can keep in mind. But first, before we transition to Express again, I want to wrap up what we've covered so far by showing you a blog post, or actually two blog posts from the official MongoDB blog. I was going to make some slides using some of this information, and then, I realized this is just an official blog post. It's a really good resource for you to see anyway, so I'll include this as a link. Basically, there's a series here, 6 rules of thumb for MongoDB schema design. This is part 3, and this is the part that I think is most useful. It talks about how when you're working in Mongo, you have so much freedom, so much flexibility in how you structure your data that sometimes that can be a little bit overwhelming. You can embed data in a one-to-many relationship, or you can have 2 separate entities and embed or store a reference in the parent on the one side, right? One farm, many products. Or we can store a reference on the other side, on the many side. One user with many tweets, but we're storing the user ID on the tweet itself. But what gets even more crazy or more complicated is that we can actually denormalize, and that's kind of a fancy way of saying have some duplicated information. So we could store some data on both sides if it makes sense in our application. Generally, that's a big no-no in SQL databases. But in Mongo, if it makes sense, we can duplicate some data. So just to reiterate that, denormalization just means we can duplicate some data. I mean, you could duplicate all data, but typically in the context of Mongo, it means, is there some information that you'll be accessing frequently on this one model? Does it make sense to store it somewhere else, or should we just include it also on this same model? So I'll show you an example, actually. But first, I do think this blog post does a good job of explaining this paradox of choice. You have so many options, so many ways just to model a 1-to-n relationship. It gets harder. It's challenging to have all of those options. And, you're kind of like a deer in a headlight, or you can be, or at least I can be at times. So I like these rules that MongoDB, their official blog, lays out. So that's not coming from me. It's not coming from some random person online, although in web development, often random people online are very smart and talented. So their first rule is favor embedding information unless there's a compelling reason not to. Number 2 is that needing to access something on its own is a compelling reason not to embed. So it all comes down to usage. It's really usage and then scale or volume. So step 1 is, how are you going to be accessing this information? Are there situations where you want to decouple the 2 models? Let's say, users and tweets. We could directly embed all tweets for a given user inside of a user's document. But does that really make sense? Ignoring the fact that that's thousands and thousands of entries, does that make sense? Are you always going to access your tweets through a user? Or are there times when we may want just access to tweets on their own? And the likely answer is you do want access to tweets on their own, so make them their own model. On the other side of things, here, this example, addresses for an account or a user. Is there a situation where we would need an address on its own removed from the context of, a specific account or a user? Probably not. So it's easiest just to embed it. So start by favoring embedding unless there's a compelling reason not to, and needing to access something on its own is a compelling enough reason not to embed it. Step 3, or rule 3, you should always avoid arrays that just grow and grow and grow and grow without some limit on it. And the docs here, or the blog post here, says if there's more than a couple hundred documents, don't embed them. If there's more than a few thousand documents, don't use an array of object ID references, like what we have right here, and instead add the reference on the child side, on the many side, referencing the parent or the one. Many tweets referencing the particular user who made each tweet. Now there's also line 4 here. We'll skip that for now. Line 5, consider the read-write ratio when denormalizing. We're going to talk a bit more about denormalizing in a second, but 6 is a really important one. As always with Mongo, how you model your data depends entirely on your particular application's data access patterns. Structure your data to match the ways that your app queries and updates it. Now let's talk a bit more about this idea of denormalization. Here's an example. They have another blog post where they talk about something called two-way referencing. So we can have a reference from one side, like we've done already, from the one to the many, and from the many to the one. So here's an example of tasks and person, where they're saying that you may want to keep track of all of the tasks that are owned by a particular person. So we could reference inside of the person document, reference tasks. And so that, maybe in this situation, we want to have a web page that is a user's web page where we can view all of their tasks. But then also, on the other hand, it says on some contexts, this application will display a list of tasks for multiple people, not just one person. So we quickly need to find which person is responsible for each task. And so we can optimize this by putting another reference to the person on the task document. So we have two references. Now that's not always needed. A lot of the time that's overkill, but in this situation it makes sense. So this has a lot of advantages. The downside is just that you have to update data in two places. Here's another example of denormalizing some information. It's about parts and products. So a single product consists of a bunch of smaller parts. And for each one of these parts, they're saying in this blog post that you may frequently want to access the name of each part. And if we're just storing the object ID here, we would have to join, or we'd have to populate, right? Potentially hundreds of parts just to get the name from each one, because they're stored on the part model. But another option would be to just duplicate where you store name. So we can store the name here and also have it stored on the individual parts, or each part. So I don't think they show an example of that here, but each part has a name and they're just duplicating the name here. So again, I wouldn't recommend that most of the time, but if there's something that you're accessing really frequently and you're finding that you're constantly populating just to get name or just to get username or whatever it is, it might make sense to duplicate it and just store that data in two places. These are all more advanced considerations, and really where we are right now, none of it really matters in terms of performance or scale, right? We're starting with basic apps. If you're brand new to this can be overwhelming, and I would just focus on getting things to work. That's always the number one priority. And then we can optimize, and that's a whole journey of learning. I mean, like I said, it can take months and months, if not years, to get to the level of mastering Mongo. But these are just things I want to throw out there. There is unfortunately no set rules in stone. The main principle that should guide your Mongo usage and your schema design is just, how am I going to use this data? Where am I going to access it? How will I access it? What do I need frequently? What do I need together? And that should dictate how you structure things. So if that means referencing from a parent, or referencing from a child, or embedding data, or setting up two-way references, or duplicating data, then so be it. We have that choice in Mongo. Howdy everyone, we're back with a new section, and let's just quickly dive into it. We're going to talk about Mongo relationships, which we've already discussed, but implementing them in an Express app. So this is a very big topic we could spend hours and hours on, but I'm just going to spend about half an hour in this one section, quickly showing you how you can integrate two related models in an Express app. And then as we build out Yelp Camp, the larger app, we spend a lot more time talking about relationships because we have more models and more connections. So we are going to work with two models in an Express app, farm and product. What really matters in this section is not the particular, code, the models, the fields that we're working with. That doesn't matter at all. What does matter is just the act of integrating multiple models with an Express app that are interconnected. Just that flow of, how does it all fit together? So the actual specifics, farms and products, they're kind of irrelevant. Now, there is one topic in particular that does stand out here that I am going to say is somewhat crucial, which I've just written as deleting with Mongo middleware. When we have multiple models together, farms and products, a farm has a bunch of products. Let's say, I have a farm, a berry farm, and I sell strawberries and cranberries and blueberries, even though I think they're all grown in very different ways in different locations. But anyway, if my farm is deleted in a database, I want to make sure all the products associated with it are also gone. Just like if a user deletes their account on a website and they leave behind thousands of comments, most websites are going to delete those comments or delete their photos or whatever it is. Anyway, we will have to use Mongo middleware. So that's something I said was a nice to have or maybe important. I think I said it was important when we introduced the topic, but now it's coming back. So I'll say it's crucial just for this section. Everything else here, the specifics, I'll say are important. But what really matters, what I hope you take away, is just the process, the flow of integrating multiple models, express relationships, populate, all of that stuff together in one application. So we'll get more practice after this section with Yelp Camp, but here we go. Goodbye. So what I'd like to do next is return to Express and integrate some of what we just talked about around Mongoose and Mongo relationships. So to save a bit of time, I'm actually going to use an app app is a bit generous, but use the structure that we've already written a couple sections ago when we first talked about Mongoose with Express, where we had our product for farm stands, we had a product model. So I've copied that app, and if I run it right now, this is what it looks like. I don't think I have anything in my database, and we haven't even set a route. So I go to /products. I can make a new product myself. Okay, so we have this, that's done, but that's just product. What I'd like to do is actually integrate farms. So each product is going to be associated with a farm, just kind of like what we talked about earlier. We had Full Belly Farms, and they had like 3 different types of melon that they made. So that's what I want to do here. I want to have, first of all, some routes where I can go, some templates to make new farms. That's the first thing. Let's say this is a dashboard for the person who runs the farm stand. So I want to have the same functionality to make a new product, but I want to be able to make a new farm. So we should probably start by defining a farm model, right? So farm.js, here's our product model. Let's go to farm, and we'll start nice and easy. We need to require Mongoose. Mongoose equals require Mongoose. And then we're going to make our schema, farm schema. And I think we'll probably destructure schema. So const schema equals Mongoose, because we'll be using that schema type object ID. So farm schema equals schema like that. And I need to say new schema. And then we'll have a name for a farm. We'll say type is string and required is true. Let's do this so I can provide a message. Farm must have a name. What else do we want in here for each farm? A name for the farm, probably location, which we're going to keep really straightforward and simple. Maybe just, we're going to assume that these are in the US, or maybe not even that. We'll just say city, which is going to be a string as well. And I won't bother requiring that. Let's do one more. So name, city, how about just email? and we'll do type as string. I guess we'll make this required. And we're not going to bother validating that it isn't an email, but that is something you can do relatively easily in Mongoose. So, email required. Okay, so that's our basic model. No connection at the moment to the product model. Now remember, the idea is that a single farm can have many products, and a product has a name, a price, and a category: fruit, vegetable, or dairy. Alrighty, so how are we going to connect these, or what will the relationship look like? Well, it's a one-to-many, but now we need to talk about how we're going to access the information and how we plan to use it, and that will help guide our decisions. So first of all, I know that I don't want to embed products in the farm. And the reason for that is that I'd like to still have a page where I can view all products from all farms. And that might be the more common, that might be the most useful page if this was, my dashboard or something. If I run this farm stand, I probably just want to have a dashboard where I can see all products and what their quantity is. And, we're not going to do anything fancy with styling, and we're not really going to build anything useful here. It's just the underlying structure and these patterns that are important. But imagine that's what I want. I want a dashboard, and I can see what's running low and what's selling out and what's doing well and what's doing poorly. I want to see all products. So that might be the homepage. That might be the primary function. Just view all the products. So products should be their own thing, and they are right now. So I'm not going to embed that in farm. Now I could have an array of product IDs in here, right? Products. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. In fact, that was the original example I showed of embedding an array of object IDs, of references from farm to products. And that could work, definitely. The other option, of course, is to just set the farm ID on each product. And it just depends on how we plan on using this. And I'm thinking, if we have a show page for a product like we do right now, I don't have any products, but when I go view a single product like Goddess Melon, $20, no, that's expensive, $5, it would be nice to see the name of the farm right there. So maybe we'll just do a two-way relationship. We'll set up from product schema, we'll set up a farm here, which will just be an ID to the farm. So farm, and the type of this is going to be a mongoose.schema. Here, I'll just do the same thing where we just destructure schema. And then I can just reference schema there. And then this can be schema.types.objectID. And we'll set the ref to be farm. Okay, so I'm not necessarily saying that this is the best or the only option at this point is to embed it on both sides, but I think here it's a decent enough use case, but it's also just something that I think educationally it's good to see the more difficult way of doing it, if you will. Then on our farm model, if we want to include an array of products, we can definitely do that. So products, an array, and then inside I'm going to say each element is an object or a document that has type of schema.types and then object ID, and then ref, all important, will be the product model. So now we have the two relationships, one from each direction. Again, I'm not endorsing this two-way approach for every single situation. And that's pretty much it. We've got our schema set up. In the next video, I'd like us to be able to create new farms. So that's coming up. Okay, so I'd like to create a new form that we render where a user can make a farm. Because right now, we've got products, but let's just follow the exact same pattern. So we'll do a get request for /farms/new. And that should hopefully make us that should give us a form where I can submit and make a new farm. Now you're going to see that our routes file in here, this index.js, is going to start to get quite crowded. And soon we'll learn a way of fixing this, or of moving all of these routes into different places using ExpressRouter. But for now, I'm just going to have a couple of sections of my routes that I type. So this will be farm routes. And then down here, we have product routes. All right, so I'm going to have an app.get/ and then farms/new if I'm following that same pattern, that same convention. And if it's just rendering a form, it doesn't need to be an async function. Where did that come from? So request, response, and then we'll just render, res.render, some templates, which will be in a folder called farms/new. And we don't really need to pass anything through. Like, this is exactly like what we had for products, except we also passed categories through, but we don't have categories when you're making a new farm. So now what we can do is make our view. So I need to add a folder in here for farms. And then I need to make my template, new.ejs. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy the form to start from what we did earlier just to save time. So that's the form from products. So I'm going to change this to be new farm, or maybe add farm. Cool. Add a farm. Okay, and then this needs to submit a post request to /farms. Nothing new, hopefully. And we want farm name. We want to match our model. So we have name, city, email. Okay, so we have name, and this should say farm name. No price, but we'll have city. So I'm just going to get rid of that. We don't really need category either. I'm just going to duplicate what we have here. And I'm just going to wrap each label input pair in a div. Okay, so we've got farm name. Next up, we have, what is it? I already forgot. City. So we'll just do city. And then here, I'm going to change that and that to be city. I think I also want to change that to city. And then we'll duplicate this one more time. This will be email. Let's also make it a type of email so we can get some basic validation on the client side. Okay, and then we have our button to submit the form. Let's just make sure we even see this. If I go to /farms/new, cool. So here's our form, and we need to make sure that data is submitting now to /farms as a post request. So we need that route. All right, so I'm going to make an app.post/farms. This will be an async handler because we are going to be making a new model, right? Or instantiating a model, saving it. That's asynchronous with Mongoose. Why don't we start with just a good old, how about just a res.send? Whoa! Okay, pardon that interruption. Just scared myself half to death. Whew. So what I was saying is, why don't we send back just request.body? It's echoing whatever we sent to the post request, and we can just take a look at our data. So here's my farm name, Full Belly Farms. Gwinda. I'm just going to put the city in here, the city and state in here, or maybe just the city. And then here's an email, fullbellyfarms@gmail.com. All right. And what do we get back? That's looking good. Name, city, and email. And that's exactly what our model is expecting, right? Right here, name, city, email. Cool. So now we just need to instantiate and save a new farm. And we need to make sure that we import our model. So const farm equals require ./model/farm, right? That's the name of it. It's in the models directory. Yes, it is. I swear, I think I'm like typing something accidentally and auto-completing. We don't need that. I don't know. This is like the second or third time I've deleted this. I don't know where that's coming from. Also, I should have mentioned this earlier. I'm working in a directory or a database I called FarmStand Take 2, just so it didn't interact with or screw up our earlier version. Okay, so instead of doing a request.body that we send back, we're going to take the data from request.body. So out of that request.body, we want to make sure that we're getting name, city, and email. And for now, I'm just going to pass the entire request.body to new farm. So we're trusting that, you know, it has what we want and it's not including things that we don't want included, which is not really a good idea. In the real world, you would want to validate, make sure it's just name, city, and email, but this is not the real world. So const farm equals that new farm, and then we'll do a farm.save, and we need to await that. And, I guess I didn't include all the error handling stuff in this version. That's fine. We'll keep it nice and simple, but typically we would have some form of error handling. We'd put our little wrapper around here and then have an error handler down at the bottom. But again, we're just assuming best case scenario for now. So await farm.save, and then where do we redirect to? Well, why don't we just make our farms index very quickly? So app.get and then /farms. We're just going to get all farms. So that will be farm.find and find them all. Const farms equals await that. And then we'll do a res.render the template is farms/index. Again, the index is just a common name, a pattern we follow, where we usually will display all of something or many of something. But you could have named this farm list or farms page or whatever you want. The goal is just to list farms. So I'm going to pass through the farms that we found, which right now we don't have any. And then I'm just going to copy the index page for products and make a farms index, EJS. Okay, and then in here, I'm just going to quickly change this to all farms. We don't have category anymore, so I'm just going to say all farms here. And then for let farm of farms, we won't even bother with all this anchor, nothing for now. Let's just do, what should we do? Maybe just an li that has farm.name to begin with. That at least will just tell us that it's working. So if we see the different farm names showing up, we're good. And let's get rid of these links too. So super simple, just like that. So for each farm, make an li in this ul with the farm.name. Now we don't have any farms at the moment, but if I go to /farms, we still see our template. Good news. Now, hopefully, if we did everything correctly, we can make a new farm by submitting the form from /new as a post request to here. And then in here, we'll make the new farm, and then res.redirect, which is what we usually do from a post request or a delete or something. If we're serving content back, HTML that is, rather than just JSON, we will redirect, let's go to /farms, to the index. Okay, moment of truth. So we still don't have a link set up, but we'll go to /new, full, belly farms, Gwenda, and fbf@gmail.com. Here we go. And it's showing up here on the index page. So we are able to now successfully make new farms. Let's just do one more. This one will be Gospel Flat Farms. It's one of the closest ones to me. Bolinas, and to where I get some of my eggs. Let's do, I'm just making this up, Gospel Flat Farms, gff@gmail.com. All right, so now we have two farms. Nothing to do with products yet. That is coming up. So I'm not going to go through all the hoops of making full CRUD for farms. We've already done that before. This is about the relationships. So up next, we'll talk about how I could display products for an individual farm, but more importantly, because we don't have any products yet, how do we make a new product and associate it with an individual farm? Okay, so we're still moving along with our really simple farms model. In this video, I'm just going to set up a show page quickly for the farm or for farms. So if we follow that routing convention we've already seen with products, the show page, the details view for a single farm would be /farms and then /some ID, right? Something like that. So I'm going to implement that very, very quickly. The end goal is that on that page, we'll eventually show all the products for that farm. Hey everyone, this is Colts from the future. After the launch of the course, I discovered that in this video, well, a student pointed it out, I didn't discover it on my own. In this video, there's an order issue with these two routes. So the new route that I'm defining right now, the show route, /farms/ID, needs to be defined after /farms/new. Where I'm currently typing it is before, and that's a problem. We've discussed this earlier in the course, but it's a problem because we'll never be able to hit /farms/new because Express will think new is just an ID, right? It matches that pattern, /farms/anything. So we want to put new before the show route. Otherwise, that's going to be problematic. I fixed this at some point. I may have done it off camera while not recording because it just goes away in one of the videos after this in this section. I don't know how that happened. Anyway, in this video, it's incorrect. So don't copy me. Just listen to this note here. Okay, we'll get back to the rest of the video. So we'll do an app.get /farms/:ID, right? And then we want an async handler because we are going to be finding that farm in our database with, farm.find by, find by ID, request.params.id. And at this point, we're just going to ignore the fact that we're not handling errors. That's okay. But as we saw earlier, we would want to check to see if we got a farm back from this. We'll just go with const farm, and then res.render, our templates, will be farm/show or details or something like that. We'll pass the farm through. And then let's make a link to go to that route. So from this index page, index.ejs under farms, instead of just doing the farm name, we'll do a link. So that's just going to be an anchor tag. Our href is going to be, what do we want? /farms, / and then this should be the ID. So farm._ID. This is each farm in that loop. And then the text of that anchor tag will go right there. All right, so now I have a link that should take me to the show page, but we don't actually have a template. But we're getting an error that tells us we're on the right track. It's trying to render farm/show. So we need to make that show.ejs. And then let's just copy our product show just to make this quicker, because this is really not the focus of this section, right? This is, at this point, just a model in isolation. We're just making a farm. So we'll put the farm.name up there. Same thing, farm.name. We don't have a price or a category. What do we have? City. So we'll put farm.city and email, right? Is that it? So we'll do the same thing here. Email, and then farm.email. I think that's all we put on each farm. Okay, so we could go back to /farms there. And we'll get rid of this stuff here to delete, and that's for our products anyway. Okay, so I'm going to refresh. Cool, that is working. Here is our show page for a single farm. Nothing to write home about. Now, for the more interesting part, which is coming up in the next video, we're going to talk about how we might structure our routes if we wanted to be able to make a new product for this one farm. I'm on farm/ID. What could be the next, what sort of pattern could I follow to structure my routes? And then also, how do I create a new product and associate it with the farm and all of that? So that's coming up in the next video. Now we get to the juicy stuff with Mongoose and Express and relationships. So far with our farms example, it's really just been recap or rehashing what we've already seen with our basic RESTful routes. But now we're going to try and create new products associated with a particular farm. So instead of what we currently have set up to make a new product, which is this right here, /products/new, I think, this is to make a new product in isolation. But how would we associate this with a farm? I mean, there's a ton of different ways. We could have like a drop-down menu and you just populate it with all the different farms, but there could be hundreds of farms and you're supposed to just pick one through there. That's kind of a weird interface, at least for this example. But what we're going to do is on the show page for one of the farms, we'll have a link that says add new product. So you go to the farm first and you add a product through the farm. And the most important part for this video is that our route, our actual path, is going to include the farm ID inside of it. So to make a new product, we have /product/new as a GET request. That gives us the form. What I'm going to do instead is preface our routes with /farms/some farm ID. So I'll just call it, how about farm ID? And then /products/new. And that will be the path, the route that we request to get the form, to render the form to make a new product for this one farm. And then we'll send a post request to this path. And the reason we're going to do this is that we want that farm ID. Because when we actually submit the form and we're going to make a new product, we need to know what farm it's associated with. It's associated with this farm. So this is our first example of nested routing, which is a somewhat common practice where maybe there's more than one piece of information, more than one dynamic variable in the path that you may want to draw from inside of the route callbacks, the route handlers. So this is not something that you definitely have to do. There are other ways of sending the farm ID. We could hide it in the form itself and send that as a hidden field. I could send it in the request body, but this is a pretty common practice. Remember, we have ultimate flexibility or choice over how we structure things, and it's not that we need to preface all routes for products with a farm ID. So, a show page for a product may not need to look like this. We may not need farms/farm ID /products/a product ID. Because if you have the product ID, that's kind of all you need to find the product. It really depends on the context and how we're displaying things. But if we're just showing you a single product, then this should be fine. But in this case, we need that farm ID because we're making a new product for this farm. Anyway, so I'm going to define the route, the new route that just gives us the form. So that's going to be an it's just a GET request, /farms, and then the ID of the farm, /products/new. You could name this anything, right? It could just be /add product or /new. But if we're following that sort of pattern we've already laid out, we use the resource name pluralized, so products, farms, /new. Alrighty, and then inside of here, we're just rendering the form. So we're not going to need to make this an async callback here. There's nothing we're going to do except render a form. So res.render, and then this is going to be products/new. And we already have that template, product/new, but there is a problem here. If I go to the current product/new, this form is not quite going to work for us. First of all, it's submitting to /products. And we had instead discussed submitting to /farms /some farm ID /products. So we need to make sure we have the farm ID in this template. We need access to it. We also need to make sure we pass through categories. So even if I just ignore this problem, right now if I go to some farm /their ID /product/new, I get this error because I'm not passing through those categories. So I'm going to do that very quickly here. Just pass that on through. Where are you? Here we are. I'm going to pass that categories. And then I'm going to pass through ID, which is from request.params.id. So I'm going to destructure that first. I don't really have to, but request.params, and then I'll pass through ID. So now I have that ID, hopefully, inside of my template. Let me just make sure we don't get this error. Okay, the form shows up correctly. And if you notice the path we're on, cool. We do have that ID right there for the particular farm that we're adding to. Then I can just take that, let me go to, where are you? My new form, and add that in. So farms / and then I'm just going to add the ID that we passed through. Just like that. And so now if we take a look at this form in our inspector, it should submit a post request to farms /ID /products as a post. That's good. Now we just need to make that route. So we'll start with a post request that will handle farms /NID /products and request response. Let's just do a res.send with the request.body, just like we did earlier. We'll send the body back. We just want to make sure we're getting the data. So let's see what happens. I'm going to submit a new product name, watermelon, $3, fruit. Awesome. We are getting it. Name, watermelon, price, 3, category, fruit. Okay. So now on to the important piece with Mongoose and relationships and all of that. We want to make that new product. So that part's easy enough. We can do a new product rather, where we pass in our request.body. Again, we're not singling out the pieces. If we wanted to, we could do this. Const, we want name. What else is in there? Price and category equals request.body. So just get those 3 things only from request.body and then pass those 3 directly into new product. We'll save that to a variable like that. And then we're going to try and save it. And that will just make us a product with no farm associated with it. But what we're going to do instead is associate our farm with our product, right? So we have that relationship. We have that field on product called farm, which references a farm. And then we have the opposite. We have an array of products on each farm. So I'm going to start by looking up the farm itself using this ID. So we'll grab that const ID equals request.params. And then we will await. So I'm going to do a const farm equals await farm.findById and pass in the ID. So hopefully we find that farm there. You know, we can always start with a little console.log, or why don't we just do a res.send with the farm itself. Just make sure we found that farm. So we're making a new product, we're finding something, but we're never actually saving anything to the database. So I'm going to submit, and what is it complaining to me about? Crashed. Await is only valid. Oh, didn't make this an async function. Try that one more time. Okay, so you can see what we get back is the farm, full belly farms, that's correct. And products is an empty array. Okay, so now what we need to do is connect these two. And we've seen how we can push onto the products array in a farm. We've seen both directions, but if we have this array, even though it only stores the object ID, I can do this right here. I can do farm.products.push, that new product, the one we just made, and I can go the other direction. Product.farm equals the farm that we just found using that parameter. And on our product, right, we called it farm. On our farm, we called it products. Okay, hopefully that's going to work for us. And then the last thing that we can do is verify that this worked. We can just start by sending the farm back and see what happens. In the farm, we see that the product has been added in there, but remember, this is just what happens before we save, but we haven't yet saved. So now we get to save. Alrighty, so we're just gonna save both of them. Await farm.save and await product.save. And then let's just still send the farm back and see what it looks like. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna make a new product and let's hope it works. Okay, so once again, we still see what looks like in the products array for the farm. It looks like the entire product has been added, but that's just Mongoose. It's already populating it for us. It does that because we have all the data here. We pushed the entire product on, so we already had the data. Mongoose didn't have to go and fetch it from the database. But later on, when we fetch things or when we query, we will have to populate. But the real test is, what does it look like over here inside of Mongo? So let's take a look. I've already connected to the right DB, farmstand take 2, and then let's do a db.farms.find. We have 2 farms, and here's our farm that we just added a product to, and the products array just has an object ID in it. That's it. And then if we do a db.products.find, what do we have here? We just have the farm set to an object ID. Okay, so that's working. That's the behavior that we expected, and now we're able to add a new product to a specific farm. So in the next video, we'll continue adding on a couple new features. Okay, continuing on with our farms and products, the first thing we definitely want to fix is that we're sending a response of HTML directly back from a post request. We don't want to do that, so instead of res.send, let's do a res.redirect. And let's redirect back to the individual farm show page. So that will be /farms/ and then we can just add the ID in there, right? We have that ID. Or if we want to be extra specific, we could do farm._ID. That is proof that we're using the ID coming back from Mongo rather than whatever ID is up there. But honestly, it doesn't matter. I'll just keep it as ID to make it nice and short. So now if I add a new product, we should also add a link. We should probably do that first so that I can get to this page on a specific farm. So on the show page for a farm, which is right here, farms show, I'm going to add a button or an anchor tag rather that says, add product. And the route, the path is /farms/ and then we need the ID. So that's farm._ID. And then we need products/new. It's a long one. And there we are, add product. And it takes me to that same ID /product/new. If I go to Gospel Flat Farms, add a product. Okay, seems to be working. Let's try adding a new product for Gospel Flats. Let's do, they sell quail eggs, which is not really dairy. I'm just going to mark it as dairy though. And let's say they're kind of expensive, $7. Submit. Awesome. And it takes us back to the show page. Now, I don't really see the products at all, I could go to /products, which is the route we have right now, to see all products. And there they are. And I can go to a product show page too. It's kind of confusing. These are all old routes. We didn't just write these. This is all set up from prior videos in a prior section. But what I'd like to do is show all of the products on a single farm. I want to see those products listed below. So let's do that on the show page. Where do I get those products? Well, I need to make sure I populate them, because when I find an individual farm, which is what I'm doing in my index.js right here in the show route, where are you? Right here, I'm finding a farm by ID, but it does not come with all the other fancy stuff from the products. If I console.log farm, and I go to the show page, go to my console, where are you? What the? My console's not happy with me. I don't know what's going on. Let's try that again. Here we go. This is what we see. For an individual farm, it's just products with an array of IDs. So what I'm going to do is just make sure that we populate that on our farm. So when we find by ID dot populate products, that's the name of that field that we set up on our model, on the farm model, which is right here, right? Products, this part here. All right, so we populate that, we pass that through, and I can do the same thing just to double check, console.log farm. We should still see what we had before, but now I should also see the product data in there, and I do. Okay, so it's up to me to figure out, what I actually want to display about each product. Maybe just the name to start, and then a link to view more about that product. Honestly, we're pretty much done with what I want to show you, but let's render all of those products. So on the show page for a farm, down after the city and the email, let's do maybe just like an H2 products. And then after that, we'll do another UL with an LI inside, but we're going to loop. And this loop is going to be for let product of farm.products. Just like that. Don't forget my curly braces. Close that. And then we'll make an LI that displays the product.name to start. So let's see if that works. Cool. We see quail eggs. Now let's add another product. And this product is going to be, how about, they sell Asian pears, I think is what they are. And let's say $2, fruit, submit. And now we see those two products showing up under Gospel Flat Farms, right? Go back to all farms. Here's Full Belly Farms. We'll add a product there. They, once again, do that lovely Goddess Melon. Let's say that's $4. That's fruit. Okay. So, these could be links to go to a show page for an individual product. We should probably update that. But the first thing I'd like to do to tweak this, when I'm adding a product for a single farm, I want to know which farm, right? I want it to say add product for Full Belly Farms. So what I can do is use the ID. That's why it's there, honestly. I can take that ID and find the farm and pass it through. So we're going to do that in our index.js. This is the new route for products on a farm. So we have that ID. I'm just going to do this again. Find a farm. Await find by ID. And then we'll just pass through that entire farm instead of just the ID. And then instead of my form, I can display, add a product. Maybe I'll put the Full Belly Farms. I'll put the name first in an H1. So farm.name, like that. And then down below, add a product. And then this right here needs to be farm.id, underscore ID, because there's no longer just ID. I pass through the entire farm. Okay, so now let's try that. I'll refresh, and I think I broke everything. What did I do? Oh, I didn't do an async function once again, because before we weren't doing anything with Mongoose. We weren't awaiting anything. All right, now it says Full Belly Farms, add a product. Cool. And we should probably add a link to go back. So much of this stuff is just adding in links. So to go back to the farm itself, could add an anchor tag, back to farm or something like that. It would be /farms/ and then we just add in the ID, farms._ID, not farms, farm. back to farm. Okay. And this is not in a, oh, that's why. This is in the form. Let's put that afterwards. All right, add a product, back to farm. All farms, let's look at Gospel Flat. We can add our product here. We can go back. Pretty good at this point. Let's make each one of these a link to go to a show page for a specific product. So that's on the index. No, that's on the show for our farm. This is why it gets annoying to talk about, but this is the show page for a single farm. And then we have individual products. And let's link to individual products. So instead of just product.name, let's do a anchor tag /products. We have this route from earlier. This is nothing new. I'm just using it. Product._ID. So I don't need to nest all of my routes under /farms, right? It doesn't have to be with what we have right now, to view, to view a single product, right? We have product/ID. I don't need to nest that under a farm. I don't care what farm a product necessarily belongs to. I can populate that and display it from the product. So I don't need the farm ID. Same thing to edit a product. I don't necessarily need that. So we have to decide, we're not going to do full CRUD, but we have to make a decision at some point. When do we need all the information that we need in a route? Do I just need a product ID? Okay. Or do I need a product ID and a farm ID? I will say if you ever do both, like if you had something like how about posts / some post ID / comments / a comment ID, it's customary to give them, different names, right? We can't just call them both IDs because they're representing different things. And they're just variables, so we have to give them unique names. Anyway, back to our show page that we were supposed to be linking to. We set up that link and I click it and it does take me to the show page for a single product. Let's update it slightly so it shows the farm, right, that it belongs to, or the farm that is responsible for growing this product. So what we want to do is populate the farm field on our product, because right now the product, it has the farm ID. It's not showing up, but it does have that. Because just we set it up that way. we saw proof of it earlier in Mongo. So when we are showing the single product, which is right here, and we're querying product.findByID, we're going to do a populate farm. And then we can decide what we want. Maybe we just want the name. We don't care about the other stuff. That's fine. If we do that, let's just console.log the product so you can see that it does work. Let's verify. Okay, here's our console, and here we are, farm, and we have the name. So maybe that's what I want, because I'm just going to make a link to view the farm. So let's do that. Let's go on the show template. This is the show template for a product now. And we have our product name, price, category, and then I just want to display the farm name. So that's going to be product.farm.name. And that was populated for us. And there we are. Let's make it a link to go view the farm. So we have our route for a farm, which is farms / and then we need the ID, which is product.farm.id, right? And then that should be _ID, shouldn't it? And then after that, in between our opening and closing anchor tags, we will put product.farm.name. Okay, let's see if it works. Gospel Flat Farms. Cool. Takes us here. I can view individual products. It tells me Gospel Flat Farms. I think the only other thing I would do is just add the text farm. Okay, so one last thing to consider when we have related models is what happens when you delete something like a farm. If you delete a farm, what about the products that belong to that farm or are associated with that farm? Or as another example, if we are creating Twitter and a user deletes their account, what happens to the tweets that they made? Now, it's really on a case-by-case basis. You need to decide how you want to handle that. Reddit, for example, I think if you make a post and you delete your account, I'm not positive anymore, but I'm pretty sure the posts still exist. It just shows the username as deleted. So that history is still there, all the comments and all the, conversation is still there, but it does show that it's been deleted. Now contrast that with something like Twitter. I think the tweets are just gone if you delete your account. Or, on Yelp, if you leave reviews, I don't know, but I imagine they go away. Who knows? But in our example, with a farm, if you delete a farm, and this is a farm stand application, those products need to go away. All the products that are produced by that farm. So we could start by just setting up our delete route to delete a single farm. And it will just be the same sort of RESTful convention. So app.delete /farms, like that, /ID. And then it needs to be an async request response. And then we will do find by ID and update, or find by ID and delete rather. So await farm.find by ID and delete. And then we'll pass in request.params.id. We can await that const farm or result or something if we delete it. And then we'll just redirect to the index, res.redirect to /farms. Okay, so that is our route to find by ID and delete a single farm if you pass in that ID. Then we can set up a delete form. Remember how this works with method override. We have to fake it if it's coming from a form. So I'm going to go, where should we do that? On the show page for a specific farm maybe? Yeah, maybe down here, delete farm or something. So on the show page for a farm, we'll add in a simple form /farms/ and then we need the ID. So that's going to be farm._ID. And then we're going to specify delete as the text. And then if we are using the method override, we have to have _method in the query string equals delete. All right. And same thing here. Just make sure I spell that correctly. We'll put a button in here. I don't know why I just wrote the text delete. We'll put a button or something. You would style this obviously to make it look better. But if we just put a basic button in there that says delete, there it is. Now, before I actually delete anything, I don't want to delete. Why don't I just comment that out and put a console.log deleting, just to make sure I hit that. Okay, do we see that? No, we don't. Interesting. Console.log deleting. Is this not submitting the form? Where are you? Yeah, it's just taking me to question mark. I must have messed up this a little bit. So farm._ID. Oh, it needs to have a post method in order for this to work. I know it's confusing. It's a delete request, hopefully, in the eyes of Express, but it has to be sent as a post request. Try one more time. All right. And now we see deleting, even though we didn't actually delete. So now all that's left is we want to, instead of just deleting the farm, we want to delete the associated products. So there are a couple of options for how we do this. One is, I guess, the more manual way, where we just write some code right here. After we find by ID and delete a farm, we take that farm information, we look at the products, and we delete all products in that farm's products array. And so we would just have code here to do that. And that works, but there's another option I'm going to show you. It takes more work up front, but it's definitely nicer later on if you have larger apps. And imagine if farms had a lot more stuff going on. So they have products, maybe they also have, employees, schedules. These are all different models associated with a farm. And whenever you delete a farm, we want all of those associated references to also be deleted. So for that to work, I would have to manually write a bunch of code here when I'm deleting a farm, or I can use a Mongoose middleware, which is our second option. Now, if you recall, middleware in Mongoose are functions that we can run, or we can tell Mongoose to run. There's a section on the docs called middleware. We can tell Mongoose to run functions before certain things, like before delete one or update one, or after. It's actually pre and post is the terms they use. Or for specific queries, we can do something before or after something happens. I will say, though, middleware and Mongoose are kind of confusing. Let me explain at least one example why. The function we're using, or the method, is find by ID and delete. right? That's a method, and there's a bunch of middleware like find one and delete, find one and remove, find one and update. But there's not one for find by ID and delete, and that can be a little bit confusing. But if we look at find by ID and delete, which is somewhere on the models API, so find by ID and delete, right here it says it triggers the following middleware, find one and delete. So if we set up a middleware for find one and delete, it will run even though we're calling find by ID and delete. So I'm going to do that in my farm model file. I'm going to set up a middleware, and we need to do this on the schema before we compile the actual model. So farm schema, and then this is where it gets more complicated because I have to decide if I'm doing a pre or post middleware. And if we go back to the middleware docs here and we look at find one and delete, which is what we're going to be working with, it is a query middleware, not a model or document middleware. That distinction is important, but we're not going to go into it at this point. All that I'll say is that, they tell you right here, in a query middleware function, this refers to the query, versus in a document middleware function, this refers to the document. Okay, so annoying to explain here, but basically, when we set up our middleware and it's a query middleware, which ours has to be, it's just, that's what find one and delete is. We need to wait until after our query has completed so that we have access to the document that was found. So I can do a pre, so I'll do both here, .pre, and then we pass in a string, which is the middleware. Ours is find one and delete. And then I'll write a function in here. And if we use an async function, we don't actually have to call next. Remember that Mongoose middleware are entirely distinct from Express middleware. Similar concept, I guess, but they have nothing to do with one another. But if you go back to the docs on middleware, it does tell you right here, instead of calling next manually, you can use a function that returns a promise, which is exactly what any async function does. So we don't need to call next. Anyway, back here, if I have my async function and I do something super simple like console.log pre middleware, and if I add some param in here, I'll just call this data. If I console.log data, and then I duplicate this exact same thing, but I do a post middleware. So after find one and delete has been found, I'll just say post middleware right there, and then we'll print data as well. Okay, so this is just to illustrate, how this works, how setting up a query middleware works. So now, if I execute this and I try deleting a farm, just make sure I'm still actually deleting here. Okay, let's go to my app over here and add a farm. I'll call this one delete me farms in Tampa at delete@gmail.com. Did I click it? Okay, there we go. And then I'm just going to add, I don't even need to add a product. I'm just going to delete it and let's see the middleware. Hopefully, there we are. If you look, our pre-middleware ran, but the data that was passed in was not real data. It was a function. Anyway, my point is that inside of the pre-middleware, we don't have access to the farm that is being deleted, which makes sense. It's running before the query. In the post-middleware, however, we do have access to that data. So now all we need to do is take all of the products. Right now, the one I deleted was empty, but all of the IDs in the products array and delete each of them, each of those specific products inside of here. So I'm going to delete that pre-middleware, and now we just need to rewrite our post-middleware. So I'm not going to call this data. I'll call this farm. And then we can just check to see, if there are any products. So if farm.products.length, meaning if there was, it's not an empty array of products. If that's the case, then we want to take each one of those products and delete them. And how do we do that? Well, we need the product model. So I need to require that. Const product equals require, and then /product in the same directory. Great. And then I'm going to call remove many, or delete many rather. And then this is the somewhat tricky part. In order to delete, let me just show you what, we're looking at an array like this, products looks like, these crazy IDs. Well, not quite like that, but they're hex, I believe. But let's just say that's what they are. How do I delete all products that are in this array? Well, there's a Mongo operator called in. So all I need to do is first select using the ID field. So select all products where their underscore ID is $in farm.products. So delete all products where their ID is in the products array for the farm that we just deleted. Okay, and then let's await that. Alrighty, and then if we want, we could save that. It's going to give us a response that it won't include the deleted data, but it will include like a little, summary that tells us how many things were removed. So we can call this, const data or res, sure. And then let's just print it out so we can see console.log res. Okay, so now I'm going to quickly make a new product or make a new farm and a couple of products. I'll just skip this so you don't have to watch. Okay, I made a new farm, Green Apple Farms. Now I'll add 2 or 3 products. Okay, so there we are. Green Apple Farms, Julian, California. 3 products associated with this one farm. Now, I'm going to click delete. We'll see what happens here. I'm going to delete, hopefully, not just the farm, but also 3 products. Okay, so the farm's gone. Let's look at our console. And where are we here? Okay, there we go. N3, deleted count 3. So that tells us 3 things were deleted. Another option, since we don't have a link to go to the products page, if I just go to /products, we don't see those products anymore. This is showing all products in the database. So in other words, it's successfully working. I know there's kind of a lot, and that's just barely scratching the surface of middleware. I don't know. Mongoose middleware are just confusing in my opinion because of the difference between a query middleware and a document middleware. Yeah, it's a little tricky, but this works for us. After find one and delete, we are then taking any products from that farm and deleting them. The only thing that's kind of annoying is that, if we set up a different way of deleting, so this is find one and delete, but if we decided to call a different Mongoose method, instead of find by ID and delete, we were deleting, we just called delete, for example. Our middleware would not be called. We would also need to alter the middleware that we were listening for. But anyway, this works, and it's kind of a nice approach once you have it set up, and it's pretty popular to do with Mongoose. Just sometimes takes a bit of perusing the docs and Googling around to get it exactly right. Okay, all right, so now we're going to implement the basics of our review model. Rating or review, I think we'll go with review because it's not just going to be a numeric rating, but it will also have text. I mean, the name is Yelp Camp, right? So we're going for some level of Yelp-like functionality, but a very, very low level of Yelp functionality. So we're going to create a review model, and eventually we'll add authentication, and you'll have to be signed in to create a review and all of that. But for now, anybody can do anything, just like they can for all campgrounds. I can delete, I can edit, I can create new campgrounds. I'm not logged in, and if somebody else made one, I could delete and edit theirs. Same thing with reviews, but we've got to start somewhere. Okay, so let's start by making our model. Let me just shut down or close down some of this stuff. So we have our campground model. So we'll go ahead and make a new model file in my models directory. I'll just call it review.js. And then we need to require Mongoose. And then we also want to make sure that, we don't have to follow this pattern, but I'm going to. Just set schema equal to mongoose.schema, just a way to abbreviate some of my later code. Now I'll define my review schema equals new schema, and each review is going to be pretty basic. It's really just a rating, 1 to 5 or something like that, 5 stars. We can debate, if we want to do 1 to 4. Is Yelp 5? Why do I think it's 4? We can also add some text. We'll call that maybe body. So body will just be a string. That will be, like, this is a great place. And then rating would be something like the number 5. So that will be a number. Rating number. Okay, so we can just start with that. And then module.exports equals, and then we'll do our mongoose.model for review, capitalized, singular, and then the schema, review schema. So that's the basic model, but we are going to connect a review with a campground or multiple reviews. So this is a one-to-many relationship, and we spent a lot of time talking about when to use, what type of relationship or what implementation of a one-to-many. And what we're going to do is just embed an array of object IDs in each campground. And the reason for that is that we could theoretically have thousands and thousands of reviews for some of the more popular places, just like Yelp does. Now, of course, we're not going to have thousands of reviews unless somebody decides to make a whole bunch of reviews. We're likely just going to have a couple on each, but there's the potential there. So instead of directly embedding them in a single campground, the entire review, we're instead going to break them out into their own model like we've done and store the object IDs in a campground. So that means we need to update our campground schema. So here's how this will work. I'm just going to define a property called reviews, which will be an array. But it's an array where we have object IDs. So schema.types, we saw this earlier, .object ID. So that's why I created the schema variable. I don't have to access mongoose.schema. So a tiny little change, but it I don't know, saves us a couple of characters, I guess. And then I'm also going to say ref is the review model. Okay? So it is a object ID from a review model. Now let's make sure that this works okay, everything goes well. We're not going to make any new reviews just yet, but a review, at least with the way we have it right now, it does not have a reference going the other direction to a campground. We could do that, but generally that's, once we get into a very, very high number of reviews and a much larger scale application, for the most part, we're not going to be able to display very many reviews at a time anyway. Something like Yelp paginates your review so you only see, 50, 20, 10. Even with infinite scroll, we still are only getting a new batch of 10 or 20 reviews to show you at any given point. So we don't need to worry about putting in the other reference going from a review to a campground, although you could, but we only really care about them in the context of a campground anyway. So let's go ahead and save this, just make sure our app starts up fine. We're not making any instances of a campground, or we're not using our review model just yet, but that will come next. We need to define a route. We need to figure out where we're going to put a form to make a new review and go from there. So we've got our basic schema done for a review, very simple, the body and a rating. And then we've got reviews, an array of object IDs on each campground. Okay. All right. So the next thing we want to do is add in a form to make a new review. Now, we have a separate form to make a new campground, right? It's /campground/new. It's a separate designated route. But for reviews, it doesn't really make sense to do. We want to make a new review in the context of a individual campground. So I'm going to add the form on this page. Now, we're not going to worry about styling. I'm probably just going to put it down below for now. UI is a whole other topic, and I'm not an expert in that. But we'll just put it down here to begin with. And it's not going to be a separate route or anything like that. Although, of course, it needs to submit data to its own route. And so we'll figure that out as we go. But let's just get a basic form to show up. And for now, we're not going to give the users, a fancy like star select where they can click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars. We're going to give them a very boring drop-down menu with 5 options. Or maybe that's a lie. Let's do a range slider to begin with. Very simple. Okay, so that's on our show page, right? Let's go to Views, Campgrounds, Show. And then just inside of the column still, after the card, let's define a basic form. We'll figure out where it goes in a moment. Let's do our margin bottom 3 divs that have, the first one will have a label. And we're going to have a text area, I guess, for that first, for the body of your review. I think that's what we want, right? So this will just be like review. Sure. And we'll just call this review body. Maybe just body is fine. Name. So ID will be body. Name will be review square brackets body. We'll just follow the same thing that we've been doing with campgrounds. 30 by 10 is okay for now. Let's just see what that looks like. Okay, so now we're going to add in our class of form-control, thanks to Bootstrap. And then what is it for the form? I've already forgotten. For the label, is there a class? Yes, form-label. Form-label, like that. Okay, now that's a bit extreme of a text area. So let's maybe do something like rows equals 3 to begin with. Okay, good enough. And let's actually put the rating above this review. So we'll do something like another div with margin bottom on it. We'll put a label in there. And it will say rating. And then let's do a range input type. Sorry, it's input type is range, which gives us this little, is it going to show up here? There we are, this sort of thing. And we'll make it a stepper where we have, let's see, min equals 1, max equals 5. I think the default step is just 1, right? So we go 1 step, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. So we have our 5 steps in there. And Bootstrap does give us, I believe, a class we can use for range inputs. Let's see. Yep. So let's just copy what they do here. So class is form-range. Okay. So we'll put that on the range inputs. Class here will be form-label. And then we're also going to associate the label. So we need that ID, which is supposed to be rating. And then name should be review square brackets rating. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, it's a bit excessive at this point. It's quite wide, but this will work for us just to get a basic idea. Let's add a little bit of text maybe, maybe here, and H2 or something. Leave a review. How's that look? Okay, and then we need a button, of course, to submit. So button class equals, let's do btn success, add review or submit or something like that. How are we doing there? All right, good enough for now. Like I said, nothing revolutionary, but that will work. Let's add some margin bottom to the form itself. So margin bottom, what am I doing? Class equals margin bottom, maybe 3 again, just so that we get off of that footer, some space there. There we go. Okay, still very cramped, not ideal, but this will work. Hopefully, I can submit somewhere with a rating and then some review text. So the next thing we need to figure out, and I'll do this in the next video, is where we submit to, and then we need to actually create a review, of course. So that's coming up. Okay, so we have our form set up to make a review. Now let's figure out where it submits to and actually create the reviews. So what I'm thinking, in order to make a review, right, we need to know the campground that it needs to be associated with. So most likely, I mean, the easiest option is just to include the campground ID in the path. So some form of a nested route, probably something like, if we go to our app file, if I can find it, there it is. Instead of something like, let's go down to the bottom for now, /reviews as a post, that would be our normal, place to create a review if we're following the same RESTful pattern that we've been following. Instead of that, I'm going to just do /campgrounds/NID, then /reviews as a post. Now, we don't really need full CRUD, or we don't need full RESTful routes for reviews. We don't need like a index for reviews and then a show page for a single review. We're just going to look at them, all reviews for a single campground. So we don't need everything. But in this case, we certainly do want that campground ID so that we can associate the two, a single campground with some new review. So that's where we'll post the data to. Let's make that route. I guess I'll just put them down below the campground routes. So app.post/ campgrounds slash ID slash reviews as a post request. And then let's do our catch async and then an async function, request response, just like that. And, we can always just start with like a res.send, you made it, and just see if we get that back. So in our form, which is right now on the show page, let's set that up so that it submits to slash campground slash, and then we want the ID. So that's going to be campground dot underscore ID, right? We have the campground already passed to this show template, and then slash reviews, and then method should be post. Okay, so if I try submitting this, I'll just leave it empty, but if I just try, we should hopefully get you made it, and we do. So we're hitting the route. Now the next thing we need to do is make a new review. But before we do that, let's go ahead and find the corresponding campground that we're going to add the review to, that we're going to associate with this review. So instead of just a res.send there, let's await campground.findById. We're going to use that to find our campground, right? Use the ID. So we pass in params.id. So we await that, and then we're going to create a new review, which I can't do yet because I don't have the review model in this file. So let's go ahead and get that. Const review equals require dot slash models slash review. Now I should be able to instantiate a new review. Hopefully I can save it as well. So here we are. Const review equals new review, and we'll pass in request.body.review. Remember, the way that we structured this on the form is that we stored or we gave each input a name prefixed with review and then square brackets, rating, or body. So it's all under the key of review once it's been parsed, just like we did for campground. So that should make our new review, and then we're going to push onto the campground.reviews, which is what we did in our campground model. We set this reviews array, which is just a bunch of object IDs that correspond to a single review, but the property name is reviews. So campground.reviews.push our new review. And then all we need to do is review.save and campground.save. And I guess we can await both of them. We don't really need anything. We'll just await one after the other. We're doing this right now in series instead of in parallel, where we're going to await this first and then this, and there's a way to just do both at once, but it doesn't really matter for now. These are very quick operations. Then we'll do a redirect back to the campground show page. So slash campground, let's do a string template literal, slash campground slash $, and then campground._ID. And let's hope for the best. Let's see what happens. We got to test it out, and then we'll just look in Mongoose and see, what we end up, or look in our Mongo shell rather, and just see what we end up with. So let's try, this campground here. I'm just going to copy this ID to help me out when I am looking in the Mongo shell. And then I'm going to go ahead and just leave a rating 4, and my review will say too crowded, but very pretty. Okay, submit. And okay, it redirected us back here. No errors in our console. And then here is the campground that we added the review to. And you can see it has a reviews field in the document, which is an array currently with one object ID. So we are currently successfully creating new reviews. Now, we probably should add in the same validations. And I think that's actually something I'll do in a separate video just to keep this one brief. But we should make sure that you don't submit empty reviews. But otherwise, that's pretty much it for creating reviews, at least for now, right? Eventually, we're going to ensure that you're logged in and that you can create a review, that you're not just, some person spamming our site, but you need an account. But we got the basic creation part down. Okay, next up, let's add some basic validation. We'll start with our client-side validation so that we can't submit an empty review. So we'll start with just the Bootstrap stuff we've already seen. So on the form, which is right here to make a new review, we're just going to make sure. So for the input of range type, that was a weird way of saying for range inputs, they're going to have a default value already. Like, I don't think there's a way to make this have no value. So we don't need to require it because there isn't an option to validate it. Like when you load the page, I think it just starts in the middle. That is going to be a value. It's 3. So that's fine. But our text area, we do want to make sure that there's something in there for the review. So we'll put required there. But then remember, we have to do this weird thing where we tell the form not to validate with HTML validations. But then we have the JavaScript that we set up that right now is just on our partial, or on the boilerplate rather, that's looking for a class of validated form to then add the validation logic. So let's just add that class to this form, validated form. Now, hopefully, if I leave this blank, perfect. It's going to yell at me. It doesn't really yell at me, but it highlights it in red. I can't leave that blank. And we're also going to add in that, I can't remember what it's called, the validation text, validation feedback, valid feedback. And we'll put that down just below the text area. Looks good. So now if you try and submit this blank, we get that red background or the red border. Then if you fill it in, looks good. Okay. So we're preventing submit on the client side, but then we still have the problem where somebody could use Postman or Ajax or send a request some other way. They could circumvent our form and still create an empty review, including an empty rating. So we're going to go through the same steps that we just completed recently for our campground validations, where we use Joi or JOI. So let's go to the schemas file and let's do a module.exports.review schema equals joy.object. And we're expecting our data to look like this. Joy, what am I saying? Joy. We're expecting it to look like review, which is an object. And inside we have rating, which will be a number. And then we have body, which should be a string. So we want the object to have a key. We're going to pass the request.body in. So we expect it to have review, which is an object. Nested inside, we have rating, which is joy.number, and it's required. And then we have body, which is a string and also required. So joy.string.required. Alrighty, and that's it. So that's review schema. Now we can go to our app.js and require that schema for now. So we have campground schema. I'm just going to destructure review schema equals require /schemas. And then let's just set up a similar middleware. So const validate. This is not the only place we would want to validate. When you edit, we want to make sure that you have a valid review as well that you're trying to edit. You're not making, an empty rating, for example. So validate campground. What am I saying? Campground review equals another middleware request response next. And then we'll just do the same thing. Check for an error as part of the object we get back from doing review schema dot validate with request.body. So we pass the entire body in. Hopefully it includes the review information. Inside of that, we want rating and we also want body. And then if there is an error, you know what, I'll just copy this, honestly. Right there. For now, we're just going to render our error down here, right? What would be nicer is to redirect back to the form and show some feedback, but that's something we haven't gotten to yet. So we throw a new express error, take that message, pass that through. Otherwise, we're all good. We call next. So let's add that middleware right here. Validate review. before we try and create a review. Let's hope let's hope it works. So to test this out, I think I'm just gonna steal this URL, head over to Postman, send a post request to that URL/reviews. Remember, I can't actually trigger any of this stuff from my client side from the form because it's validated in Bootstrap and JavaScript and whatever. It won't let me send that request. The submit is actually being prevented if the form is invalid. But now, if I send a post request from Postman to the any correct URL, any campground/ID/reviews as a post, I'm not going to include any data that we're supposed to have. Well, not what I was expecting. It looks like we're getting an undefined issue. It says details is undefined. So why don't we just look at error right there. Let's try it again. What do we get? Function. Did I not execute? What? Oh, that's why. Validate. I didn't call validate. I was calling valid, which happens to also be a function that is part of our Joy review schema. Well, that is a very confusing issue. Okay, well, that should now work. Oh boy, what a weird one. And nope, it let me create that review, didn't it? Or are we just... Let's see what's going on there. Let's take a look at error here. See if there's anything. Undefined. So no error. Everything went well, even though request.body didn't include any of the stuff it was supposed to include. What's going on? I figured out the problem. Required was not added for the entire review object itself, that key review. We're leaving that off and it doesn't care, but I do care. I want that whole thing to be required. Oh boy, there we go. Okay, now if I try and make a new review, I leave the body empty. There we are, review is required. All right, so then I add some of my data in here, review, and let's say, rating is a string. Rating must be a number. And, we could add some validation to say it has to be between 1 and 5. If we go to Joy, I believe I remember it. It's just min and max, but let's just double check. Number, where are you? Number, so let's see. We can do less than something. What is this ref max? Okay, so there's max. I believe we can just do this. .min 1 .max 5. And let's see if that works. So if I now try and submit one, well, if I use a number like 99, must be less than or equal to 5. Okay. And if I do negative something, -2, must be greater than. Okay, cool. So let's do 4. Let's do 3. And now I'll get complaints about the body not being there. So review body. Now remember, we're just faking all of this anyway. Like, I can't imagine anybody would go through, or I shouldn't say that. We're not expecting users to do any of this. But this is just here in case somehow our validations on the client side fail and data does make it through and it's incomplete. So body will just be that for now. And it worked. We made a new review, hopefully. So what we have to do next is render those reviews so we can see them. Again, we haven't really done anything with UI, so I don't know. We'll probably just put them down at the bottom to begin with, down below the form, or maybe we'll put it on the side. We'll figure it out. This is all going to change eventually. So we can create reviews, and we're validating, we're making sure that those reviews follow the structure that we want them to follow. Okay, so next up, let's actually display the reviews that are allegedly in our database, at least for this one campground. So to start, we'll just do some, well, I shouldn't even say to start. Remember, we're not going for looks at this point, if we ever are really going to go for looks, but it's certainly not now. So this is going to be very crude, but we just want to look at the data and make sure it's working. So if we go to our show page, right now we don't have access to any of those reviews. What is in the reviews array on our campground is just a bunch of object IDs. So what do we need to do? we need to populate our campground. If we're going to render the reviews that correspond to one campground, just to jog your memory here, this is what we're looking at. Let me just get out of this. Look at our campgrounds. Let's just take a look at the first one. I think that's where I added all of them to, if I can find it. This is what we're dealing with right there, this array of object IDs. So we're going to populate that in our app.js in the route for our show page for our campground, which is right here, right? This is the page that we're on at the moment. We're going to call await campground.findById.populate, and then we want to populate reviews. And let's hope that that works. Let's start by just console.logging campground and just see what happens. And then we'll render the same template, and that's unchanged. So I'm going to refresh the page. Go to my terminal. And what do we see? Under reviews, we've got our first review here and then a whole bunch of empty ones. I need to delete those, honestly. That was before we had the validations in. I was able to make empty reviews. But then we've got rating and body. Okay, so that looks good. The populating is working. Now all we need to do is inside of our, you can get rid of the console.log, inside of our template, we can loop over all of those reviews. So we'll just do it below the form. And what do we even want to do? Should we just start with like a div for each one with some margin bottom, and I'm not even sure what we want to display in here. A paragraph with the actual review text inside of it. So we're going to loop over, should have started with that, honestly. Loop over campground.reviews. Can do a for let review of campground.reviews. Let's close that down here before I forget. Okay, so for each one of them, we're now going to make a paragraph inside of that div, and it's going to simply render the review.body. All right, so there we are. We see too crowded but very pretty. Okay, why don't we do something like, I don't know, just do, review, that, and then above that, let's duplicate this and just do the rating. Rating, review.rating. And what do we see? Okay, rating 4, review too crowded but very pretty. Then we have a whole bunch of those empty ones. We've got to fix that. But we're showing those reviews now. So that's the good news. If I rate something, let's go with 1, horrible experience. Everyone was so loud and trashy here. Okay, submit. And there it is. Our new review has showed up. That's all working. Great. So I'm probably just going to dump all the reviews from my database at the moment and just start from scratch, burn it to the ground. And I'll add in some basic stylings. I got to take a moment to think about what I want to do. But I think we'll begin, we're going to have like a 5-star rating where you actually can click on a button or different stars, and it will show up as 4 stars or 1 star, whatever. So this is just to hold us over. But I'm thinking, we'll just make each one of these a card, maybe, to give it a bit of that border. Anyway, I'll just get rid of all those reviews very quickly and start over. So the easiest way to do that would just be db.reviews. I can't even remember. Delete many. Goodbye. Deleted 7 of them. All right, so now we don't have any of them. I can make a new one. This is a great place for kids. Give it 5 stars. Submit. And there we are. We successfully have not full CRUD, but we've got creating and reading of reviews associated with a specific campground, right? So if I go to a different campground, I don't see any reviews, but if I leave one here, now we have a review for Silent Creek, and we have a review for Misty Hunting Camp. Cool. So it's starting to resemble, I wouldn't say it's useful, it's not compelling, it's not pretty, but it's at least our first real app we've built that has some complexity to it. It's still very simple, but it has the pieces that you could then take and apply to a much larger app. Really, what we've done here, very simple. but you start making the data more complicated. You start adding in some fancier features, and you have more models and more forms or more information, but it all follows the same exact patterns that I've laid out and that we've been following so far. You've got a form, it submits somewhere. You do something with a model in your database, you validate it, hopefully things go well. If not, you handle an error. Otherwise, you respond to some content. All right? So I guess in the next video, if you care about styling, I'm going to just move this stuff over, I think over here to the side, and just make it look a little bit nicer. This will be a pretty quick one. I just want to add some basic styles to our reviews. Why don't I just add another review in there? Let me just get some lorem ipsum. Oopsies, I spelled that wrong, but let's just grab some here. I thought Google would just give me some. Come on. All right, well, why don't I just take that text? That will work. I don't really care what the text is. Let's add that. Rating of 4. All right. And then let's do one more that's just a smaller chunk of text, slightly different. And this will be a rating of 2. Okay, so I've got some reviews now. And first of all, I can't really, tell them apart. I mean, I can, but it's just like a chunk of content here. I'm going to add a border around each one, just with the card class. So I'm going to make a card class from Bootstrap, wrap that around this div that I'm making for each review. It's still not going to look great because, well, a lot of reasons. But if you use a card, you also should use the card body class, which is just how you can properly format text and stuff inside of a card. So I'm going to do that here, card body. And I'm not going to add a bottom margin to the card body. I'll add that to the card itself. Okay, so that definitely looks better. And if we want, we could make the rating maybe a card title. So if we go back to one of the cards we did earlier, we had an H5 with a card title and a paragraph with card text. So I could just paste that in here. And this is what it looks like. So maybe we want, we don't want this text, but you can see that there's a difference, a slight difference. So I'm thinking we'll just put the rating in the card title for now. Eventually, this will be probably the name of the person who wrote the review. And then we'll put the review body right there. Get rid of those 2 paragraphs. Refresh. Okay. Now we've got our distinct ratings or our distinct reviews, but this layout kind of sucks. So what I'm thinking is, why don't we just move this stuff about reviews over to the right side, and we'll just center both columns. So instead of just leaving this in the middle and having stuff over here, let's just do 6 and 6. We can play with that. Maybe this doesn't need to be all the way 6 out of 12 units, but basically I'm just going to take, if you take a look at how it's set up, we've got a row, column 6, offset 3. Well, I'm going to get rid of that offset 3 to start. So now it's column 6 just on this side. So if I add another column 6, it will be over here, 6 out of 12, 50, 50. And then I'll just put all this stuff in that column 6. So I'm just going to find the stuff I want to cut out, which is all of, let's see, where do you end right now? Column 6 ends, okay. So I just want all of this. So I'm just going to get rid of that. And this is what we see. Okay. And then I'm just going to add in my own column 6. And I'll put that in there. And let's cross our fingers. That's why we crossed our fingers. I put that in the wrong spot, didn't I? Yes, that needs to go after this column here. Got confused by the opening and closing div tags. Okay. And there we are. It doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's a little bit weird when we have a bunch of reviews, or it could be a little bit weird, but we're not going for some beautiful setup at the moment. So let's just see. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty good for what we need at the moment, at least. This looks like a nice place. And I think that's pretty good for the moment. We do need to add in the ability to delete a rating, which we'll get to. But this is a good place to stop in terms of styling. So we've got our reviews. We've got the form to make a new review. We've got the show page. Every campground has its own set of reviews, then they're distinct. And at the moment, anybody can make any number of reviews. We're not limiting it to one per campground or one person's review per campground. Anybody can make them. There's no authentication, so obviously we need to address that eventually. And we have our validation here so that you can't make an empty review. And you also can't circumvent this and make an empty review or a review missing a rating any other way, right? If you send a request and it's missing either piece, we are going to send you an error. We're going to respond back saying, nope, that's not going to work. So that's our basic styles. I'm going to go away. I'll see you in the next video. Next up, let's quickly add a delete button for each review. Eventually, you won't be able to delete a review unless you own it. But right now, nobody owns any of these reviews, or conversely, everybody owns all of them. Everyone can delete, and that's fine. We need that button to be there, and then we can selectively hide it if you don't own the review. So we'll just do a simple delete route, and the path is going to need to include the review ID. We need to know which review we are deleting. So it's going to be a bit of a long one. It will be something like app.delete, and then /campgrounds /camp ID /reviews /review ID. Now, why do we need that camp ID? Well, the reason that we need it there is that, and actually, I kind of prefer to do it this way, campground /ID /review /review ID, where we just keep campgrounds /ID. It's always just ID first, and then if needed, this is review ID instead of the other way around. But anyway, we need that because what we want to do is remove that reference to whatever the review is in the campground, and we want to remove the review itself. So there's two things we need to get rid of. So this is definitely going to involve some async stuff, catch async, and then we want our async function, request response. And why don't we just start by trying to just hit this route. So we'll do a res.send, delete me. And we need to set up our form because we're using method override. So we're going to have a little delete form on our show page for each review. Just for now, right here, we'll do a form. Action should be /campgrounds /the campground ID. So that's campground._ID /reviews and then review._ID. And that is coming from this loop, review. For each one, we're making a separate form. So this page will have a whole bunch of forms on it, and that's fine. It's not an issue. We don't want to validate this form. It's just a button. So there's no need to add any of that that class we added. Can't remember what it's called. Validated form. We don't need that. Here's our form, and it's as simple as submitting this form. So just a button in there. Class equals, let's do a small button. Button danger, delete. Let's just make sure we see that. How does it look? I think I'm missing did I do something wrong? Maybe I just need BTN as well. I can never remember with Bootstrap. There we go. Okay. And that is a small button. It appears to be smaller than our submit button. Now we need to make it work. So we're using method override, if you recall. That means that in order for this to be a delete request, at the end, we need that query string where method is set to delete. And then the actual method is going to be post for the form. So right now we're not deleting anything, but if I click delete, we should see delete me. And we do. Cool. So now what we need to do is take the campground ID and take the review ID and find the two things that we want to update. So first of all, we can await campground. Let's actually do review first. Review.findById and delete. That's the easy parts. It's just pass in the ID, request.params.reviewID, just like that review ID. And we can await that. We don't really need that review. But the thing is, we'll still have a reference in our campground. In that array of object IDs, we'll have a reference to this campground. So what we want to do is find that campground and delete that one thing. So not remove the entire campground, certainly not. And we don't want to remove all reviews. It's an array with object IDs. Just imagine they look like that. We want to delete the one object ID that corresponds to our review. Now, the way that I'm going to show you here is a little bit more involved than what we've seen. Basically, we can use an operator in Mongo called pull. In the pull operator, it's one of those $ operators. It removes from an existing array all instances of a value or values that match a specified condition. So I'll show you how this works. We're going to call campground.find by ID and update. And then we'll pass in the campground ID. And I'm just going to destructure these things. So const, we want ID and review ID equals request.params. And then we'll pass in review ID here. And then to find by ID and update for campground, we'll use the first ID for campground ID. We'll find that. And then the second thing that we're going to do here is pass in an object. And this object is going to have $pull operator. And I want to pull from the reviews array. I want to pull where we have review ID. Just like that. Okay? So we will await that as well. And let's save that to a variable so we can redirect back to this campground. Or, we already have that ID. So whatever, let's just redirect down here. res.redirect to /campgrounds. God, that's so annoying how that gets in the way. Sorry. Campground / and then we'll put the campground ID in there. So we'll just send you back to the campground page. Okay, this is a moment of truth. There's a lot that could go wrong here, but let's just see if it happens to work for us. Okay? So what do I want to delete? Let's delete this first one. It says rating 5. This is a great place for kids. I'm going to try deleting it. Page not found. Okay. So what was the problem here? Did we hit this route? We should have hit that route. Let's try going back. Refreshing is our... Okay, well, the review is gone. So it looks like the redirect was the problem. And, I missed my /. Oh, how annoying is that? Okay, try that again. Let's come up with a review that says, delete me, please. Has a 1-star review. Okay, there it is. I'm going to try removing it. And it's gone. And if I refresh the page, it's not there. We can trust that it's gone from our array. We could go into Mongo and check in the shell, but we see the other 3 and we don't see that one that we just deleted. So to recap that pull operator, it's just if you had Googled or if I had done it in front of you, remove from array Mongo, it's the recommended solution. It's going to take this ID and pull anything with that ID out of reviews. And reviews is just an array of IDs. So we're pulling that out. It is yelling at me about find one and update. Right, we need to set that option. Okay, yeah, it's not a big deal, but we'll set that option in Mongo or in Mongoose. And that's pretty much it. So we wait for it to find the campground. We remove the reference to this review from the reviews array. And then we delete the entire review. Now that brings us to another thing we need to tackle, which is what happens when you delete an entire campground. These reviews, they won't show up anymore because the campground will be gone. We don't have this page anymore to show, but they'll still be in the database, and they shouldn't be. We should remove them. So that's something we need to tackle soon as well. All right, so the next thing we need to tackle is deleting the reviews associated with a campground when you delete a campground. Otherwise, if we don't do that, which we're not doing at the moment, if I make some very distinct review in here, how about LOL, just repeat that a couple of times so that we can see it clearly in our console, just very obviously. And I'll leave a bunch of reviews with that text on this one campground. Let's pretend, imagine there's thousands of reviews in a very popular campground. Okay. So first of all, our UI doesn't look so good anymore when we've got a lot of reviews. We would eventually want to paginate them or limit them, infinite scroll, something. But the point I want to make here is that when we delete Bullfrog Horse Camp, I'm going to delete it. Go to my Mongo shell. I'll look at all reviews. All of our LOL reviews are still there, but we're never going to access them, show them. They're never going to be queried out of our database because the only way the only context we were ever showing reviews was for a specific campground. Find all the reviews, populate them for this one campground. But that campground is gone now. So those reviews are orphaned. So we're just going to do something pretty similar to what we did previously with our farms and, farms and products or something, where we need to basically have our delete cascade down to the review and any reviews that are stored in the campground model. And we want to do that using a Mongoose middleware. So middleware in Mongoose, honestly, not my favorite subject. The way that they're implemented is just confusing because there are different types of middleware. If you remember, basically we add this to the schema, pre or post, and then we have to specify something like delete or remove one or delete one or save. And it's not always that clear when you're starting out, or even now, which one you should use. So if we go to the middleware section of the Mongoose docs, it talks about how there's different types of middleware. Basically, we can do something pre or post, validate, save, remove, update one, delete one, init. But then also, here's another remove, and update one, update many, find one and delete, find one and remove. What's confusing here is that these are two different types of middleware. Query middleware and document middleware. So we're not going to get into it all that much, but I just want to mention that it is confusing. You're not alone if you find this weird. But let's just look at how we're currently removing a campground. Find by ID and delete. Okay, so let's see what middleware that triggers. If we just look for that method, it's under model, find by ID and delete. It says, this function triggers the following middleware. Find one and remove. Oh no, I'm looking at find one and remove. I want find by ID and delete. Here it is. The following middleware, find one and delete. Okay, so if that's the method we're using, unfortunately, if we set up a middleware for remove one, or whatever the other options are, it's actually not going to be triggered. That's just how Mongoose works. It's only going to trigger, as it just showed us, it's only going to trigger the find one and delete middleware. So I'm going to start, like I always like to start, by just console.logging something. So find one and delete. So after it's been deleted, let's just console.log deleted. And just see if that shows up in our terminal. If we see that, we know that this function is running when we want it to run. All right, so let's go to our app. Let's delete C River. And nope, almost there. Hey, okay, good news. It was, we assume it was deleted, and we also see that the middleware ran. So what we want to do in here is take the document that was just deleted. This is a post, not a pre. So it's already been deleted, which is fine, because we actually have access to the thing that was just deleted. It will be passed in. So in here, I can check to see, if there was a document that was deleted. Let's just start by console.logging the document, actually. So you can see what was just deleted. So let's delete one more. And over here, you can see what was deleted. So this thing has been deleted, but it's also been passed to our middleware function. And so if there were reviews, they would be in that array, and then we could delete based upon the particular object IDs. Right? Take all the reviews in that array called reviews, take all those IDs and delete every review with that matching ID. So here's how we could do that. First, I'm just going to wrap everything with an if document. So if something was found and deleted, because sometimes we might try and delete something where it was never found and nothing was deleted. But if we did find a document, we're going to call review.remove, and I need to make sure I have review in here, which you may not because we're not using it, or we haven't been using it until now. So review, and we don't want to just remove one, so we're not going to do like a find by ID and deletes or find one, and we'll just do a generic remove where I can pass in, and this is somewhat review, I can pass in my query where I'm going to say the ID for each review is somewhere $in our document.reviews. So somewhat of a more complicated query. This document has reviews, and we're going to basically delete all reviews where their ID field is in our document that was just deleted in its reviews array. So let's see if this works for us. I'm going to begin, I guess, by adding some stupid reviews again. Just do stupid. All right, so let's do a couple of those. There's one more, and 3 of them now, okay? Okay, moment of truth here. We're going to delete. And let's see if it worked. Let's look at all of our reviews. Okay, so we don't have any of those stupid reviews in here. This is a very janky way of showing that, but they're not in here. All we have are the LOL reviews. It might be easier if I just remove all reviews to start here, and then we just go through this process one more time. I'll make a couple of reviews. You can see them here. The only reviews now, 2 of them. And now if I delete this one post, and actually, why don't I start by deleting something, a campground that is not that one. So if I delete this one, we should still have all of our reviews. That's good. So we're not just deleting reviews, whenever any campground is removed. But if I remove this one that has 2 reviews, let's see what happens. They are gone. So that's working. We have successfully implemented our Mongoose middleware to delete associated reviews afterwards. When we delete a campground, it is complaining to us that we shouldn't use .remove. It wants us to use delete many or delete one. So let's just update that. Delete many. And let's make sure that that still works. So we'll just add a couple in here. And delete. And no deprecation warning. And no reviews. Now, there's only no reviews because I deleted everything else. But, on a real app, we would have a whole bunch of reviews, and this would not be the way to check to see if our delete worked. But that's why I deleted everything. It's much easier right now just to visually see, okay, there's no reviews anymore. And that kind of wraps it up. This is a little bit annoying to have to do this, right, to set this up. I'm not a big fan of it, especially because there's the different types of middleware. So this is a query middleware, and it's going to pass in the document, if it found a document and deleted it, to the function. Versus some of the other middleware you'll see, they actually can access the keyword this to refer to the specific document that's been removed or that's about to be removed. It's just confusing. But anyway, it works, and that's all we care about at this point. Now, just to be very clear, if I change the way I delete a particular campground, which is right here, I'm doing find by ID and delete. But if I did something else, like I used the remove method or delete many, well, that is not going to trigger this middleware. I wish there was just and there might be a better way of doing just a generic, if any campground is deleted ever, I don't care how. We probably could write a middleware that kind of handles all those situations. But since we're just doing our easy option, find by ID and delete, that only calls find one and delete middleware. So we need to define that middleware. And it's just annoying. Anyway, so that's that. We are successfully deleting associated reviews for a given campground. Next up, new section on 2 topics that kind of have nothing to do with one another. Cookies and the Express router. Both of which are smaller topics, so I don't know. It felt weird just to have a section for Express Router that would be 2 videos or something. So instead, I just combined 2 smaller topics. So let's start with Express Router. I just have one little note about it, one chunk. In yellow, Express Router Basics, you will soon see what I'm talking about. Express Router is a way of breaking out our routes into separate files, separate objects, grouping them together, just organizing and structuring a complicated app. So nothing terribly difficult, but it is really important. It's just what's most commonly used in large Express apps. So next up, we have cookies. You've probably heard the term cookies before. These days, at least in California and in Europe, by law, websites have to ask you, for your preferences on cookies and selling your data and all of that. You've probably come across the term. So there are a couple of things that are definitely important or crucial in this section. First and foremost, I want you to leave understanding the concept of cookies. Just really, being able to explain what cookies are in the context of your browser, of course, and web development. Then we will learn how to integrate cookies or work with cookies in an Express app using something called Cookie Parser. I'll say that's crucial as well. Signed cookies. not a big deal at all. And then I go into a bit of I won't say a tangent, but a deeper dive into something called HMAC signing. It's more of I won't say a cryptographical topic, but it's certainly the farthest thing from crucial that I can imagine. So you could completely skip it if you want. It's just something I get asked about a lot from students. We talk about how signed cookies work and how they're implemented. Anyway, I got to stop talking. That's it for this section. The basic things I hope you leave with are the ability to use the Express router, the ability to explain what the heck cookies are, and then the ability to work with cookies in Express. That's it. So let's go. Cookie time. Yum, yum. If only they actually were real cookies. I'm hungry. So the first thing we'll talk about here is the Express router. Express comes with a different way of writing our routes, a slightly different structure than what we've been using. So we can write all of our routes in a single file directly on app.get something, app.post, app.whatever, and we can put them all in this one file. And yes, that is great, it works, but in a large app with lots of routes, that can be a very, very long file, difficult to organize, just not really how we want to create a real application. So Express comes with this thing called the Express router. It's really not scary at all. If you go to the documentation, under Express, there's a function we call, which is router with capital R, and it creates a new router object for us. For more information, see router. Okay. A router object is an isolated instance of middleware and routes. So think of it as a mini application. It has some routes, maybe some middleware, that we then combine with other routers to build up our full application. So essentially, we can just break up our routes into separate files, and it's not just about moving them into different files, but we can also group them in ways where we can reduce duplication. So for example, let's say we're doing a dog shelter application. So Pet Finder, if you know that website, it's for shelters, cats and dogs and other animals. And you can view animals by shelter. So there's a bunch of routes that might be /shelters, /shelters/ID, okay, shelters ID /edit, and then we have /shelters as a post. You probably know where I'm going with this, right? We can have a whole bunch of routes that start with /shelters. And then we could have something for dogs. So to view specific dogs, it would be dog/ID, or just /dogs to see all the dogs. Post request to /dogs makes a new dog. So there's lots of routes that start with /dogs. And that's just two simple examples, but we may have more complex things, as we've seen before, like with Reddit. We might have something, or a blog app, where we have /posts/ID /comments/comment ID, something like this, where we've got a lot of nested routes here. But using the router, Express router, I can actually move and group routes together, put them in a separate file, and make it so that I don't have to write /shelters over and over and over. So I'll show you how that works. It's actually pretty straightforward. What I'm going to do is just organizationally, I'll make a new folder. So this is an empty app I have. There are no routes right now. It's literally just app = Express, and I've started my server. Here it is running. Then I'm going to make a folder now to put my routes in. I'm just going to call it routes. And now for every router that I make, every group of routes, so let's start with shelter routes. I'm just going to call this shelters.js. Totally up to you how you name it. We need to require Express. That's the first thing. All right. Then what's new is this function that I showed you, which is express.router. And that's going to return to us a new router object. So we're just going to call that express.router and save that to a variable. Usually I just call it router. Now we add all of the routes we want for this one router, all the shelter routes. If we're following if we're trying to group them together, they should have to do with shelters. We add them directly to the router. So router.get. So we can do /shelters and simplify, or just do a really, really easy response, something like all shelters. I'm not going to have any templates or anything. This is just about the routing. So here we'll do shelters/ID, and we'll do, viewing one shelter. Shelter/ID/edit, editing a shelter. Okay, we can just start with that, honestly. But imagine we have a whole bunch of other routes in here. I guess I'll do one more. To create a shelter, it will be a post route / shelters, and this will be creating shelter. Anyway, imagine we have a whole bunch of routes and they actually do stuff in their callbacks here instead of just sending a string. Now I'm just going to export this router. So let's do module.exports equals router. I've made a new empty router, express.router, saved it to a variable, and then I've added in 4 different routes. A couple gets, a single post, and then I've exported that. Now, in my index.js, I can require that. So const, we'll call this shelter routes equals, and then require, and it's ./routes/shelters, assuming that's what I named it, shelters in routes. Yes, it is. Okay, so now we need to use these routes. We need to tell our app, the one that is being served on port 3000 localhost, we need to tell it to use these routes. Requiring them is not enough. So here's how we do that. If we go to the information on router, this line right here, it says app.use, and then we pass in a string, a path, and then the router. So what is this path here? Well, this is going to specify the prefix of all of the routes that we've predefined in that router. So for now, all of our routes actually have /shelters written in the path. So what I'm going to do is just app.use / and then shelter routes. And we'll change this in just a moment, but I want to show you that this works. We're just saying take all of those routes from that router and apply them to our app and prefix them with nothing, just with /. So I have no routes in this file that I've defined here. They're defined in a separate file on a router, but I can go to localhost 3000 /shelters and then just make up an ID, viewing one shelter. I can edit one shelter, right? If I just add in /edit, there we are, editing one shelter. Okay, so that's one example of setting up our routes in a router. But what's extra nice about all of this is that I can actually prefix them all with shelters. Now, actually, to view any of these routes, I would have to go to /shelters / blah, blah, blah. But now I can go into my routes here, and anytime I have /shelters, I can just remove that because I have prefixed all of my routes so that, yes, I'm writing it as /, but here I'm using those routes under /shelters. So get request to /shelters, post to /shelters, get to /shelters /ID. And if at any point I decide, you know what, I don't want to do shelters anymore, I've renamed it, I change it in one place. And this can be, what would we call this? Maybe breeders. If we're no longer a pet adoption shelter app, we're now a pet breeding app. Now I would just go to /breeders. And, you know, it says shelters because that's what my route handler responds with. But the point is, I have one central place where I can quickly change the routes, which honestly, you usually don't change routes very, very often. But it just makes it so that I don't have to write /shelters over and over and over. So we'll do one more example, same pattern. Let's do a dogs route file. So dogs.js, just go through this pattern. Const, what am I doing? Express equals require, and then express. And then we'll make our router equals express dot capital R router. Just export it at the bottom. Module dot exports equals router. And then we define our routes. So router dot get, and I'm just going to do / this time. And we'll do a res dot send all dogs. And then let's just do a couple of these. /ID will be viewing one dog. And then /ID /edit will be editing one dog. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of different patterns you could follow, right? We don't have to do this /ID to view a single dog, to have a show page. We don't have to do /ID /edit. I know I'm a broken record on that. So though it may be the pattern that I'm following, I don't want you to think that it's the only option. You can customize this in any way, but by grouping them together, they should have something to do with one another. And in this case, they all have to do with dogs in some way. and I'm going to prefix all of these routes over in my index. I'm going to require them, const dog routes equals require, not request animation frame, require dot slash routes slash dogs. I'm going to prefix them when I use them with dogs, just slash dogs. And then in here, dog routes. Now, all of those routes that I've written in this one file, slash ID, slash ID, slash edit, are going to be passed along, and they're going to be matched if they actually start with slash dogs. So now I should be able to go to slash dogs. There we are, slash dog slash one, viewing one dog, slash dog slash one slash edit, editing one dog. Okay? So you can also do things like, you could have an ID in here if you wanted to, slash dog slash colon ID, and all of them will start with an ID first. Now, that doesn't make sense for some of our routes, like this route here. To view all dogs, you probably don't want an ID in there, but you can do that. So that's the basic idea of setting up our Express router. Multiple routers, combine them into your single application. They represent routing functionality as well as middleware, which is what I'll show in the next video, that are kind of encapsulated in a little bubble, their own little unit that we can then combine and add in, mix in at will to a larger application. One more thing with Express Router, when we set up our router, the actual router object, we can assign or we can add on our specific routes, right? Get, post, patch, put, delete, all that stuff, just like we do directly to the app. But also, we can add in our own middleware, just like we do to the app itself. I can do an app.use and set up my own middleware that will only apply to these particular routes, whatever's in this router. So as an example, let's say that I'll just make one more set of routes. I'm going to call this the admin side of things, admin routes. So admin.js, and I'll just copy this basic stuff here. So express, and then router equals express.router, module.exports equals router. And then I'll just set up like two really silly routes, router.get. How about, I don't know, something like slash top secret. Again, this is just very silly. And in here, we'll do a res.send. This is top secret. And then we'll do one more example. How about slash delete everything? This is, okay, how about okay, deleted it all. Okay, so we have these two routes, and imagine there's a lot more, and they're actually useful things that we want to protect with some middleware. And we still haven't talked about auth, so we're still going to fake our middleware that's actually checking to see if you're an admin or not. Let's just say that we're expecting a query string to say is admin is true. And let's just say if it exists at all, then we'll let you go to these routes. So I could define a middleware like we've done on the app itself, app.use, and then our pattern here, request, response, next. And then we'll check to see if request.query.isAdmin. If that's the case, we'll call next. Otherwise, let's do a res.send, sorry, not an admin. Now let's require that the admin routes, so const admin routes equals require, and then /route/admin, okay? And then we'll use them, app.use/admin, and then admin routes. So they're all prefixed with /admin. And before we even put that middleware in, let's just make sure, those routes are hooked up. /admin/secret rather. No, top secret? I don't even remember now. Yes, this is top secret. /admin/delete everything. Okay, deleted it all. All right, so now if I add this middleware back in, we get, sorry, not an admin. But if I add is admin, I set that to yes or true or anything, we see, okay, deleted it all. But the problem, of course, is that if I go to /dogs, sorry, not an admin. I go to /shelters, sorry, not an admin. So rather than defining my middleware here, I could just write a standalone function and pass it in here, right? Require admin or something. We've seen how to do that. But if I want all of these routes in this router to be behind this middleware, I can just say router.use, use this middleware. Now every route in here will use this middleware. And if that query string of isAdmin is not present, whoops, we're going to send, sorry, not an admin. Otherwise, we'll call next. Now this will only apply to these routes on this router. So that's super useful. Let me make sure I got rid of that here. Okay. So now I should be able to go to /shelters, and I can. I can go to /dogs, but I can't go to /admin/ anything unless I include that query string. So our middleware is only applying to those admin routes. And that's nice. That's a really useful feature because often we have middleware that we want to sort of bulk apply to one chunk of routes or one part of our application, but not the entire app, not every single route. So if we use the Express router to break up our code, to break up our routes into separate files, into separate little pieces, we're not just setting up our routes, we can also include our own middleware alongside those routes, wrap them up into a nice little package, a little router, and then require those routes as needed and use them in our main app. All right, so that's pretty much it for the Express router. Relatively straightforward, but a really useful feature. So the next topic we're going to cover are cookies, specifically HTTP cookies. Unfortunately, not real delicious cookies in the real world. I could use a good cookie right now, but instead we're talking about web cookies, probably something you've come across or at least heard the term recently. In the last couple of years, there's been legislation actually around cookies, and most of the time, at least in Europe and now in the US, or at least in California, when you go to a web page that you haven't been to before, you'll get this little pop-up that asks if you accept the terms of use and if it's okay if they use cookies. And that's what we're going to talk about in this first video. What are those cookies? Why are they used? And what can you do with them? And then we're going to talk about how we can work with cookies in Express. And this is sort of like step one towards understanding authentication. So what exactly are cookies? I believe the term is technically magic cookies originally. Most people just say cookies or HTTP cookies. They are really just tiny little bits of information that we can store in a user's browser. And they're associated with some web page. So if I have a user come to my website, whatever it is, some app I've created, I can send back a cookie. It's just a key and a value, so a pair. I'll send back something like, this is stupid and you wouldn't do it, but let's say color is teal. Then their browser, that particular user, their browser is going to take that cookie information that I sent back and store it in the browser. And then on subsequent requests to my website, the browser is going to realize that there's a cookie stored, color set to teal, and it's going to include that information on subsequent requests to my website. So it's a way of basically making HTTP have some state. Normally, every request is entirely separate and has no knowledge of what came before. But through cookies, we can store some information in the browser for a particular user, and then that user's browser will send that data to me, to the server. I don't know why I keep saying me. It'll send it to the server on subsequent requests. So I can store things like, a preference, if they like dark mode or light mode for a website. But often we actually use it to do things like to remember a user's shopping cart or the contents of their cart. There are lots of uses for cookies on Wikipedia. There's a whole section about this. Session management is something we're going to talk about separately. Cookies is kind of step one, then we're going to talk about sessions. Personalization is what we're going to focus on right now. We can use cookies to remember information about some user and to show relevant content to a user over time. We can do things as simple as just storing, like I said, dark mode versus light mode if a user has a preference. And we can remember that instead of having a user have to tell us every single time, which is what we would do without cookies. Because HTTP is stateless, we need a way to remember something at least. So that's where cookies come in. Another option or another thing that they're used for all the time is tracking. And this is the big one. This is why there's all the legislation. This is the controversial bit. So when I say cookies, you don't have to immediately go to this worst case scenario, being tracked and having your data sold and all of that. That is mostly how they're used, or at least a huge portion of the cookies in your browser today probably are for tracking and for eventually selling that data, or at least using that data to track you internally for some company. That is not what we're going to talk about, though, and that's not what I'm trying to show you how to do. Nevertheless, that is what cookies can be used for. If it's just a little bit of information, right, that's all that a cookie is. We can have a user request some page. We can send back some cookie that will be like a unique identifier for that user. And then every time that user comes back, that cookie will be sent along with their request. And so we can use that information to figure out how many times the user has been on the page, how many different pages on our site they've been to, because basically the cookie acts as a unique identifier, a flag or something to identify this one user. Anyway, now I want to show you just how many cookies we probably have, or I have at least, on this browser, and you likely do as well. So I'm going to open up my DevTools. I'm on Wikipedia, and I'm going to go to the Application tab. Just open this up here. There's a section under Storage that has cookies in here. So I'm going to open this up, and you can actually see, I wish there's an easy way just to collapse all of this. All that I want to show you are the first two. Name and value. So we have a key and a value. There's other information, but here we are. So GeoIP, oh, there you are. You can see my city and state. You can see last access. So this is the last time that I went to Wikipedia, I believe, at least. That's how it's set up. This is going to be set from the server side, and every time I request a Wikipedia page, they probably send me a new version of this cookie with the current date. But now let's take a look at a slightly less wholesome website. Here's a music blog, music website, Pitchfork. Let's take a look at those cookies. Oh boy. Cookies. Well, we've got a lot of different domains, first of all, not just Pitchfork, but other entirely different websites, tracking stuff, Med Target System, Condé Nast, all sorts of fun stuff. But let's just look at what these cookies are. You're not going to be able to make sense of what most of these are, and that's something we'll talk about later, but just look at how much information is being stored in my browser and then sent with every single request. So we're not going to see this information sent. We just hit enter or click a link, but all of this data is sent in that request. And then Pitchfork might do something, almost certainly they do something with it, with all those cookies or some of them, and then they might change some of the values and send back new versions that my browser will store here. So if you go to most big websites, you look in your application tab, you look in cookies, there's going to be a lot of stuff there, and almost none of it will make sense. It's a little bit crazy. So that's the main idea of cookies. Again, it is just this little bit of data that we can store in a user's browser. We can send it back from the server and just say, hey, browser, when you're on this website, just send me this reminder every time. Here's a little cookie. Send me this. And that often will be things, like in our situation, it will be things like maybe who the current user is, and if they're signed in, and information that's relevant to our app. But it can be all sorts of things. It could be your favorite animal. It could be your shopping cart, information that's in your shopping cart, or products that are in there. They're not necessarily saved in a database yet. It's just your cart you haven't checked out. But we could use cookies to remember that cart, to add some statefulness to HTTP. So we're going to talk about something called sessions later in a couple of videos, but for now we're just focusing on cookies. So what I want to do next in the following video is try and explain, I think it will be easier to understand if I show you an example of setting a cookie with Express, and then also reading cookies that are sent with an incoming request. Because when we're looking at stuff like, these crazy cookies coming from Pitchfork or Amazon or Google, if we take it apart, we simplify it, I think it will start to be clearer how this works. So that's coming up next. Okay, so in this video, we're going to see how we can use Express to set a cookie, and then also to parse or retrieve cookies from an incoming request. So I've got a new empty directory. I've installed Express already. I've got an index.js, you know the drill. We got to require Express. I'm not going to bother with a router or anything, so I'll just execute Express. App.listen 3000. All right. I'm just going to do serving there. Cool. So let's set up a single, very simple route. Let's do a get for, what should our cookie be that we set? I'm thinking we're just going to remember a user's, how about just a user's name? So what we'll do to begin with is set up a route called slash, how about just slash greet? Okay. And in here, request response. What we're going to do is start by just doing a res.send, hey there, like that. So there's nothing involving cookies. It's just always, hey there. Let's start up our server. Let's go to localhost 3000 / greet. Okay, we see hey there. Awesome. Now what I'm going to do is set up a cookie. I'm going to send a cookie probably from a different route. Let's do something like app.get / how about set name. And what we're going to do in here, I'm not going to ask a user for a name or anything. I'm just going to give them a name that I've decided on, and I'm going to add it to the cookies. I'm going to send a cookie. And the way I do that in Express, if you go to the Express docs, and if we look under response, there's this method, response.cookie, where we can set some cookie. We pass in a name and a value. So I'm going to pass in right here, res.cookie. I'm going to set name to be, and then, I don't know, how about Stevie Chicks? That's one of my chickens, as I've mentioned early on. So we're setting this, we're sending this back as part of the response, but that's not the response itself. That's just part of the response. I need to send something. So we'll just do, okay, sent you a cookie. Okay, so now let's open up the DevTools. I'm going to show you the application tab under cookies. Nothing right now, at least. You may have something in here depending on, if you've, I don't know, played around with this in the past. But I'm going to clear it just in case. That's how you can remove them. And I'm going to go to /setName. And what we'll see, if I can type it, is that we get our response, okay, sent you a cookie. And take a look. I now have a cookie. Name is set to Stevie Chicks, and that %20 is just a encoded space. So I now have this cookie here. Every time I refresh the page, I'll go to some other route. It doesn't matter where, even a non-existent route. I have this cookie. It's only for localhost 3000, but name Stevie Chicks. Okay, so I have set that, and I could set it to be something else. I could instead change it to, Henrietta. And now if I request /setName, we get back in that response a cookie that says, okay, please update name to be Henrietta. My browser stores it and just holds on to it. And now on every ensuing request to this website, to localhost 3000, it's going to send, oh, by the way, name is Henrietta, name is Henrietta, name is Henrietta, over and over and over. And then it's up to us to look for name, which is what we're about to do in the cookies. So this is half the equation, sending a cookie. And I highlighted the wrong thing right here, sending the cookie. If I go to the network tab, let's see, if I make that request, let's actually do this from Postman. I'm going to send a request to localhost 3000 /set, is it set name? I think so, as a get request. We get back, okay, sent you a cookie. But take a look, in Postman, it shows me the cookies. This is what was sent back from the server. Name is Henrietta. Alrighty. Now there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we can set when we send a cookie. If you look at Express, it's not just the name and the value, but we can specify a domain name. It defaults to the domain name for our app. We can encode our cookies. We can set an expiration date. We can set a max age, so this will be the expiration time relative to the current time. So you could say, I want this to have a maximum age in the browser of 10,000 milliseconds. You can do a whole bunch of other things, and we're not going to go into that, honestly, because we'll be using session, and we don't have to care about this as much, but you should know that cookies do have a whole bunch of other sort of details about them other than just the key and the value. And we can actually see those, if we go back to cookies here, they're hiding, but domain, path, expires, max age, size, secure, what is that, same origin there? Let's see. Same site, priority. These are things that we can configure and control. Really though, in this video, I just want to introduce you to this idea that you can send a cookie back as part of the response. So I could send another one, res.cookie, animal is, what's a great animal? How about a Harlequin shrimp? Beautiful animals. I mean, look at that. Beautiful shrimp, right? Only problem with them is that they only eat like one species of starfish. I think it's called a chocolate starfish. And they eat it one leg at a time and then let the legs regrow and then basically have a permanent food supply. Anyway, lovely. So if I send a request now, we're setting 2 cookies, name and animal. Let's see what happens. There we are. I now have name and I have animal. Animal is set to Harlequin or Harlequin shrimp. Name is Henrietta. Now those will be sent on every request going to localhost 3000. In the next video, I'll show you how we can understand those cookies and parse them so that I can use them. So that's coming up. Okay, so we've talked about how we can respond with cookies when we're sending a response back from an Express app. This is, again, a universal concept of cookies. So I'm showing you how we work with them in Express, but if you're working in some other library, some other framework, let's say a Django app or a Flask app in Python, cookies still are a thing. The syntax to respond with them or to parse them is slightly different, but it's the same concept. So in our app, it's generous to call it an app, but what I'd like to do is in /greet, I want to find this name that is allegedly stored in the browser. And I mean, we saw it here, right? If I just open up, on localhost, if I open up the application DevTools, we see name. And it is set, or it's sent rather, with every single request to my application. So to get it out, where we find it is in request.cookies. On the incoming requests, Express is going to take that request just like it takes the query string and the headers and everything else, and it parses it and turns it into an object. Unfortunately, the way that Express is set up is that you don't actually have this functionality out of the box. We need to install a package called Cookie Parser, which will take care of parsing the cookies. So for whatever reason, the decision was made to move cookie parsing into its own feature or its own package because I guess a lot of applications just don't need it. So we need to install it, and then we require it, and then we use it. So let's do that right now. npm I cookie-parser, and then start back index.js. We'll require cookie parser, const cookie parser equals require cookie-parser. Go away, Siri. Okay, we have that, and then it's just app.use cookie parser. We execute it. Now, on every incoming request, we have a property called request.cookies. I'm just going to console.log that to start. Okay, so let's send a request to /greet and see if it works. Okay, so we still get hey there. Nothing changed. But in the console, perfect. I can see an object that has name Henrietta, animal Harlequin shrimp. So those cookies that were sent automatically from my browser, they're stored in my browser. And in fact, I could add my own cookie in here if I wanted to. I can add one in color of purple. Now, if I send a request to /greet, my browser, it doesn't care who made this cookie, if I just manually typed it in or not. It just has these cookies stored and associated with this URL or with this application. And it's just going to send everything it has. So that's 3 cookies right now. Send them all, and what do we see over here? We see all 3 printed out in our console. So if I wanted to greet someone by name, right, I could take that name, which would be request.cookies.name. So we'll do something like const name equals request.cookies, and just in case there is no name, I'll give it a default. Like if you go to /greet and you haven't set that cookie yet by going to set name, which obviously is kind of a silly thing to do, to go to a set name, to set your name to Henrietta. But anyway, if you haven't, we'll go with anonymous, no name. Sure. And then we'll do hey there, and then we'll just, let's do a string template literal, hey there, and then we'll add in name, whatever that value is. So if I go to /greet right now, hey there, Henrietta, And that's what we get every single time. But if I were to change the value of that cookie to Todicus, that's a definite name, go to /greet, hey there, Todicus. Every time I go here, I could close this window entirely or open up a new tab or quit my browser and reopen it. It's storing those in a file. My cookies are in a file. So every time I go to localhost 3000, normally it's not going to be localhost. It will be a deployed application, myapp.com or whatever. Those cookies will be sent with every single request. Okay. So that's the basic idea. We could expand upon this a little bit, have a form and have you enter your name and then save that name via a cookie. So we're not saving it permanently, right? If a user deletes that cookie or if they visit in another browser, for example, that information is gone. So we don't use cookies to store information that's important. So it's more about just adding some statefulness between requests. Right? It's able to remember my name, even though we're setting it in a janky way. It's able to remember that name from one request to the next, but it's not actually remembering anything. It's my browser that's doing the hard work. It's the one that's storing the cookies and sending them automatically, unprompted. It just does that. That's how browsers work. Okay, so next up, we're going to talk about something slightly more advanced, which is signing our cookies. What is that? And what is this cookie secret that's coming up? So next up, we're going to drift into the world of cryptography, sort of, just for a moment to talk about signed cookies. Okay, so if we go to the cookie parser documentation, there's this line at the beginning. It says, optionally, you may enable signed cookie support by passing a secret string. Okay, so what is this talking about? What is signed cookie support or just signed cookies? Well, the idea behind signing something in programming, we're usually referring to a digital signature or a cryptographic signature. The idea is not to encrypt or hide information. Instead, it is to be able to verify its integrity, verify that something hasn't changed. Think of a wax seal on an old letter. You put that wax seal on there, and if that letter makes it to you or to whoever you're sending it to, and that seal is not broken, then you know that the integrity of that letter is still intact. Nobody has read it. Although I think with a wax seal, it's not that hard to, these days, you could just sort of use a knife and, I don't know. Think of a peanut butter jar where there's a seal that says, if broken, don't eat this or you'll die or whatever. Okay, that's kind of the idea. Signing a cookie means we're going to take a cookie that we send to a user. Instead of just directly sending name as Henrietta, I'm going to send it as a signed cookie. And what that will do is have Cookie Parser sign it using a secret code that I'm going to specify. We can spend a little time at the end of this video if you want to understand how that signing process works. Basically, it's going to sign it and then send this weirder looking version of our cookie to the client. Then on the client side, that weird looking version, the signed version, will be sent back just like any other cookie. That's all it is. It's just a regular old cookie. But on the server side, when we're looking at the cookies that have been sent to us, we'll be able to verify, or Cookie Parser will be able to verify and tell us if any of those signed cookies have been tampered with. Essentially, if they're the exact same value that was sent, if somebody screwed with them in any way, we'll be able to tell because they won't match. So signing is not about hiding the information. It's not about encrypting it. That's different. It is about making sure that the original data that we sent to the client, to the browser, is still the data being sent back to us. So it's like that tamper-proof seal. So let's demonstrate a simple example. I'll make a new route here, app.get/. So how about we do get signed cookie, okay? And we're going to respond. But first, we're going to send back a cookie with res.cookie. But before we do anything, if we want to use the signed cookies and have Cookie Parser support that, we need to pass in a secret here. And if you stick around for the end of this video, or depending on how long this gets, I may make a separate standalone video. I'll talk a bit about how it works. For now, though, this string can be anything, right? In production, this should be something that is actually secret and that you don't even write in the file directly. It should be an environment variable. But we'll get there. For now, I'm just going to put something like, this is my secret. Okay, so that string is going to be used by Cookie Parser to sign my cookies if I want them to be signed, and then to verify that things still have not been changed or tampered with once we get those signed cookies back. So to send a signed cookie, it's res.cookie, and how about we sign a cookie, let's call it fruit, and we're going to set it to grape to begin with. And then here, as our third argument, we're going to specify signed is true. This is how we sign a cookie when we're using Cookie Parser. I'm sure they show it somewhere on the docs. Do they? Maybe it's just on the Express docs. Well, if we go to the Express docs, we look at request. No, we want response, sorry. Response.cookie. We can specify signed true. I'm sure they show an example of that somewhere. Where are you? Here we are. Signed true. Okay, that was a long time just to find it. All right, so this is silly to sign, but it's still going to work just fine, hopefully. So fruit, grape, signed is true. We've specified our secret. So now if I go to get signed cookie, let's try it. Get signed cookie. I'll open up my cookies. Oh, looks like we have an issue somewhere. Oh, duh. We're never sending anything back. So let's send. Okay, signed your fruit cookie. Try that again. Okay, now let's open up our DevTools. What do we have under fruit? Well, this is the value. So as I mentioned, it's not about hiding the data. In fact, I can see grape in there, right? That's all that I had that I signed. I literally just said fruit is grape. So I see grape in there. It's not about hiding it. It's not about making it, invisible or keeping it secret. It's about verifying the integrity or the validity or the, I don't know, I'm out of words here. It's about verifying that nobody's tampered with it, that it hasn't changed. So to unsign, to verify that it actually worked out, let's have just another route called verify fruit. Request response. And then instead of looking in request.cookies, which we could look in if I just console.log all my cookies, console.log request.cookies, res.send, we could just send back request.cookies too, actually, instead of just console.logging. If I go to verify fruit, right there, I don't see fruit showing up in my cookies. I see animal, color, and name, and those are all here. But fruit is not added. It's not showing up in cookies. Where I'm supposed to look instead, if you go to the docs, is in the signed cookies property. So this is only going to exist if we're using Cookie Parser and if we've passed in a secret key or a secret. So it's going to contain the signed cookies that have been sent by the request. They will be unsigned and ready for use. And they talk about on the docs why they don't reside in request.cookies where all the others are. It's to make it very clear, that there's a difference between what was signed and what was just regular old plain unsigned cookies. Otherwise, if we put them all in request.cookies, that developer intent is less clear. Okay, so let's look at signed cookies. So we'll do, instead of request.cookies there, request.signed cookies. And I guess we can print that out, or we can print both of them. Let's do request.cookies, request.signed cookies. All right, now try this again. And we see fruit is set to grape. All right, doesn't seem that impressive, I know. But what is impressive is if I try and change that cookie manually. I try and tamper with it. So I don't want it to be grape. One thing that I could do is just completely change it and make it apple, for example. Now, if I go to verify fruit, it's not in there. Signed cookies does not contain fruit. It's just not there because it was not able to be verified by Cookie Parser. So if I go back to, get signed cookie, we get grape again, okay, fruit, I have to refresh, there we are. We get it again, it's showing up in my DevTools, and it's signed, so it looks odd. You might think, okay, well, what if I just change this little bit here and make that apple? But all this weird extra garbled stuff, that's still the same. So let's try going to verify fruit. Now it's showing me, instead of just being blank, because when I just wrote the word apple, it didn't even treat it as a signed cookie in the first place. It didn't bother even trying to verify if it was signed correctly or if it had been tampered with. But now it recognizes, Cookie Parser recognizes, oh, this is a signed cookie. Because of this format here, it's able to determine that. It tries to verify that signature, and it realizes, oh, it's been tampered with. Something went wrong here. So it sets fruit to false, and that is how we could know for sure that somebody screwed with this, or at least the integrity is just not there. So that's the main principle of signing cookies, right? We can verify that they are in the exact same state that they were when we sent that information. And this will come up, I promise, in the next couple of videos. It's important, even if we're not signing them ourselves and unsigning them or verifying that, it's good to know how it works, and it's sort of an underlying principle in a lot of stuff that we're going to be doing going forward. Okay, so with Cookie Parser, we provide that secret. And if I ever change that secret, just to be clear, anybody who has the cookies right now that have been signed with this secret, all those cookies are going to be invalid. So just keep that in mind. You usually are not going to be changing this in the real world. You'll have, it'll be hidden, it'll be an environment variable, and it will be a lot more secure than just English words. This is my secret. Okay. So in the next video, if you care, I'll explain a tiny bit about how the signing process works. You really don't have to watch it. All that you need to know, as we've already discussed, is that digitally signing something is a way of verifying that it's not been tampered with. It is not a way of hiding or encrypting the information. Okay. So again, this is completely optional. Every video here is optional, but this has nothing to do with Express. I'm going to talk a little bit about the process of signing, and we'll take a little bit of a walk through the source code for Cookie Parser. So the first thing you should understand is this term HMAC. Stands for Hash-Based Message Authentication Code. It's HMAC, we just ignore the B, I guess, H-B. So it is basically what we've been talking about. We set up a message authentication code that is supposed to verify the integrity, the authenticity of a message. Those are two things that are different. Integrity would be that the data is unchanged, and authenticity is that it came from the same source, or it comes from a trusted place. It's just simplify it that way. Anyway, the goal, right, is to take some cookie in our case, but it doesn't have to be a cookie. There are lots of things we sign. In fact, if you are at all familiar with Bitcoin or Ethereum or really any cryptocurrency, digitally signing or digital signatures are crucial to making them work. Anyway, so when we sign a cookie using Cookie Parser, what it's going to do is, if you look in the source code, it actually uses another package called Cookie Signature. So I found that package. Here it is. And this package really just has two things, sign and unsign. And if we look at sign, the first thing it needs is the value we're trying to sign, and then the secret. So it throws some errors if either is missing. Okay, then it does some fancy stuff where it takes the value. So let's say we're signing hello. It adds a dot, and then it adds on some other stuff here. And this other stuff is the result of calling create HMAC, which is what we just talked about. HMAC is going to take a cryptographic function, SHA-256 is the name of this one, and it takes a secret. And then it does some other stuff in here, right? It's going to turn into base 64. It's going to replace the certain characters in there with nothing. It's just removing certain characters. But long story short, it's taking our value, it's taking the secret and SHA-256, a particular hashing function, and it signs them. So what that actually looks like, you can actually visualize it here. Let's say I have some cookie that we're going to sign. This is a tool that just shows me basically the basic process. So I'm going to put my cookie or whatever the thing is that I'm signing. Remember, this it's not cookie specific. So I'll sign banana pudding, which honestly I absolutely despise, but that's the cookie. That's the value. Then we have our secret key, and I'll just use, this should actually be secret. That could be anything, right? But we have to keep track of what that is. And then the hashing function that's used with Cookie Parser is called SHA-256. There's a whole family of these SHA functions. Anyway, I'm going to call compute HMAC, or I'm going to click. And what we get back is this crazy looking thing right here. Okay, so I'm going to keep that in one window. So the way that we verify the signature, if we look at the source code again, there's unsigned right here. It requires the value and then the secret. So value is the signed value. So then what it's going to do is it takes this entire cookie and it's going to basically extract this portion and this portion. So this is the value that was signed and this is the signature. Then it's going to re-sign this value with the same exact secret. And it's going to make sure we get the same output here. So if I were to do this again, we would have the same secret key, and then we extract whatever the value is in that cookie. So if it was banana pudding again, meaning it was not tinkered with, SHA-256, we compute that, we get this output. And then the job of that function, the last thing it does is it compares. Did we get the same thing? So I think I can just copy and paste. Did we get the same results? If so, nothing has changed. Everything's good, it's good to go. But if at any point, something was slightly different, for example, let's say that the cookie was changed to be banana pudding with a capital B. This should actually be secret, even if it's the same secret key. We compute that, we're going to get a different output, and they no longer match. Or let's say that I keep it as banana pudding, lowercase b, but this secret changes. Like I misspell it. Well, it was signed with one secret key, and now we're trying to verify it with a different secret key. It's not going to work. So all that we're doing here is making sure that the same secret key plus the same value that were used originally are still going to work when we receive that cookie back. So we're not unencoding it or decrypting it. We're simply trying to recreate that signature. The signing function just takes a secret key and it takes a value. Well, we always have the secret, right? We don't provide that as part of the cookie. It's just known in Express. We configure cookie parser with it. And then the value is found in the cookie, and it's just going to try and re-sign the same value with the same secret and compare that to see if we get the same result. So it's going to take Apple, and it's going to take my secret, sign them. Do we get this result? If so, nothing has changed. If we get a different result than the one that was included in the cookie, then there's a problem. All right, so it's kind of clunky, long-winded explanation, but it is mildly interesting to some students I've found. You can take a closer look at the source code if you're curious. It's nothing crazy. It does involve buffers, a more advanced topic we really don't need to get into, but you'll see at the very end what it's doing is calling a function. It's called timing safe equal, but it's just comparing equality from the signed output that we got as part of the cookie and then the signed version that we just generated using that cookie and comparing them. Okay, so next up, we're going to talk about session. Next up, we have another pretty quick focused section on something called sessions. That's all I'll say about it for now, because we're going to explain what the heck it is in the next video. The main takeaways, the most important things here are understanding what sessions are. This is something that's going to allow us to implement authentication, keep people logged in, remember information about people, and it goes alongside cookies, which we just talked about, which is why we covered cookies first, and why having an understanding of cookies was important from the last section. In this section, understanding sessions is important, and it's also important to be able to set up Express sessions. So how do we integrate what I'm going to tell you conceptually? How do we add sessions functionality into Express? It's pretty easy, don't worry. And then we're going to talk about something called flash messages. That's somewhere between important and nice to have. I'll say important. It's something we'll use in Yelp Camp, and it's useful. I mean, I'll just tell you what it is. It allows us to send a message or share a message with a user on a page that is not permanently there. It's not part of the template, and will go away if the user refreshes the page. So we usually see this with things like, welcome back, or successfully signed you out, little messages that pop up, and then they go away. They're not part of the page. So it's important, but not critical. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about sessions. Really, that should be the focus of this section. And 3, 2, 1, I'm disappearing. So that wraps up cookies for now. Next up, we're going to talk about something called sessions. So sessions are kind of similar to the idea of cookies in that we're trying to add in some statefulness to HTTP, which is inherently a stateless protocol. we're trying to save or share some information from one request to the next. Now, of course, we have databases where we can persist information. So that's not the idea. It's not just to store data permanently. We can use a database on the server side to do that. What we're trying to do is persist something from one request to the next to keep track of, who's currently logged in, what's the person's username who's logged in, or what's in somebody's shopping cart before they check out. So cookies and sessions can be used to accomplish this, but sessions are on the server side. So sessions, we store the actual data itself on the server side, not in the browser, which is what we do with cookies. So first of all, why? What's wrong with cookies? Nothing's really wrong with them, but there are a couple of considerations. One is that cookies have a maximum size. In your browser, most browsers at least, there is a limit, first of all, on the number of cookies you can have per domain, and the size of each cookie, how much information they can store. So that's one consideration. If we have a lot of information we wanted to associate with a user, or that we wanted to persist from one request to the next, cookies may not be the best choice. But second of all, cookies are just not as secure as storing information on the server side. So this is where sessions come in. The idea of a session is that we store information on the server side, and then we send a little cookie back to the client that says, here's your key, here's the ID you need to unlock that session. So here's a little diagram to try and explain this, although I've found that it just helps to get some practice with it. But the first thing to get out of the way is that on the left, where it says data store, that's not usually the same thing as your actual database. So a session does not replace a database. In fact, we don't even need a database out of the box in development mode. We don't actually need a database to make sessions work. But anyway, in this data store, we are going to be storing information. In this case, it's shopping cart information for people who are, on our application, but they haven't yet checked out. They might not even have an account yet. They might just be, adding stuff to their cart. And then what most modern e-commerce sites do is they wait for you to build your cart up and then check out to ask you to register. Because for a lot of people, if you have to register to add something to your cart, you might just sort of, give up. You might get distracted. You might be lazy. Nobody likes to register. So in order to make that work, instead of storing your information in a database and associating it with a user account, there is no user account. So what we do, or what we can do, is have a session. And in that session, we have some ID that we associate your information with, your shopping cart data with, in the session store. So here's a little subset. I've got ID 3, 4, and 5. Usually these IDs are not going to be single digit numbers, but whatever that ID is, one of them will be associated with me. Let's say I'm browsing with my browser. Okay. So the server is going to send back to me just a little ID as a cookie. It's not going to send back the shopping cart. It's not going to send back whatever other information I have in the session itself. It simply sends me back the key to unlock my data, and my browser stores that. So then on subsequent requests, my browser can say, hey, I have a cookie. It's a really small one. It just says my session ID is 4. What does that mean? And then the server gets that on every single request. Just one little cookie. Sometimes we'll have more, but all we need is one for the session. The server can then take that ID and then go to the session data store and retrieve all relevant information. So we can store a ton of information on the server side that will persist. We'll have some state from one request to the next, but all we need to store in the browser is some sort of ID or key to unlock that session. Now, this is still a simplified version of what happens, but that's kind of the main idea. Instead of storing all that data in the browser as cookies and sending all of that information about the shopping cart with every single request, we can instead leave it on the server side and just send a single cookie that is going to sort of match us with our data in the data store. And remember, it's not necessarily, and it's usually not at all, the same data store as your database. So this might be done in something like Redis. We haven't really talked about that. I don't know if I've mentioned it at all, but Redis is a database that is not used for long-term storage. So you could use something like Redis because it's very fast and lightweight, but you would still have a real database for the rest of your application. So you'll see what I'm talking about, that we don't have to have a database. This is not the same as our application database usually. It just exists to store some information that will be associated with some browser. Okay, so next up, we're going to implement this in Express. we've got a lovely little package, really commonly used, called Express Session. So in this video, we're going to install Express Session, which is one library, one tool we can use to implement sessions in an Express app. Now remember, I don't even know if I should say remember because I may not have said this yet. I don't think I have. Just like cookies, sessions are not some unique to Express concept. They are universal across HTTP and web development. So there are libraries, there's tools to use sessions in Python and C and Java. So Express Session is just made to work with Express. So here it is, Express-Session. And to use it, we need an Express app, and then we'll install it. So I've got a very plain Express app. Here's my terminal here. It's just a new empty app with Express installed. I'm also going to install Express-Session. And that should be all we actually need. In the past, you also had to have Cookie Parser installed with older versions of Express Session. I don't believe that's the case anymore. Yes, here we are. Cookie Parser no longer needs to be used for this module to work. Now we can have Cookie Parser because there are times you still want cookies. But in this video, I'm just trying to focus on sessions, so we don't need it. All right. So in order to use it, we need to start by requiring it, and then we need to instantiate it or use it as a middleware, just like many of the other middleware we've seen. So configuring Express Session is honestly at least 1 or 2 videos worth of content, and we're not going to spend much time on it right now because a lot of it is just above, or a lot of it doesn't matter at the moment. It does certainly matter in production and in terms of security and configuring a production app. But for what we need right now, just for understanding the basics, all we really need to pass in to our session function when we instantiate the middleware is a secret. Okay? So we're going to do that right now. I'm going to require, I'm just going to call it session equals require, and then express-session. And then we do an app.use session, and then we can pass in a whole bunch of different options as we saw here. These are all different options. We've got cookie path, max age, HTTP only, expires, domain, cookie, and then secret. What else do we have? Cookie.secure, gen ID, name, proxy, resave, rolling, save, uninitialized, secrets, store, unset. There's just a million things here. Okay, so we don't need to do any of that right now except pass in a secret. And we need a secret for the same reason we used a secret when we used Cookie Parser. Express Session is going to sign the cookies that it sends back. So we'll pass in secret, and then, same thing as with Cookie Parser. In production, you want this to be an actual secret. We'll talk about environment variables. You want it to be something more than just a couple characters. But for now, we'll just go with this is not a good secret. All right, so we should now be using session in our app. So how does it work? Well, inside of any route or middleware, on the request object at any time, assuming we have this middleware set up, at any time on our incoming request object, we will now have a session property available. So I'm going to start by doing, what should we do? An app.get. Let's do an example of page views. So what we're going to do is use the session to keep track of how many times you've viewed a page. So should we call it page view or maybe just page count? View count, there we are. That's a better. Okay, so /view count is just a GET request. Request, response, don't need any async stuff in here. And in here, what I want to do is something like you have viewed this page X times. Now, we don't have that X yet, but let's just make sure I start the server up and everything goes off without a hitch, hopefully. We will get this message from Express Session, this deprecated thing where it's telling us we're supposed to provide resave option. We'll come back to that. And also save uninitialized option. So these are just things that we can add in just to make it happy. So we'll come back to that. But let's just view /page count. Page count. Okay. Now, first of all, I have my application tab open. And you might see there's a new cookie here. This was not here before. I didn't make this. And what we see, it's called connect.sid. And this is just the name of the cookie for Express session. It says connect.sessionID. And then here's that value. Again, it's signed, so it will know for tampering with it. And even though I didn't do anything with the session, just the mere act of using the session middleware, it's automatically sending me this cookie now that corresponds to some little spot in memory in the session just for me. So if I get rid of that, I'll clear all my cookies. And also, I think I went to page count. I screwed that up. It was view count, but it comes back and now I have a different session ID. So as long as I have this cookie, it's going to be able to associate this browser or whoever sends this particular cookie. It will be able to associate me with some spot, some space in memory that I can store information in. So this is my little ID that we talked about that it made me. So I have an ID, it's signed, and it doesn't really look like an ID, but it's a cookie that now my browser automatically sends, and other people's browsers will automatically send. And whoever's using this app, if I open this up in Safari, I'll get a separate session ID. And now Express is able to remember me from one request to the next. So here, instead of just sending, you have viewed this page X times. What I'm going to do is access request.session. Something that doesn't exist. I'm going to do just count, and I'm going to add 1 to it, so plus equals 1. Now, the problem is that it doesn't exist yet, so I need to start it off at 0. So probably what I'll do is just say, if there's anything in request.session.count, we will add 1 to it, request.session.count plus equals 1. Otherwise, request.session.count equals 1, right? The very first time you view it, we'll set it to 1. So I can add anything I want to request.session, and that data in session is stored server-side and it's associated with individual users or at least individual browsers. Okay, so let's respond with something like res.send. We'll do something like you have viewed this page, and then request.session.count times. And we're not going to bother pluralizing this correctly. It will be 1 times, then 2 times, 3 times. Okay, so when I first hit /view count after saving this, I'm going to refresh the page. Request.session.count doesn't exist, so it's going to be set to 1. Let's do it now. Here we go. Okay, request.session.count is now 1 for this browser, only associated with this cookie here. Every request I make to view count and to any endpoint on my server, this cookie is being sent, and this just contains a little identifier about which session or which part of the session belongs to me, this one browser. So if I refresh again, now we see 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. But if I go to this endpoint in Safari, for example, or if I do it in Postman, which I think I have open, here we are, view count, I'll send a GET request. And what do we get back? Well, it starts off probably by saying, yeah, you viewed this page 1 time. And then I got this cookie, and in Postman, this cookie will automatically be sent for me on the next request. So I'm going to leave that there and send another request to view count. And now I get, you viewed this page 2 times and 3 times. And now if I do Safari, you viewed this page 1 time. Well, 1 times, 2, 3, 4. So entirely separate. And it's all being stored on the server side. Now this brings me to the next important point, which is the place it's being stored right now is in memory. If I can find that window. Oh boy, where are you? It's in memory in JavaScript, which is not what we would do for production. There's a note about it actually on Express Session. The default store is memory store. And I'm pretty sure it talks about memory store somewhere on here. Here we are. Warning, the default server-side session storage memory store is purposely not designed for production. It will leak memory under most conditions. It does not scale past a single process, and it's meant for debugging and developing. So in the real world, in production, we can specify one of many different compatible session stores. So I think I mentioned Redis. Somewhere on here, here we are, a Redis adapter that we can use so that our session store, which the syntax will look pretty much exactly the same, behind the scenes, it won't be stored just in basically, I think it's stored in a JavaScript object or something. I'm not even sure how the default memory store is set up. But the point is, it's not being saved or stored in a real database or a real data store. It's just in memory. But if we use something like Redis, or we can use Mongo, there's a session store with Mongo. That's what we would do in production. And that's something we'll consider and will need to consider when we do deploy a production app that uses a session. But we're not there. And I know this conceptually can be a little tricky sometimes to wrap your head around, but just remember this idea of having this cookie that is sent to my browser, and this cookie does not contain any of the information in the session. The session can store a whole lot more information. I could have a whole shopping cart in there, but it does not send any of that data to me to be stored as a cookie. The only information it sends to me is this session ID. That session ID then is sent on every subsequent request. I'm going to send it now. And then on the Express side of things, this session package, Express session, takes that cookie, if it's there, and then it's going to make sure, first of all, that it's not been tampered with and still is a valid session ID. It takes that, and then it looks deep in this session store that it has, and it tries to find information that corresponds to that ID. And if it does, that's what we have access to in request.session.count in this case. So in the next video, I'll do one more example of using the session. We'll store some other data in there. And I think that's kind of it. Okay, so in this video, we'll just get a bit more practice using the session. And we'll also just quickly get these deprecation warnings to go away. So it's telling us that these days, undefined resave option is not allowed, or it's going to be deprecated. So what is resave? Let's start there. You can read the docs. These are alphabetical. Resave is a value that defaults to true, but they don't want you to use the default anymore. And it might change in the future. It might default to false. And then you can read about exactly what it does, but it says it forces the session to be saved back to the session store, even if the session was never modified during the request. And this might be necessary depending on the store that you're using. And you'll know if it's necessary if your store implements a touch method, blah, 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 blah. For us, we can just set resave to false. Typically, we'll want false. Really, this is something we can worry about when we start changing stores. Right now, we're just using memory store. So let's add that option, secret, and I'll probably do this in a separate variable. Let's do const session options equals. And then in here, resave. I can't remember if they capitalize save or not, do they? No, false. And then the next issue that we're getting a complaint about, oh, I'm not passing through any of this, so that's the problem. Session options. All right, so now it should still complain about save uninitialized. This is kind of the same deal. There was a default value. There still is a default of true, but it's going to change, or it could change in the future, and they don't want you to use the default anymore. So you're supposed to research what is the appropriate value and choose true or false. It depends on the store that you're using. So for us, we're just going to set false as well. It doesn't really matter for right now, but it forces an uninitialized session to be saved to the store. And uninitialized means a session that is new, but has not been modified. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter for us right now. So we're just going to set it to false, and it should still work fine. Okay, so right here, save, and I can never remember. All right, so here it is capital U. I guess resave they consider one word versus save uninitialized. We'll set to false as well. Hey, now we don't get those deprecation warnings anymore. And let's make sure the rest of our stuff still works. Okay, so there we go. Now, every time I restart my server, which I could just change some code in here, or I just stop it and start it, with what we have right now, we're using that memory store. Everything resets because all of our session data is stored on the server side just in local memory. It's not in an actual persistent data store. So that's why it's going to be reset. But as long as our app is running, we're good to go. So let's do one more endpoint. Instead of view count, let's mimic, I don't know, let's do something silly like app.get, and we'll have a /register maybe. and we're going to expect you to pass a query string in. And in that query string, I want you to pass in your username. All right. So we'll do const username equals request dot query. And if you don't pass that in, we'll give it a default value. How about, I don't know, unknown or anonymous. And then I'll add that to the session. So request dot session, and then I'll just do dot username equals username. Whatever we found in the query string, or whatever, or if we didn't find anything, anonymous. So now, if you go to /register once, you will be registered in our session, which is not the same at all as actually signing up for something. But I just want to show that we can have more stuff in the session for a given user, or for a given browser, rather. We can put a lot of stuff in there. That doesn't mean we should, but we can. So we'll now potentially have count, we'll have username, and then let's do something with username. How about we just make our simple greet, and let's redirect maybe from here, res.redirect to /greet, and then we'll define greet, request response, and we'll look in the session, so const username equals request.session. And then, I don't know, how about, hey there, and then, how about welcome back? Welcome back, comma, and then I need to do a string template literal, but we'll put username in there. Okay, so let's update that. No. Okay, so this is not going to be happy if I just visit /greet right away without register. It just says undefined, whatever. But if I go to /register, anonymous is what we see. That's what's stored in the session for me. But if I go to /register and then I specify a username in the query string, let's just do Colt. Welcome back, Colt. Now, every time I go to greets, in this browser at least, it's just going to say welcome back, Colt. So the session store for me, at least in this browser, now has a view count in there, which I don't know what it's at. Well, it probably went down because I restarted the server. But now it has view count in there, and it has username. And I could implement, a shopping cart and all that stuff. But really, I just want to keep it simple here. Request.session in any of your routes or in middleware, assuming you have Express Session set up and you're using it. Request.session will contain session information for the specific session, browsing session, that is ongoing. And so we can have multiple at once, as we've, that's the whole point, right? We're not just storing one person's information and that's it. Our session eventually, if we're using, like something like Redis, and we have a production app, we might have thousands and thousands of different people or different pieces of information stored in the session, each associated with a distinct ID that is stored in a cookie in those people's browsers. So we can see that cookie once again here. If you get rid of that cookie in your application tab, everything will reset. If I restart the server, everything will reset as well in the session because of the default memory store I'm using, not because that's what sessions always do. It's just the way it's set up right now by default. Memory store is just in local memory. So it's meant for development purposes. Okay, so I know this is kind of a lot, but hopefully you can see how cookies fit in, right? We have to have cookies in order to make sessions work. The cookie that's sent back from our server is very, very important. If we lose this, then we lose access to whatever data is in that session. Now, we never put information that's critical that we could never get anywhere else in the session. You'll see shortly, we're going to do authentication. We store things like the currently logged in user for this browser. That sort of thing that, worst case, if we lose that, we just have the user log in again. But it's a nice way to make sure a user doesn't have to sign in on every single page. We can remember it. We can set an expiration, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of important stuff. But for now, request.session, put your information in there that you want to be able to access, modify it. You're just modifying something on the server side, and then Express Session automatically sends back the appropriate cookie that is associated with that one session or that one spot in the session. So next up, we've got an easier thing to wrap our head around, something called Flash. So next up, we've got a topic that is kind of related to sessions and cookies, or it at least depends on sessions. But it's really just a package that we're going to use. It's called Connect Flash. There are other variants. There's one called Express Flash. And then for different programming languages, different frameworks, there are lots of different Flash libraries and packages. The idea of a Flash is basically a place in the session to flash a message to a user, like a success message or a confirmation or a failure message that shows up one time and then goes away. So it's not something that you want, on the template or in the view or in the response on every single response. It's usually after some action and typically before you redirect somewhere. So if I just submitted a form and I made a new farm in our little farm app we have, when I make that new farm, we might want to display a little message that says successfully created farm. But then if you refresh the page, we want that to go away. So that's where a tool like Connect Flash comes in. So let's go ahead and use this. I'm going to work in a new app. Well, it's not really a new app. It's an app we've already seen before, or at least a slimmed down version. I just wanted to have some basic functionality already there for us. We've got a model for farm. Here's my show page. Here's the index page, and I can add a new farm. Anyway, I wanted some of that done just so you didn't have to watch me type it, because generally we flash a message when you've created something or when you delete something, or, there's plenty of situations. You sign in, you sign out. But anyway, we want some view that we can flash a message into, or that we can render a flash message with. So I have some views here and some basic functionality. Again, it's just a farm model. And I have a new database, Flash demo. You can just download the code and sort of follow along here, or just add this into any app. So I'm going to start by installing Connect-Flash, npm-i Connect-Flash. So npm-i Connect-Flash. All right, it's very quick. I also have Express Session in here. It does depend on session. So I have it here and I'm using it. I've configured it in the exact same way. And then nodemon index.js. Now we can import Flash or require it. Flash equals require. And it's connect-flash. And then after we use our session here, just app.use flash. And that's all we need to do. So now with that done, in any of my middleware or route handlers, the request object now has a method called flash. And you'll see, here we go. All requests have a request.flash function that can be used for flash messages. And the way that we do this is that we pass in some sort of key, which is often something like error or success or danger, info. It's some sort of, category for the message. And then we have the message itself that we're flashing. And we usually do this right before we redirect. So here's an example. When you make a new farm, right, we have the form, which looks like this right here. I'll add a farm very quickly. How about star root farms in Bolinas, and they're just star root farms at Gmail. All my farms just have an abbreviation at gmail.com. So I'm going to submit this. Okay, nothing new. All right, we're just submitting a post request to this route right here. And then we're making a farm, we're saving it, and then redirecting to /farms. Alrighty. So before we redirect, let's say we want to flash a message, and we'll display that message here so that we can see it when we successfully create a farm, but it's not always there. I don't want it to be part of the template. So all I need to do is call request.flash before I redirect, and the key I'll use is probably success, and then successfully made a farm or something. Made a new farm. All right. So that's not going to show up at all right now. We're not going to see anything happen. This is simply adding information into a session, but in order to access it out, we just call request.flash when we're rendering something, and then pass in a key. So I'm going to keep it very simple here, but we're redirecting to /farms. So in /farms, I can pass through messages, which will be request.flash, and then I'm looking for success. Just like that. So if I had some other key instead of error, or, I don't have to call it success, I can name it anything, but I know in this case it's success. So if there is anything in request.flash under success, we'll pass that through under messages. And now I'm just going to go over to my template. I'm rendering at the index here. I'm just going to, at the very top, I'll put in messages. And let's see what we end up with. Okay, so I'm just going to render that. So if I refresh the page right now, I don't see anything. I don't see messages up there. But if I make a new farm, and I'll just put some gibberish in here, I'm going to hit submit. Hey, successfully made a new farm. That's there. But if I refresh the page, or I navigate away, it's gone. So that's what Flash helps us do. It's just a way to quickly flash something one time and then have it disappear forever. And there are many opportunities for where we might want to flash something, like successfully created, okay, logging you out, or welcome back, or thanks for joining. There are many opportunities for flashing. In this one app, though, there's really not much else I would do. We could also flash with error, which is something we'll talk about in the next video if something goes wrong. But really, this is good enough at this point. We're just calling request.flash before we redirect. And then wherever we redirect to, in this case, /farms, we can call request.flash and just retrieve anything under the key of success that's been stored in there. And most of the time, there will be nothing there. So messages is just going to be undefined. But this is still kind of annoying having to pass this through. So there's another option I'll cover in the next video. But I think this is a good enough stopping point for the basics of Flash. So I just wanted to quickly show something that we could do to improve the way that we are passing through our Flash messages. It's kind of annoying to have to do this. Messages, request.flash success on potentially every route, every render where we might want access to messages. So this is not bad if it's just on the index, but often, if we're updating something or deleting something, which I don't have here for simplicity's sake, but if we were, we would have to pass that through to every single template. So one option is to actually set up a middleware. So app.use, request response next, and I forgot my parentheses. There we are. What this middleware is going to do is add on to the response object in such a way that in every single template, in every view, we'll have access to messages. And here's how it works. On the Express docs, if you go to response, there's this property called locals. And this is what it tells us right here. An object that contains response local variable scope to the request and therefore available only to the views rendered during that request response cycle, if any. So I can add on whatever I want to res.locals. And that's exactly, what I'm going to use it for. I'm going to say res.locals.messages equals request.flash success. And then I'm going to call next to make sure we keep moving. Now I don't need to pass that through, and I'll have access to messages on every single template if I want to be able to display them. Because normally what we would do is actually, not put this on each individual template. We would have some sort of partial, like we'll do in our main app. We'll have a partial where we display any messages up top, and every template just uses that partial. But anyway, now I can still just write messages here, as long as I named it locals.messages there. Make sure I have those quotes in there. Forgot that. Now if I try making a farm again, hey, it still works, but I didn't have to pass anything through. And then a pattern that you'll see frequently is to also have errors. So have res.locals.success, res.locals.errors, and that way you can display them differently. So you can request.flash. If something goes well, you can flash with success. But if something went wrong, you could flash with an error. So that's all I want to show you here, is that we can avoid having to pass through the results the values from request.flash. We can instead just set them on the locals, and we'll have access to them in any template that is rendered under the key of messages. Now, it is an array, and I'm just displaying messages as it is right here, but we would probably make some sort of, a div, a section, probably a Bootstrap alert. Actually, that's very common to use an alert, which is dismissible, so a user can close it if they want to. But we would add styling, right? We would do something more than this. But this is just a quick little demo. In our main app, we'll integrate Flash and actually use it in a useful way. Okay, so that's the main idea of Flash. You can just display a message once to a user, and then it will go away. And that can be a really nice feature. So now that we've talked about the Express router, let's go ahead and break up our routes into different files. So we'll probably just have a campground router, campground routes file, and then reviews routes, just to keep things a little bit simpler and also to clean up our app.js significantly. So let's start with campgrounds. Let's make a new folder in here called routes. And inside of there, let's put campgrounds.js. And then in order to use our Express router, at a bare minimum, we need to have Express equals require Express. And then the router is express.router, right? Alrighty. And then we're going to add our routes onto router.get, router.post instead of app.get and post. So I'm going to just take the campground routes, and this will be a process. Anytime we break things up, we're going to have things that they go wrong because we have dependencies. We've got to move certain requires over into the right folder and change their path. But anyway, let's see. So we've got this home route. It's stupid. It's broken. It just renders the HTML string home. We've got to fix that. But here's campground index, new, create a new campground, show page, the edit page, and the update and delete. So let's just copy all of that, or cut it rather, and move it over here. And then anytime we have app, I'm just going to use Command D to select them, delete. Oh, I missed one at the bottom, but that's all right. And replace with router. And then I'm going to set module.exports to be this router. And we're going to run into issues, as I mentioned. But why don't we start by just requiring these routes, campgrounds over here. So we'll just do something like const campgrounds equals require, and it's ./routes/campgrounds. And then we just have our app.use, right? So I'll do it at the bottom, I guess. Let's just do it here for now. App.use, and then we specify the router that we want to use, which is our campgrounds that we just required, and a path that we want to prefix them with. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to say everything starts with /campgrounds. Let's be consistent with my quotes. /campgrounds, and I want you to use the campgrounds routes. Now we have a problem, which is that all of my routes are going to start with /campgrounds, but they already start with /campgrounds in here. So I've got to update that. This should just be /new. This is /. This is /ID. /ID/edit. Same thing, /ID. And /ID there. Okay. Now we're going to run into an issue with catch async. We definitely need to move that, at least copy it over for now. What else? In our routes, we definitely are using express error. And we need the campground model and the review model. Actually, are we using the review model here? I can't remember. I think we might not need it. Let's start with that. Let's just begin with that. Okay, so let's go start the server up. Oh, and we've got a crash. What's he complaining about? See, I mentioned we would have to change some paths. To require anything from the utils directory or the models directory, we're now nested in a routes folder. So we need to go back, .. Same thing here and here. We're going up one level and then into models or into utils. Try again. Is it still complaining? Validate campground. Right, so our middleware is not defined in here. So we're only using validate campground with these routes, so we can just put it in here for now. Anything else? Okay, it looks good. Hopefully, fingers crossed. All right, index page is working. Show page so far is working. Can we edit? Campground schema is not defined. All right, so our validation went wrong here when we actually submitted the data because we need that campground schema that we were using. So where did I put that? Just duplicate this line for now. This is our joy schema, right? Campground schema. We don't need the review schema in this file. Now let's try that again. Submit. Oh, did my server just... What's he complaining about? Oh, I messed up the path again. See, yeah, this is a problem. When you restructure things, should I edit that out? I don't know. It's very realistic to see that, but also disappointing maybe from a student's perspective. Okay, so now we'll try and edit, and it works. Let's make a more significant change. Not very significant, but okay, that works. And our review routes are all still in that main app.js. Let's make sure I can delete. That's all working great too. Okay, so our app.js just got a little bit lighter, right? It's a little better, but it still has all of this stuff around reviews in here. So let's move that out in the next video. And that will be pretty much it for restructuring at this point. So we'll be able to slim things down in this file and then also grow if we need to add user routes, for example. They can be in a user routes file. So they can all be separated, and then we can join them together and use them in our main app. Next up, let's repeat the same process for our reviews. So this one will be a little bit simpler, but let's just copy the reviews stuff. Just 2 routes at the moment. Let's make a reviews routes file. We'll paste that in here. We also, of course, need to copy some of what we have from our campground routes. We need to require express, set up a router, and then use that router here, router.post, router.delete, and then module.exports equals that router. Okay, that's a good first step. And then the thing that's going to change in our routes is that I'm just going to prefix them automatically with campground/id/reviews. So I'm just going to require all of my routes from this file in the same way that we did right here. So I'll do const reviews equals require /routes/reviews. So I'm just requiring the contents of that file, which is the router. And then when I use those routes, I'm going to do an app.use, and this is the string I'm going to prefix them with. I guess I messed up the quotes there. Come on, there we are. So they're all going to start, there's only 2 of them at the moment, but they'll all start with campground/id/reviews. So now I can just slim down what we have in here, and this can simply be a router.post to /, and this can be a router.delete to /reviewid, and it's a little bit simpler. I also need the catch async in here. Make sure my path is correct. Let's put that on the line below. So it's .. /utils. We have to go out of the routes directory. What else? We need review, definitely. And we need campground. So let's get both of those. 2 models. We're also going to need this validate, where'd you go? Validate review middleware. Put that in here somewhere. And that requires express error. So let's get that. Put those 2 utilities together. What else is going on? Oh, review schema. We need you. So I'm just going to copy that line here. And we just need the review schema from our schemas file. Remember, that's not our actual Mongoose schema. That's our Joy schema. Anything else? Let's see. We don't need catch async in here anymore. We do need all this other stuff, though. Require the routes and use those routes. There we are. We don't really need this home route, honestly, but it's fine for now. We've got our 404 and our error handler and our app.listen. Let's see if things still work. Something's angry. /models. Okay, so we screwed up, or I screwed this up again. I just said to pay attention to this myself, and I still screwed it up. Yikes. Same thing here. Now, unfortunately, if I try and leave a review, we're actually going to hit a new error that we have not seen before. It's complaining. It says, it's kind of cryptic at first, cannot read property reviews of null on line 29 of my reviews routes. So where's line 29? Okay, right here. It says it can't read reviews on null, which tells us campground is null. Why would that be null? It's not able to find a campground with this ID. Why is that? Well, if we look at the request.params where the ID is supposed to be, and I send this request that we just sent, I'll do it one more time. There is definitely an ID in there, but why don't we have access to it? It's just empty. This is kind of an annoying thing. I've been saying that a lot, but it comes up occasionally when you're working with the Express router. Express router likes to keep params separate. So over here, we're saying there's an ID in the route, in the path, that prefixes all of these routes. But by default, we actually won't have access to that ID in our reviews routes. Routers get separate params, and they are separate. But we can actually specify an option here, which is merge params, and set that to true. Now, all of the params from over here are also going to be merged alongside the params in this file. So we'll have access to that ID, hopefully. And if I refresh and try it again, it now works, and you can see that my params does have that ID in it. So that's mildly annoying that you have to be aware of that. It's not a problem for our other one, for campgrounds, because the ID that we need in our campground routes, it's all defined in this router, in that path. And we're simply prefixing with /campgrounds. But if we need access to this parameter, if we need access to that param or more params that we define in this file when we're using the routes, we need to make sure we set merge params to true. All right, so we broke things up into separate files. This file is, significantly cleaner. It's still not perfect. We could definitely break things up even further and organize them better, but this is a good start. Okay. The next thing we'll do is pretty simple, but before I forget, we should add in our public directory and serve, our static assets, so that we could have images and custom style sheets and JavaScript scripts that we can respond with. So we're just going to make a directory to start. I'm just going to call this one public. And let's just do a little test. Let's put a, hello.js file in there. And I'm just going to alert hello from the public directory. So our goal is to make sure that we can include this in our response. And right now I can't. If I set up, let's say on the boilerplate, if I set up just a script tag to include that script, let's just do it down here. Script. First of all, the path that I need to reference, we have to figure out. It's not just /public/hello, but usually it's just hello.js if we're going to serve the public directory. But it's not being served. So at the moment, if I refresh the page, so we get a little error here. It says, it can't find that file hello.js. I don't know what you're talking about. So we need to make sure that we are telling Express to serve our public directory. So back in our app.js, we will do an app.use alongside our other configuration, app.uses, express.static, and then the name of our directory, which is public. Public, where'd you go? Right there, public there. Okay, let's see if that works for us. Refresh. Not quite. Now we're having a problem, probably because of the path that I used. Yes, I forgot to put my slash right there for /hello.js. I'll refresh the page now. We're getting our hello from the public directory, or director, which is what I wrote in there. We're going to delete that anyway. But what I definitely want to do is, let's just move this Bootstrap stuff into its own file. And what should we call this? This is all around setting up our form validations, client-side forms. So maybe we'll just call this like validate forms, validateforms.js. Paste the code in there, and now we will just reuse that script tag, but validateforms.js, and let's get rid of this script tag. So we just move that out into its own script. We definitely want to make sure that happens after Bootstrap, and the order does matter. And otherwise, let's just make sure the validations still work. So I'll try and edit this form, leave something empty. Nope, not allowed. So our JavaScript is being served correctly. That's good news. Let's get rid of this hello.js file. And we could also put, we might want to break this up further, honestly, into scripts and style sheets if we were to add CSS styles in there. Custom styles, eventually we will have some custom styles. So in our public directory, we may want, more than one subdirectory. So maybe I'll do that now. I'll do JavaScripts. Or should I just do JS? I'll do JavaScripts and then style sheets. and then I'll put this in the JavaScripts directory. Okay, so I need to move or change this path to be /javascripts/validate forms. Refresh. Are you still working? Yes. Okay. So this is just setting up our, for the future, we're setting up a public directory where I can include stuff. And I also will go the extra mile and use path.join. If you need a refresher on why we do that, go back to a long time ago when we first set up express.static and we set up our views directory. So I'm going to take this public string and instead set it to path.join directory name, comma, public. Okay, make sure that still works for us. That was not a good way of testing it. Here we are. Okay, everything's good. No complaints over here except for this mongoose thing that we should fix in just a second. Maybe we should just do that now, huh? Yeah, I guess this is as good a time as ever to fix that. So we just need to hop over to our app.js where we already are. Right here we have use new URL parser, use create index, use unified topology, and we're also going to add in, to make that mongoose deprecation error go away, we're going to add in use find and modify will be false. Okay, yeah, that's what it wanted us to do, so let's just verify. I'll update this campground, not allowed. Let's undo that. Let's change the price to $23. Okay. And we don't get that deprecation warning. This is the original one. I should have cleared the console, but this is after we restarted. Everything's good to go. So that was it. Just setting up our public directory for future files and scripts. Right now, we just have that one JavaScript in there. Same thing for style sheets. We could make an images directory, assets. You might have logos, fonts, whatever else, even audio files. Please don't make a website that automatically plays music, but you could, and you could put that music in your public directory, or you can serve multiple directories as well. You don't have to store it all in one folder, but that is a common pattern. And then we just shut Mongoose up with that deprecation warning and just did what it told us to do. And that's it for this video. So in this video, we're just going to add in Express Session to our application. And there's really two reasons. One is that I want to use Flash so we can flash messages. And the other is that shortly we'll be adding authentication and we want session access for that as well. So the first thing we'll do is npm install, let me just clear this, express-session. Okay, so that finished up. And then over here in my app.js, I'm going to require it. So I'll just do a const session equals require express-session. Okay. And then to set it up, we have a lot that we could configure, and we will configure a lot of it right now, but we're going to come back to this and address once we deploy and get our app up and running and we have production versus development. We're going to have some additional security stuff we worry about. We're not going to use the local memory session store. So there are changes we'll make. But for now, the bare minimum that we're going to start with is pretty straightforward. It's just app.use and then session. And then I'm going to pass in some configuration object that doesn't exist yet. So I'm going to do const maybe just session config equals an object. And we're going to have a secret in there. If you remember, we don't have to do anything crazy for now. We're just going to do a simple secret. But this will be an actual secret eventually in production. But for now, I'm just going to say, this should be a better secret. Okay? I mean, it doesn't matter if I spelled it right, but I just want to make sure I did. Okay. I'm also going to set some of the options that it's going to warn me about. So resave false, save uninitialized to be true. The store for now, we don't need to specify. Eventually, we're going to make the store a Mongo store. But right now it's just going to be the memory store, which is only for development purposes, right? It goes away as soon as we stop or start the server. It's not a good idea. It can't handle any sort of scale. So let's just see if this works to start, right? We should hopefully see a session cookie, nodemon app.js. Oh, I didn't provide my, session config. Try that again. All right, so now we don't get those warnings here. Okay, so if I send a request, just refresh the page here. Hopefully, if we go to my sources, rather application tab is what I meant, I should see my session ID showing up there. So we are successfully getting that cookie back. And if I clear all my cookies and send another request, I get a new session ID. Okay, so that's just proof that it's working. Now what I'm going to do is actually add in some fancier options for the cookie itself that we send back. So we can do a couple of things, and the first I'm going to set is an expiration date, expires. And I'm going to go with, you'll see this format pretty frequently. It's kind of intimidating looking. So we start with today's date, and just in case you haven't seen this before, date.now is in milliseconds. It's kind of obnoxious. You can see it's changing severely between each of those calls. So it's in milliseconds. So then if I want this to expire, let's say after a week, I would have to figure out how many milliseconds are in a week. So there's 1,000 milliseconds in a second. There's 60 seconds in a minute. There's 60 minutes in an hour. There's 24 hours in a day. And what else? There's 7 days in a week. So you could just put that number here. But if you have that end result number, it's very confusing. This is still weird looking, but we at least know, or you can break it down and look at it. All right, milliseconds, seconds, minutes, hours, days. So we can do that. I'm also going to set a max age, and that's just going to be the same thing without the date.now. So now if we clear my cookies here, probably actually don't even need to clear, but you'll see the cookie that we get back has an expiration on it, which is a week from now. It's September 11th today, and this is going to expire a week from now. What else is on here? I guess that's pretty much it. We're also going to set just one thing here for some basic security. We're going to come back. We'll circle back and do a lot of security stuff. But for now, I'm just going to set this while we're setting up our session. There's an option called HTTP only. You can see that here, actually. I guess the default is to enable it, but we're just explicitly going to set HTTP only to true. And according to this spec here, this document, it explains that if this flag is included on a cookie, the cookie cannot be accessed through client-side scripts. And as a result, even if cross-site scripting, which is really not something we've discussed yet, but even if that flaw exists and a user accidentally accesses a link that exploits this flaw, the browser will not reveal the cookie to a third party. It's just a little extra security thing that we should add in. So I'm going to just do that here. This is the way that we configure. This is all from the docs, all right? So I didn't teach this when we introduced session, but it's just a good time to introduce it now. HTTP only will be set to true. Now, I guess that is the default these days. So we don't see, yeah, it's just set to HTTP only with that check mark there. So we're good to go. But what's more relevant for now is setting this expiration date. So we don't have to do this. I think there's actually a default expiration. Is there? No, apparently not. So we definitely want to have an expiration in there. Otherwise, someone would basically just stay, once we use it for authentication, they could stay logged in forever on a computer just by signing in once. Usually we don't want that. And there's a lot of reasons, we want this to expire eventually, but that's one of them. Anyway, we've got our session set up. We're getting that session ID or that cookie coming back called session ID, and it has an expiration date. We set up a couple of other options that we didn't talk about. Then we set up these things just to make the session deprecation warnings go away. Or were they deprecation warnings? Yeah. And then also specified some options for the cookies that it sends back. So now that we have that in place, we can move forward and actually set up Flash, which depends on session. Okay, so now let's add in Flash so that we can share messages like, successfully created a new review, or when you delete a review, we can say review deleted. Once you log in, once we actually implement login in authentication, we can show, welcome back, or thanks for registering, or signed out, or whatever we want with different Flash messages. So we need to start by installing Connect Flash. npm I connect-flash. Nodemon, start that back up. Then in my app.js, I'll require it. Const flash equals require connect flash. And then it's as simple as app.use flash. So I'll do it down here after the session. Doesn't really matter though, as far as I know. Okay, now to remind you of how this works, I should be able to flash something by calling request.flash and passing in a key and a value. So as a simple example, let's go to our campground routes. When you create a new campground, that's my model. What am I doing? Let's go to routes. Come on. Campground. Here we are. When you make a new campground, which is right here, right? What we're going to do is request.flash. We'll use the key of success and then something like successfully made a new campground. Something like that. And then we redirect, and I'm going to do that flash after we have successfully saved, and if we make it to this point, there was no error thrown, so we'll flash and then redirect. Now we just need to make sure we are displaying that information in our template. And then to have access to that information that's been flashed, I would need to pass it through, message in this is the show template, or the show route handler. So message would be request.flash of success. But I'm not going to do that because I also showed you in the section on Flash, I showed how we could set up a middleware that will just take everything on every request. If there's anything in the Flash in that session, we will add it into the template. We'll have access to it as a local variable. So I'll go into my app.js and I'm going to define a middleware. And I'm going to do this before any of our route handlers. So app.use, request response next. Oh, I forgot parens. That's annoying. And then in here, I'm just going to take the request.flash of success. Whatever is in there. Most of the time, there'll be nothing. But whatever is in there, and if we just flash something and redirect it, there should be a message in there. We are going to then set that equal to res, or we're going to set res.locals. Let's do success. So whatever this is, just as a recap, we'll have access to in our templates automatically. We don't have to pass it through. That's why we set up this middleware. On every single request, I'm putting it before our route handlers. On every single one, we're going to take whatever's in the Flash under success and have access to it in our locals under the key success. So let's now go into maybe our boilerplate template and just do something very basic to start. Let's just display success. Just at the very top. And I've broken my app because I already know what the problem is. We never called next. This is supposed to be a middleware. Right now it's just acting as the end-all be-all where, and it's just breaking everything. We never made it to any of our route handlers, or not even our error handlers. Everything's broken. All right, so we try that again. Let's go to /campgrounds. Nothing's showing up here, right? Now if I go to a show page, nothing there. But if I go make a new campground, and I just put some random stuff in here. Add campground. Okay, there's our Flash message. Successfully made a campground. And now if I refresh the page, it's gone. So we can style that, of course, make it look a lot nicer. But now we have the basic setup that we need to Flash messages. We had to have session installed, configured, then we install Flash. We tell our app to use it. And then we just made this nice middleware that makes it so that we don't have to pass anything to our templates. We just always have access to something called success. And we'll do the same thing. Let's make one for error, if there's ever an error. Request.locals.error equals request.flash if there's anything stored in the Flash under the key of error. So we might have some serious errors eventually, or even now there are times we might want to respond with some sort of Flash with an error. For example, one thing we're not handling is if you go to a campground that doesn't exist, we're just showing this. But what we could do is say, if there was no campground found, let's redirect you back to the show page, back to the index, and flash a message that says campground not found or something like that. So we are going to start by making things look a bit nicer. In the next video, we'll make a template, a partial for our Flash messages. We'll use a Bootstrap alert class. And then we'll go on from there. Alrighty, so the next thing we'll do is set up a nice partial to spruce up our Flash. Just make it display a bit better. Make it look a bit nicer for a user. And we're going to use Bootstrap actually, just the built-in alert class. We'll make a dismissible alert that looks like, should I show an example here? No, here it is, like this. where a user can make it go away if they want to dismiss it. So we're going to begin by just making a partial, right? It's not a full template. So I'll call this maybe just flash.ejs. And then in here, I'm going to make a div with the class of alert and alert-success. This is all in the docs if you want to reference it. And we can just start with that. And then inside of there, we always want to give it role of alert for accessibility purposes. We talked about this early on with Bootstrap. It just is going to announce it if someone's using a screen reader. They otherwise wouldn't know that there was an alert. Then we will display our success variable, just like that. And let's just verify, we just put the text inside an alert. We don't need some other class in there. Okay. Now the thing is, we only want this to show up on the page if there is anything in success. So we could just begin on our boilerplate file by always including that template. So just always rendering, what is that? Just include this. Honestly, I'm just going to copy that and include partials/flash. So we could do this if I refresh the page, but now we always have this empty green alert, even if there's nothing in there. So we don't want to do that. On our partial in Flash, let's just add some logic that checks to see if success exists. So just like this. If success, close our EJS, open the curly brace, and then down here, close the curly brace. And let's see if that works for us. Nope. And I believe that's because success is, it's there, if that makes sense. Let's see, what is success? Let's do a console.dir success. Yeah, it's an empty array. Okay, so that is not going to work. What we're going to check instead is if success is there and if it's not empty. So in other words, let's just do if it has a length, because 0, its current length, is falsy. And so now we shouldn't see that showing up. Good, it goes away. So we're not going to console.dir or log or anything. We're going to just display success. And now nothing will be there until I flash a message. So where was that? Add campground. I think that's the only place we're flashing right now. Cool, successfully made a campground. Now it's not dismissible, so let's work on that now. If you go back to the docs, scroll down, we want to add alert dismissible, fade, and show to the alert, those 3 classes. And then we have to add this button in, and this button is going to set up the X to dismiss it. Of course, I already dismissed it. And it tells the people who are using screen readers, it makes it accessible that this is how you close or how you dismiss this alert. And that's pretty much all we need. So we'll put that in there. And let's see what happens now. Make a new campground again. And successfully made a new campground. I don't know, is that a bit wide? We might want to make these smaller. We can worry about styling it later, but that's fine. X, and it goes away. All right, so the next thing we'll do, I think, is just go through and flash messages in appropriate places. So in our campground routes, we're doing it right now when you make a new campground. Let's also do it when you, we can do one when you update. So let's do that here right before we redirect. So request.flash under the key of success. And successfully updated campground. And let's go and update. Successfully updated campground. Cool. You can decide if you like that or not. It might be too trivial, honestly, but I just want to show off our new functionality. And then let's do it for reviews. I do think that one's more useful when you make a new review to just make it clear, that review is added, because you might see a bunch of reviews on the page and it might not immediately be obvious that yours was created. So here, we don't need to print that out anymore. The post route, when you create a review, we save, if that all works, request.flash, success, created new review or something. Cool. Let's see if that works. Let's create a new review. Created new review. Good news. What else? I guess, theoretically, it's possible that you have more than one flash. I mean, I don't really care about it at this point, about accounting for that. But we could have more than one message in the array under success. So you might want to iterate over them and make 2 messages, although that's kind of annoying. And I can't really think of a situation where we would have 2 anyway. But it's possible. What else? Oh, we should do the same thing when you successfully delete a review. So request.flash success successfully delete. Am I spelling successfully correct this entire time? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Okay, it is correct. Good. Successfully deleted review. Delete you? Okay, great. And then we'll do the same thing when you delete a campground. Before we redirect back to the index, successfully deleted campground. So I will delete you. Great. So I think I'll stop here. In the next video, we're going to repeat this process, but for errors, and create a separate alert in and throw those errors, or rather not throw them, but flash those messages when things go wrong. That's coming up. So let's do the same thing for any errors. So in my flash partial, I'm basically going to duplicate this entire thing and just say if there is an error in the local variables, which I need to double check in our app.js. That's the name we went with. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, res.locals.error if we flash under the key of error. And then what I'm going to do is an alert danger, which gives us the red alert. I mean, we can change the color, but basically the default's red. Display the text there, and only if the error array exists and it's not empty. It has a length. So the first example of where this could go wrong is, if I copy this URL here, let's say I bookmark it, and then somebody deletes this campground, and we go to that URL again. Oh, look at that. What happened here? Well, basically, no campground was found, but that's fine. There's no error thrown when you don't find a campground. But then we just pass that on, an empty variable. We pass that on to our template, and we get an error when that template's being rendered. So not what we want. What I'm going to do is just check to see if not campground. So if that's the case, we're going to flash a message, request.flash error. And then, I don't know, can't find that campground. What should we say? Sure. Cannot find that campground. Like that. And then, of course, we need to redirect. So res.redirect, and we'll go to the index page, which is /campgrounds. And let's return that. Otherwise, we'll render campgrounds show. So if you didn't find a campground, or if Mongoose didn't find it with that ID, then flash error and redirect to /campgrounds. So let's try that now. Cool. Cannot find that campground. So I'll paste that in one more time. Can't find it. And that is our error, or our danger alert rather, that gives us the red. And then if something goes well, like we make a review, we get our green. There are other opportunities things could go wrong. I'm trying to think of what else. Same thing here. If you try and edit a campground that doesn't exist, you can do the same thing. Just put that in there. So now if I tried to go to this URL, let's copy that, delete the entire campground, paste it. That's hitting we attempted to hit the show page route. And now if I go to /edit, we're hitting the edit route and we still can't find it. We end up back here and we see our message. So there are lots of other places that we could flash both error and success, and I'm sure we'll encounter some of them as we go, especially once we get especially once we get login and authentication going. We use the flash pretty heavily. But we've got that basic setup now, our nice little dismissible alerts, 2 different types, You could add more, honestly. You could have a warning and an info if you wanted. You could even do it dynamically instead of having what we have, distinct error and distinct, what do we call it, success. You could just have one variable called messages, and each message could contain a key, like, I don't know, it could look like this. Success, it worked. Error, or instead of error, we'd probably go with danger. Problem. And then you could iterate over those messages and then take the key and actually use that to set the alert class, alert danger, alert success. But for simplicity's sake, we'll do this. Just good, bad, green and red, success, and danger. And that's it for this video. We've got Flash set up and it's working. Welcome back, everyone. This is a section that I know a lot of students look forward to. You may or may not be one of those students, but in general, when I teach this topic, or rather, in general, when I'm teaching web development boot camps, I'm constantly asked, when are we getting to this topic? And this topic is authentication. How do we implement user login? How do we, associate posts and comments and whatever else with a particular user? How do we add in permissions? And this is really fundamental, important stuff for a typical real web application. It's important, right? Most companies, most social networks, e-commerce websites, really anything these days online usually involves some form of login. So this section is called Authentication from Scratch because I'm going to go into a decent amount of detail into how things work, which I have not always done when teaching this, especially online. In the older version of this course, I actually did not show how to write authentication from scratch because it's a lot. But I also really believe in doing it, especially when I teach in person and I can see students' eyes and see how lost they are or aren't, and I can adjust things on the fly. I think it's really helpful to understand how all the pieces fit together. It just can sometimes be overwhelming. So this section really has two parts. The first is conceptually, how does authentication work? How do you store passwords / not store passwords? What are hashing functions? What are cryptographic and password safe hashing functions? What's bcrypt? What does it mean to salt a password? All of that stuff is very important, but just at a high conceptual level. Then the second half of this section is all about implementing authentication in an Express app. And that's important, to be able to understand and walk through the code, but it's not important to be able to replicate yourself. So I'm going to put that under important, not crucial. Even though this is the actual code, the goal of this section is to build an app with authentication, I don't want you to think that's the main concept I'm trying to teach. It's the other way around. What's most important is that you understand things like authentication versus authorization, that you understand how not to store passwords, which is basically just don't store the passwords themselves ever. We spend a decent chunk of time talking about that. Understanding the specifics of hashing functions, I would say important, not crucial. Password salts, important, not crucial, because we're going to be working with a tool called bcrypt that does this for us. So again, I'm kind of in a weird spot where I can't tell you much detail about these topics because that's what that's why it exists, is to teach these topics. But just know these are the most important takeaways. What is authentication? What's the general flow? Can you explain it to me? Could you get up, in front of a classroom or an empty class and diagram out a flow and answer questions about what you should and shouldn't do? That's kind of my hope, at least for you and for my students in person. And then the secondary concerns are understanding hashing functions, understanding password salts, and then writing the code. I'm going to give you the code as well, right? You can just look at the solution code. But the other reason I'm saying it's not that important is that in just a little bit after this section, we're actually going to go back to Yelp Camp and implement authentication not from scratch. We're going to use a tool called Passport to help us. And Passport is a library that helps developers integrate authentication into an app. But it also allows you to do things like add Facebook login or Google login. So you don't have to understand the fundamentals that we're talking about here in order to use Passport. So in the past, that's just what I've done. It's just taught students Passport. But in person, like I said, I really think it's important to go over the basics and get into the details of how authentication works. So that's what we're doing here. So the code is secondary, which is a bit weird for this course. Usually it's, this would be over here under crucial, but not today. So let's get going. Please, temper your expectations about authentication. We have a lot of concepts to get through before we start writing code, and it's really important you go through those concepts, as you can see, before you just jump to the coding section. But anyway, I hope you're excited. Let's do authentication. Next up, another important, exciting topic, maybe exciting, authentication. This is a topic I've noticed a lot of students care about, they get excited about when I'm teaching it in person. I think because it opens the doors for the possibilities of what you can build. If you can have somebody sign in, you can associate information with particular users. So in this video, in the next couple actually, we're going to talk about how everything works in terms of hashing functions, authentication, authorization, password salts, bcrypt, ciphers, all these different sort of cryptographic terms, and we'll get an overview of how the process works. We're going to implement authentication from scratch. I'm doing air quotes around scratch because we still use tools to help us. Just like we're not building a server from scratch, we're using Express. But we're doing it at a lower level than many other courses where you might just use a tool like Passport, which is a nice and easy way of getting authentication in a Node app. And it's actually something we will be using later on, but I found that it just is better to have you understand how authentication works from scratch, have you implement the basics before you use something like Passport. Passport is great because we can also add in different strategies. Like we can have people authenticate with GitHub or Twitter, Google, that sort of thing. But we're going to start with good old-fashioned username and password authentication. You sign up with a username and a password, and that's it. You can have more stuff too, but for authentication, we just need those two. Okay, so there are two terms I want to get out of the way, authentication and authorization. Authentication is the process of verifying who a particular user is, or verifying that they are who they say they are, that they are the authentic person. So usually we'll authenticate with username and password, but there are other ways of authenticating people. Additional security questions, like a lot of banks use that. Facial recognition, fingerprints. There are many ways of authenticating somebody's identity. So that's the first step, just being able to know who somebody is. That's authentication. Now, a separate idea is authorization, and these often get conflated. Authorization is verifying what a user is able to do, what they have access to, what they're allowed to edit, remove, delete, what parts of your website they can go to. So typically this happens after somebody has been authenticated. So you sign up, you sign in, that is authentication. And then authorization is the code that is going to check, is this person an admin? If they're not, then don't let them delete other people's posts. Is this person a moderator? Then let them moderate. There's all these different degrees of things that we can do. Did this person create this comment? If they did, they're allowed to delete it. Otherwise, they can't delete it. So that's authorization. Authentication is verifying who is this person. Authorization is verifying what this person can do or can't do. So those are two separate things, and we'll talk about both of them. But to start, we're focusing on authenticating users. So we're going to start with username and password. That's it. Very simple, but there's a lot that goes into successfully authenticating somebody and safely storing information. So let's go ahead and get started. Remember that we're doing this from scratch, but later on we'll be using this tool Passport.js, which makes it even easier. But hang in there for this section. I think there's a lot of important, juicy content coming up. All right, so we've got a couple of conceptual things to get out of the way before we start with any code. And the first thing I need to talk about is how we store passwords, right? We have to store somebody's username if we're registering users with, a username and a password, or in the case of Facebook, it's email/phone number and password, but we need something to look you up by in the database. Let's just call it username. And then we need a password. Okay. So the first thing that you have to understand and that you have to always remember is to never store passwords in text. So never just store a password as is in your database. That is a recipe for disaster. Just as an example of what I mean, don't have, whether it's a Mongo database or Postgres or some other SQL database, it doesn't matter. But in this case, imagine this is Mongo. Never store a password as the password is. Never store the password itself. There's a couple of reasons, but the main one is that if anyone gets your database, you're just absolutely screwed. Not to mention the fact that a lot of users, probably the vast majority, reuse passwords from one app to the next. So if somebody has these credentials for Kitty Cat Lover, they can go to Facebook or to, PayPal or whatever it is, and likely get in to at least some percentage of users' accounts. So it's a disaster. Don't do it. It's easy, right? You could just have somebody log in with their username and their password, and then check in your request route in the handler, look up by ID, Gecko Guy. Okay, there you are. Is your password Lizard987? Oh, that matches. That's so nice and easy. But again, don't. There's a big red X. Don't do it. Here's some other images to make it clear.
No, it is not a good idea.
So what do we do instead? Well, we hash the password. So instead of storing the password directly in the database as text, we run the password through something called a hashing function. Then we take the result of that hashing function and we store that in the database. And this is really, really important to understand. We never store the plain text password like I love chickens. We're going to store something that kind of looks like this over here. It doesn't look exactly like this the way we're going to do it, but we store some very weird, impossible to understand output from a hashing function. So what exactly is a hashing function? Well, the broad definition is that hashing functions are just functions in general, not specific to JavaScript or Python or anything, but they're functions that take some input data of arbitrary size. So it could be a large string, a small string, or it's usually not strings, usually it's some amount of memory. But anyways, it takes some arbitrary sized input and it spits out a fixed sized output. So these two outputs are exactly the same size in memory, but they're not the same string of numbers and letters here, right? It's hexadecimal, and they are different if you compare D0, D70FF 07123. But notice the input. Imagine that's a password, and this is a password. We get two radically different looking outputs from that input, and this is what we store in the database. So we never store the password. So here's how it works. If this is our database over here, where we have username and password, but we're not storing the password, we're storing the hashed version of the password. When somebody goes to log in, let's say Gecko Guy, with password of Lizard987, well, we don't just look to see for Gecko Guy, is your password Lizard987? No, we don't have that. We never stored that. So what do? We run Lizard987 through the same algorithm, the same hashing function that we use to store the hashed password, and that gives us an output. And then we compare those two outputs, and are they the same? If yes, then it's a match. You're logged in successfully. If we don't get the same output, matching what we've stored in the database, incorrect, sorry, try again. So this all hinges upon the fact that a hashing function has to always give us the exact same output for one input. So it doesn't matter when I'm doing it, but if I'm hashing Lizard987, and I happen, let's just say this is the actual output from our hashing function, I should always get this output for that same input. And then anytime someone tries to log in, we use the same hashing function, we take whatever they typed, put it through, and compare. So there's a lot that goes into making a good hashing function. In fact, it's incredibly complicated discipline. And it's, seriously, really, really complicated research papers and dissertations written on the topic. In fact, it's so complicated and such a difficult area of expertise that there's really only a couple of these hashing functions that we use to hash passwords. And that's what I'm going to talk about in the next video. Okay, that's coming up. So next up, we're going to talk about this orange box here in the diagram, our hashing function. Hashing functions are kind of a broad group of functions. There are different types, there are different uses, and they don't all have to do with passwords and cryptography and all that stuff, which is what we care about. But just as a quick little visual demonstration here, this is from Wikipedia on their page for hashing functions. If you ever heard the term hash table, or a hash map in computer science, they have to do with hash functions. And this is an example of a hypothetical hash function that just turns some input string into 2-digit numbers from 0 to 15. So, there's no code written here, but this is a very, very simple version that only has 16 possible outputs. and it would be considered a valid hashing function. It just would suck for passwords because, we could have thousands and thousands of different users who hash their passwords. And if we only have 16 different outputs, it doesn't matter how many inputs and different passwords and unique passwords people enter. It wouldn't take much work for somebody to just keep guessing passwords over and over and over. They don't have to get the password right for somebody's email. They just have to get a password that happens to hash to the same number. And if there's only 16 numbers, hopefully you get the idea. Not every hashing function is appropriate for storing passwords. There's actually a very specific subset of the algorithms, the hashing algorithms, that are appropriate. Hashing in general just refers to taking some arbitrary size input and spitting out some fixed size output. But when we talk about cryptographic hashing functions, and then actually within this group of cryptographic hash functions, we care the most about password hash functions or password safe hash functions. But anyway, in general, the characteristics we need are, first of all, a one-way function, which is infeasible to invert. So when I say one-way function, I mean we have Lizard 987, we get this output, okay, whatever that is. But if somebody steals my database, they get access to it. I shouldn't say they steal the database itself. But if somebody gets access to my database, they see this password that's been hashed, there should be no way for them to reverse it and figure out what the input was. That undoes the entire purpose of having a hashing function here. So that part is kind of hard for people to wrap their heads around. How do you make a function that is a one-way function, that spits out all sorts of crazy outputs like this that cannot be reversed? But there's a lot of one-way functions. Here's a simple example. It's a very silly example, but absolute value. If you're familiar with absolute value, just open up my console here. Absolute value will take a positive number and return that positive number, but it will take a negative number and return a positive number. So if I have some function called absolute, which we actually just have math.abs in JavaScript, if I pass some number in here, I'm going to make it a variable. You won't know what it is. I'll edit it out. And then if I call math.abs of my variable x, we get 100 as the output. But you cannot tell me what the input was. Was it 100 or was it negative 100? There's only two choices, but it is a one-way function. You cannot tell me specifically, or you cannot tell me definitively, rather, what the input was. And it happened to be negative 100. So that's the principle of a one-way function, but now, apply it to something like this, where we cannot reverse this in any way. We can't get any hints. There's no relationship between these characters where I could figure out, oh, there's an L in the password, there's a 7. Nothing like that. Okay? So that's the first thing. Next up, a small change in input should yield a huge change in the output. So if we changed 987 to Lizard 989, one digit, that should be a very, very large change in the output. We shouldn't be able to tell that two passwords are similar just by looking at their hashed outputs. There's a diagram of this actually here on Wikipedia as well. Here's an example. This is using a hashing function called SHA. It's one of the SHA families. I'm not sure if they even specify which one. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Here's our input, and it goes through some cryptographic hash function, and we get an output. So take a look at this. The red fox jumps over the blue dog, and then the red fox jumps over where the V has been turned into a U, the blue dog. So just one character change there. And then the output over here is completely different. It's not, similar with a couple characters different. It's entirely different. We cannot look at this and figure anything out about the original input. And that's really important. The next thing, deterministic. That just means that the same input always gives us the same output. That will undo all of our hard work, and it defeats the whole purpose if we don't always get this output for the same input of Lizard 987. Otherwise, we're storing the hashed output, and then you hash it again, you get something else, you can't compare. You have to know for sure that the same input always gives you the same output. Again, we call that a deterministic algorithm. Next up, it should be very, very unlikely that there's a collision, that we get two outputs of the same value. And when I say unlikely, I mean very, very, very unlikely. Something like 1 in a 2 to the 80th power probability that we'll get a collision, and we'll get two outputs that are exactly the same. And then the fifth little criteria here that's kind of counterintuitive to a lot of students is that specifically for password hashing, we want functions that are slow. We want something that takes time, because we'll talk more about some of these strategies, these attacks that people will use. But basically, if we have a very fast hash function, it makes it a lot easier for people to just brute force their way in and try to hash not a million, to try and hash billions and billions of different passwords and try different combinations really, really quickly. But if we use a deliberately slow hash function, it takes a lot longer. So there are other cryptographic hash functions that are not for passwords that are supposed to be fast. And they're used for things like digital signing or signatures. Kind of actually exactly what we talked about earlier with a long time ago with cookies. Our cookies were signed with, I think, SHA-256, which is a cryptographic hash function, but it's a fast hash function. It is not suitable for use in passwords or to hash passwords because it's too fast. We want something slow. All right, in the next video, I'm going to introduce you to something called salts. So next up, we've got one more conceptual topic that we have to get out of the way before we can actually go to JavaScript and start typing some code. So we've got to talk about password salting or hash salts. I don't know where the term salt comes from. I don't think it has anything to do with table salt, the mineral salt. But salting is basically an extra step that we take when we're hashing a password to make it harder to reverse engineer or harder to, basically harder to guess a password, and just an extra safeguard. So there are three things that we're going to just take as facts out of the gate here. First of all, people use the same password often from one website to the next. A lot of people just, they don't use password managers. They use the same password, whatever that is. Let's say it's, baseball 25. If I use that for my Twitter, it's likely, especially if I'm just like the average American computer user, it's likely that I'm going to use that also for Facebook and my bank and who knows what else. The next thing to know is that a lot of people use the exact same passwords, not from one site to the next. I mean from one person to the next. Here's a chart of some of the most common passwords. It's always interesting to look at this. The obvious ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, QWERTY, password. But then I don't know where this comes from, but I like monkey and dragon and baseball. Like I distinctly remember some friends in middle school. We were trying to buy something on eBay, and one of them had an account, and he told me his password, and it was just monkey. And I thought that was a good password. So I don't know where that comes from. If it's just like this thing that arises, everybody just likes the password of monkey, or if it's, people think it's like easy to remember, but no one's going to guess it. I don't know where it comes from, but I think it's kind of fascinating. Same thing with like Photoshop and Ashley and Bailey. Anyway, so there are a lot of passwords that are reused. Interestingly, if you take a look at this, up to 10% of all surveyed passwords are on this list. That's a huge chunk of passwords. Now, the third fact that you need to understand, I just read this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 4% of all of the passwords they surveyed were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's crazy. Anyway, the third thing you need to take as fact at the beginning here is that there's only a couple of hashing algorithms suitable for storing passwords. There just aren't very many out there. And the one we'll be using is called bcrypt. And it's no secret. This is the part a lot of students have trouble with. We don't keep this a secret. It's not like, if somebody finds out we're using bcrypt, we're screwed. That's not at all the case. And again, there's only a couple of options. And what's even crazier is that if somebody gets access to our database and they see the hashed passwords, if they knew what to look for, they could very easily tell if we were using bcrypt or some other password hashing function, of which there's only a few. So if let's just say everybody always uses bcrypt, every application out there, that's the only choice, even though that's a simplification. There's a couple, but let's just say only bcrypt. That's the first thing. People use the same password from one site to the next frequently, and people in general use the same password from one person to the next. That could be a big problem, and let me explain why. All right, so let's pretend that we're taking passwords and we're actually hashing them. We're storing them in a database, and a user gets access, or a hacker, a bad actor gets access to this database. And I'm just going to go through and put in a couple of fake passwords. So let's say somebody uses monkey as their password. And I'm actually going to use this SHA-256 calculator. SHA-256 is a different hashing function, but it's just a simple one that I can demo here. So this is what we would put in the database, okay? And we always get that result anytime somebody passes in monkey. So then somebody else has some other password. Let's say this is a much more secure password. That's their password. So that gets hashed, and this is what's stored in our database. Okay? And then, there's like a million other users in here, but let's say some subset of them have this as their password. Now, we don't see their password, of course. We see this. This is all that we see. If we're a hacker, a bad actor, we get access to that database. This is what I see. And all that I would have to do, if I know they're using bcrypt, which I can tell by looking often, I can look at the actual output of the hashing function. I can say, oh, they're using bcrypt. And I know that there's a bunch of really common passwords. Why not just try those passwords? I can try those passwords against, usually the username is going to be stored as well. So I'll try password. I'll try 123456. I'll try monkey. And then if I get access to one of these accounts, I figured out, oh, monkey mapped to this, then I know instantly the password for everyone else who had that same output from the hashing function. So that's a big issue. And then there's also another completely separate issue, which is that if somebody knows we're using bcrypt ahead of time, and they know the really common passwords that have been used, even if it's top 1 million common passwords, there are these very large lists that you can actually find, and they know we're using bcrypt. There's nothing stopping that hacker, that bad actor. It sounds like such a scaremonger saying hacker, but nothing is stopping these people from taking bcrypt, taking that list of very common passwords, and running each password through and getting some output. So that they could create what's known as a reverse lookup table, where it's just a file essentially, or a data structure that has this, something like this, mapped to the password monkey. And then a million entries of that. So they might have this, like I'm just going to make something up and just tweak this slightly. That is mapped to password. And then imagine a million more rows of that, where all they have to do is take a password, run it through bcrypt, get an output, and then map that output ahead of time. Just make up like basically a massive encyclopedia that's going to match a hash to the corresponding input. So there's no way to derive the password by looking at this. But if you just brute force it ahead of time and you just try every single common password, every word in the dictionary, everything that you could possibly think of, run it through bcrypt, you get an output, and then use that output as the key in almost like a JavaScript object, key value pair. Then if I happen to get a hashed password from a database somewhere, or I get a ton of them, I could simply take some hash and plug it into my pre-calculated table and then figure out, oh, that's monkey, or that's password, or 123456, or even a more obscure password. I can pre-compute this way ahead of time. If I know the exact algorithm that's being used, bcrypt, which we know, there's nothing stopping me from just pre-computing all of the hashes for every possible combination of passwords I could come up with. Except there is something, a very important something, that is stopping me. It's preventing me from creating these reverse lookups, something called password salts. So it's a really simple concept. When we go to hash somebody's password, we're going to simply include a random value as we hash that password. So if my password is, I don't know, I'm just going to make this up. How about Finding Nemo? All right, that's my password. We're going to take that and essentially concatenate that with some password salts, which you'll see very soon. We don't have to make it ourselves, or we don't have to come up with it. The library we'll be using has a function that helps us make a salt. But just imagine we add something in there like, I don't know, LOL. We add that in. And then we're going to hash that. And remember that if you make a tweak, you make a change to the input, you get a radically different output. So even though I'm not using bcrypt here, this is what our output looks like when we add a salt in. Versus when I don't have that salt, I just have Finding Nemo. This is what it looks like here. All right, so that's just Finding Nemo. Now let's do the same thing for password. If I hash password, a really common password, right? this is my output. And then if I add in some salt, some random characters in here, which we'll just do dog as a demo, my output is very, very different. This is the one that has been salted, password and dog is what I added to the end. Very different output. So this means that somebody can't just take this and compare it to some other database of hashed passwords that they may have cracked already, because the outputs are now radically different. But what's really crucial to understand is that we actually include the salt in the hashed output. We have to include that, or we have to store the salt separately. So we could just store it as a separate field. Let's say it's LOL for that first one, and then here the salt was dog. We have to know that salt because when a user comes to log in to our website, they provide their password. We're going to have to add the salt back to their password, and then we need to hash it and see what the output is and compare it to this saved output. So another reason we salt passwords is that if people do use the same password frequently, let's say a lot of people use password, the word password. Well, if we use a different salt for each user, then we're going to get a different hashed output. So we won't be able to tell just looking at the hashed outputs that, oh, all these people are using password or they're all using monkey, because they're going to have a different salt. And that salt radically alters the output. And this part's kind of hard to wrap your head around. All you need to know is that, people use the same password frequently, and we use the same hashing function always. And that should mean that we always get the exact same output for the same input. And that's true, except instead of directly hashing the password, let's say monkey, we're going to add something to it. And that salt is going to randomly be generated, and it's going to give us a very different output. And this means that attackers can't use a pre-generated or a pre-computed lookup table because they have no idea what the salts are. They're going to have to just brute force it for my database or brute force it for your database. There's nothing that could be gained from looking at other hashed passwords from somewhere else, or even other hashed passwords within this database. So salting just refers to this practice of adding random information to a password at the beginning or at the end. There's different ways you can append or prepend, but you just add in some random information, and then we hash that, and we store that in our database. Now, fortunately, we're going to be using bcrypt, which has a pretty easy method built in on the JavaScript library that generates a salt for us, and we don't even have to store the salt separately. I'll tell you how that works in the next video. So now we're moving on to the details, the actual code around bcrypt. So just to reiterate, bcrypt is the password hashing function that we'll be using. It's incredibly commonly used. It's recommended all over the place. There's only a handful of these algorithms that are recommended to use to hash and store passwords. Bcrypt is one of them. There's a blowfish here because bcrypt, the B in bcrypt, is derived from something called the blowfish cipher. I guess the crypt is just from cryptography or cryptographic. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's been around for quite a long time, looks like since 1999, and there are implementations of this algorithm in all sorts of languages, and the one we're after, of course, is JavaScript. So there are two packages, and this is a point of confusion for a lot of students. There's one called bcrypt, very popular, about 600,000 weekly downloads, and another called bcrypt.js, also very popular. A little bit more, but still roughly 600,000 weekly downloads. So what's the difference? Well, bcrypt.js is written entirely in JavaScript, which means that it will run on the client side as well, even though we don't need that. It will run sort of like how Axios can run in the browser, versus it can also run the exact same code, the same library, can also run in Node. Bcrypt.js does the same thing. But the other library, just plain old bcrypt, this is actually the one we'll be using. It does not work in the browser. It's made for Node, for server-side JS, and it's actually built on top of C++. This does mean that it's a little bit faster. It honestly doesn't matter. You could use either, but we'll be going with just plain old bcrypt because we don't need it to work in the browser. So we're going to install it, okay? npm i bcrypt. I'm going to make a new folder here, bcrypt demo, npm init-y, and then npm i bcrypt. And I'm just going to start by showing you how this works without Express. We're not going to build an app. I'm just going to show you the methods that we need to care about in order to use bcrypt. So touch index.js. And then I've got it open over here, I believe. Yes. Okay, so we're going to require bcrypt. Require, and then bcrypt, just like that. Okay, so back on the docs, I want to show you the two methods that we're going to start with. There's only a couple of methods in this library, but the first two we need are gen_salt, which generates the password salt for us, what we talked about in the previous video, and then hash. And hash is going to accept a password and then the salt that we just generated, and it will return the hashed password. Now this example is using the callback form, but the library also supports promises, so we can use async await. That's what I'm going to do. And why don't we start by just generating a salt so you can see how that works. It's expecting us to pass in salt rounds, which is the number of rounds, which you can kind of think of as a difficulty level for this hash. And this is a feature that's one of the great parts of bcrypt, is that we can increase the difficulty. So this allows us to increase the difficulty, aka the amount of time it takes to compute a hash, so that we can slow it down as computer hardware improves. The ideal goal, I believe, is around 250 milliseconds. That's sort of the sweet spot. That's how long we want it to take to hash a password. So that number, salt rounds, the lower the number is, the faster the hashing process will be. And it will grow exponentially. So I'll show you some examples if we do increase it. I think the recommended number is around 12 these days. And it's just, the whole goal is to slow down the process. So that's why we passed that number in. So we're going to use the promisified form, not the callback version. And we're going to set up just an async function to make this smoother. I'll call this hash password. And to start, we want an async function. So let me make that async. And then in here, I'm going to call bcrypt, which I've already required, .gen_salt. And then we pass in a number of rounds, like 10 to start. And then we'll await that. So salt equals await bcrypt.gen_salt. And then why don't we console.log salt. Now what's kind of confusing is that I can set this number to be anything when I'm generating the salt, and I'm not going to notice a difference in the amount of time it takes. It's generating a salt, and the salt itself is going to dictate how many rounds bcrypt needs to go through, how many times it's going to hash when I actually hash it. So this is not going to take any less time or more time than if I had done 100 rounds. But when I hash, if I did 100 rounds, we'll probably be here for hours or more. So we're not going to do that. We'll keep it at 10. And then we'll call hash password, and I'm going to execute this, node index.js. Okay, so this is our salt that was generated. Now what we're going to do is hash a password. So why don't we just accept an argument here? We'll call it pw, or how about just plain, pw is fine. Then once we have generated a salt, we're going to call bcrypt.hash, which is on the docs if you want to see how it works. We pass in the plain text password and then the salt. So we're going to pass in pw, whatever that was up here, passed in, and then the salt that we just generated, we will await that, and we'll save that to a variable. We'll call it hash, and we'll console.log the hash as well. Okay, so let's try hash password on monkey. Let's pretend that was a password somebody typed in. We have an Express app set up. We have a route, and a form is submitted, and all this data shows up. We take that password and we hash it. Okay, let's see what we get. Clear the console. Here we are. So here's the salt right here, and then here is the entire hash. And you'll notice that the salt itself is included as part of the hash. This is kind of a quirk of bcrypt when you're starting out. It's hard to understand, but the salt is here. And then when we go to verify or log someone in, bcrypt has a method called compare that will automatically take a hash. And in that hash, it can figure out what the salt was. It's not that difficult. It's just the beginning part. And then it can use that salt plus the password that we're trying to compare, and it will run its hash and figure out if we get the same response, the same answer back. So we don't have to store the salt ourselves in a separate location. It's just part of the hashed end result. Okay, so we got monkey there. And I just want to show you here, if I do change this number to something like 14, 10 to 14, it is going to take more time. So that wasn't bad, but if I now go up, I don't know, like to 17, it's going to take a noticeably longer time. Still going. And it's still going. Okay, so I'm going to set it back to 12, which is what I just researched, and it seems like that's still the standard for right now, at least, a recommended minimum. And if we keep that at 12, and I do this again just one more time, and one more time, you'll see that we don't get the same output, and that makes sense because the salt is changing. That's the whole point. That salt changes in order to introduce some randomness into our hash. So now let's talk about the other side of things, which is once we have a hashed password stored somewhere, how do we verify somebody's login information? How do we take a password that is typed in or sent to us and compare that to what we have hashed and stored in the database? Well, there is a method called compare. And compare expects us to pass in the plain text password and the hash that we already have stored. So that's what we're going to try right now. Let's do a const, login. And login is going to just accept a password. And it will also accept the hash. We'll call this hashed password. Sure. So this will represent what's in our database. And then we can call bcrypt.compare. And then we pass in the plain text password first. And then whatever we have hashed already. Hashed, there we are, hashed password. We await that. And then it's going to return to us true or false. So we'll just call this result or something. All right, and then we'll do like if result console.log logged you in successful match or something. Else console.log try again or incorrect. Okay, so in order for this to work, right, we're not saving anything in a database. But if we just call hash password with monkey, that's the password. Let's just see once again what we get back. All right, so pretend I save this and I store it in a database. Now, somebody comes in and they log in to our application. So we're going to call login, and they pass in their password, which is monkey, and then we go retrieve the hashed password in our database. And we're going to see if they're a match. So monkey will be hashed by bcrypt. It's just this compare method, and then it will take that, compare to what we get here, and see if they are matches. So let's try it. Oh, I get a lovely error because this is hashed PW. So I got to fix that right there. Okay, I hope you saw that before me. Try that again. Logged you in, successful match. So if you try something, some monkey business, you change the password or you pass in an incorrect password, we get incorrect. And this is really all we need to do with bcrypt. We generate our salt, and then we hash a password, a plain text password with that salt. This result is what we store in the database, right? What we've seen already. It looks like this right here. And then all we need to do is take this, we provide it to bcrypt.compare alongside a user's password that they typed into a form, and bcrypt will tell us if they match. It's going to hash this password, monkey, with the salt that it sees, or that it's able to find in the hashed result. And that's kind of confusing, right? The salt's not a secret. The whole point of the salt is just to introduce randomness. It is not to be, it's not some top secret thing. It's right here. We can see the salt. But bcrypt takes that salt, it hashes it with monkey, and then it compares the two end results. So this is not a match, but this would be a match because this right here came from hash password monkey. One other thing I'll show you is that we don't have to generate the salt and hash separately. Some people do like to do that and store the salt on its own or do something with the salt, but there's actually another method in here just called hash, where you can pass through the plain text password and the salt rounds. Instead of passing the salt itself, you can just pass the number of salt rounds. So I'll show you that one as well. We'll keep this. Let's duplicate it. Do the same thing down here. And all we need to do is call await bcrypt.hash. We pass in password and then a number of rounds, like 12. So this will just do it for us all at once. Let's verify hash password. and you can see we end up with this right here, whatever this hash is. We'll save it, and we'll try passing that in this time, pretending that it's coming from our database. We'll call login and see if that matches. And it does. Successful match. I messed that up some way. I have a capital E. Incorrect. So you can generate the salt separately, or you can just pass in the number of rounds to hash, and it will generate the salt for you using that number of rounds, and then hash the password that you pass in and return that to you. It's all asynchronous, so we need to await it. Same thing with comparing. But these are the two steps we really need. Hash a password, and then compare a password to a hashed password. And that's it. So now we can go to Express and actually implement some basic auth. So let's build a simple Express app where we can implement some authentication using bcrypt. So the principles you'll see here would apply to a beautiful polished app where we have a lot more features. We're just going to make a very simple app where we have some protected route, or maybe a couple of routes you can't view unless you have logged in. So there are quite a few pieces we need because we're going to need a database to store the username and the hashed passwords. We're going to need what else? We need bcrypt, we need Express. I'm going to use EJS because we need to make some templates with a form so that you can register and log in. So I'm going to init and then install Express, EJS, Mongoose, and bcrypt. Is there anything else? Let's see. I might be forgetting something, but I think that's mainly all we need at the moment. Okay, so while that's going, well, that finished up. Let me make my index.js. I'll also make a views directory and a models directory. We only have one model for this demo. We need a user model. So why don't we start there? I'm going to make a new model here, user.js, and a user simply has a username and a password, and both are strings. So I'm going to start by requiring Mongoose. Mongoose equals require Mongoose, okay, and then we'll make our user schema equals new mongoose.schema, and we want username string, and you definitely want to make sure that username and password are required. So we can do this here. Username, we'll do type string required true, or we can do true here and provide some feedback. Username cannot be blank. Go away. I hate that little window popping up. Okay. Also, you would want to make username unique, but I'll just keep it simple for now. So then we'll have password, basically the same exact thing. I'll just copy this, honestly. We want it to be string, and we need it to be required. We can't have an empty password. All right, so that's our basic schema. And then we will create our model, which some people just like to do as they export. So that would be mongoose.model, user, capital U, singular, and then user schema. Usually I like to do it on a separate line. I think it's just cuter that way. I don't know if I'm crazy, but it's just a matter of preference. I like to have everything sort of done and then export it, even though this is shorter. I don't know. I think I'm just weird about that, but I'll leave it. That's fine. So we have our basic model. Now remember, we're not actually going to store the password here. We're calling it password, but it's really the hashed password. So if you prefer to do that and name it hashed password to help you remember, that's fine. I mean, you can name it whatever you want. I don't know why I would say it's fine. Anything's fine. It's up to you. So now in our index.js, we'll set up our basic Express app. You know the drill. Require Express. Const app equals Express. Let's require our model while we're here. So require, and it's /model/user. And then we'll do an app.listen, obviously. App.listen 3000. Okay. And console.log serving your app. Okay. Now that we have that, we are going to write our first basic route, which is eventually going to be secret. It's just going to be /secret. Request response. And for now, we'll do a res.send This is secret. Maybe we'll put a good secret there eventually, but you cannot see me unless you are logged in. But that's not true at the moment. I can definitely go to /secret. So let's just start up the server. I always like to make sure things are working. All right, so far so good. Let's go to localhost 3000 /secret. Okay, that's working. So our server is up and running. So now we're going to implement the registration capability or functionality so that we can register you, make a new user. So to do that, we're going to need a couple of things. First of all, a form. So why don't we start there? We'll just have a app.get/register, and this is just going to give you the form. So that could also be user/new or sign up or something. And then in here, it's going to be super simple. We'll do a res.render, which we don't have EJS set up just yet. So we've got to do an set view engine to EJS, not eggs, EJS. And I guess, what is that other one? I always forget these. App.set views, and then I'm just going to set it to views. I'm not going to bother doing the path thing just to keep it simple right now, even though we should. And then we'll render, how about just register is the name of our templates. So I've got to add that in here, register.ejs. And let's just make a little template. We won't bother with partials. Register, put an H1 in here, sign up. Let's see if we can view that form. We'll go to localhost 3000 /register. Okay, good news. There's the form. So we're going to want to build the basic form out. So we'll have a form, and inside of here, we'll have an input type equals text. We'll give it the name of username. We'll give it the ID of username so we can label it. We'll also give it some placeholder of username. Okay, we'll give it a label. And the for is username. Enter username, or something like that. Let's just put these in a little div together. Why aren't you auto-completing? There we go. Cut that. Great, and then let's just duplicate this whole thing for password. So I'm going to replace password here with password. I'm going to replace username with password, and then I'm going to change the type to be a password input, so it just hides it with those little dots. And then we'll add a button, sign up. Here it is, username, password. So that's the basic form. Now we need to figure out where we're going to submit our data to. And I think I'm going to just put that in the next video just to break things up a bit so that it's not just one massive chunk. So we've got the form, we're serving the form, nothing crazy, right? No Mongoose really at this point at all, no bcrypt, but that's about to change, okay? So that's coming up next. Okay, so next up, let's actually implement the route where our register form will submit data to. Now, before I forget, we do need to connect to Mongo with Mongoose. So I'm just going to do that here at the top. This should be in its own file eventually if this was a large app. But I'm trying to keep things slim here and just the fewest files possible. So let's do auth demo. Sure. Okay. So the next thing we need to do, of course, is figure out where the form will submit to. And I'm just going to make a post route called /register. And we definitely want this to be a post route, not a get route. I mean, it could be something else, but it definitely should not be get because the form is going to be submitting their information, including their password. We don't want that to be in a query string. We don't want that to be visible in the URL. So it's going to be an app.post /register/sign up or something like that. I'll just do register. And we will want this to be async because we are going to be making a new user and saving it, hopefully. All right, so in here, we will need access to request.body, which right now is not being parsed. So we've got to do that. App.use, and then we want express.url encoded, extended true, so that we're parsing the request body. And then in here, we'll just start with a little, let's do a res.send request.body. Just make sure things are hooked up correctly. So now on the form, we need to submit a post request to /register. So here we are. So it's action equals, and then we want slash register method equals post. Okay, let's see if it works. What's not happy with me? Oh, Mongoose. I did install, but I didn't require Mongoose. So const Mongoose equals require Mongoose. And that should do it for us. Let's see. Start that back up. Okay. Go to slash register. My username, I'm just going to do Colt to begin with. And our password, I'll do monkey just to keep it nice and simple. Okay. Sign up. And there we are. Username Colt, password monkey. So they both made it to that route. Good news. Obviously, you never want to actually respond with any of that, but we did make it to the post route. So now we want to take that username and take that password and create a new user. But remember, we're not going to take that password and just save it to our new user, the user model that we're creating. Instead, we're going to use bcrypt, which will make us a new hashed password that will then store in our database. So for now, we're just going to import it here. We can actually move some of the bcrypt logic over into the user model, but for now, we'll do it nice and easy so you can see all the logic in one place. Bcrypt, I always misspelled it, crypt, there we are. And then here, where we want to create a user, we're going to await bcrypt.hash, and then we pass in request.body.password, and I'll probably just destructure them. So let's do const password username equals request.body, and then we'll pass that in, the password, and then the number of rounds, which will be 12. And then we'll save that. We'll call that hash. All right. So const hash equals await bcrypt.hash. And then let's just send back the hash to begin with. So now, if we go back, we submit this. Monkey is my password again. Sign up. All right. It is hashing that, I assume, successfully. It looks good. So now we'll take that and we'll store that in our database. So that's going to be const user equals new user, where we pass in username and hashed password. So username will just be username, but password in our database is actually going to be what we just hashed. And then we'll just save that. So await user.save. I'm not going to bother with any sort of errors at this point. We're just focusing on the authentication logic. So, username and password are required. If you leave those off, our app is not going to be happy with you. So we await that. And then afterwards, we need to redirect you somewhere. This is a post route. So let's just do a redirect right now to slash, which doesn't exist. So let's set that up really quickly. And what should we do in there? app.get slash. Let's do a res.send. This is the home page, just at the beginning. All right, now let's see what happens here. So I'm going to try and register again. Colt is my username. Monkey is the password. I think I might have screwed that up. Try that one more time. Monkey. Okay. Sign up. Uh-oh, something's not happy with us. Let's see. Unhandled promise. DB already exists with different case. Oh, that's an interesting problem. I already have a database of auth demo, but I've capitalized it differently, so it's warning me about that. All right, well, let's just do, how about login demo? It really doesn't matter. That's an interesting error. I've never seen that from Mongo. All right, so we'll try one more time. Monkey is my password. And now, hopefully it worked. Let's go head over to Mongo. Let's do a show DBs. Use login, what did I call it? Login demo, show collections. All right. And then db.users.find all of them. Here is that user we just inserted. Username is Colt. Password is this massive thing. So we have successfully hashed the password and saved that in the database. There's no trace of the original plaintext password. So now login is our next challenge, and that's coming up in the next video. Okay, so now let's implement the login functionality. So the first thing we need, once again, is just a form where we can, enter a username and password, and it needs to submit to some route where we'll actually try and authenticate you. So we'll start by doing just an app.get /login maybe, like this. Request, response, and then a res.render, and we'll just call it login. And I'm just going to steal what we have for register, but make a new template in here called login.ejs. Paste this in, and really all we need to change is some text, first of all, that says login. Great. And we also definitely need to change where we're submitting the form. So I'm just going to call the route /login, and it's going to be a post. Just like with registering, we don't want to send the username and password as a query string. We want to at least use a post request. So that's what I'm going to do. And then I'll set up my route here, app.post/login. And let's just start with another res.send request.body and just verify that the whole sort of chain works. So if I go to login right now, we see the form. I'll put my username and a password in there. We're not verifying it, but we are making it to that route /login as a post, and our data is there in the request body. Cool. So now we're going to take that username and password. So username, password equals request.body. And the first step is to find the user with this username. So we've been doing a lot of find things by ID, but in this case, with users, typically with authentication, nobody gives us their ID. They don't type that in a form. The way that we identify them is by a username, which is why username should be unique. So we're going to start by doing a user.find, just find one, where username is username, or we can just do this, username, like that. And await that, const user equals that right there. We would do something like if you can't find a user, if not user, we want to let the user know. However, this is actually a very important point. If the password is incorrect, or if there's no username with that name, you actually don't want to tell the user what is wrong. You just want to tell them incorrect username or password. You don't want to give anybody a hint that the password is incorrect, but that the username is correct. You don't want people to be able to guess and get some feedback. So if you ever see something that says incorrect password or invalid username, it's always a better idea just to say incorrect username or password and not give a specific hint. Anyway, we find that user, and then what we want to do is compare the password that we have in the request.body to the hashed password on this user. And we've seen this method, bcrypt.compare, and it's expecting a plain text password first, and then it's expecting the hashed password. So we pass this in, password coming from request.body, and then user.password. And await that. It returns true or false. So const, what should we call that? Something like valid user or valid password equals await bcrypt.compare. Okay. And then let's just do a simple if valid password res.send yay welcome, otherwise else res.send what should we do? Just something. How about just try again? Sure. Okay. Hopefully this is going to work for us. You never know, right? There's a lot of places we could have gone wrong. I do have that account that I made with Colt and Monkey already, so I'm just going to try logging in with that again. Looks like my server's unhappy with me. What is it now? Await is only, I forgot to make this an async function. Okay, try that again. I'm going to log in with Colt and with Monkey. Okay, moment of truth. Hey, it appears that it worked. So let's try it now with an incorrect password. Instead of Monkey, I'm going to do Monkey with a capital M. Try again. Great. Let's do, anything incorrect. It doesn't work. Let's try registering. So we should add links and all of that, but just for now, this is fine. I'll sign up as chicken, and my password will be nugget. I sign up. Cool. Now, if I try and log in, I'm going to do chicken, nugget. Did it work? Yes, it does work. And if I screw it up somehow, extra letters, It does not work. All right, so that's the basic logic. Now, there's a lot left to do in terms of making this usable. Once somebody logs in, we're actually not remembering if they're logged in or if somebody is currently logged in, which is important because our end goal is to hide this /secret route unless you are authenticated. Well, right now, I have a login route and it's telling me if I have valid credentials, but we're not hiding anything if you don't have valid credentials, and we're not remembering if you've already logged in, right? You don't have to enter your credentials to view every single page on a site. Usually you enter credentials once, and then that website remembers that you're logged in. Now, fortunately for us, we have learned a little bit about things like cookies and sessions. And what do those do? They provide a way to add statefulness to HTTP. We can remember something between requests. So once we log in, and we'll cover this in the next video, we can remember that they're currently logged in by putting something in this session. So that's coming up. In this video, though, we saw the very, very basics of setting up a authentication or a login route. We have a form, username, password. It submits data here, and then we're going to try and find the user in our database by a username. And then we're going to try and take that password that was sent in the form to log in and pass that to compare from bcrypt alongside the hashed password we stored in our database. And we hope that we get true for the compare result. We hope that it's valid. And if it is, we're just sending this. And if it's not, we send that. Of course, there are many improvements. We could send, redirect them back to the form. Should probably do that. We could flash a message. We can add in a bunch of that stuff later. But I just want to start with the core mechanics. We have register, we have login. Next, we're going to learn how to keep someone logged in. And then we'll also talk about logout. All right, so we are successfully storing passwords, we're registering users, and we are able to log a user in, or at least we're able to verify if a user's credentials are correct. But logging in really has the connotation of you're going to keep somebody logged in, and they will stay logged in until they log out, or their browsing session expires. You can set an expiration date so that after a week, if you don't come back and visit, then you're logged out. But anyway, the main issue that we have right now is that somebody's not staying logged in. Nothing changes when you log in, except we send you, yay, welcome. That's it. But the goal here is to keep track of the fact that you're logged in and be able to show you, as an example, the secret route, which right now everybody can get to. But what I want to do is hide this, prevent anybody from seeing this if they're not logged in. So the first step is to make sure we know that somebody is logged in. And this is where session comes in, or sessions. We want to associate a given user's browser with some piece of data that says they're logged in. So there's many ways of doing this, but basically I'm just going to store the ID of somebody who is logged in the session. So let's start. We've got to get session going. So we need to npm install express-session, start the server back up. Then over here, we've got to import it, session equals require, and then express-session. Great. And then we've got our, I can never remember all of these app.uses to be honest with you, but it's app.use and then session, and then we pass in our secret, and then the other options that it's going to ask us for. And for now, I'm just going to do a simple thing like not a good secret once again. Okay, so that's working. Now, all that we need to do is when you successfully log in, we're going to add something to the session. And just to remind you how that works, the session store is going to associate information with a particular cookie that we send back automatically to a user. So I already have that cookie actually. If I just refresh the page, I'm not even logged in, but we'll see here under cookies, come on, that I have this session ID. That was sent automatically to me because I'm now using sessions. And when we send that back automatically as part of the request from my browser, the server is going to verify, first of all, that session ID is valid, it hasn't been tampered with, it's still signed and all of that. And then it uses that to retrieve any associated information. And for us, that associated information in the session will be something like request.session not session dot user or user ID equals, and then we'll just put the user's ID in there. So we have user dot underscore ID. So if you do successfully log in, we'll store your user ID in the session, but only if you successfully log in. And we should actually do the exact same thing when you register, right? If you sign up, you don't usually have to log in separately. You're just logged in. So, we'll just assume that it worked, and we'll add your user ID to the session as well. Okay, so then in order to protect something, all we need to do is check if request.session.userid. If that exists, we'll res.send, or actually I'll probably do the opposite logic. If there is not a user ID in the session, we'll do a res.redirect. Let's go back to just the home page or something. Or no, let's go to /login. That's usually a better option. So we would flash a message normally that says something like, please sign in first. But just to keep it simple right now, we don't have flash going. So we don't have logout. That's an issue. But right now, I am not logged in. My session does not have a user ID in it. And if I try and go to /secret, it just takes me right back to /login. It's redirecting me. But now if I log in, which I actually, I recorded the first batch of these videos last night. I don't remember the credentials I used. I know it was chicken. Was it chicken and nuggets? Let's see. Maybe. Okay, that does appear to work. So now if I go to /secret, hey, I can see it now. So this only works because I have that user ID in the session. But this is only for this browser, which is sending back that special one particular cookie that's associated with that user ID. And if I visit in a different browser or in private browsing, so I'll just do that really quickly, copy this here. So this is Safari. I'm going to /secrets, and it won't let me log in. It won't let me view secrets. I have to log in. So it's just associating information, a user ID in the session, with an individual browser, as we've already talked about. That's why we covered sessions first. I've seen some courses where they just cover session at the same time, and cookies and auth, and it's just kind of overwhelming. Okay, so if you do log in successfully, let's not send back yay, welcome. Let's redirect you. So res.redirect to /secrets. That will be the end goal, or you can redirect wherever you want. And if somebody does not log in successfully, let's redirect to /login again. We still have the problem, of course, that there is no log out, which is what we'll cover in the next video. But at this point, this is most of authentication. It's the bare bones pieces. We make a user, we hash their password, we save that hashed password. At the same time, we will log them in by just adding a user ID to the session. And the reason we do a user ID, you could just do a Boolean, is logged in or authenticated or something like that. But the reason that we put the user ID in there is that often we need to use that user ID to find the user who's logged in so that we can, use their username or add in a new comment that's associated with them. We often want to look up the user who is logged in. So we store the user ID to help us do that. Anyways, then to log somebody in, it's just a matter of finding a user by their username, and then hashing the password using bcrypt.compare and comparing that to the already hashed password that's stored in our database. And if they match, we add that user ID to the session and redirect. If they don't match, we can, tell a user something went wrong, redirect them back to the form. So we'll go through this one more time. Let's make sure it works if I register as a new user. So my username is going to be Hogwarts. Sign up, and it takes me to, I should have redirected to secret, but I should be able to go to /secret, and I can. So in the next video, we'll talk about signing out. It's very easy, at least conceptually. It's just removing that user ID from the session. Next up, let's implement basic logout functionality. So all that we need to do officially to log someone out is just get rid of the user ID in the session. Remember that that's really all that there is. Verifying or proving that somebody is logged in currently is that their ID is stored in the session under user ID. And you might think, well, that seems really easy to fake. Can't I just send a user ID and a cookie or something? But remember that the way that the session works is that it's all stored server side, and there's a signed cookie that is sent back to the client. And that signed cookie is not going to be validated. It won't be verified if you tweak it or if you send your own version of it. It's going to be just completely ignored and set to false. We won't get any information out if I try and screw with this, or if I tried to send my own connect.session ID. That's the whole point of signing things. And if we didn't have that, then absolutely, you could just send in your own sort of fake session ID and log in as someone else without knowing their credentials. But that's not how this works. Okay, so to log out, we're going to remove request.session.userid or just set it to null. And we need to write a route to do that. Generally, this should be a post route or just something that's not a get route. So I'll do /logout, request, response. And then in here, it's just a matter of doing a really simple request.session.userid. This is one option at least. And just set it to be explicitly null. Okay? And then after that, we usually redirect. Let's go back to I don't know, should we do /login? Sure. You would probably take them to /home or just the root route or something, but this is simple enough. We don't have many routes going. Now we need to make a form to send a post request to /logout. So I'll just put this on /secret for now. So I will make a template for /secret. I don't think we have that. Yeah, we don't. So I'll make a really simple, quick template in here, secret.ejs, and we'll go with top secret. We'll put a secret in here eventually. I'll put like an image or something that's funny. Secret page. And then we'll add in a form. And this form is going to go to /logout. It's going to have a method of, let me just close that bar, method of post. And it will just be a single button. Sign out or log out or something like that to submit it. And that's really it. Hopefully we didn't screw it up. There's always plenty of opportunities to do that. We need to render this template, but the template itself, the logout button, just sends a post request to /logout to /logout. We make sure that we render that template, that we have a post route for /logout. And then for /secret, instead of res.sending that, we're going to do a res.render of what is it? Just secret, right? It's the name of the template? Yes. And I'll return this when we redirect, since I'm not doing an if and an else. That way we know both of these won't try and happen at the same time, which sometimes causes issues. Alrighty, let's see what happens. So right now, the server restarted, everything's messed up again. I am not logged in. So I can log in using credentials that are stored. Well, the password's not stored, obviously, but the username and the hashed password. And I get to /secret. So now I can go to /secret. I can open a new window, go to /secret. I am authenticated. But then, if I click sign out, what's going to happen? Cannot set property user ID if undefined. Seriously? Res.session. Supposed to be request.session. Yikes. Okay, I'll add a little annotation earlier in this video so that you see that mistake. That's a big one. The session it doesn't exist on the request object. It's always on the response. Okay, well, I'll try that again. Okay, so I'm going to log back in, chicken nugget. I'm on /secret. Great. Now I'm going to sign out. It took me back to /login, and if I try and go to /secret, no cigar. So I am logged out. So that's really all there is to logging someone out. Another option for logging out would be to destroy the session entirely. There is a method called request.session.destroy. And instead of just setting one property in there to null, this will get rid of everything in there. And sometimes that's what you want. If you have more information that you're using or that you're storing about a particular user and you think it makes sense to get rid of that when they log out, you can destroy the entire session. But the minimum that you need, really all you need for authentication, is just to stop tracking the user ID. That's all we need to know if somebody is currently logged in. Alrighty, so if I go to /secrets, right now I'm not logged in. chicken nugget. Okay, that works. I can go to /secret. If I sign out, I'm done. I can't go back to /secret until I sign back in. Cool. So in the next video, there's nothing really new to show you in terms of the auth basics, but I'm going to refactor this a tiny bit. First of all, I usually will have more than one endpoint that I want protected. So we'll talk about how we can make a middleware to help us with that. And then after that, I'm going to move some of this logic to the model itself, the user model, instead of having my routes be kind of long. So that's coming up. Next up, we'll just write a simple middleware that will help us verify if somebody is logged in or not, because a lot of the time what we want is to protect multiple endpoints. There's a whole host of endpoints we might protect, and if we're using the Express router, we might have a whole entire router, like anything that starts with /admin or /comments or certain things where we might have dozens of routes that are off limits unless you are logged in. So we're going to set up a very simple middleware, basically just to do this right here. We're going to check if there's a user ID in the session, and if not, we'll redirect you to login. And if there is, that means you are logged in, we'll just call next. So I'm going to set up a very simple middleware that does just that. Now, instead of doing an app.use and always applying this middleware, I'm going to define a function. We'll call this require login. And it will follow the middleware signature, request, response, and next. And then we're just going to check if request.session.userid. If it exists, that means you are logged in. So I'm just going to do if not request.session.userid. We will redirect you to /login. So if you're not logged in, we'll redirect you to /login. Otherwise, and I'll just return this again just to make sure we don't get any issues. Otherwise, we'll just call next. So whatever that next thing is, you're good to go. But first, we're going to check if that user ID, whatever it is, if there's a user ID in the session, then you are logged in. Okay, so let's try it. We will apply it to /secret, so I can get rid of this, hopefully, and just pass that in here, require login. So if I try and go to /secret, I'm not logged in right now. /secret, it doesn't work. If I set up some other endpoint, app.get, how about /top secret? And we will require login there too. Request response. And we'll, res.send top secret. Sure. Okay. Try and go there. Well, require login is applied to this route handler too, so top secret will not work either. But if I do log in, chicken nugget, I can go to /secret and top secret, both of which are protected by this simple route or the simple middleware we defined that just checks to see if you're logged in by looking in the session for a user ID. As soon as I sign out, which, the sign out button is only located on /secret. That's kind of obnoxious. It should be up in the nav bar somewhere. But for now, just to focus on the basics, here it is. I click. Now it redirects me, and I can't go to top secret or secret. I'm just redirected back to login in both cases. So I could have a whole bunch of other routes, right? I could have a whole Express router in a different file where every route on that router uses this require login middleware. So that's it for this video. Kind of common pattern, set up a middleware to require login. So another thing we could do to just refactor things to make things a little bit better, we always want to move as much code out of the route handler itself as possible. We'll talk more about some patterns and some ways to really slim down our routes. But for now, one thing we could always do is add some logic, when appropriate at least, onto the model. So we have a user model, and we're calling find one, and then we're comparing, whoopsies, just drag that over. We're finding a user by username, and then we're comparing to see if the password is correct, sort of in two steps. But we could move this onto a static method on the model, meaning a method we call on user. Instead of something like find one, what if we did, we could do a really long name, find by username and validate or something. That's quite long, but then we would pass in a username and we'd pass in a password. And this would either return to us the found user that was correctly matched and had the correct password and everything, or it would return false or undefined or something to signify it was invalid. So we could just move that logic because it all has to do with finding a user and then comparing stuff around that user. All we care about is if we have the correct match and a valid password or not. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm actually just going to make a new method. We can decide on the name, but find by username and validate is it's a little bit long. Maybe just validate, authenticate. So we're going to go over to our model file. And if you remember how we do this on the user schema, we can access .statics. And statics is where we can define multiple methods that will be added to the user class itself, to the model, not to particular instances of user. So we're going to make this an async function, and we're going to call it, how about just valid? Should we do validate? Or find and validate? How about that? Find and validate. No, that's not validate. Validate. There we are. Okay, and it's going to be an async function. And it's going to accept a username and a password. And then the first thing we want to do is just replicate what we've already done in our route. So we need to find a user by that username. So we can do this dot find. We'll do find one, and we'll pass in the username. Now this refers to the particular model, or the particular schema, which will be user. All right, and now we need to await that because that takes time. So hopefully we get something back. All right, so await, we'll call this found user equals await this dot find one, find by that username. Then what we need to do is validate or compare using bcrypt. So if we just jog our memory here, we await bcrypt.compare, where we pass in the password, the text password, and then the user.password. So we can do that here. Let's do await bcrypt, which is not currently in this file, bcrypt.compare, the password that we were passed, and then found user.password, which is stored on the found user. So first of all, if there was no found user, right, we could return something. Now we don't want to give a user a hint as to whether a username or the password was a problem, but we could do something like if no found user, return false. Then also down here, if the passwords don't compare, return false. But we'll get to that. So we'll await that, and let's just set up a variable here called, is valid equals await bcrypt.compare. This returns true or false. And then we can simply return the found user. So we'll do return is valid question mark. If is valid is true, we return the found user object. Otherwise, let's just return false. So just using the ternary operator, return either the entire user that was found, because we may want to use that for something. I mean, we need the ID at the bare minimum to put that in the session. Or if it was invalid, we'll return false. Okay, let's see if that works. So we can change our route. We are going to run into an issue around bcrypt, but we should be able to change this route to instead call, just get rid of some of this here, user dot, and then we want, what did we even call it? I already forgot. Find and validate. Nope, find and validate, like that. And then we pass in username and password. And then we await that. And then we'll call this found user or something. Await user.find and validate username password. And then this will now be if found user request.session.userid equals found user dot underscore ID will redirect. Otherwise, res.redirect to /login. Okay, so again, if we try this right now, chicken nugget, we will have an error. And that error stems from the fact that bcrypt is not defined in that file. So we should definitely import bcrypt or require bcrypt. Const bcrypt equals require bcrypt. So let's try that. Let's do a register first. I'll make a new account, cat, and the password is cat. Of course, we want to add in some validations here for password length and, password strength and all of that. But we're just focusing on the basic mechanics. So sign up. All right. I can now go to /secret so far we haven't tested that new method. But now if I sign out, I go to login and I try and log in with cat, it works. So that's good news. We're successfully logging in. Now we use this method, which just shortens our code a little bit. And more importantly, we've just grouped the logic that has to do with our user model on the user model. Okay, next up, there's another change we could make, which is when we register someone, we are actually hashing their password first, and then we're taking that and adding it in to the new user, and then we save. Well, there's another approach that we could make, or that we could use, which is to let Mongoose and let the model actually set the hashed password for us instead. And we could instead just make a user, pass in the password, and then call save, and have our model use a middleware that says, hang on, right before we save something, we're going to hash the password, and then update the password to just be the hashed version. So that's another option. I'll just show it to you quickly. So instead of hashing here, I'm just going to cut that out. We're going to make a new user with username and password, which is coming from request.body. And now this is short enough. I just do this on one line like that. So request.body, username, password, pass those through to the new user. This looks like a horrible idea, right? We don't actually want to make a user with the exact password. But we don't need to worry, because in our schema here, or in the model, we're going to add a middleware. If you remember, we talked about this briefly, to run some function pre-saving of a user. So before a user is saved, we could always start by, just verifying that this does work. But the way that a middleware works, a signature for Mongoose, is that we pass in next there. Well, we don't pass it in, but we add it as a parameter. And then I can do whatever operations I want on this, where this refers to the particular instance of the user, in this case, so the particular model. So I could do something like, just as a quick demo, this .password equals not your real password. All right, so I'm going to update the user, this .password, instead of the password that we passed in. I'm hijacking it and just saying, no, it's actually not your real password. It's still stupid, but let's just do that. And then we call next. And next, in this case, is going to be save. It's going to actually call save, and that should at least prove to us that the middleware is working correctly. And then we can actually hash the password instead of just making it not your real password. So let's try making a new user. I'll sign up here with pig, and my password is pig. Okay. So let's go into our console, wherever you are, for Mongo. Let's do a db.users.findAll, and here we are. Pig is the username, password is not your real password. So that's good. Now we're just going to replace that. Instead of setting the password to be not your real password, it's going to be the hashed password from bcrypt. So we've got bcrypt in here. We want to call bcrypt.hash. And then we need to pass in the password that we're hashing. And the password is not actually provided to this callback. It is nested, or it's already on this, which is kind of confusing, right? But this refers to the particular user model. So over here, this is going to be this one user. We're calling .save on a user. This is the save middleware. So whatever the user is that is being saved, this refers to it. So this .password is the password that we want to hash. So we'll just do this .password right there, comma, and then 12 rounds. And then we need to await that, right? That takes time. And I need to use async, the async keyword, otherwise I get yelled at. I somehow always forget to make my functions async after the fact, but here we are. So we're now going to set the password to be whatever bcrypt gives us back when it hashes the password that's currently in the user model. Let's see if that works. So we'll call next because we want to move on. So now if I create a new user, go to /register. This one will be, how about bear and password of bear. Sign up. Let's go look in our terminal here. Find all users. Here was bear. Take a look at its password. It has been successfully hashed, even though in my route, all that I did was call save. Now there is one tweak we should make, which is that a user has a username and a password. It could have a lot more. And right now, anytime we save a user, we're calling, or this middleware runs, even if, we're not calling it explicitly, it runs pre-save. So even if you were to change a username and save without the password being changed, we don't want to rehash the password. It's just unnecessary. We only want to rehash the password if the password has been modified. And there is a particular method called isModified. So we can pass in a field like password. So this .isModified password will tell us true or false if password has been modified on this one particular user model. So I'm just going to say if it's not been modified, so if not this .modified password, so if it's just the same password that was there previously, nothing has been changed, I'm just going to return next, which just means go on to calling save, skip this code. But if password has been modified, we're going to hash it with bcrypt. We wait for that to finish. Then we update this .password to be that new password that we hashed. It's not a new password, but to be the hashed output. And then we call next, which will call save. So we either just call save right away if the password's unchanged, or we update the password to be the hashed version, and then we call save. So let's just verify that that still works. Let's go to /secret. I'm going to register, and we should probably add in a navbar or something. Here we are, sign up. I'm going to enter a username of, we did bear. How about, I don't know, clam? Jeez. Sign up. It appears to have worked. Let's see if I sign out. Just always want to verify that. Let's log in with clam and clam. We should have the whole flow still working. And if I look in my Mongo shell, we should have username of clam and our beautiful password hash. Okay, so in this video, we just refactored some stuff. We moved over some logic to the model itself. There's still a lot we should do, right? We're not handling errors. We're not giving a user any feedback. We could flash messages to them if they successfully signed out or if they successfully logged in, or if something goes wrong. I mean, it's all stuff you know how to do at this point. It's just putting the pieces together. And I kind of want this to be just auth on its own, a standalone little demonstration of the very basics of how we use bcrypt, what hashing is, how we store a hashed password and never store the actual password itself, how we verify or authenticate someone, all this basic stuff. It's not beautiful. It's not nice looking at all, but the basic mechanics are here on display. So that's what's most important. Anyway, that's it for now. I'm going to go away. Goodbye. All right, so next up, we're going to work on integrating authentication and a user model into our Yelp Camp app. So this will take, a decent chunk of time. We've got a lot to do. As we've already learned when we covered authentication from scratch, auth is, it's relatively complex. It's not too bad, but, we've got to set up at least 4 routes, 5 routes. We have to serve the forms to log in and also to register. Then we need the routes to actually do the logging in and the registration. And then we need a log out route. But then we also want to be able to have some sort of middleware to, force you to log in for certain routes. Plus, we'll get to authorization, where we then connect a user to campgrounds. So somebody owns a campground, somebody owns a particular review. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff that goes along with setting up our user model. Now, we talked about how to integrate authentication from scratch using bcrypt and hashing a password ourselves and storing stuff in the session. We're actually not going to do that here. We're going to be using a tool called Passport, and I'll tell you why. So I really, really think it's important you understand how authentication works, which is why we started by writing our own authentication from scratch outside of Yelp Camp. So now that you have an understanding of how it works, it makes this next step a lot less magical or mysterious. We're going to be using a tool called Passport, which is a library. It's very popular, and it helps you add authentication into Node apps. But what's really cool about it, and I mentioned this a while ago, is that it also comes with a bunch of possible strategies, different ways or services to log someone in using. So that could be Facebook login, Twitter login, Google login, or it could be local login, which is what we're going to begin with. But I want to use this, and I recommend using something like Passport because it can grow with your app. If you decide we also want to support Twitter login and I don't know, Google login, you can add that using Passport, and it's relatively easy. If instead you had implemented your own auth from scratch, like we've already done, and we do that with Yelp Camp, and then you decide I also want Twitter login, it's kind of a huge headache, to be honest with you. So if we get into this Passport ecosystem, it's way simpler for you to change your mind or to add on cooler, or I shouldn't say cooler, but other login strategies. But I really hate teaching Passport as the first entry point into authentication, as your first exposure to how authentication works, because it hides stuff. It's very magical seeming if you don't understand what it does behind the scenes. So you should have an understanding if you watch that authentication section. You should understand hashing and, bcrypt and the session and what role the session plays and how we keep track of a current user, how we log someone out, how we log somebody in, how we actually store a password, or rather don't store the password, but what we store instead. All of that, hopefully you understand at a conceptual level, because with Passport, it is going to hide a lot of that from us. So it's a great tool to use, it's very popular, and it's extremely useful, but I think it's a horrible way to learn authentication the first time. So I'm doing it the other way around. We've already learned the basics of auth and how it works. Now we're going to level up and use the fancier tool that hides a lot of those basics. Okay? So we're just going to do basic Passport local login, which is just username and password. It's still relatively easy. You'll see that we have to make a decent amount of changes in a couple of files. We've got to make some new files. It's not like you just plug it into your app and you're done. We still have to do some work here. We just don't have to do as much work. So we're going to use Passport local, which is one strategy. But in addition, there's actually a specialized tool, Passport Local Mongoose, which makes it even easier if we're using a Mongoose database. So we're going to install all three of those. If we want to use Passport Local Mongoose, it does require Passport Local, and that requires Passport. And then again, later on, you could add on Passport Facebook and Passport Twitter if you wanted to. So I'm going to go ahead and install all three of those right now. I think I'm just going to copy this line that they recommend. I'll type it from scratch, I guess, just so you have it. npm install Passport, Passport Local, and Passport Local Mongoose. Okay, and I'll stop here for this video. This was just an explanation of what our plan is, and then in the next video, we'll set up our user model. Okay, if you skipped the last video or you skipped the end of it, just make sure that you install these three dependencies, Passport, Passport Local, and Passport Local Mongoose. Alrighty. Now, we're going to create our user model. We're going to store user information, username, password. Also, I'm going to add in email so that maybe eventually we could send an email at some point, whether it's password reset or maybe just some sort of tool. I don't know, something involving an email address is always good to have. Plus, I just want to show you that you can add on additional fields when you're working with Passport. So we're going to make a new model. We'll call it user. You can name it whatever you want, but user makes sense. And we need to begin by requiring Mongoose. So require Mongoose. We're also going to require Passport Local Mongoose. So I'm just going to type out the entire thing as my variable name. It's kind of long, but it works. Require Passport -local -mongoose. And then, I guess I'll do this. Schema equals mongoose.schema, just to be consistent with what we've done in our other models. It really doesn't save us a lot unless we're using schema multiple times. But in this model, we're really just going to use it once. So it doesn't do a whole lot for us, but I'll just be consistent. So we're going to define our user schema. And this is the first thing that's going to seem weird. Const user schema equals new schema. So that part is nothing new. And we know that we want a email, a username, and a password. So this is the weird part. I'm just going to specify email. And I'll just say type is string to begin with. And required is true. Required is true. Wow, misspelled that. Now I'm not going to specify password and username because what I'm about to do next. User schema dot plugin passport local mongoose. So just pass in the result of requiring that package that we installed to user-schema.plugin. And this is going to add on to our schema a username. It's going to add on a field for password. It's going to make sure those usernames are unique, they're not duplicated. It's also going to give us some additional methods that we can use. So this is why, when I said using Passport is great, it's also a horrible teaching tool because it's totally hidden. We don't know that it's adding a password and adding a username field unless you have somebody tell you that or you look at the docs. Like it doesn't make it very clear at all. But that's what it's doing for us. So I'm also going to set email to be unique true, which just as a reminder, this is not considered actually a validation. It sets up an index. So if you have a validation middleware at some point, unique true is not going to be one of those validations. But anyway, now I'm going to compile that model. So module.exports equals mongoose.model user, and then user schema. Okay, and that's all we need to do in this file. I don't know where that came from. Must have been auto-completed at some point. We just need passport local mongoose. Pass that in, user-schema.plugin. And if you ever have questions about this, the docs for passport local mongoose are pretty straightforward. Just on GitHub, it talks about all you need to do. Plug in passport local mongoose into your user schema. Feel free to define your user how you like. It will add a username, a hash, and a salt field to store the username, the hash password, and the salt value. And it additionally adds some methods to your schema, as I mentioned. Okay, so that's the first bit. We've set up our model, and I'm going to stop here. In the next video, we're going to configure our application to use Passport. Okay, so we have our user model done. We can leave it open, but we really don't need to change anything in here. Now we're going to configure our app, the app.js file, to use Passport. And there is a couple of lines that we need to add in here. Now this file is getting kind of out of control, especially up top. We have a whole bunch of requires, which we can't really get around at this point. But then we've got, connecting to our database as one chunk. We've got our configuration for app. We've got our middleware. We've got our session stuff. We should probably organize this better at some point and add some comments. But just to keep this part brief, I'll do all my requires up top. So we're going to start by requiring Passport. Just regular Passport, which again allows us to plug in multiple strategies for authentication. And then we're going to require the local strategy. You can name this whatever you want. Require passport-local. All right, so nothing to do with that passport local mongoose. That's just in our model. But we set up this local strategy, or rather we require it. Then the next thing we're going to do, I'll come down here next to my other app.uses, and I'm going to tell my app to use passport.initialize. And then I'm also going to tell it to use passport.session. So if you want to know what that is, you can always look at the Passport docs. Let's go to, where are you? Documentation, not packages here. And then you can look at somewhere on here, just do a search for that. It just tells us that we need that passport.session middleware if we want persistent login sessions, versus the alternative would be having to log in on every single request, which is actually something you do often with APIs, but not as a user with an actual interface. And then it also tells us make sure that session is used before passport.session. So let's just move this down. Oh no, we're using session right there, so that's fine. We just want to make sure app.use session is there before passport.session. Anyway, this is all coming from the docs, so you could just look at an example app if you're ever lost with this, you're trying to recreate it. Now for the newer part, passport.use, new local strategy. Then I need to have my user model in here. So this part's a little bit odd, but I'm going to require my user model. And I'll just do that here, const user equals require, and the path is what, ./models/user. Then down here, new local strategy, and then in parens, user.authenticate. Okay, so what we're saying here is that, hello passports, we would like you to use the local strategy that we have downloaded and required. And for that local strategy, the authentication method is going to be located on our user model, and it's called authenticate. Now, we don't have a method on here called authenticate, at least not one that we made. But again, it's coming from this Passport Local Mongoose. On the docs for that, it tells us these are the static methods that have been added in automatically. Authenticate, right there, generates a function that is used in Passport's local strategy. So this is why it's, I don't want to teach this stuff first. It's fast, but very confusing if you don't understand what happens behind the scenes, or at least if you don't have a basic understanding of, how authentication should work. Okay, so that one line here is very important. Now there are two more lines that are going to seem a bit wonky. Passport.serializeUser. I'm just going to write it out first. This is telling Passport how to serialize a user, and serialization refers to basically how do we get data, or how do we store a user in the session, and then the opposite, deserialize. How do you get a user out of that session? User.deserialize user. Once again, two methods that have been added in thanks to this plugin, Passport Local Mongoose. So whatever strategy we're using, in this case, we're telling Passport to use local strategy. We can have multiple strategies going at once, but in this case, just this one. We need to specify the authentication method, which was added for us automatically. I didn't have to write that. And how to deserialize and serialize a user, basically how to store it and unstore it in the session. And those are two methods that we're specifying here on our user model. They've also been added in automatically for us. Okay, so let's just make sure nothing's breaking. If I start my app, we're not going to have auth just done, but let's make sure there's no issues. Okay, that's good news. The next thing I'd like to do is just quickly demonstrate how we will register a user. So no form, let's just make a route where we hard code the creation of a new user. So this route will be, we'll just do a GET request to make it simple, / fake make user, fake user. We're going to delete this in just a moment, but we'll add an async request response in there. And the first thing I'm going to do is just make a new instance of my user model. So const let's go with user equals new user. And I'm going to pass in, I'm just going to hard code an email. How about, colt@gmail.com, and then a username, which will be Colt with, 3 T's. Okay? Now I don't pass in the password right now because what I'm going to do next is call the register method, which is provided as a helper thanks to our Passport Local Mongoose plugin. Convenience method to register a new user instance with a given password. Also checks if username is unique. So all I need to do is call user.register, and then I need to pass in a user object, so a new instance of a user, and a password. And let's say my password is just, what should it be? Chicken. Okay, that's my password. So user.register takes that entire user model, the instance of the model, and then a password. And it's going to hash that password, store it hopefully correctly. So we will await that. It does take time. So we'll call this const new user, or registered user. I don't know what let's just go with new user equals user.register user, and then our password. Okay, so let's see what that does for us. Let's just do a res.send new user, so you can see what that user actually looks like when it was created for us. So we didn't have to write this method. We didn't have to really do a whole lot in terms of our model, but hopefully this will work, and you'll see that all we do is provide a user object and provide a password, and it takes care of the rest. It hashes that password, takes a salt, stores the salt and the hash on our user. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Send a request to fake user. Is my server running? Okay, good. Fake user. And there we are. Take a look at that right there. It's a lot to look at. Here is what we responded with. So we've got an ID, we've got an email, we've got a username, we've got a salt, and then we've got this hash. Now, this actually does not use bcrypt. It uses a different algorithm. I can't remember which one. I think it's, what is it on here? Talks about it somewhere. Yeah, here it is. PBKDF2. And it was chosen because it's platform independent. So it's just another password hashing function. And you can see it gives us these very long hashes, and that's all stored for us. So hash, I never did any of this. I didn't even say that there should be a hash field. I didn't say that there should be a salt field, but it worked. Alrighty? So that's very, very, very basic. We have a lot left to cover, and also we need to set up the forms and the different routes to do everything. But we've set up our model. We've set up Passport in the app. And now, if we want to register a user, all we need to do is call this user.register method. And there's also a login method that we'll talk about. There are, other things we need to do, a logout method. But basically, Passport and Passport Local and Passport Local Mongoose combine to give us a bunch of these methods and tools that we would have to otherwise define on our own. So next up, we'll set up the register route, and we'll also set up the form to register, and we'll go from there. All right, so let's go ahead and set up a simple and ugly registration form. So our basic routes, just to give you an overview here, will look something like this. Probably / register as a GET request will just show us the form. And then a POST request to / register will actually create a user, hopefully. And then we'll have a login as a GET, which will give us a login form, and then we'll have a POST request to log in to log you in. And then we'll have a logout route as well. So I'm going to make a file for my routes, for user routes, or we could call it auth routes. I'll probably just go with users.js. And we'll start by requiring user in here and requiring express. Let's do that first, just to be consistent. Do that up top. Require express. We're going to make a router, right? So const router equals express.router. And then I'm also going to require user from the models directory. So that is, dot slash, because we're in routes. Go back, then models / users, or user. Okay, and then module.exports equals the router. Great. And then we're going to define our first route in here. So router.get / register is just going to render a form. So request response will res.render some template that doesn't yet exist. So let's make a directory in here in our views. We'll just call it users or auth. And then inside of there, we'll make a register.ejs file. And let's start with just a h1 register. And then in our users.js, in the routes file, on that get request route, in that handler, we'll do a res.render users / register. Okay. Then what we're going to do is in our app, we need to require this users routes file. So app, let's require the routes actually first. Where does this come from? I swear, it's like weird typos and I'm not paying attention, I guess. Maybe you see it. Anyway, let's get those user routes. So const user, and I'm thinking I'm going to rename this. So instead of campgrounds and reviews, I'm going to do campground routes, user routes, and review routes, just to make it clearer as to what they are doing. So ./routes/users. And then I do need to update my app.uses down here. So this should be campground routes and review routes. So I apologize, if you're following along and you just missed this, your code is going to break. Anyway, and then an app.use for those new routes. We'll just do / to prefix them with nothing. I don't need to prefix them with like /users or anything. So / and then user routes. Okay, so hopefully I can go to / register and see my template, and I do. So now let's just make our basic form for our, register. Here we are. Let's actually begin by adding in our EJS layout for our boilerplate. So we have, Bootstrap and our basic scripts and all that stuff from the boilerplate template. And then, sure, we can do an H1 for now that just says register. We'll do a form. And we'll give it a class of, what do we want to give it? Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and put in our Bootstrap client-side validation. So that is validated form is the name of the class that we came up with. And then counterintuitively, we say no validate. Action is going to be /register. And then method is going to be post. It doesn't exist yet. And then we'll set up, should we just copy part of what we did for one of the other forms? Let's just take a look at campground new. So let's just take one of these chunks and put it in here. So we have a div, margin bottom 3, form label, and this will say username. This will be username for the label, form control, text, ID is username so that the label matches up. And then we're just going to send this through probably just as username, and it's required. And then we'll say looks good. Sure, that's our feedback. And then one more of these, which will be for email, because we're asking for a username and an email. Let's make this an email input. It's required. Name, email, and ID is email as well. So it matches this label. And then one more, this time for password. Password, and then we need to make sure that same drill here, those all become password. Type should be password as well. And then finally, some sort of button to submit or register. And let's go with button success for now. Who knows what this will actually look like. Let's see. Okay, so it's a little bit long, like wide, but it will work for us at the moment. We can worry about styling it later. Let's see if our validations are in place. They are, okay. Remember, we set up that JavaScript. We have a class that we're looking for called validated form. Okay, so at this point, let's just see if our text is working. Notice the email validation is a little bit fancier, so that does not make it look good, but now it looks good. Okay, so that's just using the HTML email type attribute on our input. Now, we need to set up the route that we submit this to, which is a post route /register. So let's go into the routes here. Router.post /register. And there's a couple of things I know for sure. This is going to be an async function, request response, because in order to register a user and work with Mongoose, we need to await that stuff. It takes time. And we can just begin with a simple res.send. How about just request.body? Make sure that we're getting everything we expect. Email, username, and password. All right, so let's try submitting this. And there we go. Username, email, and password. So that's all good. So next up, I'm going to just split this up to keep the videos brief. In the next video, we will actually write this route logic to register a user. Okay, so now that we have our ugly form set up and we have a route to submit it to, a post route for /register, let's actually take the form data and create a new user. Now, if you recall, the way that we do this is by first making an empty, well, it's not empty, but a basic user model instance where we pass in the username and the email, but not the password. And then we call user.register. So let's begin by just destructuring what we want from request.body. Email, username, and password equals request.body. Just grab those three things. Then we'll pass email and username in an object into new user. Save that to a variable. Let's just call that user. Okay. And then we need to call user.register. And this is what we played with. This is what actually takes the new user we just made, that entire instance of a user, and it takes the password, and it should hash that password and store the salt and the hashed result on our new user. And we should await that. It takes time. And let's call this registered user maybe. Just like that. And then, maybe we'll just do a quick console.log of registered user so you can see what we end up with. And then how about a request.flash, welcome to Yelp Camp, and then a redirect. So res.redirect, whoops, to/campgrounds or something for now. All right, so this is just making a user. We're registering a user if it works. We're actually not logging them in. That's a separate thing. But let's just check this out. So I'll send a request. How about Tim? Password is Tim, and email is tim@gmail. Register. What's he complaining about? A user already exists. Oh, come on. I already made a user with that username. Okay. Well, we will learn how to handle that and use that to our advantage. I guess I was playing around and I made a Tim. How about Tim2? Okay, so Tim2 will be his password and Tim2@gmail. And there we go. Although I didn't see a flash. I do see this printed out though. And that looks good to me, right? We've got our email, our username, our salt, and our hash. So that's the user that was actually registered. What? Oh, I didn't actually specify the key of success. That's why. Okay, there we go. So it's important to remember that we're not logged in any way. We simply have set up a route to create a new user, but we're not actually keeping track of who is logged in or anything like that. So I can register again, this time Tim3. Register. There we are. Welcome to Yelp Camp. And we've made a new user again. All right, so that's great. But as we saw, there are things that could go wrong. And there are a couple of things that could go wrong. One is just like a generic mongoose error or something that just comes up in any function where something could go wrong. So we definitely want to handle that with our catch async. So let's require that. Const, what did we call it? Just catch async, I guess, is require. And then we are in the routes directory, so we need to go back to utils/catch async. And then we wrap that around catch async, just like that. Okay, so that will just take any issues, any errors from here, and then pass them along to next, which will hit our error handler. But I don't want to just go to a default error handler. I'll show you what I mean. If I try and register with Tim3 again, that's kind of not a great experience, just to show an error page like this and then have a user, go back and have to deal with this again. It would be much better to flash the message up here. So I'm just going to add my own try catch in here instead of relying on think of it this way. There's a try catch around this entire function. I'm going to add another one in here where I can try, let's say, just the registering part. I guess I'll just try the whole thing for now. And I'll catch it and handle it myself in a different way. So what do we want to do here? Let's do maybe just up until this point. We'll catch if anything goes wrong there. And then let's do a request.flash. So if there's a problem, which likely would be, like what we just saw here, if you try and use a duplicate username, request.flash, let's do an error. And then this error itself contains a message. That's what I'll flash. And then let's redirect back to login again, or register rather. Otherwise, you know what? I'll just do all of this up top. We'll try all of that. Okay. So if everything goes well, we're going to try all of this. And if everything goes well, we'll flash success and we'll redirect you to campgrounds. But if there's an error at any point, we're going to flash that error to you and redirect you back to the form you're currently on. So let's see what happens now. Let's try and register as Tim again. Register. Oh, a user with that given username is already registered. Cool. So, we didn't have to do a whole lot to make that work. This is coming from Passport. It's making sure that, or it's Passport local mongoose, but it's ensuring that username is unique and it's giving us a nice message instead of like the typical mongoose message, something has a unique constraint, or I'm not sure, what the message would be, but often those mongoose messages are a bit clunky and technical. So that's our basic registration method where we're registering a user. Next, we need to talk about login. Okay, so we've got our register form working and the register route. Let's now make our login route. And there's going to be two, right? One will serve a form. So it will just be a router.get/login. And it just serves a form. And then the second one will be a post for /login as well. post/login, and this is where we'll actually do the logging in and try and make sure that your credentials are valid. So let's start with this one, serving a form. So res.render, and let's do users/login. And then I'm just going to take this register template and basically duplicate it. Login.ejs. And we'll change that to be login, submit to /login. And also, we don't need an email anymore, right? We're collecting that when you register. We might use that later. But to log in, we just need email, or we just need username and password. And then we'll change this to be login. Okay, let's see if I can see that form at /login. Okay, there it is. So now we need to hit this route right here. Nope, right here. Post request to /login. And this is where some of the more magical hand wavy stuff comes in with Passport. Passport gives us a middleware we can use called passport.authenticate. And passport.authenticate we can just throw right in there, just like any other middleware. And it's going to expect us to specify the strategy local, but we could have multiple. So we could set up a route to authenticate local and then a different route to authenticate Google or Twitter. So after that, we have some options we can specify in an object. And I'm going to do failure flash is one of them, which is true. It's just going to flash a message for us automatically. And then we'll also set failure redirect. If things go wrong, redirect, I want you to redirect to /login again. So this is kind of weird. Especially for what we've done and seen so far, it is odd. You can move this into its own middleware if you wanted to, but this does it for you. It's pretty straightforward if you just read it at least. It's hard to remember for me, but passport.authenticate using the local strategy. Here are the options. Redirect to /login if there's a failure. Redirect to, or flash, a failure message if there's a failure as well. And then if we make it into this part here, if we make it into this login route, into this handler, we know that somebody was authenticated successfully. And so now we can just do something like request.flash. Let's do a success. Welcome back. And then redirect somewhere like /campgrounds. Okay, so let's see what happens. Moment of truth here. I've got some credentials. Oh, my server's unhappy with me. Passport's not defined. Oh, of course. I thought I required that. Require passport. Okay. So I think I have Sam and Sam as one set of credentials. Apparently not. Password or username is incorrect. Well, I definitely did Sam2 and Sam2, I think. No, Sam3. What did I do there? Okay, well, something's going wrong. Let's see. What is going wrong? Let's try registering with new credentials. I'll do, how about Bob? Bob at Gmail. Bob. Okay, now I'm just going to try and log in, which, it's just a form. We're not actually keeping anybody logged in, but Bob and Bob. Oops. Ah, there we are. Okay, welcome back. It worked great. Now we are logged in. Let's try that again. Let's try registering, or let's try logging in with credentials that don't work, like somebody who just doesn't exist. Notice it just says a generic password or username is incorrect. We talked about how you don't want to say username not found or incorrect password for that user. You don't want to give any hints. You just say one of those two things is wrong, or potentially both, but we don't tell them that. And that's kind of it, right? It's working. This failure flash and the redirect taking us back to /login, that's all working for us. It's pretty straightforward if you just know what you're doing with Passport, which is honestly, if you don't understand authentication, this can be very confusing. But we implemented our own basic version of this when we did auth from scratch, where we wrote a function to hash a incoming password and compare that to the hashed output in our database and use that to authenticate a user. That's what it's doing for us. So that's our basic login method done, our form, and our 2 routes. Next up, we'll talk more about what it means to be logged in. Where does the session come into play? How do we know who is logged in, and how do we, display their name or, log them out? So that's all coming up. Okay, so now that we have the ability to log in, let's protect one of our basic routes, like making a new campground. You can't submit a new campground unless you are currently signed in. So how are we going to do that? Well, there's a couple of things. One, we need to know or be able to check if somebody is currently signed in or if they are authenticated. Now, when we did our auth from scratch, we would store a user ID or something similar in the session and just look for that. And we could do something like that ourselves, but Passport actually gives us a helper method. It uses the session, to be clear, and it stores its own stuff in there. And that's the whole serialized and deserialized user. If you remember those, where is that? Here. That all has to do with how information is stored and retrieved from the session. Anyway, what we can do is use this helper method that comes from Passport. It's called isAuthenticated, and it's automatically added to the request object itself. So I could I could do something like in my campground routes, if you try and go to /new, which is right here. In here, I can try if request.isAuthenticated, then we'll do this, or maybe I'll do if not request.isAuthenticated. If that's not the case, so if you're not authenticated, again, that's coming from Passport, we can then do something like request.flash error, you must be signed in or something. And then redirect back to /login. Or not back to, but redirect to /login. Okay? So let's see how that works, if it works. This is the campgrounds/new. And it tells me you must be signed in. So let's see if I can sign in. Let's see. There we are. And now if I try and go to /new campground, it works because I am apparently signed in. The problem we have at the moment is that I can't sign out, but hopefully you did see that I couldn't access this page originally. So that is the isAuthenticated method in action right here. Let's see, what is this complaining about? Cannot set headers after, yeah, that's annoying. I should return this. Otherwise, this code still runs. Okay, so the server restarted. Our session, everything gets screwed up. So now I do have to log in again. If I try and go to new campground, nope, you can't do that. But if I log in, okay, I made an account with just Colt and Colt as my password. We can go, it's redirecting us here when I log in to /campgrounds. So one thing we could implement is to basically a way of remembering where you were trying to go and then redirect you to that location once you log in. But anyway, I can now go make a new campground. Now we're just protecting the form itself. You could still send data in using Postman or Ajax or something and make a campground. We're not requiring login at this point. So what we could do now is basically move this into a middleware. We could write a middleware called, ensure login or something like that. And or maybe just is logged in. And we can use that middleware on any route we want to ensure a user has to be logged in before they can access that route. So I could just cut this out instead. Now, we will have to decide where to actually move this stuff into, where to put our middleware, because we want to use whatever the middleware is. We want to use it here in our campground routes. When you are, trying to make a new campground, we want to protect that. You have to be logged in. But also in our reviews routes, I want to make sure that you're logged in order to make a review or delete a review and all of that stuff. So we need to probably move our middleware into a separate file. Just to make it easier. What I could do, I'm not crazy about, but we could define it and export it from this file as well. But I think this should really just be our routes. So I'm just going to make a middleware file just to begin, or a middleware. Should I just do a single file? I think that's what we'll start with. Middleware.js. And then here is our basic logic. So I'm going to define my middleware function, const, let's go with is logged in equals, and it's a middleware, so we have request, response, and next. And we're going to see if request.isAuthenticated will flash an error. You must be signed in first or something. And then we'll just redirect back to /login. Otherwise, we'll just call next. If you are authenticated, we're good to go. So then we'll export that. So why don't I just do module.exports.isLoggedIn. And now I'll import that from Campgrounds. So let's do const isLoggedIn equals require, and we need to go back into middleware. And hopefully I can now pass that in, for example, to protect our new route to make a new campground is logged in. So let's just see if that still works. If I try and refresh the page, nope, got to be signed in first. What else should we protect? Let's try protecting, not a show page, and this doesn't really work either. I guess just as a demo, I'll protect the show page just for now. So right here is logged in. If I try and view this page, oh, I'm not signed in. So I'm going to sign in. And now I can go view that page. Cool. So this is still very early days with our authentication. We could definitely improve this middleware, but why don't we go ahead and add it on to our post route to make a new campground. At the bare minimum, you need to be logged in to make a new campground. So let's just put that right there. Now, this is the post route, so hopefully a user never even encounters this route if they're not logged in, right? They shouldn't be making a post request, and we're preventing them from doing that on the form. Anyway, if I try and go to the new form, I can't. But as we've talked about, we still should protect the route so that a user can't send a request from Postman or something. Okay, so here we are with Postman. If I send a GET request to campground/new, we already know that this form is protected. I need to be signed in. Okay, and now if I try and do a post request to make a new campground, same thing, you must be signed in first. Now, this is not an API, just to be clear. We haven't set up an API. We're not expecting somebody to do this, but we just want to make sure nobody has that secret entrance into our application where they don't need to be logged in. Somebody could just try and send new campground information and make a whole bunch of campgrounds or delete campgrounds if they are not logged in. We could hide the form, but if they know what they're doing, they could just send a request anyway. So let's protect, this route here and this route here. Not the show page. That was just a demo. And shortly, we're going to update all of this anyway, because at the moment, anybody can update any campground. Anybody can delete any campground. But soon we'll associate a campground with an owner, and only that owner can delete. So it will have a different middleware other than just is logged in. Down here, we'll say, is owner, or is owned campground, or is campground author, or something like that. But yeah, for now, we can also make sure you're logged in if you want to try and edit. So that would be here. You've got to be logged in to do that. And you've got to be logged in to actually do the editing on that put request and to delete. Now, this is just the routes, but let's go log back in. So I can view the show page, but I cannot edit unless I'm signed in. Cool. Now I should be able to edit. And I can, because I'm signed in. All right, so that's our basic middleware for now. Next up, we've got a couple of things to tackle. One is logging out, and also it would be nice to redirect a user back to where they were trying to go to before we ask them to log in. So that's coming up. So next up, let's give the user the ability to log out. Seems somewhat important. And with Passport, it's actually very easy. There is a method added to our request object automatically called login. There's also log out. So if I just define a route, I'm just going to do a GET request. So router.get/logout, request response, and then in here, I can simply call request.logout. It's very easy, and then redirect somewhere. So where should we redirect to? Just campgrounds. We don't really have a home page right now, so that's acting as our home page. Also, let's flash a success logged you out, or goodbye or something. Okay, so let's try adding a link, or even before that, let's just manually go to /logout. So first of all, what happens if I'm not logged in and I go to /logout? Just good to know. It still sends us back here and says goodbye. All right, well, that's fine. It's not actually doing anything. You could add some other stuff in to see if a user is logged in, then log them out. Otherwise, what would you even do if someone tries to log out when they're not logged in? But normally, right, we just have a link or a button someone clicks. They're not typing /logout. So we just show and hide that button, which is what we'll do shortly. So now let's actually sign in. I want to make, let's edit, sure. Okay, I've got to sign in. Okay, so now I am logged in. I can make a campground. I can edit one. I can even delete. Goodbye. Okay, but now if I go to /logout, not /campground, /logout, goodbye. And if I try and add one, nope, can't do that. Go to the show page, try and delete, nope, can't do that. Now we should hide these buttons if you're not logged in, and we will do that shortly. Same thing with this form, and we need to protect the reviews routes. But let's just work on logout. That's pretty much all we have to do. Honestly, that is how simple it is with Passport, request.logout. But let's add some links now to our navbar. So let's go into the navbar partial. So I'm in my navbar template, the navbar EJS file, and I'm just going to make some more links. So I'll make a div with the class of navbar nav. And I am going to try and get these to go on the right side. So I'm not just going to add them in as anchor tags in the existing navbar nav div. And I'll start with my first one, which will be an anchor tag, nav link, and the href will be /login. And the text will be login. Why don't we just start with that one link and just see if we can get this to go to the right side by, well, let's just see what it looks like to start. Okay, not great. What did I do wrong here? Oh, href, come on. Class is navlink. All right, so now I want to move it to the right-hand side, and I'm going to give it a margin left of auto to help with that. Let's see if that does a trick. And there it is. So let's add 3 links now. Login, we want register, or this could be sign up or something if you prefer, and then log out. Now, we definitely don't want to show all 3 of these at once. I'm trying to refresh the page here. There we are. You only really want to show login and register when you're not signed in, and then show log out when you are signed in. But let's just make sure they all link. They all work. Okay, so that's all looking good. So in the next video, we'll talk about how we could show and hide these, depending on whether you're logged in or not. So that's coming up. Alrighty. So the next thing we want to do is show and hide these links, depending on whether somebody is logged in or not. So I don't want to always show log out or register or log in, right? That's dependent upon whether I'm signed in right now. So to do that, we need to talk about how we know if someone is logged in. Currently, Passport is just taking care of, basically giving us this nice method, is authenticated. But how can I easily get access to the actual user itself, the object or the ID or something around the user? Well, it's really easy. There is something on the request called user. It's automatically put there for us, request.user. So that will contain information about the user. We don't have to look in the session, even though it's stored in the session. We don't have to deal with that. So let's just maybe just print out the user to start. I'll just do it on, should I do every request? Maybe just on is logged in. Console.log, request.user. I'm just going to give us a nice little printout there, and then actually request.user. So that's put there, once again, by Passport. And it is going to be automatically filled in with the deserialized information from the session. So the session stores the serialized user. Passport is going to deserialize, unserialize it, and fill in request.user with that data. Okay, so let's make a request to login or I don't know, /new campground. Right now I'm not signed in, so what do we get? Undefined. Okay, so that's one way just to check if there's somebody signed in, if request.user. But now let's actually sign in. And what do we see now? Oh, well, I never triggered this middleware. So now if I trigger it by going to make a new campground, for example, we see this information. This is my user information that is stored in the session. It is request.user, which is, again, coming from the session, thanks to Passport. So we have the ID and the username and the email. And thankfully, it doesn't include all the other stuff we don't care about, like the hash and the salt. We never need that. Certainly, or maybe there's a time if you're implementing like a change password method, but not really. You never really need to access it. So one option, if I wanted to make my navbar show and hide the links, depending on whether someone's logged in or not, one option would be to pass in request.user to my navbar or to whatever I'm rendering. But that would kind of suck because I would have to pass it in on every single request because my navbar is there on every request. So instead, I'm just going to go over to my app.js, and right here where I'm setting up res.locals.success and error, it's the same idea, right? These are global things I have. I mean, they're called locals, but I have access to them in every single template. I'm going to set something like that. I'm going to call it current user. You could also just call it user or signed in user. And I'm going to set it equal to request.user. So now in my templates, all templates, I should have access to current user. So I can go into my navbar and decide if I want to show these two or this thing, depending on if there is a current user, because it will be undefined if nobody is signed in. So here's how we would do that. EJS, if, and then current user, or rather, I probably want not current user. If there is not a current user, show these two links, right? So we'll add in our EJS again. I need my curly bracket, or curly brace there. And then an else will show the logout link, but only if there's no current user. And then close our EJS. Okay, moment of truth here. Right now, I'm going to refresh the server restart, so I'm not logged in. And we see login and register. I'll go to login, Colts. And what do I see now? I see log out. I don't see login and register. So we now have this nice little helpful variable in all of our templates, current user. I could even display the current user's name if I wanted to, current user dot username. It is that object that looks like this, at least for me when I'm signed in with this username. So very useful. We'll actually need to use that frequently. For example, when we create a campground and we save it to be associated with a user, we need that ID. We need to know who is the current user who's making this. But that's ahead. Okay, so we've got at least one more relatively minor but important detail to hammer out here. If I try and go to some route, I'm not logged in right now, it's protected, and I'm not yet registered. We should add a link to the register page, but for now I'll just click up here. So I'll make a new account. How about, Tanya. t@gmail.com, and password is Tanya. All right. Now, we haven't talked about this really right at all in this section, but you definitely want to have constraints on your password and force the user to make a more make a stronger password. But for testing purposes, this is fine. So I'm going to register, and that works. It appears to work. I made a new user. We know that. But I'm not logged in. I then have to actually log myself in afterwards, which is a gross experience. It works, nothing technically went wrong, but it's just not a good experience. So what we want to do is when a user registers and we successfully make that user, we don't want to just flash and redirect. We actually want to log the user in. And the way that we do this is there's a helper method called login on our request. We also had request.logout. We have a request.login. It's from Passport. And it establishes a login session. And it says passport.authenticate. The middleware automatically does this for us. This is primarily used when users register or sign up. when we can invoke login to automatically log in the newly registered user. And that's exactly what we want. So all we need to do is call request.login after we have registered a user, and we pass in that registered user. Now the problem, it's not a problem, but the annoying thing is that this function still requires a callback, so we can't await it. So we do need to pass in our callback, which just has an error parameter. And if there's an error, which I'm not even sure how we would get an error at this point. You successfully register a user. Why would we not be able to log in or authenticate? But maybe there's a world. So if that's the case, we'll just return next with that error and just hit our error handler. So let's add next in there. Otherwise, we're just going to do this. So unfortunately, no await here. It just doesn't support it. But, it's nothing crazy. So now, hopefully, we register a user. That saves them to the database, hashes the password. Then we take that user and we log them in. And then redirect and flash and all of that. Down here, for /login, we use this passport.authenticate helper. This just does it all for us as middleware. But we can't authenticate someone until we've created a user. So we have to use this request.login. Just another Passport quirk. Okay, let's see if that works. So I'm going to log out. I'll register with a new user like, how about Tammy this time? Okay, register. Let's see. I'm logged in. We see log out over here. I can go anywhere at this point because I am logged in. I can edit, right? I can do whatever I want. And then I can log out. And that's pretty much it. So that was just an important detail, right? It wasn't broken. It was just a bad experience to have to log in after you already register. Alrighty. So the final thing we should tackle, at least in terms of our basic authentication functionality, is redirecting a user back to wherever they were trying to go. So if I try and go edit this page right now, Silent Ghost Town, I'm not signed in. I have to log in. So I'll log in. But then it just takes me back to the index, to all campgrounds. And that's kind of annoying. So what we could do is keep track of where a user was initially requesting when we're trying to log them in here, or when we are verifying that they are authenticated. If they're not, we could basically just store the URL they are requesting, and then redirect back to login. And then next time, when they submit the login form, right here, if I try and edit, when I submit this form, when we handle it in my post route for login, right here, instead of redirecting to /campgrounds, I could look to see if we stored a URL to redirect to. So I'm going to store on the session, right, so that we have some persistence between different requests. That's how we add some statefulness. So I'm just going to figure out what I want to store. And I already know the answer, but there are two things that we could use. I'm going to console.log request.path and request.original URL. These are both added to the request object. When I try and visit some URL like new, campground/new, I'm not signed in. This code runs, this prints out, and this is what we see. Path is just /new. Because I'm inside of this router, right? No, campgrounds, here we are. Where the path in the route is /new. But the original path, the whole thing, is campground/new. So that's what we want to store, the original. So I'm going to put that on the session. Something like request.session.return_to. I can put whatever I want in the session, but return to will be the URL that we want to redirect a user back to. And in my app.js, why don't I just add into this middleware, I will print the entire session. Request.session. So you can see what's going on. Okay, so I go to /campgrounds. The session has nothing in it right now that has to do with return to. But now if I try and make a new campground, it redirects me to login, and the session includes a return to /campgrounds/new. Okay? Then, when we actually do the logging in, which is right here, we could look to see what request.session dot return to is. Now, it's possible there is no return to because a user could just go to our web page and click login without ever being redirected to login. So I would do something like request.session.return to, I'll save this to a variable, const, redirect URL equals return to or /campgrounds. And then we do our redirect to that redirect URL. Okay, so let's see what happens now. I'm not signed in. I try and edit Silent Ghost Town. What's in the session? It says return to campground /ID /edit. So now I'll log in. And it takes me to my edit campground. The annoying thing that we should take care of, though, is we don't want this just to sit in the session. So after we redirect you, or after we make our variable, to delete something from an object, we can use delete. It's kind of weird. You don't see it very often, but delete request.session.return to. And so now there should be no remnants. If I refresh, it asks me to log in. Colt. And what's in the session? Well, stuff, including our user, but nothing for return to. And let's just try one more time. If I go straight to login, it should redirect me to campgrounds. And it does. But if I go somewhere else, like new, it remembers that. And that's where I go after I log in. And that's the last bit of basic functionality for now in terms of auth. Next, we need to integrate users with reviews and with campgrounds and permissions and authorization. But we have authentication done. All right, so now that we have our basic authentication done, let's go ahead and connect the user model in some way with particular campgrounds and particular reviews so that I can create a review and it will be associated with my account and I'm the only one who can edit it or delete it, or same thing for a campground. So let's start with the campground model. We'll add a field to each campground that is just a user ID. We'll call it owner or author, and when you save a new campground, when you create one rather, we will take your current user ID, whatever is stored in request.user, and save that on the campground. Then we can look you up, we can look the user up for each campground. So let's go to the campground model right here and add in a new field. Again, we can name this owner, user, I'm thinking author, and it's going to be a reference. So type is a schema.types.objectID, and ref this time is user. Okay, so right now none of our seeds or none of our data in the database has an author associated with it. So what I'm thinking I might do is just to make it less of a headache later on, because it's going to be kind of annoying if some of our data has it and some of it doesn't. I'm just going to update my seeds file right now, and I'll put some ID in here for each camp. I'll just say every campground belongs to me. I just need to find a user ID. Do I have one? Maybe not. Let's just get my user ID. So I'm going to do db.users.find. So I'm just going to pick an account, like where username is Colt. And then take that ID right there. Okay? So I'm going to take that and set all of these campgrounds to have author of that ID, which, as long as I don't delete my account with the username of Colt, then they'll all belong to me. So I just want to reseed things and start this over so I don't run into any issues. Because in my templates, if I try and display the author, but some of our campgrounds don't have an author, then it's going to break everything. So let's run our seeds. Node index, what am I saying? It's seeds/index. Let's take a look at our campgrounds now. db.campgrounds.find. And what do we have under author? Object ID. Cool. So now let's restart the server. Just like that. And then in our routes, let's do the show route for a campground. let's also display who created this campground or who's the owner. I don't know if we really want that in the end of our app, like long term. Maybe. I'm trying to think. Does it make sense to show the author of the creator of a campground? Probably. So we'll do something like just below the heading, or maybe another category here, suggested by or submitted by, something like that. And then I want it to say my username or whoever suggested it. So in order to get that username, right, if we are looking at what a particular campground holds right now, it does have an author, but it's just an ID. So just like to get the reviews we need to populate to get the author. So I'm going to go to my route for my campground show right here, and we're calling .populate for reviews. But I'm just going to chain on .populate author as well. And that's it. That should give me the entire author, everything for that author, which we may not want all of it, and we can narrow that down. But let's just start by console.logging the campground here in the terminal. So if I go view this show page here, oh right, I just deleted all of them and remade them. So here's a new campground. Let's see what we end up with. Here we are. Author, username, Colt. Awesome. Take a look at that. So we don't have to do anything really other than populate that author field. And now this campground automatically has access to the username under the key of author.username. So in my template, let's go to the show template right here. Why don't we make another, let's just do it, below the location. So where's location on here? Right there. Let's duplicate this. Another list item, and probably not muted. And let's do campground.author.username. And let's do something like submitted by campground.author.username. Let's see. Submitted by Colt. Yeah, I don't know if we really want that, but there it is. Now, all of them currently are submitted by Colt because that's how my seeds are set up. But if we go ahead and update our campgrounds route, where we create a campground, right here, I can associate the campground that we're creating with the currently logged in user, because we are verifying that someone definitely is logged in, right? So if we make it into this point, we know that there's some current user or a request.user if we're in the routes. Request.user is there thanks to passports. In our templates, we have access to the local variable we set up called current user. Anyway, I can take that user ID and just save it as the author on this campground. So when I make a new campground, I'll make it here, and before I save, I'll just do campground.author, which is an ID. There's supposed to be an ID, right, in our schema. Set it equal to, and then request.user._ID. Request.user is automatically added in. We've talked about that previously when we covered auth. And then we await the saving and redirect. So let's test this out. Let's make a new account. How about Jess? Jess. Password is Jess as well. Email is j@gmail.com as das. Okay, I'm going to make a new campground. This one will just be Jess's place, Montana, just fake image, 12. Okay, here we go. What does it say? Submitted by Jess. So we now have the very basic association between some logged in user and then the campgrounds that they create. And then the next thing we need to do, which is coming up after this, is prevent somebody else from deleting this. So this is made by Jess. I'm currently Jess. That's fine. But if I go look at this one, I'm not Colt. I can still delete it. So let's fix that. That's coming up next. So as we just saw in the last video, right now, if I am signed in as, I think I'm signed in as Jess, I still can delete anything made by anybody else. I can edit this. I have full permission to do whatever I want. So this is where authorization comes in. We've talked about authentication. Now it's time for authorization. So there's two things we definitely want to do. The easy one to start with is just don't show these buttons unless I'm logged in as Colt or the owner of this campground. So that part's relatively easy. We can just add a conditional into our template. So that's the show template. Find where those buttons are right here. This entire card body, basically, we want to get rid of if you do not own this campground. So we have two pieces of information that we'll need to rely upon. The first is the campground itself, specifically campground.author. That's supposed to be a user ID, right? And then we have current user. If somebody is signed in, current user will contain an ID on it. And we want to see if these things match. And the easiest way to do that is to do a campground.author.equals and then current user._ID. But this will actually break things if nobody is signed in, if there is no current user. Also, it will break things because it's not valid EJS just yet. So we can fix that. If campground.author.equals current user.id. So if this one campground's author is the same as the current user's ID, then render it. But as I said, if nobody is signed in, current user is undefined, trying to do .id will break everything. So we can also add this on. If current user exists and this is true. And then we'll just wrap that around that entire div. And close it. Okay, moment of truth. I'm going to refresh the page. All right, so am I signed in still? I guess so. I'm not signed in as Colt though. Oh, I see. Yeah, we only updated the template, so we didn't get a refresh of the session. Okay, I was wondering, I thought I was gonna have to register. But when you update your templates, the app does not restart. Anyway, I can't delete that, at least from here, right? I don't have access to the buttons. If I go look at one that I do own, which I think is all the way down at the bottom here, Jess's Place. There we go. I still see the edit buttons, and I still see the delete buttons. Okay, so that part's simple enough, right? But as we've also talked about, we want to protect our routes on the back end because somebody could still send a delete request or an edit request or a patch or put request and change one of these campgrounds that they don't technically own. So in the next video, we'll talk about writing a middleware to protect those routes. So we are successfully hiding the edit and delete buttons if you don't own the campground, but I can still send a request, through Postman, for example. Actually, I think I can just go to /edits at this point, can't I? Yeah, and I can submit this. So we definitely want to protect this route as well, not to mention the actual put and delete routes, where somebody could just send a Postman request or an Ajax request and delete or update somebody else's campground. So basically what we want to do, let's just take the example of, updating. What we want to do is first, before we actually update anything, we want to check to see, does this campground have the same author ID as the currently logged in user? And to do that, we actually kind of need to break this line up into two steps. It's no longer good enough to just find and update all at once. We want to find first, and then check to see if we can update, meaning if the author of that campground that we found matches the currently logged in user sending this request. So doing this all at once doesn't give us a chance to say, hang on, actually, no, you can't update that because we're just doing it at once. It's a nice helper method, but we want to change that. So what we want to do instead is something like await campground dot find by ID, pass in the ID, which I need to put below this line, save that to a variable, and then instead of doing this here, we'll get rid of that for a moment, we're going to check to see, is that campground dot author dot equal to, and then request.user.id. So if that is the case, we'll allow you to update, or should we just do it the other way around? If they are not the same, meaning if you don't own, or the current logged in user on this request does not own this campground, we'll flash something back like, what should we do? Request.flash error, you do not have permission to do that. Great. And then where should we redirect them to? Maybe just to the campground show page. So /campgrounds/ and then interpolate in ID. All right. And let's return that just to be certain that this will work and none of this code runs. And then for now, we're just going to add in this janky same exact thing where we are finding and updating. Just for now, we need to actually change our code, but let's just see if this part works. So when I say janky, this should work, except that I'm already using campground. So let's call this camp. But it's janky because we're finding the campground, we're awaiting that. We're checking to see if you have the correct authorization, if you're allowed to update the campground. If not, we redirect you. And then if you do, we're going to find and update. Well, we already found. So there are better ways where we don't have to query the database again. But let's just see what happens now. So this is for the update route. So I still can access edit. Oh, well, I can't access it if I'm not signed in. But let's sign in as Tim. I don't own this campground. It's made by Colt, I think. And I'm going to try editing, I don't know, hacked. That will be the title. Oh, campground.author.equal. Oh, man, it's equals. So annoying. Sorry about that. Let's see. You got to sign in again. Tim. All right. Try that one more time. Hacked. Update. And you don't have permission to do that. If I instead log out, I log in as Colt, I should have the ability, yes, I can see the buttons, first of all, but also I can change the stuff at will and update still works because I own that campground. So this logic here, I could just take this and basically duplicate it for deletion. So I could put that in there like that. I could also do it on the edit form so that you can't just request the edit form if you don't own this or own the particular campground. So I could do the exact same thing. Well, I can actually remove some of this, but add this in here. So now we have two different things that we're looking for. First of all, find the campground. And then if that campground author equals, actually we should change the order. We should check to see if there's no campground at all, then we'll tell you, sorry, no campground, can't find that. That has nothing to do with authentication or authorization. That's just to make sure that there is a campground that we found. Then, if there is a campground, we're going to check to see if you own it, the currently logged in user, if you match the author. If not, we'll redirect back to the show page. So once again, log in as Tim. Go look at one of these. I don't see the button to edit, but I could just go to /edit if I'm real crafty. Oh, come on. ID is not defined. Oh, that's so annoying. This is what happens when I copy and paste, huh? So request.params.id. Here I just referenced ID. In my other route, I was destructuring, so I could just do that here instead. Request.params. Pass in ID. And pass in ID right there. Okay. We're going to have to try that again, unfortunately. Log in. Tim. I don't own this one. But if I try and go to /edit, what happens? Nope. Don't have permission to do that. And I also don't have permission if I were to send a put request behind the scenes using Ajax, for example. I don't have permission either. Okay. So we have to do the same thing for delete. And what we're going to do actually instead of that is move this logic into its own middleware. So that's coming up next. I want to break this out into a middleware called like isAuthor or isOwner, and then we'll be able to reuse that instead of having to duplicate our code. So next up, let's take this functionality where we are verifying that the currently signed in user has permission to delete or update, or basically they're the owner of a campground that they're trying to act upon. Let's take that logic here to find a campground by the ID in the params, and then check to see if request.user.id equals the campground's author. Let's put that in a middleware. So I'll just cut that out. And, we should put this in our middleware file, and we should refactor this in a bit. But I'm going to call this isAuthor. Verify author, is author is fine. And this should be an async middleware because we're going to need to await campground.findById, and I'll just do, I forgot to copy the destructuring line, so const ID equals request.params. Okay, so we take the ID from the URL, we look up the campground with that ID, and then we look to see if the user's ID who's logged in right now equals the campground's author ID. And if not, we're going to flash this message error, you don't have permission. We redirect to the show page. Otherwise, we should do a, what should we do next? I don't know why I hesitated there. Move on and you're good to go. That means that a user does have permission to change this campground. Okay, so where do we want to apply that? Definitely here on the edit page. So let's just get rid of that. Oh no, wrong bits. Jeez. Get rid of this right here. So now we're just going to add in our middleware, which is called isAuthor. Author, like that. We'll still check to see if you're logged in because, I guess, we could get away with just doing isAuthor. But is logged in allows us to provide more specific feedback, right? Because if you're not logged in, we redirect you to log in and we tell you, please do this first. Is author is something we would do afterwards anyway, because we need to make sure that there is a current user before we run is author. Anyway, let's see. Let's see if this is going to work for us. Moment of truth. This is on our edit route. So right now, I have to type /edit to even get there. And I'm not signed in as anyone. So it should ask me to log in. Now I'll log in as Tim. And I don't have permission to do that. It tried to redirect me back to /edit. I'll try manually going there. Don't have permission. So now we can apply this isAuthor middleware also to the update route here. So router.put is logged in, isAuthor. You've got to be an author to do that. Same thing here to delete. You've got to be the author. And what else? Oh, this actually is going to break here. I need to rename this to campground because that's what I'm referring to here in the redirect. And that's pretty much it at this point. For this video, at least, we've made our middleware. Anything else to protect the show page? No. Creating a campground, we just want to make sure you're logged in. The form to make a new one, got to be logged in. And that's kind of it. So why don't we go ahead and move these middleware into our middleware file, just to refactor and shorten this up a little bit. So that's right here. I'll paste them in and then just export them. Module.exports.validate campground and module.exports.isAuthor. Now I will require them as needed. So in my campgrounds file, we want, nope, not there, right here. We'll destructure isAuthor and validate campground. Okay, looks like we're not using express error in this file, so let's get rid of that. And we don't need the campground schema in here anymore, but we will need it in our middleware file. Okay, and oh, we need express error over here. Duh. That's why we had it. Const express error equals require, and then it's, what is it, /, where are we right now? In the middleware file, yeah, so just /utils/express error. Anything else in here that we are relying on? Oh, campground, we definitely need that too. And let's just see, if anything breaks. It's a good place to start. Oh, and anytime I move files around or move code between files, our require broke. So it's saying cannot find .. schemas. And I assume that's right here because we're now inside of, where are we? In the middleware file. Yeah, so it's just / schemas. That should do it. Now is there another problem? Cannot find models. Oh, geez. This is / models/campground. Okay. Always happens when we move things around. So let's just make sure everything else still works. So I don't see the buttons down there. If I try and go to edit this, I'm not signed in. So that middleware kicks in to make sure I am logged in. Then if I do log in, I'm the owner. And let's make sure I can edit. Cool. So I can update. I have access to delete it as well. I'll log out again, log in as someone else, Tim. I'll try and edit this, which is not owned by me. I'll go to /edit. Not allowed. Okay, so the middleware are working. Is logged in is working. Validate campground is what we were using to validate the campground body, the data that was sent. And is author is also working. While we're here, we could also move out from our reviews. We have validate review. We could put that in the middleware file as well. So that would go somewhere in here. Module.exports. And if we have enough middleware, eventually we could do a separate file for, review middleware and campground middleware and auth middleware. But this is all right at the moment. So validate review requires the review schema. So we need to get that in here. So let me just copy that into our middleware file. Actually, I can just add it on here, right? They're from the same schemas file. So remember, that's our Joy, the JSON or the JavaScript object schema. So that's just validating the data from request.body. So we export that. Now in our reviews file, we need to import our middleware. So that's going to be const, let's just do some destructuring, equals require, and then .. /middleware, I believe is what it is, right? We are in route, so go out one level into middleware, and we want validate review. That's the only middleware we're using at the moment in here. Okay. Whew. Any errors? Looks good. Let's go and leave a review. So right now, reviews are not associated with the user. That's the next task. Let's see what happens now. Let's just go to all campgrounds, Sky River, leave a review. This place sucks. 5 stars. Submit. Okay, so we validated the body there, the review information, and it worked. And okay, we're in a good place to stop now. We've restructured a little bit, cleaned things up somewhat. Our middleware file is longer, but now our routes for campgrounds are really just the routes and the route handler callbacks. And actually shortly, I'm going to show you a pattern where we can move all of this stuff, all the callbacks into their own file, and then keep the routes file even more compact. But it's really just moving code around. It's nothing fancy. We're just splitting it up more. Okay, so next up, we are going to work on associating a user with reviews. So that's coming up. Okay, so now we're going to repeat a similar process that we just did for campgrounds for reviews. So I want to make sure, first of all, that you have to be logged in to even see this form, and you have to be logged in to make a review. But then also, once you do make a review, we want to connect it with you, with the person who owns it, which means that each review needs to have an associated author. So we could start there in our review schema for the model. Not the JSON or not the Joy schema. We'll add in a new field. We'll call it author or owner, probably just author. And then set it equal to type schema.types.objectID. And it's going to refer to the user model. All right, so very, very similar, identical to what we did for campgrounds, right? Our campground model has the exact same thing. A reference called author, which is a reference to a user instance. Okay, so now where should we begin? Why don't we go to our review? Well, actually, let's go to the campground show page route first. On this show page right here, we are rendering campgrounds/show. And in that show template, we are rendering this form. But if you're not logged in, I don't want you to see that form. So I still want you to see the reviews, but I don't want you to be able to leave a review with that form. So we'll wrap that with EJS, if, and we have our current user variable. If there is a current user, I don't care who you are, but if there is a current user, we'll render this form. Okay? So anybody can view this page. Like right now, I'm not signed in. I just don't see that form. It looks a bit weird, especially because there's no reviews right now to balance things out. Now, if I do log in, Tim, I can see the form. So that's the first bit, just hiding that form. But as we've talked about, that's not enough. We want to make sure that you can't create a review behind the scenes. I don't know why I keep saying behind the scenes, but you can't create a review by sending a request manually, not through the form, because that's hidden, but you could still go around it. So we want to make sure that this post route in the reviews routes, right? So this is to make a new review. It's protected. We want to make sure that you definitely are logged in. So we have that is logged in middleware. We've already set up. If we go back to our middleware file, where are you? Here, right? We have is logged in. We check to see if you're authenticated, and if you are, you're good to go. Otherwise, we tell you you must be signed in first. So hopefully a user never sees this anyway, but this is just to protect them or protect our route in case they somehow send a post request to /reviews. So let's require is logged in. We've already written that middleware in our middleware file, and we'll just do an is logged in right there. So now if I do try and use Postman, which I think I have open, if I send a post route or post request to one of my campgrounds, here, I have this route. I don't think that one still exists, but it doesn't matter because we're beginning. The first thing we're doing is, oh, come on, where are you? Is checking to see if you're logged in. And basically the last thing that we're doing right before we actually create is check to see if that campground exists. Okay, so send post request. I'm not logged in. You must be signed in. So even if somebody did send a post request somehow, it's protected. They have to be logged in. So now to associate the currently logged in user, if we make it to this point, we know for sure there is a logged in user because of our middleware here. So if we do make it here, after we create our new review, we're going to set review.author to be request.user._ID, just like we did for our campground right here. Campground.author request.user ID. Here it's review.author. And then we save. We'll save the campground as well, right? Because we are storing a reference to the review in the campgrounds array called reviews. We flash success and we redirect. Okay, so why don't we just do a quick, well, no, that's fine for now. Let's just do this. Let's try making a review. So I'm going to refresh the page. I'm not signed in, so I don't see that. But I'll sign in as Tim. Okay, Sky River, I'm going to leave a review. I love this place. OMG, it is so fantastic. I just get a real kick out of camping here. All right, 5 stars. Submit. Created a new review. Okay, here it is. Now, let's go look in the Mongo shell. Let's just do all reviews. Do we see, oh, we only have one, I guess. Oh yeah, I reseeded my database. We lost all the reviews. But what do we see here? Author, object ID, and we assume that's Tim's object ID. So that's working. Now, it would be great to show the username of the person who made this, and that's exactly what we'll do in the next video. We've got to populate once again. So our next goal is to display the username of the reviewer. So why don't I just make one more review here as somebody else, Colt this time. Leave my own review. I'll give it a 4. This place was solid, but Tim was really annoying. Submit. All right, so now we have 2 different reviews, 2 different usernames that should be associated, or 2 different user IDs rather, associated with each one. So it's similar to what we did here. On a campground, we had to populate the author, and we also populated these reviews. What's different, if we take a look, where are you? Right here, we populated reviews, populated author. Those are 2 fields that are both on campground, right? Our campground model has those 2 fields. So we're just populating one and the other. What we want to do now is instead, or in addition rather, for each one of those reviews that we're populating, we want to populate its author. So we have two different authors, right? This is the author of the campground we're populating. We want to populate the author of each review. So to do that, it's a little different than what we've seen so far. Basically, we can provide an object here to populate. So when we're populating the reviews, we're going to set path to be reviews. And I'll do this probably on multiple lines, actually. Let's see. Like that. So path will be reviews. And then we specify populate again, where path this time is author. So it's a nested populate. We're saying populate all the reviews from the reviews array on the one campground we're finding. Remember, this is for the show page. So we have the campground, hopefully, that we're finding. Populate the reviews, then populate on each one of them their author, and then separately populate the one author on this campground. Okay? So let's see if that works for us. You never know. We're going to console.log the campground. Hopefully we don't break everything. Okay, here we go. Refresh the page here. And what do we see? Looks good. Yeah, under reviews, right? We have each review. We've got a rating, body, and author, where we have an object corresponding to the author. Now, if we were really worried about scale and if this app really took off and we wanted to make things a bit more efficient, we might just store the username on each review. We don't really need the other stuff about a user at this point, right? We just need to know who they are. If that's all we wanted to display, it's just their username. But if we also wanted to have some other functionality or other information from a user, then yeah, what we're doing right now is fine. It's really not a big deal, but just keep that in mind. These are the sort of questions you need to ask yourself. How am I using this data? Does it make sense to populate every author on every review? What would be smarter on a larger app, at the very least, is to limit the number of reviews that we get at any given point. Because if a campground has like thousands of reviews, it's a popular one, we definitely don't want to get all of them at once and populate all of their authors. That's just unnecessary. We would limit it to 50 or something, or 20, and then paginate it or set up infinite scroll and get new reviews as you scroll. Anyway, now we have access to the username and other information for each author of each review. So in our template for the show page, we can come down to where we're rendering each review, which is right here. We've got rating. How do we want to actually do this? It's the only thing. We've got to decide, how do we want to display the username? Should we just put the username first? I don't know. We've got to figure that out. We'll come back and style this, but we've got card title. I think there's a card subtitle. Am I making that up? Let's see. Subtitle. Yes. All right. Perfect. So we'll use that. Card-subtitle. I'm just going to copy what they have here, and we'll put that below the rating, and we're going to put the username. Maybe by... And then to access that, we're looking at each individual review, thanks to this loop. So we'll do review.author.username. And that should do it, hopefully. Refresh. By Tim, by Colt. Awesome. The other thing that we definitely want to do is make sure that this button doesn't show up for people who don't own this review. So right now I'm not logged in, but I can still see the button to delete both, and I can still delete both of them. So let's fix that. It's very similar to what we did here to show and hide the buttons to edit and delete a campground, right? This right there. You can basically copy that and just tweak it a little bit. So if we bring that down here, it is the delete button that we want to show and hide. So we'll check to see if there is a current user, so if anybody signed in right now, and we don't want the campground, but the review.author is equal to that current user's ID, then we will render this button. Otherwise, don't. Just render nothing. So we don't need an else. I'm going to refresh, and I don't see that delete button. I'm going to log in as Colt this time, Oh, you know what? I don't own that one either. Oh, that was stupid. But let's make a new review by Colt. 1 star. And I see the button to delete it, but I can't delete Tim's review. So this is authorization. All the stuff we've been doing, we still actually do need to protect the delete route, I believe, on our reviews. Where are you? Too many files. Yeah, so to delete one right now, we're not checking to make sure that, first of all, you're logged in, and second of all, that you own this campground. So, or this review, rather. So let's start by just doing is logged in right there. And then we'll go ahead and write a middleware called, is review author. So we'll go write our middleware to do that in this file. Basically copy what we did for is author. I'll call it is review author. We'll take the ID from our params. That is the campground ID. That's not what we want. We actually want review ID. If you remember how our routes are set up, let's just go take a look there, right? It's /review ID. So we want that ID. We need to look up the review.findById. So we'll call that variable review, and this should be review ID. And then we're going to check to see if that review.author equals the request.user.id. You don't have permission to do that. And then we'll just still redirect you back to the same campground. This is going to be, it's mildly confusing, but I'll destructure ID and review ID from the params because our route to actually delete a review is /campgrounds/ID/review ID. Or /reviews, actually, isn't it? So we've got that review ID and the campground ID. So I'm going to redirect you using the campground ID, but I'm going to use the review ID to find that review and see if you own it. I know, so it's a lot. ID, review ID, I'm getting confused just talking about it, but let's import this in our reviews file. Middleware is review author, and then let's use that right here. So is logged in and then is review author. Again, we're hiding the button, but in case somebody were to send a delete request, you know the story. We've been over this a million times. We still want to make sure that they can't unless they own that review. So here's one way we could test that. If I actually go to my show route and I remove this logic, I'll just get rid of that. So that we're hiding the button. We're no longer hiding it. So I will see the delete button no matter what. Even though, well, right now I'm not logged in, but if I do log in as Colt, I see the button to delete Tim's review, even though I don't own it. So if I click delete, it will send that delete request. Oh boy. What's going on now? I knew it. Always something. So where did we go wrong here? Unhandled review is not defined. Oh, come on, such a dumb thing. In our middleware file, once again, need to require the model that we need. So const review equals require ./models/review. Okay, let's try again. Come on. Here we are. I've got to log in again. Actually, you know what? Why don't I just start by, I click this button. It should redirect us and tell us to log in first. Okay. So I've got to be logged in. All right. Okay, so now I'm logged in. I am logged in as Colt, and if I try and delete this, I don't have permission to do that. So even though I see the button, I don't actually have permission to do it. So let's go make sure we add back in that show page logic to hide. There we go. I don't want anyone to see that if they don't own it. Just make sure that still works. Okay, I'm logged in as Colt. I can't see the button, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to actually delete the review anymore, but I can delete my own. I can make new ones, delete those, but if I don't own them, I can't see the button, and I can't delete it. So that is authorization for reviews, and that's pretty much all we need to do at this point. that's really everything that we have to protect so far, right? We have creating a new review and deleting a review, associating that user with that review, and then checking to see if they have permission to delete it. And we're also, we talked about populating the fields and being able to display the user's name. And then over here for campgrounds, we made it so that when you create a new campground, it's associated with a user. Only you see the buttons to edit and delete, and only you are able to actually do that. I'm not signed in. Oh, I'm a liar. Yes, I am signed in. But if I logged out and I tried to go edit one of them, right, we don't see it. We don't see the button. And if I manually try and do it, I have to log in anyway. And if I don't own it, if I log in as Tim, it's going to tell me don't have permission to do that. I mean, look at that. It's pretty good so far, right? This is far more complex than what we've put together up until this point. And really, this is the bread and butter of any app. Defining your models, connecting them in some way, usually having authentication and involving users with some of those models or multiple models with relationships. And then we have authorization, forms and showing users feedback and all that stuff. And then it really just comes down to what your app does, any special features, special routes, special functions, and any libraries, any tools you're going to integrate like maps or image upload or sending emails or a chat, all sorts of things that you can add in. But the backbone, and I'm just talking about typical web apps, not every single app, but your typical app is going to have a similar structure, have your routes, have your models, have your authentication. So from here on out, we've got, nice changes to make, finishing touches, but we've really covered everything that we talked about in the course so far. What we need to do is talk about deploying. We need to talk about security, and then we'll add in some other fun features. Okay,